The story begins with a girl nervously listening to the Emperor say, "I will turn you into a living sword." When the Emperor said this, Charlize thought she would become an honorable knight of the Emperor. Charlize Ronan's mother died giving birth to her, and she was considered the disgrace of the Ronan ducal house. At that time, Duke Ronan embraced her mother, trembling with sorrow. "My lady, open your eyes and look at me. Don't be like this, please." As she grew up, she became a girl with exceptional swordsmanship talent, far surpassing the abilities of a knight. She clutched her skirt, thinking, perhaps this time her family would acknowledge her. Charlize happily accepted it. "I obey your command." The Emperor said, "Now you will become the demon sword for the Empire."
The girl didn't understand what those words meant. Afterwards, she was seen writhing and trembling on the ground, surrounded by whispers, "Is she still alive?" Charlize Ronan is the only one who has survived until now. She can endure this torture. She truly possesses strong mental power, suitable for the demon sword. How can a human become a sword? The essence of life is a sacred ground of the gods that no one can change. They excitedly grabbed her arm, which was gradually turning into metal, exclaiming, "It's a success! We've performed a miracle! Please see this, Your Majesty." Finally, a clear result had been achieved, but they had truly transformed Charlize into a sword. Looking at her arm, she wondered, "What is this? Why must I endure this suffering?" They locked her in a dark dungeon despite her screams, leaving only one message: be proud of dedicating yourself to the Empire. You will become the perfect sword with a will of its own, protecting the Empire. The omnipotent power of the god who created life, when excavated from the corpse of a magical beast, yielded Epherite fragments containing that power. Every day, Charlize was forced to consume these Epherite fragments. As her essence was shattered, Charlize was no longer the youngest daughter of the Duke's house. Charlize had completely transformed into a sword. All that remained was her consciousness. The Emperor looked at it with pride. "My life's masterpiece, a sword so magnificent."
Her entire body was transformed into a sword, and the only thing left of Charlize was instinct. "Your name from now on will be Kira." I had hoped this wasn't true, but everything denied my hope. The Emperor looked at the sword, smiled, and said, "If you dare to defy me, your family will die, and if you don't respect me, I will cut off your fiancé's fingers." The Guardian Sword must be unique. To destroy the evidence, the Emperor began eliminating all the mages who participated in the experiment. Charlize was used by him for numerous murders, torture, and the killing of families. Charlize's spirit collapsed. "I don't want to kill them." The Emperor said, "Don't you know that if you don't want to see your family hurt, all you have to do is obey me? I don't want to kill them. Is my suffering your Emperor's happiness? It's more agonizing than hell."
Dietrich III, the king who resolved the lingering appearance of monsters. Mirvan II, who resolved the civil war and restored stability. Mirvan III, who expanded colonies and developed the empire. Jason V, the first king to unify the continent. Unlike the emperors who wielded Kira and were praised from generation to generation, all members of the House of Duke Ronan met cruel deaths throughout the ages. Charlize prayed, "O almighty Epherite, I desire revenge, truly horrible, hateful, agonizing. If you truly exist, please, at your will, grant me life. Grant me the opportunity to punish those who have defiled the power of the divine. I am not a cursed demonic sword. I am a human. I prayed for a very long time, very long, and the divine responded. After all, she was alive once more." Charlize lay on the bed, gasping for breath, tears streaming down her face. The body that had been lost was now alive and breathing at her will, no longer a sword, but a human body. Ever since becoming a sword, she couldn't recall ever dreaming, so there was no way this could be a dream. To confirm, she quickly sat up and stepped off the bed. Her legs wobbled and she fell heavily to the ground. All her senses felt new. She used her hands to crawl on the floor, slowly getting accustomed to the sensations of her body. 400 years. After such a long, arduous time, a miracle finally occurred. I'm back. I'm back. I had lost everything. Everything in my life had been destroyed for the glory of the Empire. Even if no one believed it, that truly used to be my life. The great and noble Empire was what the Emperor desired to see flourish so strongly.
This is the fundamental reason why no one feels guilty about ruining my life. I will tear them to shreds. I will make them wallow in the mud, thoroughly and perfectly, so that no one can feel proud to be a citizen of the Empire. Charlize's hands gripped the carpet tightly. I will bring about the Empire's downfall. Her trembling hand touched the mirror. So this is what I look like. Beneath the long silver blade was a hilt adorned with a blue gemstone. It was truly different from the figure she had seen when the Emperor stamped before the mirror. Her eyes welled up as she called her own name, Charlize Ronan. Now I could finally shed tears. She painfully hugged her own arm. Charlize slowly walked out into the hallway, enveloped by the scent of summer. Before this moment, I had hated summer, the season of my birth. The Duchess died giving birth to me, so every time this season came, I never wanted to go outside. But now, everything was different. As Charlize walked, she encountered some maids and asked, "What year is it now?" The two maids were startled to hear her. "It's the year 298 of the imperial calendar, Your Highness."
The maid furtively glanced at Charlize, feeling an oppressive presence that was difficult to disregard. She was overwhelmed by Charlize's powerful, intimidating existence. The maid worriedly thought, "Why am I like this?" Then she said, "It's almost time for His Grace the Grand Duke to return, Princess." Charlize interrupted, "I will not return to my room, because the reasons for avoiding my family, or the desire to make a clear statement, or even a hint of resentment, have all vanished. The naive days of trying not to hate my family, even when I was blamed for the Duchess's death, the mistaken belief that if I achieved the level of a master, I would receive my family's love, I have abandoned all of that. I will not apologize, because I have done nothing wrong." Having said that, Charlize left. It seemed the rumors that she had fairy blood mixed within her were true.
I have returned exactly 400 years into the past. It's the year 298 according to the imperial calendar, when I was 13 years old. So the gods miraculously answered my plea, and even though I don't know how I returned, the life force of Epherite is still living and breathing within my body. Although there are no more fragments, my intuition tells me that it has been assimilated and merged with my soul. I can feel it all. The emperors thought I had run out of energy, but inside Kyra, the immense energy accumulated over hundreds of years is still abundant and vibrant. This is something I know for certain, not arrogance. I am very strong. Even the power of the gods is mixed in. Perhaps it is an existence beyond common knowledge. As Charlize was walking, she heard a clanging sound, the sound of a sword falling. She turned her head to look at the sword on the ground, walked over and picked it up. Just then someone came running breathlessly. I'm sorry. It seemed he had run from the training ground, and it appeared that during sparring, the sword had flown from his hand, overwhelmed by power.
How did you know? Oh no, more than that. Seeing him blush, Charlize thought, it seemed he felt ashamed. She returned the sword. Before I returned, I had thought that look was a criticism of myself, but looking back now, it was jealousy and a sense of deprivation. The reason why, before I returned, no one claimed to be my teacher. It wasn't because I was the princess who killed the Duchess, but because no one was capable enough to teach me. Why couldn't I realize it before? That those weren't faces showing contempt or ill will. The knights, though envious of Charlize, also yearned for that brilliant talent. Charlize went to the training ground and instructed, "You have a habit of swinging your sword while your shoulders are tense. If you swing your sword with this intensity," she said, taking his hand and making him swing the sword, "then you won't have your sword knocked out of your hand during combat anymore." Thank you, Princess. Cold reason combined with hundreds of years of experience.
And had also swallowed a fragment of the demon, so instinctively I could recognize the shortcut to attack weaknesses and strengthen strengths. After that, she summoned all the servants. They whispered anxiously, "What could the princess want with us? If I knew, would I still be trembling like this?" Immediately after, the door opened and Charlize swept past them to sit in her chair. "The reason I have summoned you here, it seems you have already guessed, haven't you?" The servants flinched, lowering their heads without a word. "Isn't that right? Only I remember, while you have all forgotten? If so, then I have no choice but to list them for you, do I? You, when I was little, you tried to pour hot tea on me and pretended it was an accidental mistake. You hid a dead mouse in the blanket I was sleeping under. You put insects in my breakfast soup. And you tore my dress to make me feel ashamed." The group of servants knelt down in fear. We apologize, Your Highness. We dare not repeat such actions. Please forgive us." Forgiveness is not a word that perpetrators can utter first. You, all of you, are fired. Today was Charlize's birthday. A red seal was pressed onto a letter. Not a single family member came to wish Charlize a happy birthday. This was expected, so she felt no disappointment. The letter was completed as she drew something on the seal. It was an application to become a royal tutor. The letter had been sealed, so now to open it one would need a paper knife. In any case, it wasn't going to be sent immediately. She opened the door and walked out into the hallway, then went to the room containing her mother's portrait and placed a white flower down. "I have come here to inform you, for this is the life you gave me. The path I have chosen is the path that gazes into the abyss of monsters."
The portrait seemed to smile at its daughter, reminding her, pay attention to those who stare into the monster's abyss. Who knows, the monster might also be staring straight into the abyss within your heart. The path Charlize had decided to choose for revenge was the path of kings. Charlize, however, said, even though this is the life I owe you, I will live it my own way.
A path of degradation and barbarism, without morality or respect. I can no longer continue to live as a normal human being. Therefore, this is also a memorial for myself. When she went outside, she met a knight. "My lady," he stammered, blushing. "Happy birthday." After saying that, he quickly bowed. Well then, I'll return to my post." So there was still someone who wished her a happy birthday, even if it was just one person. It's just that everyone didn't even dare to approach her, so they couldn't speak to her. Charlize had no way of knowing that many servants were constantly observing her and wanted to approach her. Suddenly, Charlize saw someone and thought to herself, how strange. At that moment, 3 people approached. Facing them, she indifferently walked past, without even glancing at them. "Charlize, why didn't you greet us?" "Calling me like that, I thought something big had happened." Was that blonde-haired person the second brother? I don't remember his name anymore. Occasionally, the third brother also showed some concern for me, but thinking this, she replied, "Because it's not worth doing so." Charlize's eyes, once filled with blind affection.
Now nothing remained but coldness and indifference. Why did her attitude suddenly become so different, no longer holding the loving gaze it usually did? Why? After Charlize dismissed the maids, rumors gradually spread throughout the Ronin ducal family. Have you heard about it? I was cleaning right next to that room at the time. That the lady has become a completely different person. Now no one dares to treat Charlize disrespectfully anymore. "I will strictly educate the newly selected maids," Charlize asked in a cold voice. "How?" "So that they do not do things that displease the lady again. Especially the headmaid, who always tried to endure and curry favor with Charlize." Charlize was slowly taking over the ducal family, which had lost its mistress, because as the lady, the deserving ruler has the right to enjoy. "My lady, please call me whenever you need anything. Bring me a cup of tea and a comfortable mat to sit on." "Understood." The servant quickly prepared according to her request, then bowed and left. When the door closed, Charlize closed her eyes and felt the energy circle. Within the comfortable confines where no one interfered, the energy circle finally had to be refined until it approached purity and clarity to achieve such a state.
It takes tens, thousands of hours of effort to fade the color of the energy circle. In this era, I will also be so strong that I have no rivals on this continent. Though this is precisely based on my potential, I will be able to do anything, because even if I tried my whole life, I wouldn't be able to fully realize my potential. As Kira, I can see the process of the Emperor creating the circle more clearly than anyone else. If it were the royal family from my memories, I would just want to kill him. But now he's a good teacher, isn't he? It's worth it, even if my whole body will ache as if drained of all strength after it's over. But it's fine. Effort. Charlize really likes that word. 2 years later, the servants whispered to each other, "Will the lady truly never return after entering the imperial palace?" I heard so. The lady told me to clean out everything in her room. Meanwhile, Charlize thought to herself, I had shortened the entire process of becoming a royal tutor from 5 years to 2 years as planned. The royal family member I would be responsible for was also decided, and I was safely chosen as the applicant for that role. Before returning, there was once a rare genius who thoroughly dominated the empire from the shadows. That genius was the 13th prince of the empire. I will perfectly tame him and place him on the throne as the emperor of the Blade Empire, become a catastrophic disaster for the empire, bring complete destruction, and rule as a magnificent tyrant, unlike any before. 2 years of preparation were completed before the conditions were met, and finally today is the first day I set foot on the path of revenge. Her family, as expected, didn't even come to see Charlize off. Now I'll officially begin my life in the royal palace. My accommodation will also be taken care of there. Charlize had quietly practiced her energy, and her skill had almost reached a master level. All she needed to do was hide her swordsmanship, ensuring it wouldn't draw attention. Nevertheless, to qualify for registration, she still needed to become a knight. But Charlize chose to leverage the influence of the ducal family to be conferred the title of honorary knight. This was the first and last thing I would receive from my family. From today, I will no longer concern myself with the grudge against my family. The only thing I want to do is exact my revenge on the royal family. The 13th prince is waiting for you. Charlize walked in with a dignified stride, approaching the 13th prince's room. Dylan Sean Brather, the young man who would become Charlize's disciple and also the one who would become the sovereign. Charlize would bend fate, raising this person to the throne to become a tyrant who would cause the empire to be destroyed. This man would become a knight on her chessboard. Greetings, Prince.
The first step of my revenge is being skillfully laid. He possessed exceptional genius and a perfect character. Even before his return, he had never been afraid of bloodshed. He even possessed a cruel hand, ready to kill everyone if a move went wrong. I must tame him and win him over to my side while he is still young. Only then would his imperial nature, along with the collapse of the 1,000-year empire, unfold. She bowed respectfully. From now on, I will teach the prince. My name is Charlize Ronan.
Dylan closed the book, then stood up and carefully observed Charlize. She thought to herself, I can feel a clear and solid mental wall. This means that her vigilance cannot completely mask her instability, as anyone looking at her would only see a tutor. On the contrary, this is a good thing. The wreath with its serene colors was like a clear sky. The pure, harmless dress would easily be stained when blood splattered. I deliberately chose him because the 13th prince was born to the 7th concubine, who is a calm and elegant person. She spoke up. Your Highness, aren't you going to ask anything? What do you mean? Like why I'm claiming to be your tutor, for example. Everyone is making a fuss about this. Even the Grand Duke, who hadn't shown any interest for 2 years, had directly sought out Charlize, who had received the employment certificate, and asked for the reason why. By mentioning the potentially sensitive part first, I will gain the upper hand. She extended her hand. Let's help each other from now on, Your Highness. Prince Dylan took her hand. I too look forward to your help. It wasn't as if it was a calculation, but merely a coincidence. Compared to the predictable workings of a genie's mind, Charlize's method was to make Dylan recognize and be drawn to the exception in his perfect world. Suddenly, someone entered. Your Highness, I have brewed the tea you ordered.
He was pouring tea while secretly glancing at Charlize, causing the tea to spill onto the table. He cried out in fright. Your Highness! I apologize. Charlize secretly observed. It seemed he had just frowned. I'll go make new tea, Your Highness. Oh, there's no need. Yes, then I'll take my leave. Perhaps tomorrow that servant would lose his job or suddenly be sent on a business trip somewhere. At this moment a butterfly flew in, because Charlize had previously applied honey to the wreath. Before her reincarnation, she was a person Dylan didn't care about at all. Even this level of attention was an exception for Dylan. Silence sometimes spoke louder than words. Suddenly Dylan spoke. I will call you teacher. How wonderful. So you've acknowledged me? He didn't answer. However, earning his respect meant the first meeting was already a success. The first lesson with Dylan was swordsmanship. Although she knew he was a genius, it seemed he was hiding his true abilities. He was still wary and cautious of her. In any case, this issue would resolve itself as time passed. As she was soaking in the bathtub, she looked up and said, Oh my, hello, long time no see. Did you bring a friend along? The rumor that Charlize had fairy blood mixed within her was true.
Because only those with fairy blood flowing in their veins can see fairies. She reached out her hand to the 2 tiny fairies with concern. It seems you're hungry, aren't you? Fairies eat magic power to live, and Charlize's magic power is limitless. That's why the little fairies occasionally come to Charlize. Charlize always treats the hungry fairies very kindly. Are you saying thank you? Because fairies will definitely repay favors. They will help me someday. Seeing these little fairies also makes my mood better. Perhaps everything will be resolved well. After finishing her bath, she returned to her tidied room.
This room is where I will be staying from now on. From now on, I have begun eating and sleeping in the Imperial Palace, because I have no reason to return to the Duke's mansion anymore, and I must stay in the Imperial Palace for at least a few years. Now is truly the beginning. I am entering the heart of the Imperial Palace, a place I once desperately wanted to destroy. When I was Kira, resounding screams always seemed to catch in my throat. I just wanted to kill them all. Up until now, I've done very well. Haven't I become Dylan's tutor? I don't know if I can tame this young prince, but Dylan is an absolute existence that must never be underestimated. There's nothing more exhausting than hiding my true identity. Yet even those who have cared for the prince for a long time are unaware of the true value within him. She closed her eyes and continued her train of thought, realizing that she was indeed facing a clear, lucid mind. Suddenly, a rustling sound echoed, and Charlize immediately sprang up, discovering an assassin approaching. Quick as lightning, Charlize swung her knife, sending the assassin tumbling to the ground, gasping his last words. Why are you looking at me with those eyes? Clearly, I'm just an honorary knight. Having said that much, he breathed his last. She bent down, because an honorary knight is still a knight. She was already accustomed to killing. It's just that her mood was a bit... She had already killed someone on the very first day. Is the struggle for imperial succession really this fierce? She hadn't expected to encounter an assassin right after becoming a tutor to the imperial family. There was no other way. She had no choice but to use her magic power.
Just like Dylan, who hides his true abilities, Charlize does the same. Charlize's reason for not wanting to reveal her true power is to more easily draw Dylan's attention to herself. She manipulated the assassin's corpse with magic and dragged it away. Who ordered him to come here? Clearly, it was one of the royal family's factions. The only issue is that many royal candidates are likely to send assassins.
Before his return, Dylan possessed no signature weapon or martial art that would compel the royal family to choose him. That's why he was able to survive without their control.
However, now Charlize, Dylan's tutor, has appeared. Everyone must be asleep, right? The 13th prince has chosen swordsmanship, which essentially means Dylan has officially declared his intention to contend for the imperial succession. Since he has acknowledged Charlize as a tutor, Dylan will continue to be controlled in the future. This was the first deviation from the history before Charlize's reincarnation. She secretly surmised that assassins might have also been sent to Dylan's side. However, it was still too early to reveal her true strength, and perhaps Dylan would be fine. But the space was very quiet, and she speculated that Dylan had probably already killed the assassin. She looked at the gap under the door, sensing Dylan's presence outside the room. Indeed, outside, Dylan was dragging a corpse away. The next morning, "I have something I want to ask. Please ask, Your Grace. Lately, I haven't seen the young lady. Is something wrong with her?" The Grand Duke felt it was strange because he hadn't seen Charlize lately. No matter the circumstances, Charlize used to be a child who constantly tried to meet the Grand Duke. Of course, Charlize had changed 2 years ago, no longer begging for her family's attention. The Grand Duke called a servant to inquire about Charlize, but at that moment he suddenly startled, thinking to himself, "Have I ever called her by her name?" Charlize, a name that seemed simple to pronounce, was surprisingly difficult to utter. The name Charlize was given by Rachel. If Rachel hadn't died, perhaps this would have been a happy and harmonious family, but Rachel passed away giving birth to Charlize, so all these are meaningless assumptions. Turning back to the Grand Duke's question, the servant bowed and replied, "Haven't you heard about it yet, Your Grace?" "What is it?" "Ah, so you don't know yet. As the royal tutor, from now on the lady will eat and reside within the imperial palace. The lady said she will not return to the ducal mansion." The Grand Duke frowned. Who gave her permission to act on her own? After the Duchess's death, the Grand Duke always maintained his composure. Because the pain of losing Rachel had already shattered the Grand Duke, no other impact could stir his emotions anymore. The Grand Duke didn't understand himself anymore. Strange. I feel really strange now. Charlize not returning to the mansion has nothing to do with me, does it? Even so, she has a proper home, and yet she wants to go out and work? How dare she? Later, at the Imperial Palace, it's already been a week since I became Dylan's tutor. Initially, I only intended to grasp the atmosphere within the Imperial City, but I've already achieved my own results. Previously, the servant mentioned that Prince Dylan is a prince who is easily underestimated. He is a quiet person, and kind too, isn't he? He has no ambition at all, no demands, very easygoing.
Prince Dylan is also very innocent and pure. Dylan innocent? While the prince dealt with and eliminated the assassins, it is you servants who are fast asleep and knew nothing who are truly innocent. While deep in thought, Dylan spoke up. "Teacher, I'm tired. Can we rest for a bit?" "If your highness wishes." Dylan immediately leaned against a tree to rest. Dylan was still hiding his true abilities. After that day, although the assassins' intrusions had stopped, if it were Dylan, he might have guessed that assassins had also come for him, so he might question his swordsmanship abilities. That's why every morning I prepared myself to face him. However, Dylan didn't ask Charlize anything at all. I knew for sure then, Dylan was completely indifferent to me. At this moment, Dylan spoke up. "Excuse me, teacher, swinging the sword drains my strength." She thought there was no way he could be tired, but he was pretending to be exhausted, wasn't he? It seemed as if he lived every moment acting. Charlize was similar, hiding her true abilities.
Before his rebirth, Dylan played with the imperial family like a toy. He regarded human lives as nothing more than the lives of flies. He instigated the war for the succession to the throne for his own benefit. For Dylan, anyone who was an eyesore had to die. Compared to that bleak side, his appearance to others was very gentle, innocent, and pure, wasn't it? What was it, really? Why did he act that way? Why had no one else seen his true self until now? Charlize walked over and called Prince, then sat down beside him. "How long do you intend to live like this? Even though in reality you think everything is boring and uninteresting." As she said this, she thought his surprised expression was like a goldfish that could talk, wasn't it? He must have been very surprised that his secret was discovered.
Dylan feigned a reply. "I don't understand what the teacher is talking about at all." "Is that so? Well, that's all for today's lesson." Charlize was able to confirm one thing. This young 13th prince had begun to pay attention to Charlize, someone he had previously shown no interest in. For the past 3 days, the 13th prince and I had been constantly observing each other. Like oil and water that never mix, we were side by side yet unable to assimilate with each other. If I sensed a gaze, Dylan would be right behind me, undoubtedly watching my every move. At this moment, the maid said, "My lady, I'm so glad you also like the essential oil diffuser, as my hobby is creating fragrances. Is this the champagne diffuser Mary made? It feels simple and light." Champagne? It's just a temporary name, but I don't know why it sounds so luxurious when my lady calls it that. My skills are still very lacking. Just now I was wondering if you might be a genius. Oh, my lady, you're praising me too much. What a pity. If I had ample capital, I would elevate you to become the best perfumer and expand the perfume business. Mary, blushing with surprise, exclaimed,
What? Then she twisted her words. I don't know how to do such difficult things. It's just that my family owns a flower shop, which is why I'm more sensitive to scents. Thank you, my lady. Charlize was not one to give empty compliments.
She thought that selling luxury goods to nobles was highly profitable, so it was always a good business. If targeting young and feminine noble women, it would surely sell very well, even if it took 10 years for it to become a popular trend. Mary said she didn't understand why everyone misunderstood the princess. The princess is such a gentle person. Initially, Maid Mary did not have a favorable view of Charlize because she was a cursed child, born and taking her mother's life.
A cursed, incompetent, and carefree person. Why on earth was she here? No matter how abandoned the 13th prince might be, how could they bring in such an unqualified tutor? It was nothing short of an insult. However, the longer Mary spent with Charlize, the more ashamed she felt to judge someone so carelessly based only on rumors. The princess was such an elegant and kind person. Clearly, they were all just baseless rumors. Thinking this, Mary smiled and said, "I finished styling your hair, princess." "Mary?" "Yes, princess. Even after hearing all those rumors out there, you still think so kindly of me. Thank you." Seeing Charlize's radiant smile left Mary flustered. I apologize. Well then, have a good day, princess." "Yes, I'll use the essential oil diffuser often." Watching Mary shyly run off, Charlize thought to herself, it seems she's still unaccustomed to compliments. Charlize hadn't needed to do much to win Mary's heart. In the morning, she had a friendly chat with the maid who brought her washing water, asking what she liked with a face full of concern. That was all Charlize did. Making people like her was just as simple as making others hate her.
No matter how close I got to Dylan, I still felt like there was a wall between us. I worried if I had lost my knack for communication, but truly, winning others' hearts was still easy. That wasn't my problem. I didn't need to worry too much. As time passed, he would eventually come to my side. She entered the study. She thought she couldn't just teach Dylan swordsmanship, so she had requested to borrow textbooks, but a week had passed and the books still hadn't arrived. The person was Count Robert. He had openly and frankly stated that he hated foolish women. A cold man, Count Robert frowned unhappily when he saw her enter, immediately covering something with a cloth. I had once existed as a royal demon sword, so there was no way I wouldn't know what it was, even if it was just covered with a cloth. She slowly spoke. "Excuse me, Count. I am Charlize from the 13th Prince's Palace. A week ago, I requested to borrow textbooks, but until now, I haven't seen any books delivered." The Count indifferently replied that the library still didn't have textbooks. She thought to herself, he's making excuses as if he'd been waiting for this. She pointed and asked, "Then what are those books under the cloth?" He stammered. Then thought, I didn't expect her to notice immediately.
Yes, that's the textbook Adelio drafted, right? He didn't reply, but instead glared at Charlize. She sensed his distinct disdain. An anonymous and incompetent honorary knight, the villainess of the Grand Duke's house, a woman unexpectedly and randomly invited to be the tutor of the 13th Prince. It seemed she possessed all the qualities Robert disliked, and Charlize also knew what public opinion said about her. She questioned him. "Why didn't you send me the textbook? That would imply you don't acknowledge me as a tutor officially appointed by the royal family and following proper procedures. Are you asking me because you don't know?" "Indeed. Well, since you've asked, I'll tell you." To be frank, the reason is that the princess would not be able to use the textbook properly. A book in any aspect must have a worthy owner, because that is my belief, and the princess is truly foolish. This is a book used to teach the royal family. Does the princess think I would hand it over to her? Just like that, Charlize frowned darkly and said, "Is that the reason?" Count Robert was startled, thinking, "What? Isn't she a noble lady who grew up gracefully?" She crossed her arms. "A worthy owner for the book?" "That's right. You don't even meet the qualifications for me to hand them over to you. It would be an insult to the books. How much would Sir Adelio in his grave lament in agony if he saw this, a mediocre princess daring to read these noble books? This book I absolutely cannot give to you." "Is that so?" "Listen closely. The kind of standard you speak of is merely a standard you've judged yourself to decide whether or not to hand over the books. I will gladly show you how absurd that thought is. Chapter 1. A monarch should not be scorned, but must receive the reverence of their subjects. Chapter 2. Hearing this, he was secretly astonished. This was the perfect pronunciation and accent of the royal family. Could it be that she was now reciting the contents of Adelio's textbook for emperors without even looking at the book? Stop it. What's the point if you only memorize the content? Books are not meant to be learned merely by memorizing them. Is that so? Robert would never have known. Over the course of hundreds of years, Charlize had not only memorized this book, but also heard all the opinions of emperors from many generations. If that's the case, then, Count, try asking me a question. Ask? No matter what I ask, you won't be able to give a proper answer. Adelio clarified the most important thing in imperial studies at the end of the textbook. What is it? Charlize immediately replied, "It is the ability to see through the essence." Ultimately, all things converge into one. So is it only imperial studies? there are still humanities, economics, political science, history, religious studies. Any subject always leads to the same conclusion. Imperial studies exist to cultivate this ability to see through the essence. Fools only focus on learning about domination from imperial studies. But when in a position of rule, how can one say that it is always the right kind of domination? What must be done before ruling, not allowing one's position to be usurped, and knowing how to observe the opponent? She emphasized, it is respect. The book is merely a shell. Truly understanding it is what constitutes living knowledge, isn't it? Ha! Even so, there are rumors circulating that the 13th prince, a member of the imperial family, will have a short life. So what's the point of teaching him? Or rather, will the 13th prince even be able to understand the words the princess speaks?
The prince will understand this textbook better than you. Anyway, Count Robert, historically those who speak carelessly often don't live long due to such imprudence. It's best, Count, that you be a little careful. I hope you will pay attention to your words and actions. With that said, Charlize took the books and left. Back in her room, the servant said, I have finished arranging the books, your ladyship. Thank you, Mary. Today was Dylan's first day studying textbooks instead of having a swordsmanship lesson.
She threw the book onto the table with a thud. Prince, please read 50 pages. If there's anything you don't understand or have any questions, please organize them and ask them after you've finished reading. Since it's the first day, today's lesson will be light. Dylan stared intently at the book titled Imperial Studies Textbook. The usual maximum progress was 5 pages. He thought to himself, light, she says. Charlize smiled, thinking to herself, honestly, for the prince, it's easy. Finally, after a moment of silence, Dylan sighed, picked up the book, and slowly began to read intently. Charlize, sitting opposite him, thought to herself, the circle of energy. It's time to revive the swords of past emperors and become the master of energy. Perhaps Dylan had heard everything that happened in the library. I don't know where he got the information, but considering the facets of Dylan I had witnessed before my reincarnation, it would be stranger if he knew nothing. I'm ready to answer any questions if he asks me at any time. Charlize was casting her bait and quietly waiting.
Until Dylan, the big fish, took the bait, his eyes were strangely bewildered. Perhaps he was wondering if he was manipulating energy, and if so, it would normally be impossible. Almost all mages were elderly, so for someone young to be able to control energy was almost a miracle. Charlize's very existence was already a violation of the world's rules. But to Charlize's surprise, Dylan closed the book and said, I'm finished, teacher. The sun hadn't even set yet, and he was done? That's fast, your highness. Do you have any questions? You've never mentioned your family. She was secretly surprised. Family? Of course she didn't want to talk about her family. Not to anyone, let alone Dylan. Seeing her lost in thought, Dylan told her to pretend she hadn't heard anything. I don't have any questions, teacher. Is that so? Then today's lesson is over. You've worked hard. With that, she left. Dylan sat bewildered. You've worked hard, she thought to herself. Dylan's eyes had wavered slightly, but he didn't stop her. But he wouldn't be able to turn away forever. Into the bowl named Dylan, a drop of curiosity slowly fell. Charlize was anticipating the moment the water would overflow after filling the bowl. Once he took the bait, Charlize would never let go, because fishing, by nature, requires patience. That evening, Charlize lay in bed, recalling Dylan's question. You've never mentioned your family. Family? Dylan didn't care about his emperor father. He deeply cherished his mother, the 7th consort. Before his reincarnation, the 7th consort was clearly at the heart of the struggle for the throne. The 2nd consort and 4th consort, 2 individuals who constantly tormented and harbored endless malice towards the 7th consort. The 6 princes they bore were the first to die, and the crown prince who had insulted the 7th consort's homeland, the kingdom of Zan, met the cruelest death. The 5th prince, the only one who attended the 7th consort's funeral, finally ascended the throne after the fierce war concluded. Initially, I thought everything was just a coincidence, but that wasn't the case, was it? All situations could be explained by this 7th consort. Dylan secretly ruled the empire. This truth was revealed after his death. The one with true power, commanding the emperor at his feet. At that time, he was the famous painter, famous composer, and famous playwright, operating under a hidden identity.
Dylan was already versatile in many fields, not just martial arts, but also business, law, medicine, agriculture, architecture, and economics. After his discovery and the explosive reaction it caused, all of Dylan's records became legendary. Scholars regretted not recognizing this gem named Dylan, and they turned their attention to the forgotten concubine in history. Do not fall ill, do not be discovered, survive by any means. Such was the only sentence written in the will. Until her death, she had defined Dylan's life. Dylan kept that will until his dying day. If the concubine's will had stated to become emperor by any means, or to bring about the empire's downfall, Shirley believed in the power of timing. That was the reason she did not become Dylan's tutor immediately after her reincarnation, but only now. This autumn, the concubine will die, the cause of death being poisoning. It was known that just before concubine Tethfi passed away, she endured terrible, agonizing pain. If one wished to win Dylan's favor, this time had to be utilized to the fullest. Attending concubine Tethfi's funeral from beginning to end was of course a given. Charles, the Emperor's closest companion, having lived a long life as a sword, was well versed in the tastes and upbringing of the upper echelons of society. Suddenly, Charles heard piano music coming from Dylan's bedroom. The name of this piece was Secret Greeting, composed by Daruk. She knew what kind of expression Dylan would make. Dylan played until the line, "How clumsy you are, my fairy," then he stopped. Charles, sensing the renewed silence, mused, "Did I approach too hastily?" But a moment later, the piano music resonated melodiously once more. "The moment I saw you, I became a prisoner. Where are you going, my fairy?" Secret Greeting was very famous. It was a song filled with emotion and excitement, curiosity and suspense. When the composer first saw his muse and fell in love with her, a captivating, secretive, and cautious song. Later, the muse was discovered to be a spy. This is a song deliberately meant to seduce the opponent, who is approaching with ulterior motives. The subtitle of the song is Rose with Thorns. By the time the song ended, Charlize had a faint smile on her lips. The next morning, "I haven't received a reply from the lady." "What did you say? She didn't reply?" "She's still my sister, after all. I can't treat Charlize as if she's invisible, like father and my brother do. So I sent her a letter to check in, but there was no reply." The family member who showed concern for Charlize was the second young master. "All right, it'll be there by tomorrow morning." However, his concern was merely like the concern one would show for an ant crawling on the street. Receiving proper attention from her family for the first time, how happy would Charlize be? If she misunderstands that letter to carry deep affection and feels conflicted, that would be difficult. Anyway, I can't neglect my sword training just because I'm worried about her, because the sword tournament will be held soon. Scene change. Dylan called out to the teacher, "This afternoon, I will go visit my mother."
After all, there were no lessons today. It was the prince's free time. She thought to herself, Dylan was most sensitive when it came to the seventh concubine. Could she get a little closer? She didn't want to influence Dylan too much, and she didn't know how far she could go. It was either black or white. There was no such thing as gray in between. Charlize and Dylan were like oil and water, absolutely impossible to mix. So he was planning to meet the seventh concubine. No wonder he looked especially radiant today. After a moment of thought, she spoke up. "May I accompany your highness to meet the concubine?" Dylan was astonished and stood frozen when he heard that. Charlize clearly felt his gaze falter. Was he going to refuse as expected? But Dylan agreed. "All right." She quickly replied, "Yes, thank you, your highness." She felt so full of excitement. Her mood was like having successfully gently stroked a stray cat that had once hesitated whether to run away. Dylan said, "Someone showing interest in my mother? This is the first time." She smiled and thought to herself, "That's just to entice you. Anyway, once you meet my mother, teacher, you'll like her right away, because my mother is very gentle. She's a good person." Charlize looked at the joyful Dylan and vowed, only when he talks about the seventh concubine does he truly look his age. Upon returning to her room, Charlize chose a dress for herself. "Mary, which one suits me better?" "Princess, any dress you wear will suit you beautifully." "Is that so? Then I'll wear this one. Will the seventh concubine like it?" Mary thought for a moment and replied, "Ah, there's a gemstone the seventh concubine particularly likes. It's jade." "Using accessories as an accent would be quite fitting, wouldn't it?" "Yes, I'll go get it right away." "Because this is the gemstone whose color most resembles the prince's eyes. The seventh consort loves it very much." "Oh my, it's truly beautiful. Thank you, Mary. This color truly reminds me of Dylan. I wonder if Dylan will recognize my sincerity." Dylan was waiting below. When he saw Charlize coming down, he quickly turned his face away, embarrassed. Upon arriving, Charlize thought to herself, "This is quite a surprise." It was surprising enough to make one believe that over half of the budget allocated for Dylan had been used for the seventh consort's palace. The servant respectfully greeted, "You've arrived, Prince." Charlize wondered if the difference in standards was somewhat greater than in other palaces. Although she already knew that the seventh consort's existence was special to Dylan, there was indeed a difference between hearing about it and seeing it with her own eyes. "I'm here, mother," he said. The seventh consort, lying on the bed, spoke up. "Ah, come in, Prince." Charlize was secretly astonished. That person is Dylan's birth mother, the seventh consort. Dylan happily told his mother, "The weather is gradually getting warmer now, so even standing outside for just 20 minutes makes you sweat. The sky recently has been very clear and blue. However, many white clouds gathered the day before it rained." Charlize thought to herself in surprise, "This is the first time I've seen Dylan so enthusiastic and positive. Were these vivid descriptions of the scenery outside primarily out of concern for the seventh consort, who couldn't step outside due to illness?" The seventh consort asked, "What kinds of flowers have bloomed in the garden recently, Prince?" He smiled and replied, "The pearl vegetable.
and the flowers on the sedum plants have also bloomed. Today, I also brought you some freshly picked blooming flowers. The wind has remained cool until now, and if you stay in the shade, it's not hot enough to make your body tired. The green blades of grass are even more vibrant than in spring. Conversely, living beings are rejoicing because the drought has not arrived. She secretly watched, continuing to think, is this the person who is called the Princess of the Scion Kingdom? Even though she has become a forgotten consort suffering from a serious illness, she truly still carries an elegant impression. More than just beautiful, it would be more fitting to say she is refined. Although I approached the seventh consort according to my plan, seeing this living, moving woman directly, I learned that she was poisoned and her health collapsed right after giving birth to Dylan.
Even though it's still summer, time keeps passing. How can one stop the cyclical flow of the 4 seasons? The cruel autumn will soon arrive. From late summer, Thoughtfee would rather die than endure that agonizing pain. The only way to avoid enduring that pain is to find Hirocho. Hirocho is extremely rare. Only the Emperor possesses it, and the Emperor would have no reason to use such a rare item for Thoughtfee. Therefore, another method must be used. Before Charlize's reincarnation, around this time, the Emperor held a grand sword tournament, and the winner would be granted by the Emperor the privilege to state their wish.
Many people came to participate in the swordsmanship tournament, which was held after a 10-year hiatus. There were also many candidates from other nations, and participation was open to all, regardless of nationality, gender, age, or even if they weren't knights. As long as one possessed the ability, they could reach the top. It was the only tournament of its kind. Even the wish to have an entire building constructed would be granted by the Emperor. Thus, the competition rate was incredibly fierce. However, for me, it wouldn't be a problem at all. All I needed to do was request Hirocho as a reward for the winner, and Dylan was the type of person who wouldn't forget a favor, especially if I offered Hirocho. At this moment, the 7th consort said, "But Prince, have you come with a new guest today?" Dylan immediately turned to look, making Charlize a little tense. "I apologize for the late introduction, Mother. This is my tutor." "Greetings, 7th consort. It's an honor to meet you. I am Charlize of the Ronin family." "Hello? The prince has a tutor already? You've already reached that age. My son still has many shortcomings. Although he is still clumsy, I hope you will take good care of the prince." Her treatment of the tutor was impeccable. Charlize thought to herself, "I heard that it's a custom in the kingdom of Cyan for parents to humble their children while showing respect to others, emphasizing modesty and the importance of the teacher-student relationship." After thinking, she replied, "Oh no, it's I who should say that. He is so excellent that it seems I have nothing left to teach him. The prince has surprised me more than once. He is truly reliable."
I am delighted that Lady Ronin, a noble lady from a distinguished family, has become our prince's tutor. She extended her hand toward Charlize, who stepped forward and replied, "I will do my best to teach him, your royal consort. Thank you for your trust." Charlize thought to herself, her skin was dry and lifeless, yet it was so warm. The warmth emanating from the royal consort seemed to permeate her entire heart. It felt as if something was pressing heavily on her chest. Afterward, she and Dylan departed. Recalling what the royal consort had just said, "Now I suppose I must rest, Prince." If possible, the royal consort would have wanted Dylan to see her in her most perfect state, but such moments were not to be. Could this be why Dylan doesn't visit the royal consort often? Suddenly, Dylan, who was walking, stopped and turned to face Charlize. She smiled, anticipating Dylan to speak, but Dylan only stood there, staring at her.
As expected, he didn't ask. There's a common saying, "A thirsty man digs a well." She spoke up, saying, "After meeting her in person, Concubine thought, she seems like a very good person, doesn't she?" The prince was right. In the scorching summer, the sun's heat was intense, and the scent of the flower fields grew stronger. Charlize was truly a most respectable person. Her blue eyes were like the night sky. It was clearly midday, yet Charlize exuded an aura like starlight shining in the night sky. That was truly due to her starlight bloodline, as she was the daughter of the Grand Duchess, famously known as Cinderella. No matter what Charlize did, it was as if she possessed a magnetic force that drew all eyes. Compared to innocence and elegance, Charlize gave the impression of a powerfully enchanting flower. However, what made Dylan hesitate was not just the girl's appearance. At this moment, Dylan spoke up. Thank you, teacher." Charlize thought, although this couldn't be true, compared to a human, he was more like a cold block of metal. His nature was sharp. The subtitle of the secret greeting piano piece was Rose with Thorns. However, no matter how one looked at it, it wasn't intentional coldness, clearly different from the thorns on a flower stem. Indeed, like a demonic sword. Suddenly, Dylan said, "Teacher is a very suspicious person." "What?" she thought, truly surprised. "Teacher's gaze towards me is very strange, which is why I've been observing you with more suspicion." "What does he mean?" she wondered. I hate confusing riddles.
However, this is the first time Dylan has expressed his feelings about me, so clearly he has some kind of motive. She said that if your highness had any questions, you could ask her any time. Honestly, he's gone silent again. What on earth is Dylan thinking to say such things? It could also be a rather dangerous thought. She said again, "May I correct a misunderstanding for your highness? Saying it like this might be okay."
I am not observing your highness with suspicion. I am merely waiting. Waiting? Yes, waiting for the moment you touch the pristine white drawing paper. If you color it black, it will be stained black. If you color it red, it will become a vivid red drawing sheet. Ultimately, neither revealed their true inner thoughts, and the dialogue concluded on equal terms. Darkness descended. A hand reached out for help, begging for mercy. Before Charlize's sword, everyone screamed in desperate panic. In her hazy consciousness, Charlize herself shivered at this sight. Everyone screamed in fear. That man-eating demon sword. Charlize blamed herself, thinking that if it weren't for it, the innocent people wouldn't have died. It's not my fault. It's not on me. No one understands. How am I supposed to describe this agony? I wish they wouldn't say things as if I were insane. If one doesn't experience it directly, how can they possibly comprehend this hell? No one. Certainly not. You must not forget what the Empire has done to you.
Only that memory can help you endure. The moment you forget it is also the moment you lose your purpose, and you will be swallowed by doubt. People continuously criticized her. Demon sword, cursed sword. Surely it was a sword containing evil spirits, an evil sword, a murderous sword. Charlize tried to defend herself. "I didn't want to kill them. I said I didn't want to kill them." At this point, Charlize woke up with a start, gasping for breath. It turned out to be a nightmare. She slumped her face, letting out a faint, bitter laugh. As dawn was just breaking, Charlize was already practicing swordplay in the training yard. Suddenly she recalled last night after the nightmare, and tears involuntarily streamed down her face. Tears? Am I crying? Why? She gripped the sword tightly, asking herself, was it because of the lingering effects of the nightmare? Because of rage? Or because of sorrow? Or was it pity for herself, for becoming a monster for revenge? She swung the sword with a whoosh as the sun gradually peeked out, her resolute eyes silently telling herself, emotions are a luxury. Then she turned and said to a servant, "I will skip breakfast. Please prepare bathwater for me." "Yes, your ladyship." It was just a nightmare. There was nothing else I could do, but only upon waking did I have to be clear-headed. Later in the training yard, Charlize looked at Dylan, secretly surprised. Has it really been half a month since he started practicing basic stances? Suddenly, Mary entered. "About that, your ladyship." "What is it?" "It's nothing, I apologize. I absolutely didn't mean to interrupt. It's just that a guest has arrived looking for the prince." "A guest?" "It's His Royal Highness, the 9th Prince. His Highness is currently waiting in the first-floor drawing room." Charlize thought to herself, "The 9th Prince? What a surprise." Although he was an uninvited guest, she understood Mary's caution, because this was a visit from royalty.
She looked at Dylan and said, "Our lesson for today ends here, Prince." "Yes, teacher." "Mary, do you know why the 9th Prince is here?" "I'm not sure, but he also wants to meet the princess." "Me too?" "If it's the 9th Prince, he shouldn't be a force related to Ronan, right?" "All I know is that the 9th Prince lived quite a long time before I was reborn and was an extreme womanizer. As for the reason, perhaps it's because he's too useless?" Seeing Dylan and Charlize enter, the 9th Prince exclaimed, "Isn't this the disgrace of the Ronan family? What's this? So it's the female knight." Charlize thought to herself. Dylan clearly ignored him. The 9th Prince, however, stared at her with a lustful expression. Then he scoffed. "Forget about wielding a sword. It's already a miracle if you're not constantly whining and complaining about how difficult it is. Did you get your knight title with your face?"
I am Charlize of the House of Ronan. It is an honor to meet His Royal Highness, the 9th Prince. Is she really the ostracized princess and only 15 years old? I never thought I'd be attracted to such youth. They say the only thing you know how to do is seduce men, yet you're actually working as a tutor? Unbelievable. Charlize thought to herself, I was wondering why you hadn't spoken. The 9th Prince is only a year older than me, isn't he? So green. I heard from a maid that your Royal Highness wished to see me. Indeed, I am curious. What line of reasoning led you to decide to become the 13th Prince's tutor? I meticulously detailed my motivations in the application. If your Royal Highness is curious, you may look it up directly. You've only just arrived and you're already trying to dismiss me? Charlize was secretly annoyed. She had never once heard Dylan speak to her informally or without honorifics, so she still wasn't used to the 9th Prince's attitude. But strictly speaking, the 9th Prince's attitude wasn't a breach of etiquette. Suddenly, he clapped his hands loudly. Princess, don't just stand there like that. Why don't you come over, sit down, and pour me a cup of tea? Annoying. It sounds like the buzzing of a bothersome fly. She turned to look at Dylan, and at that very moment, he was also looking at her. She thought to herself that Dylan had remained silent.
It's likely that this ninth prince will die sooner than before I reincarnated here, having been naturally drawn into the war for succession. The ninth prince said, Aren't I better than that immature scoundrel? How not becoming a knight who acts on my behalf? Ah, you really like swords, don't you? Perhaps I'll call you the ninth prince's sword. That sounds good. A living sword of the imperial family. This statement was a complete blow to Charlize. A living sword of the imperial family? Kira, the cursed demonic sword. He continued, For a female knight, isn't being granted such an easy honor a good opportunity, a most glorious opportunity, to become the imperial family sword? Charlize straightened up and asked in the cold voice, A sword? Are you truly serious? The wounds from years of being treated as an object with the slightest respect as an individual, hatred for the imperial bloodline surged coldly. Your Highness, have you ever tried holding a sword? He asked. A sword? Suddenly, Charlize smiled, making him blush. I am the Lady of House Ronan, and now a strict tutor to the 13th prince. Even if you are a prince, you cannot insult me.
I had thought of leveraging the Duke's power to overpower the prince, but there's a better method instead. She looked at Dylan and continued, Furthermore, your Highness has insulted the student I am teaching, the 13th prince. Therefore, I propose a formal duel with your Highness. The room was silent for a moment before the 9th prince spoke up. A duel? You and I, lady? Before I became the 13th prince's tutor, I was a knight. Is there a problem? He sneered. Fine, an honorary knight is still a knight, isn't she? Ha 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 ha, he thought with contempt. These women who have never even seen a sword are made honorary knights, parading around with a medal and calling themselves knights. That beautiful lady was indeed no different.
Fine, but I won't be the one participating in the duel. My guard will step forward as my representative. His guard smirked triumphantly upon hearing this. All right, so you're not going to retract your words now, are you? She firmly replied, No, I'm not changing my mind. Later, at the dueling arena. The 5th Royal Knights buzzed with chatter. A duel? It's a duel between the honorary knight, lady from the Ronan family, and the 9th prince's guard knight. Dylan called out anxiously. Teacher! She turned to look, but Dylan said nothing. She smiled brightly and whispered, It's all right, Prince. Sitting on his chair, the 9th prince declared loudly, I am merely respecting the lady's request for a duel. The crowd still murmured, How can a lady? After all, is he letting a murderer like that duel with a low-ranking knight? But when she picked up the sword, everyone was astonished. She can wield such a heavy longsword with just one hand? At this moment, Charlize and the guard knights stood facing each other, preparing for the duel. His expression was as smug and arrogant as his master's. The signal for the duel to begin rang out. Charlize calmly said, I'll let you strike first. He sneered, thinking, She talks as if she doesn't know she'll be defeated by just one of my moves, huh? Anyway, it's better not to get even a single scratch. He charged forward, but Charlize stood unmoving. With just enough distance, she quickly dodged to the side, causing him to lunge forward. She said coldly, It's done. Seeing her nonchalant expression, he was so furious his eyes bulged, making everyone fearful and worried. That guy, even the 9th prince startled and stood up. Does he really want to kill the princess? He actually dared to swing that sword filled with murderous intent. The guard had already lunged at Charlize, but Charlize still wore a calm smile on her lips. Immediately, a clang echoed. He was thrown back, his hands trembling. Charlize's sword tip had stripped something from him. Enraged, he gritted his teeth and lunged again. Charlize flicked off whatever was stuck to her sword, then sprang up, easily dodging. The guard stammered in astonishment. Impossible! Charlize said, Not yet. And as soon as she landed, she swung her sword, striking him repeatedly. A rapid succession of clashing sounds rang out. The guard could only desperately parry Charlize's counterattacks. Everyone stood dumbfounded in astonishment. Some gaped, exclaiming, Completely overwhelming! By now, the guard was covered in injuries, but Charlize showed no intention of stopping. She said, If the emperors had even a modicum of respect, would I be this enraged? I know I am Kira, the sword. Yet, despite hearing my words, not a single emperor has heeded them. Instead, they've used the Ronin lineage as a weakness to threaten me. She fought the 9th prince's night guard as if playing with an ant. His blood seeped out, drenching the arena. She cast a cold gaze towards the 9th prince, making him flinch. A shiver ran down his spine as he inwardly cried out, Monster! That's a monster!
Charlize gripped her sword again and turned towards the guard, startling everyone. She knocked the sword from his hand, sending it flying far away. At the same time, she pointed her sword at his neck. He dropped to his knees, trembling, and said, I surrender. Just then, a trembling hand was raised. Charles of House Ronan, victorious. The ninth prince rushed over, stammering, "Please, I'm sorry. I apologize for the insult. I apologize for damaging Dylan's honor. I apologize for disrespecting the princess. I was wrong." She replied coldly, "I accept your apology." The ninth prince immediately turned and scurried away in a panic. Suddenly, Charlize spoke up. "And this guard knight too," making both of them flinch. She told you to take him along, didn't she, Your Highness?" Dylan said to Theo. "He should make a full recovery in about a month." The referee bowed respectfully and said, "I will go arrange everything." Charlie said nothing, simply handing the sword back to him. Mary said, "My lady, you truly resemble a knight." "Oh no, even though you are indeed a knight, still, truly, truly," Dylan interrupted. "I want to have an early dinner today." The two maids immediately bowed in obedience. Charlize thought to herself, "It's just Dylan and me now. Will he ask about my swordsmanship skills?" Dylan asked, "Why did you propose a duel for my honor? I didn't know you would truly stand up for me."
"Or do you have another reason?" Dylan stepped closer and pressed on. "How do you know that this life is what I find uninteresting?" She thought to herself, "This is the first question I've been waiting for all this time. I mustn't make a mistake. Words, once sown, will have their roots deeply embedded, and thoughts are the blossoming flowers that linger endlessly like after-images. I must be cautious." She replied, "Because I also know that feeling. Doesn't Your Highness think there could be another genius like you? A genius who could understand Your Highness? I admit that your swordsmanship is excellent. However, as far as I know, there is no one like me in this world." She thought to herself, "From a certain perspective, it truly is arrogant. But since it's Dylan, it's understandable."
Prince, do you know the word self-esteem? Could you try to explain it? It's a psychological concept, often said to change continuously depending on family circumstances, values, and personality. That's right. Even before I heard this word, I already knew I was a person with high self-esteem. What does that have to do with what we're talking about? Don't you know, Prince, that you are also like that? You must have a very firm belief in yourself, always. It's an undeniable truth, a solid truth that has never been doubted, not even once in your life. That young man has been very dignified since birth, Charlize continued. It doesn't matter if no one knows, because you have never needed anyone's recognition. You know it, you possess it, which is why you are so noble. Apples are red, birds fly. This basic common knowledge, even a child knows how noble, special, and great you are. These things are just like that common knowledge. You've known them very well since childhood. But on the contrary, because you are too outstanding, there are times when it would be better to live a life buried, as if you were incompetent and untalented. Do you understand my heart? How I feel? Is it boredom? Or a sense of deprivation coming from a place where you can have anything you want? If it were normal, happy things would become tiresome and boring.
Living like that must be very interesting. So you also hid your abilities to fit in with others, but it wasn't as interesting as you thought. However, even if you continue to observe those who don't recognize your worth, it's no longer interesting now, is it? That's right. The prince asked me if I fought for his honor. Yes, indeed. Dylan was surprised to hear that. Even though you didn't ask, Your Highness, may I be permitted to say one more thing? I permit it. Speak. You may be wary of me, just as you are with others. You may also ignore me. If Your Highness finds difficulty with ambiguous things, you can choose to completely disregard it, or be obsessed with it. It's also fine if I become obsessed with Your Highness. Indifference or obsession was an accurate word to describe Dylan, who, the moment he desired something, would spare no effort to definitely achieve it. Charlize had understood Dylan with extreme precision.
This time, Charlize broke through Dylan's wall. She said again, no matter how that obsession manifested, she would accept it all. Afterwards, Charlize sat in front of the mirror, deep in thought. She had taken 4 days off to participate in the sword-fighting tournament, but how should she conceal her identity? If she participated as a woman, she would attract too much attention, so she had to pretend to be a man. Just tying her hair up would be ridiculous. Should she cut her hair, dye it a different color, or wear a wig? She also needed to hide her physique. Anyone looking at her would know she was a girl. Psst, at the very least, Dylan would recognize her, as with the knights who had watched that match, and perhaps even the Grand Duke's knights. Indeed, if she wanted to look like a boy, she would have to cut her hair first. Suddenly, 2 small fairies peeked out. Charlize smiled and said, "Oh my, hello. Are you hungry?" Seeing them swaying in the flower pot, she wondered, so what is it? "We will help you look like a boy. To avoid being easily discovered, your hair will become short and brown, like a young man with black eyes, yet still truly beautiful. Even your fingers will become coarser and larger. Until the tournament ends, you will have a deep voice. Whenever you wish, just blow out the candle." Do they mean I should blow out the candle when I want to return to my original form?
She knew fairies would repay favors, but even so, she never expected this much.
She smiled and whispered, "Thank you." Then she said aloud, "Thank you, everyone." The fairy smiled brightly in her hand and then disappeared. She secretly reminded herself, "I also need to be careful about how I speak to match my appearance." Anyway, there's no need to worry about her identity being discovered. Tomorrow, the first day of the sword tournament, is the qualifying round. The second day is the official day of the competitive matches. Since it's a tournament held after 10 years, there are indeed many participants. Even so, I am still confident. Very soon the sword tournament arrived. Participants, after confirming their identities, please enter in order. Before her reincarnation, Charlize had not participated in the sword tournament. The Grand Duke, however, was more pleased with the young master's achievements than with the excellent princess's active participation. "Can I expect good results from you?" "Yes, I am diligently practicing." She thought, "I want to let my brothers shine." However, she could only watch from afar. At this moment, Charlize appeared in a male body, standing amidst the bustling crowd.
Tens of thousands of people have gathered for the tournament. It would take a very long time to decide who advances to the finals by fighting one-on-one. The qualifying round, begin. The rules for the qualifying round are as follows. There are a total of 30 balls inside this box. I will draw a random ball, and whatever task is written on it will be the method by which the qualifying round is conducted. It is to escape the illusion maze, with the first 1,000 people to do so qualifying. Everyone murmured, "A maze? A maze?" The illusion maze, as its name suggests, is a maze that causes us to experience illusions. Even if magical beasts appear and pass right before your eyes, in reality, all those magical beasts are fake. Even if you are attacked, you will not be harmed at all. If you want to be one of the 1,000 people to pass the qualifying round, participants will have to defeat all the magical beasts obstructing their path. Participants will have to fight against their fears. The more afraid you are, the more power those non-existent magical beasts will gain. So, all participants, please enter the maze. Once the first 1,000 people have escaped, the qualifying round will automatically end.
Upon learning about the competition, someone screamed in fear, "Ack, I give up!" Charlize stepped in and immediately sliced through a giant snake. She ran, pounding forward. The exit was in sight, but suddenly another demon beast appeared. The lion charged but was defeated in an instant. Next was a school of colorful fish swimming in the air. Charlize thought to herself, if observed slowly, this place is truly astonishing. It was as beautiful as any tourist destination. She walked a few steps forward and passed through the illusion. "Congratulations, the 85th person to advance to the finals. Please state your name." Charlize said her name was Lies. "Please take this."
I've taken my time getting out, but I'm still in the double digits, aren't I? Will the finals begin tomorrow, one day before the Grand Assembly, at Duke Ronan's mansion? It's strange. According to Ronan's people, Charlize received the letter a few days ago. But why aren't you certain? It's because of what? My lady didn't write a reply. What? Who didn't do what? That girl, regarding my concern. How could she? Surely she doesn't know that it was sent by me, does she? The servant shook his head and replied, "My lady read the letter and confirmed the sender, but she simply returned the letter." No, this isn't what I wanted. Charlize's blushing cheeks, her voice filled with gratitude, and her repeatedly urging questions about whether this letter was truly sent by her brother. What the servant was supposed to convey was an image of Charlize like that, but she saw my name and sent it back. Something is definitely not right. The Grand Duke came out and asked, "What are you making such a fuss about?" He saw the Grand Duke frowning in displeasure and thought, "Father prefers quiet mornings." He immediately replied, "It's nothing, Father. This servant made a mistake with me and is just asking for forgiveness."
Don't be so noisy this early in the morning. I'm sorry. Later at the breakfast table. Tomorrow is the tournament, isn't it? Can I expect good results from you? I am training diligently, Father. All right, try to manage your health well. Father, have you heard any news about Charlize? What are you trying to say at the table that would ruin my appetite? I'm sorry. Be careful. I will pay attention. Lilies were always placed there in memory of the deceased Duchess. The dead still had their place, but the living had none. Thinking back, I had never once eaten a meal with that child. There had been a few opportunities, but if Charlize arrived at the dining room first and waited, the Grand Duke would skip breakfast that day. After that happened repeatedly, Charlize no longer appeared in the dining room. The Grand Duke left, muttering to himself, useless thoughts. The second young master frowned. He had thought it wasn't true, but he kept recalling the servant's undeniably truthful reaction. Did Charlize really see his name and then return the letter? What is this feeling, as if something is slowly changing, little by little? The day of the final match. Finalists, please maintain courtesy towards each other before the competition. Charlize thought to herself, when I faced the 9th Prince's young soldier, I used a long sword, so this time using dual sword should be fine. That way no one will recognize me. Is it because she absolutely must win the competition, or because of a higher goal? Or is it the pressure of not being allowed to make a mistake that makes her heart pound wildly with excitement? The starting signal was called, and her opponent immediately charged. Her heart pounded so fast it felt like it would explode. A shiver ran down her spine, her mind went blank, and she was completely immersed in the moment. Her eyes were sharp and cold, and it felt as if with a resounding clang, Lise won. The royal family was obligated to attend this sword-fighting tournament, yet the 9th prince's seat in the stands was empty. She sat in the waiting room, wondering why. Suddenly, she remembered Dylan. No matter how that obsession manifested, I would accept it all. At this moment, an announcement rang out. Contestant Lise, please prepare for the next match. To be able to make others disappear without a sound like this, throughout hundreds, even thousands of years, there has only been one such person. A monarch who never gave what they had to others, never let go of what was in their grasp. I heard that ever since the battle with the mercenary Dard that day, the 9th prince developed a psychological trauma towards swords and would tremble as if allergic to them. Take the sword away. Anyway, perhaps Dylan hasn't gotten involved yet. This is contestant Lisa's second match, and she is the 85th person to advance to the finals.
Even though she was just a teenager, her strength was second to none. Hearing this, Charlize whispered, "The referee really gave me a power-up before the match today, didn't he?" And Lisa's opponent was a powerful and promising individual, mentioned as a candidate for the captain of the Knight's Order. He was a Khan, the eldest son of Grand Duke Ronan's family, known as a sword genius. It was a pity that the second young master of the ducal house, Dante, who also participated in the sword tournament, was eliminated in the first qualifying round. Everyone was buzzing, certain that a Khan would win. Can't it end a little faster? A Khan, the sole survivor of Duke Ronan's family. How will this match ultimately end? The sole survivor, like a farce.
The match began. Akan immediately drew his sword. The crowd was still buzzing loudly, and Lise hadn't even prepared her stance. Akan frowned and charged forward, but Lise stood motionless, blocking Akan's Akask. She thought to herself, "It's too obvious. He moves as if following a textbook pattern." Akan grimaced and said, "Not bad, you too." "He's better than I thought. It would have been quite difficult before I became a demon sword. Although this is just a sword tournament where killing opponents is forbidden, if this were real combat, I probably would have pierced your heart already." Breaking from her thoughts, she delivered a slash towards Akan, astonishing him greatly. She cut through the mithril armor? The crowd buzzed. Look, she couldn't touch his body, only cut through his protective gear. It seems Lise isn't anything special after all. Akan thought to himself, even once, just once, my sword still couldn't touch her.
He was not of noble birth, and the sword he was using wasn't even up to standard. But why? The allotted time had ended. Originally, both would have been eliminated, but they had displayed an incredibly wonderful match. Therefore, by the unanimous agreement of all members of the Tournament Council, the result of this match was a draw. Both contestants advanced to the finals. Charlize turned away, thinking to herself, I successfully prolonged the time as planned. We have advanced to the selection round. Because if I set a record by defeating a high-ranking noble, I would only receive unwanted attention. The selected participants will be provided with accommodation. Please follow me. Occasionally, to hinder other contestants, there are instances of pranks played with breakfast. Please be careful, Lise. Thank you. It seems the royal family has spent an enormous amount of money on the sword tournament. It even looks better than my room at the 13th Prince's Palace, doesn't it? I went to some blacksmith and just bought a few things lying around on the floor. These swords have been with me all day today. You've worked hard. Thank you. Just one more day, and I'll be able to get hero. I'm not sleepy yet, so I plan to take a bath and then observe the situation. Or perhaps go out and explore the night festival? Outside, the scene was incredibly lively. Here we sell dream catchers, catching nightmares, for just 1 gold coin. They're very hard to find. Have a taste. This is the traditional cake of the Midland Kingdom. It melts on your tongue. Feel free to just come and take a look. Step right up, step right up. Charlize thought to herself, just holding a sword tournament once generates such tremendous added value. Truly.
A once-in-a-decade opportunity. Come on, everyone, place your bets. Isn't the Grand Assembly meant for betting? There will be a magnificent prize for whoever guesses the winner correctly. No second chances, no second chances. An opportunity like this won't come again. Someone spoke up. I bet on Akan, 100,000 gold coins. What about Lise? He wasn't deterred by Akan at all. It must be because Lise is just a teenager that Akan overlooked him. Haven't you heard that nobles don't attack the weak? Was Lise chosen based on his true abilities? Charlize shrugged when she heard this. Whether they recognized her worth or not, she didn't care. Suddenly, she froze in surprise. Why was Dylan here? Dylan also stopped and glanced behind him. Charlize thought to herself, since he hasn't even had his debut in high society yet, it seems no one recognizes Dylan's face. At this moment, Dylan turned and looked directly at her. She thought to herself, so he recognized me. It doesn't matter.
Amidst Thatfi's ultimate agony and Hirocho's gift, and during the holiday coinciding with the convention, Charles entered the competition as Lise. Dylan would recognize him anyway, but why was he here at this time?
I thought if our eyes met, it would be on the playing field or in the audience stance. Isn't this too much of a coincidence to be mere chance? She turned around, heading back to her place. The crowd was still buzzing. All right, any more bets? Who's the gold mine here? Plus, if you bet, you'll have a chance to win back 10 times your stake. Suddenly, Dylan spoke up. 100 million gold coins for lies.
Akan couldn't believe what was happening. Was he, after all, truly a genius? The difference in talent he felt between himself and the young man named Liza during the match, was that the problem? Akan lost focus in the quarterfinals and lost, a potential champion candidate. The winner was Cahu. Akan was regrettably defeated. The Grand Duke, witnessing his son's defeat, frowned in dismay and left. Nevertheless, it was fortunate that Cahu was also a noble, a potential champion candidate. If there were a true sword genius, we would have already reached the final match. The talented individual appeared like a bright star, Liza, and the one who defeated the potential champion candidate, Akan, who had the highest chance of winning, was Cahu, from Duke Delmon's house. Before returning through reincarnation, even my family had abandoned me, the missing person. The match to find the winner began, for the only one who had always searched for me for over 5 years. Why did Cahu search for me? It was just an engagement agreed upon between families. We had never even interacted. Why? Anyway, now was not the time to get caught up in emotions, but I didn't want to hurt him. Immediately, Charlize's blade was at Cahu's neck. Everyone cheered enthusiastically. The winner was Liza. Amidst the enthusiastic applause in the scramble, what was the true identity of that young man? We must find him before other night orders snatch him away. It seems some have already set off. Damn it. Congratulations on your victory. Please come this way, onto the stage as the winner. May I know your family's identity? Charlize replied, I do not wish to disclose it.
I understand. Charlize slowly walked towards where the Emperor was standing. Your humble servant Lise respectfully greets your Imperial Majesty. Lise, has such a brilliant talent been concealed all this time? That is your Majesty's divine fortune and the prosperity of the Empire. Very well. What is your wish as the victor? Everyone stirred with curiosity. What wish would the victor, after 10 years, finally put forth? Would it be a prayer for the most beautiful spouse in the world, or a desire for a noble title, or perhaps a wish to rescue a friend accused of treason, like the victors of old? At this, Charlize replied, Your humble servant has something I desire, but I wish only your Majesty to know of it. The original purpose of the sword tournament was to listen to everything the victor desired. So, very well. Charlize said something to the Emperor. He asked, Is that all you wish for? Yes. Was the victor's wish Hirocho? Although the senses remain alive, it is a type of herb that can permanently eliminate the sensation of pain. Is there someone in his family suffering from illness?
I will have someone bring it to you today. But Lise, do you not intend to become my knight? A knight directly under the Emperor, even if you don't succeed, it's a resounding advancement that could lead you into the Royal Second Knight Order. But, I beg your pardon, your Majesty, I do not wish to reveal my identity, and I only hope that my future life will remain stable. Is that so? Missing the chance to become famous? What a pity. Perhaps the Emperor will try to track down Lise. However, in this nation, no one will be able to find Lise anymore. At the party hosted by the Emperor, everyone was bustling and lively. The tutor of the 13th prince, Lady Charlize from the Ronin family, entered. Officially, this was a party hosted by the Emperor for the winner of the competition. But in reality, this was a place to invite and introduce the royal children and their tutors to solidify the crown prince's position. This was where she had to attend as Charlize, the tutor of the 13th prince, not Lise. On the third-floor balcony, if she hid there, she would be least conspicuous, right? After that, she quickly went up to the third floor. Suddenly, a sound came from behind.
She turned around and realized someone had arrived. It was Cahu, the one she had defeated in the last final match, and her fiancé before she was reborn, the young master of Grand Duke Delmon. Now he was too prominent. She spoke up. Please, come in first. If any scandalous rumors were to arise, it wouldn't be good for either of us. But if we're discussing the sword tournament, it's better if it's just the two of us. Lady Ronin, you're still alive? She started to feel strange. Her body was from 2 years ago. Why had it become so small? Wait, my body is smaller? What am I even thinking? It's so strange. Why do I feel like everything around me has already happened? She often had a feeling that she had seen this scene somewhere before, but couldn't understand why. In addition, sometimes a few scenes would flash before her eyes. What's going on? When was hit by a hailstone? What should I do? And those scenes all came true. What exactly was going on? Not only was the crown princess pregnant, but even the name of the newborn royal baby was accurate.
However, even when examining the records of prophets throughout history, there was nothing similar to the symptoms I was experiencing. Could it be that I'm possessed by a demon? The most unsettling thing was that not everything that happened in the future coincided exactly. The core reason for all future events changing always revolved around Charlize Ronin. The only one acting differently was Charlize. Unlike the gentle and helpless girl of the future, she was now a proactive individual. For example, she was called the villainess of high society for her unhesitating retorts, and she personally became the prince's tutor. What kind of being was she ultimately, that only she could act differently from the future I had seen?
Why was she missing in the future I knew? Was she unaware? At this thought, Cahu asked aloud, "Why aren't you missing and still alive? I don't understand what you're talking about." She thought to herself, "Cahu, just how much have you found out? I know what you want to hear with this question. If you already know about my missing past, then you must also want to know what happened to me regarding the demonic sword, right? You've come all this way to find me." Whether Cahu knows the exact reason for my disappearance is due to Kiara or not, that won't be revealed, so just deny it. She asked again, "How is it that I'm still alive, after being missing when I should have vanished? Yet here I am. Are you here to mock me like this?" That's not it, but hearing that makes me very uncomfortable. And I don't know how you feel, but I don't want to get caught up in a scandal. My lady, do you know that there was an engagement between our two families before? I know.
Cahu bowed solemnly and said, "First, I apologize. It seems I've disturbed your mood because I wanted to attract your attention." She thought she couldn't live if she had to harbor this resentment without being able to exact revenge. I don't want to. I don't want to live as a wife. Is the young lady against marriage? Perhaps so. Please don't get involved with me." She secretly told herself, "As for you, you cannot enter my life, because you were once heartbroken by my disappearance, so it cannot be. On this bloody path of revenge, besides Dylan, I need no one else." Suddenly, everyone noticed her. "Oh, that's Princess Charlize." Then murmurs spread. She just arrived and then disappeared, only now showing herself. It seems she went to flirt with someone. This time she's behaving no differently than a wicked woman. Even so, it's true that if you're beautiful, many will pursue you. Dylan thought to himself, "I heard she's very famous. It's true that everyone pays attention to her. But why did she hide her appearance to participate in the sword fighting tournament? And what is the wish she desires for the winner? I still don't know. This is also the first time someone has made me unable to understand them." She was completely oblivious to the attention of those around her. That gaze wasn't directed at a ruler. Rather, it seemed to be looking at things beneath her feet. If only I could shield Charlize from that gaze. Later, at the 13th Prince's palace. Whew, the party is finally over. It seems the 13th Prince's palace truly feels like home now. Will feelings emerge in a relationship between strangers? Mary ran out cheerfully exclaiming, "Your ladyship, you're back!" Charlize thought to herself, Mary is probably really looking forward to hearing about the party stories. Especially when I tell her about Cahu, I know she'll love it and say it's very romantic. But I'm not in the mood for that. "Please prepare some warm water for me, Mary," she said. "Ah, yes, your ladyship." As she sat in the bathtub, she recalled Cahu's image. "Cahu, what exactly are you thinking?" she wondered. "No, that's not my concern. The important thing now is revenge. I must push aside all unnecessary matters, be it empathy, interest, or lingering regret."
Now there really isn't much time left. Consort Thut will soon breathe her last. She sat hugging her knees tightly. Consort Thut will soon cry out in agony from extreme suffering, today or tomorrow. Suddenly, outside, there were thudding footsteps, along with panicked shouts. "Prince, something big has happened! Consort Thut!" Charlize immediately said, "It's today." Consort Thut is having seizures and crying out in pain. "Prince, you must come at once." Charlize sat, clenching her hands tightly. First, she had to wait until morning to let Dylan witness Consort Thut's agonizing suffering with his own eyes. "Mother, mother!" He might resentfully question why it was only revealed now, but there was no other way. In the end, only gratitude would remain. She had to leverage that. Finally, only by morning would she have a reason to go out and explain why Hirocho was brought. The servant reported to her. The prince said he cannot attend his lessons today. Is that so? Yes, because Consort Thut is in great pain. It is said that even though doctors were urgently called to examine her since early morning, there has been no good progress. It seems difficult, doesn't it? As a tutor, I must go and be by the prince's side. Is there something you need here, your ladyship? I've come to see the prince. I will lead the way for you. As Charlize stepped in, she heard cries. "Ah, ah, ah!" She thought that until Consort Thut breathed her last, they still wouldn't be able to find a way to alleviate the pain. The poor medical staff were desperate in their helplessness.
Dylan turned around, saw her arrive, and immediately went outside to ask, "Is something wrong, teacher? You must have heard from Yen that I won't be able to attend class today." "I already know." "Then why exactly are you here? We'd better find somewhere private to talk, teacher." "Do you know Hirocho? Just use it to brew medicine and drink it, and all the pain will subside as if washed away." Could it be that the wish for the winner of the sword fighting tournament is Hirocho? Charlize remained silent. Dylan thought to himself, "Does that mean she's admitting it? I can't understand her." Charlize flinched. "Why are you approaching me? What do you want with me?" But the urgent matter at hand was Tut Phi. Dylan flung open the door and urgently ordered, "Someone, boil this immediately." The medicine was brought up very quickly, and Tut Phi panted and spoke. "Prince, how did you find Hirocho?" "Teacher helped me." "Ah, then Prince." "Please come a little closer, teacher.
When Charlize came to her side, the seventh concubine pleaded earnestly, "My son, I entrust him to you, teacher." Charlize was so surprised she was stunned, feeling as if something heavy was pressing on her chest, suffocating her to the point of difficulty breathing, as if her throat was being squeezed. "Yes, I will certainly do so, Your Highness, the seventh concubine." When the seventh concubine was on her deathbed, Dylan was still traveling to the underworld to search for Hirocho, unable to alleviate her pain, nor to bid her farewell on her final journey, thinking of Dylan who would have to suffer with that guilt. Charlize had turned the tide, as if she had saved the young man. As a result, Dylan did not have to leave the seventh concubine even for a moment, facing the seventh concubine who bore a peaceful appearance, devoid of any pain. Day after day, Dylan devotedly cared for his mother. The plan to turn him into a tyrant ultimately saved him. How ironic.
At this moment, pain suppression with hydro is considered the most optimal method. If I had been reborn a little earlier, could I have saved seventh concubine? Now seventh concubine doesn't have much time left. After that, she stood before seventh concubine's portrait, praying for the deceased soul to rest in peace. Dylan's eyes were red-rimmed, his face pale, and he said nothing. Only 2 people were at the funeral home, with an unexpectedly sparse attendance. Charlize had been by Dylan's side like that. I must have fallen asleep. I haven't slept for almost a week. The blanket. Who put it on me? Was it Dylan? She called out to the prince. "Please eat something, Your Highness." Dylan shook his head, turning his face away without responding. Throughout the funeral, he hadn't eaten or slept. He must have found it difficult to control the emotions and emptiness that overwhelmed him. Charlize, from the Ronin family, greets the fifth prince. The fifth prince nodded, then wondered to himself, "Is this the villainess from the rumors?" Charlize thought to herself, "His face shows it." So the fifth prince came to the funeral on the last day. Before I was reborn, he was Dietrich the second master of Kira. Simply by attending seventh concubine's funeral, the fifth prince had fortunately won the war of succession for the throne. I keep forgetting, but Dylan is only 14 years old right now. I could vaguely understand his thoughts, as in a place where everyone had abandoned seventh concubine, the fifth prince sought her out and mourned her. The maids whispered, "Several days have passed, but as expected, no one else has come, have they?"
Honestly, who would even come here? If they dared to, the second consort would surely despise them, not even bothering to look their way. But still, it is a mourning period. While they were chatting, they saw Charlize, and the 2 maids flinched. Charlize reminded them, "Don't speak so carelessly. The prince is in mourning. We apologize, Her Ladyship." Watching the 2 maids run off, she quietly thought, "It's too stuffy. I'll go outside for a bit." The coffin procession will begin in the morning, and the funeral will also end soon. This morning was also the first time Dylan had eaten anything since the 7th consort passed away. I've been outside for a while now. It's time to go back to the funeral home. I must stay by his side until the very end. Suddenly, it started to rain. Oh dear, I didn't bring an umbrella, and the ladies in waiting are also inside the funeral home. Well, getting a little wet won't kill me. As she walked step by step through the pouring rain, she unexpectedly met Dylan. After silently looking at her for a moment, he handed her a letter.
She thought it was the 7th concubine's will. She hesitated before opening it and couldn't help but be surprised. The content of the will had changed. When people are not in pain, they can become more cautious. Live and do what you want, even if it means standing out. Live according to your own desires. Live freely. Live for my part too. Had the content of the will changed because she had disrupted the flow? Because the 7th concubine's agonizing pain had disappeared? Dylan spoke up. She said she didn't just leave a will for me. Charlize looked bewildered upon hearing that. She also had a message for the teacher. What I want to do. I still don't know what I want to do, but you, teacher, will know. Yes, I do. Please teach me. She put away the letter and said, Your Highness, then knelt before him. Please become my liege lord. Please grant me the honor of being the first knight of the sky, where you will rule and lead this empire in the future.
By rights, there should be a proper ceremony. The knight offers his sword, the lord places it on the kneeling knight's shoulder, and an oath is sworn. Dylan thought to himself, but how could I dare do such a thing with my teacher? He also knelt down. Teacher, if that's the case, then teacher, please become my woman. Saying this, he kissed her hand. All that remains for me now is you alone. A blank sheet of paper, untouched by ink, fell into Charlize's hand. The next day, as Charlize was walking in the garden, she heard her name being called. It was her brother, second young master Dante. He rarely contacted Charlize, and had only coincidentally come to the imperial palace. What should he say? After thinking for a moment, Dante said, Brother Akin's wedding has been cancelled. Is that so? Yes, I don't know if it's because he lost his spirit after failing to win the sword tournament, but the wedding has also been postponed. I see. Seeing her indifferent response, Dante said, Is that all? I said Brother Akin's wedding has been cancelled. Charlize replied nonchalantly, Yes, I see. He stammered, What do you think about a marriage with Duke Delmont's house? For the honor of the Ronin family, shouldn't you do something as well? Was he talking about an engagement with Cahu? So that was his main purpose. Am I a member of the Ronin family?
What are you saying? Aren't you curious about your own family? Shouldn't you be reporting, telling us what your life is like? Why should I do that? Why, you ask? She should be begging for our attention, shouldn't she? And now she's saying she doesn't need it anymore? If you're finished speaking, I'll take my leave. Wait! Just then, Dylan walked over and called out, "Teacher! Oh, Your Highness, why have you come out here?" "Because I had a question. I came looking for you. I hope I'm not interrupting your stroll." "Not at all, Your Highness. It is my duty to teach you." Seeing Charlize's gentle smile, Dante stood rooted to the spot, a smile of genuine happiness. If so, what were Charlize's smiles before this? They were smiles she tried to show while struggling not to cry.
Upon entering the room, the portrait of the seventh concubine was taken down. As the servant carried it away, Dylan finally spoke. "What does the teacher desire?" The moment had arrived. Charlize had been given the power to choose destiny. Now was the time to paint that blank page, a color as black as tar. It was a request for him to become a tyrant, an immoral demand aimed at destroying the lives of both the nation and himself. "I wish for your highness to place this entire world beneath your feet. Please dominate the empire, seize it completely, and destroy it utterly. Grind them to dust, leaving no trace behind." "Is that your wish?" "Yes, your highness." However, Dylan, who held the reins of his own life, had completely dedicated himself to Charlize, who yearned for the downfall and destruction of the nation. The two then practiced swordsmanship together. "The match is over, isn't it? Let's take a short break. Please drink, teacher." By now, Dylan and Charlize had a deep understanding of each other. Even though they no longer had to pretend, they still could not reveal their abilities to others.
Therefore, I had to conduct the study session deep in the mountains. "Prince, I feel a bit tired, so may I take a short nap?" "Of course, teacher." "Thank you, Your Highness." I wondered if she was worried. I had pretended to wear a blue shirt, as if my mother had left, but she didn't ask anything at all. Instead, she wore black clothes, as if in remembrance. She was breathing steadily, sinking into sleep, when Dylan saw a petal fall onto her face. He gently sat down, reached out his hand halfway, then pulled it back. "I want to grow up. I want to become an adult. I want to fulfill all your wishes. Whatever dream it may be, I will make it a reality." Prince, an empire, in the end, is nothing more than an intangible illusion. It is merely an instrumental concept for human relations. For commoners and slaves in a class-divided society, what is true freedom? It would be better if we helped them escape the constraints of life. Who knows, that might even be an act of grace. If you desire something, even if it already has an owner, take it. There's no need to respect ownership. Distrust of the empire, deep resentment towards the imperial family, the foolishness of discriminating against people based on their birth status, a violent mindset. Yet Dylan never questioned Charlize's teachings. Everything she said was true. Charlize was absolute to him. Time flew by, 4 years later. "Oh my, Your Highness is truly beautiful. This is the first time I've seen someone suit coral so well. Everyone in the imperial dressing room gave their all for today. The coming-of-age ceremony being held simultaneously with the crown prince's investiture ceremony is a bit exceptional and unusual, so the dress might be a little uncomfortable, Your Highness, but please bear with it for a bit. Among the upper class, rumors still persist that Charlize is a villainess, but those in the know, know." "Please come this way. She is a genius, the first to discover the prince when no one else recognized him, and even elevated him to crown prince. Congratulations on your coming of age. As the future master of the empire, Prince Dylan's title will be elevated to crown prince, and of course, all those involved will be granted titles, and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince's tutor will be promoted to Grand Tutor. If there is a crown princess in the future, and an heir, that person will be called the imperial grandson," the emperor declared. "To commemorate the investiture of the new crown prince, I grant a special amnesty to all prisoners currently held, and bestow 1 gold coin upon every child born today. Congratulations, Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince. The entire nation will rejoice. The empire has gained a successor of incredible virtue and outstanding talent. How could we not offer our blessings?" Charlize thought to herself, "He is so suited to the position of ruler," when she suddenly heard the murmurs of the crowd. "Your Grace, how did you raise such a wonderful daughter? Please tell us your secret." Indeed, to hold the position of Crown Prince's Grand Tutor at only 20 years old, isn't that a success no one else has achieved?
His eldest daughter has already brought glory to the Ronin family. He must be overjoyed. Anyway, it's truly amazing how he could immediately recognize the right person for the Emperor's position. It's truly the Grand Duke's keen insight, isn't it? The lady inherited it from him, didn't she? Charlize thought to herself, does he truly not know how the Duke raised me? And so, the ceremony proceeded with great fanfare and excitement. A moment later, Charlize secretly sighed in relief. The investiture ceremony was finally over. Dylan had followed the Emperor, and she might as well return now. Just then, her family approached and called out, "Charlize, long time no see." "Yes, long time no see." The Grand Duke asked,
What exactly are your intentions getting involved with the Crown Prince? Does that concern you? You are also a member of the Ronin family. Does any noble truly think I am a member of the Ronin family? Akan growled angrily. Why do you say that? Because of you, Ronin has become the first family to be considered a force supporting the Crown Prince. Of course, the title of Crown Prince's Grand Tutor is an achievement, yes, but in a serious aspect, it has nothing to do with the Ronin family. It's merely that the student I taught has become His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Both of them were being too noisy. Akan immediately replied, I apologize, Father. The Grand Duke stepped forward and coldly told Charlize, Stop making yourself stand out. Can't you grant me even that one wish? Can't you feel grateful for being a member of the Ronin family? Dante silently pondered. Aren't they being too harsh on Charlize? Both Father and Akan don't know that Charlize isn't the child she used to be. Suddenly he froze when he heard Charlize say, I was just about to say that to you. I would be very grateful if you would just banish me. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment.
Dante said, Of course, you could also become an adopted daughter of another family. You are the Crown Prince's Grand Master, so tell that to those who are aiming for that honor. But what family could be greater than the Ronin family? If you were to join another family, it would be difficult for you to adapt. Although he was beating around the bush, to put it simply, he meant that if I left home, it would be very difficult, right? Well, I've never enjoyed the privileges of the Ronin family anyway, so no matter what, it would be better than staying at the ducal mansion. Suddenly, a servant approached and said, Grand Master, so you are here. Yes, are you looking for me? I hope we're not interrupting an important conversation. Dante was surprised once again. Charlize now had such a free and close attitude with the servants. This had never happened at the ducal mansion.
It wasn't the servant suppressing Charlize, but the Grand Duke's mansion itself. Charlize said, Oh, I've just finished. Well, in that case, we greet the family of the Grand Preceptor, His Grace the Grand Duke, and the young masters of the Ronin family. They didn't return the greeting, did they? Even though I knew it would be like this. Still. Let's go. Yes, Grand Preceptor. She turned back and said it was a good offer for both sides. Therefore, I would be very grateful if you would quickly cross my name off the list, teacher. Yes, Your Highness. You are no longer a prince now, but it feels so awkward to call you Your Highness for the first time. Not awkward at all. You're doing very well. Now it sounds great.
He's always so dignified and unchanging, isn't he? She thought to herself. The conversation with His Majesty lasted longer than I thought. Were you bored? Not at all, Your Majesty. Because it was a historic day, my heart has been racing all day. It's still pounding now. My heart is pounding like that too, teacher. Actually, I'm writing a petition to be disowned by my family. To me, that family means nothing. Is that strange? Not at all. What do you intend to do about them? Because I don't even have enough time to teach His Royal Highness. How could I have time to deal with anyone else? The only person I need now is His Royal Highness. If that's the case, may I do as I please? Yes, please do. The building I used to live in also held many memories, so I liked it very much. But now, in this new Crown Prince's palace I've moved into, I can live more spaciously and comfortably. Especially the tutor's bedroom, which has been decorated as luxuriously as possible. The only person who always cares about me is His Royal Highness. Dylan looked bewildered upon hearing that. He reached out his hand. Teacher, wait a moment. Please excuse my rudeness. Suddenly, it felt like déjà vu. 4 years ago, on a day of training in the mountains. In fact, Charlize hadn't slept at all, so she remembered everything. The young man was hesitating, wondering whether to brush off the petal musting on her cheek. Her relationship with Dylan, could it progress? There's a feather stuck here, teacher, Dylan said. Oh, thank you, Your Royal Highness.
Let's go change clothes and meet again at the summer house. I'll have someone prepare supper. All right, let's do that. Perhaps the dress is quite uncomfortable and inconvenient, so you can rest for a bit before coming, teacher. Yes, Your Highness. A new Dylan. He has truly become a grown man. A while later at the dining table, I sincerely congratulate Your Highness on becoming the Crown Prince. Whatever you wish of me, if you tell me today, I will listen to it entirely. Perhaps I should speak cautiously, teacher. Anything is fine with me. Then may I ask for a pardon? A pardon. It seems it was just a slight disrespect, but I hope you will forgive me for it then. A slight disrespect? What could it be? Given Dylan's personality, at most he would step on his own shadow. All right, as for the second matter, I want you to name the knight order that I will lead. Charlize then gathered and sent talented swordsmen to Dylan, teenagers from gladiator families who had escaped from the slave market, slowly dying on the streets. She came and saved them in their most difficult times. She gained their loyalty. These were the people Charlize brought. Dylan, of course, cleansed their identities and valued them.
Now, under Dylan's command, there were knights who had reached master level, and all of them were such individuals. Are their names Hugo? If you prefer a more intuitive name, then Oteok, which means darkness.
Thank you, teacher. Charlize couldn't have known that the name she had come up with while drinking tea would later become a name that transcended the empire and conquered the entire continent. Dylan hesitated. Now, there's one last thing, Your Highness. I wish to hear you sing. What was so simple about that request that made him so shy? Charlize immediately began to sing in a clear voice. Don't reveal that secret. Allow only me, for I am the only one who knows you. Don't run away, my dear. I won't harm you. Charlize continued her song. Come here, let me see. Even if it's poison, I will swallow it to have you. She secretly thought this was the chorus that no one knew, but it was also her favorite part. He sings so well. Truly, there's nothing he can't do. Dylan's voice continued to ring out. If there are thorns, I will be pricked, and if poisoned, I will fall. But even if it's poison, I will swallow it to have you. Charlize also hummed along, harmonizing with Dylan's singing. Even if I have to cast away this life, it doesn't matter. Even if it's poison, I will swallow it to have you. Congratulations, Your Highness. If Your Highness obtains the crown.
However, the statement was cut short mid-sentence. The next day, she had actually submitted a request to be struck off the family register. It was unbelievable, and there was even a royal signature. Moreover, this matter was entirely dependent on Charlize's authority, and no longer that of the Grand Duke's house. Tsk, being struck off the register was impossible, the Duke thought to himself. Wasn't it just words spoken out of impulse? She always tried to earn our affection. Akan, with a cold frown, said, I think she's being serious. Dante flinched upon hearing that.
Honestly speaking, isn't it true that we've treated Charlize too coldly? Now she's blaming us. So what do you suggest we do? What else is there but to comfort, soothe, and win over Charlize's wounded heart? Who are you saying should soothe whom? But what other way is there? We don't have the power to force Charlize. She's the Grand Tutor now. Akan bowed. Don't worry, Father. Today I will go find Charlize and persuade her. I will make her change her mind. But Akan, as I've said many times, you shouldn't force her. Otherwise it could backfire. Akan gritted his teeth and asked, Who's forcing her? Isn't respecting her enough? Dante lowered his head, thinking to himself, although I'm worried he'll be forceful with Charlize, I'm reluctantly resigned to it, because I also hope my sister won't leave. My sister. Suddenly, memories flooded back to him. Mom, I really want a sibling. Do you mean a sister? We have many brothers at home now, so I hope I'll have a lovely little sister. Being an older brother is good too. Seeing my friends' sisters call them big brother makes me so envious. If I had a sister, I would definitely protect her mom. Just imagining it makes you happy, doesn't it? You're already so strong and steady, Dante. I remember Mom smiling so happily like that. And
dying of guilt, I must chase after him. Charlize thought to herself, I heard he ordered the bedroom to be designed to look as luxurious as possible. And it's true. It's incredibly spacious. I could even do some light indoor sports here. Come to think of it, it's been quite a while since I've practiced my energy. She sat up straight and silently called out, Energy Circle. Immediately after her rebirth, it had a clear, vivid red color, but now it was quite transparent. To become high-purity energy with a transparent color, she had to catch the sparkling red fragments and release them into the air. Charlize could finally know that her realm was complete. The Grand Master is currently teaching the Crown Prince. Akan said, I am her flesh and blood, the next head of Ronin. The servant replied, With all due respect, I heard that the Grand Master has requested to be removed from the Ronin family. Akan pushed the servant aside and burst in directly. This depends on the Grand Master's authority, not yours, young master. Just how wonderful could this lesson be? As Akan entered, he was again stopped by a maid. Currently the Grand Master is, I'm just here to observe the lesson. Charlize turned to look at the servant and shook her head, signaling. Akan sat down, annoyed, thinking, how excellent could teaching a 20-year-old crown prince be? Swords and more swords. Meanwhile, Charlize said, the best defense is offense. When using dual swords, swing them with the thought of attacking with both. You're putting too much power into your wrists. Try to think of thrusting a little straighter.
The previous stance exposed weaknesses on both flanks. Akan, observing, was astonished. A match that demanded dynamic vision, just by looking? If they didn't trust their opponent, could they swing their swords so seriously? But it seemed both of them were already used to it, like this. Moreover, their talent was truly commendable, to the point where he felt terribly jealous. Akan was startled and continued thinking, Me, what exactly have we done? Not feeling satisfied with teaching swordsmanship to royalty like this, but rather a child who could shine even brighter. And yet we... Teacher, Akan is here. Oh, is that so? What are you thinking about? Is swordsmanship too easy? Ha ha ha. I feel happiest during the time with His Highness. I'm also very happy, teacher. So, shall we continue our lesson? At this moment, Dante ran over and saw Akan staggering step by step. What's wrong with you? You look so uneasy. Did you perhaps say something wrong to Charlize? Mistakes.
We have made many mistakes. The winner of the swordsmanship tournament 4 years ago also had a small physique and used dual swords, that young man named Lies. Perhaps in that glorious position, Charlize could also have stood. Akan buried his face in his hands and knelt to the ground. What exactly have we done?
Back to Charlize, Mary said that many people have also come today wanting to meet the Grand Master. Professor Colt has also brought an invitation from the Academy Professors Association. Just refuse them. The heir of the Garhan Count family. Refuse. Additionally, finally, there's Lady Remia from the Heraduke family. I will meet her. What? You don't need to hear the reason why she's here? No. Yes, I'll go prepare right away. Anyway, I've been interacting with Dylan more and more lately. Teacher, your hands are really cold. I'll apply cream for you. Can I wash your feet on Teacher's Day? Although he doesn't show kindness with any ulterior motives, I still need to gently distance myself from Dylan and meet Princess Remia, because Princess Remia is suitable for the position of Crown Princess. It's a pleasure to meet you for the first time. I am Remia. I made this request because I believed I absolutely had to meet you. As for why I sought to meet you, if you are the Grand Master, I believe you will be able to guess.
She's here to keep an eye on me, isn't she? Recently, there have been many rumors that they are selecting candidates for the position of Crown Princess, and I am the one with the strongest voice. Lady Remia, please have some tea first, then we can talk. Charlize thought to herself, how cute. I know exactly what she's thinking. Remia said, may I choose the flowers to brew your tea? I really wanted to treat you, so I brought it from my parents' home. It's golden oxgrass. Remia thought to herself, I really can't understand it. Even though she's the Grand Master, what exactly is her relationship with the Crown Prince? I was torn between choosing leopard rain or golden oxgrass for the tea, and in the end, I chose the latter. Golden oxgrass is also known as skullflower, and there's the leopard rain plant. Both of these flowers symbolize greed and ambition. The best time has passed. If explained, it means that the opportune moment to secure a place by the Crown Prince's side has ended. Don't be greedy, just get lost. Charlize thought to herself, the nation of the 7th consort was once looked down upon. Last year, she deliberately went to study abroad in the kingdom of Sion and then returned, didn't she?
She was clearly aiming for the position next to Dylan. Ambitious and meticulously prepared, cold and wary of me, Grandmaster. It reminded me of an evil queen from before my reincarnation. Remia is indeed the suitable person for the position of Crown Princess. Thinking this, Charlize spoke. You've gone to such special lengths for me. I must treat you to a cup of orchid tea. It's just in time, as the orchids I've been tending, the Hanlan, have also bloomed. Remia thought to herself, Hanlan means noble lady. I just insulted her right to her face, but her response is a compliment? All right, if it's the young lady, it would be perfectly suitable. Yes, I know what you desire by coming to me. You wish to become the Crown Princess, don't you? And I know the only person who can bestow that position. Who is that? It is I, the one sitting before the young lady. Afterward, Dylan asked in surprise, Teacher, what is this? I have written it with all my heart. I wonder if your Highness finds it satisfactory.
I have considered and realized that Lady Remia is the most suitable person to be your consort. She also has experience studying abroad for 2 years in the Kingdom of Sion, and she seems quite intelligent. I believe she will be able to govern the people very well, and the lady also possesses ambition, making her very suitable for the position of Crown Princess. Your Highness, are you all right? Dylan swayed and said, I feel a bit dizzy. But teacher, you mean you desire a marriage between me and Lady Remia? Yes, she is a very suitable lady to be your Highness's consort. Dylan's chest pounded with each beat. I will ask again, teacher. Was he not satisfied with something? Why was he reacting like this? Dylan gently took her hand. Do you wish for me and that lady to marry? Charlize was secretly astonished, feeling this sense of déjà vu again. When they first met, to pique his interest, she had caressed Dylan's palm, and now it was as if he was returning the gesture. Thinking this, she withdrew her hand. Yes, I wish for your Highness and Lady Remia to marry. Dylan's face darkened as he mumbled. As expected. Is that so? Given your condition today, perhaps we should stop the lesson here.
She wondered to herself, is he feeling unwell? Tomorrow morning I must call a physician to examine Dylan. The next day, Remia tearfully pleaded, Grandmaster, no, perhaps it's not possible. I am not qualified to become the Crown Princess. The truth is, the one I love is already an ordinary man. I cannot live without X. I have dedicated both my body and heart to that person. Dedicated them. Charlize wondered in surprise. Who exactly is X? That's too fake of a name. Lady Remia, surely you've heard the news that the marriage has almost been decided, haven't you? Do you truly not know the meaning of becoming the Crown Princess? That is an honorable position to become the future Empress.
Remia continued to tremble and cry. I am not qualified to become the crown princess. I have boldly hidden the truth that I already have a beloved. This sin will naturally be deemed an act of rebellion. Please, please, I beg for the Grand Master's favor. Please help me. Lady Remia, I will not force you down a path you do not wish to take. Please, rest assured, you don't need to worry about anything. Did I misjudge her? I clearly remember that ambitious gaze. Thinking back, in her previous life, she also had a good impression of Dylan, then suddenly went to study abroad. She then settled there and got married, never returning again. Thank you, Grandmaster. Thank you. Could Dylan have interfered? Does Dylan remember what I said? No, that's impossible. I have guided Dylan firmly, and there are no strange currents within or outside the Empire significant enough for the Remia family to act this way. Afterwards, Dylan asked her, as she said, is it because of Remia's love? Is there something bothering you, teacher?
I nominated someone who I believed would be a suitable partner for your highness, but it only served to expose my flawed judgment. My deepest apologies, your highness. I will humble myself and strive harder. I just want to wallow in shame by myself. Dylan won't let this go, will he? Why are you debasing yourself like this, teacher? It pains me to see it. Teacher, could you swear just one thing to me?
She asked in surprise. Why? Why suddenly? Dylan said seriously, swear that no matter what I do, you will stay by my side. She wondered what he was ultimately planning to do. Then she accepted. No matter what your highness does, I will always be by your side. Thank you for swearing that. He took her hand. In return, I also want to swear an oath to my teacher. Will you listen? Yes, I would be pleased to. This winter, I will incite a rebellion. I will usurp the emperor's throne and sit upon it. I swear to lay the entire world at your feet. An oath for an oath, an unfair transaction. The man who would become the future ruler bowed his head and said he would give her the entire empire. Whether it was for revenge or for domination, it seemed to depend on his will. Teacher, embrace me. Was this a dream? How could I dare? What was I imagining? Charlize. Everyone calls you Charlize. I was so envious. I couldn't easily call your name for fear that it might fade away. Your Highness, please embrace me. Do you know how much I want to possess you? Dylan behaved in a slightly different way than others. Was he catching a cold? From the sound, it wasn't a cold, but merely an intentional clearing of his throat. Such an act, performed in front of a noble power currently connected to that person, clearly implied that the other party would ultimately end up seeking an audience with the Emperor, and that immediately became reality. Your Majesty.
That young man is very sensitive and quick-witted, sealing off his own feelings. How long do you intend to live like that? In truth, you feel very bored and empty, don't you? If your Highness is weary of ambiguities, then you can be indifferent to them or not be obsessed by them. It's fine if I am obsessed with your Highness. How is it that you understand me so well? This world feels as if a crack has appeared in it. The tutor, Charlize, alone touched the young man Dylan with her acute sensibility.
A wall built high to guard against her own devoted nature, Charlize spent months destroying it. And the moment she crossed that line, who Charlize was no longer mattered, not because she was a noble, nor because she was a woman, nor because of her charming appearance, nor because she was intelligent. Rather, it was a blind reverence for her very existence. She could be given everything, but marrying someone else was impossible. Why? It was hoped that their relationship would be driven by the mutual attraction between a man and a woman, exclusive to each other, with no room for anyone else to intrude. Even if historical slander and criticism remained, even if I had to endure torrential curses and venomous resentment, as long as she was by my side, even if I walked to the end of the royal path, where my blood and tears ran dry, it would not matter. If this isn't love, then what on earth is love? The scene shifted to an evening in the forest, the rustling of leaves accompanied by the hooting of owls taking turns. Below, Charlize swung her sword with a whoosh, then stopped and said, "Get out. Get out while I'm still speaking nicely."
Psst. My dear, isn't that going too far? Every time you kill all of our little ones. If you knew they would be killed, then don't send any more members. Lucy, the guildmaster of the Assassination Guild. The client keeps offering more money with a continuous request to assassinate the Crown Prince. What do you expect me to do now? I can't refuse. I'm surprised that those with little ability belong to the Empire's best assassin guild, and Lucy was no different, suddenly showing up late at night just to personally witness my strength. Wow, you're the first person who could make me this way. She often says things that make others embarrassed. I spared her life once. My dear, I'll buy you a drink. Come with me. Ah, why should I trust you? If I had known it would lead to this, wouldn't it have been better to just kill her then? Or should I kill her now? Someone has the information you want, my dear. Information I want? There's a tavern where information brokers often frequent. I'll introduce you to it. So, come have a drink with me. Lucy slyly continued. You know, it's rare for me to buy drinks for guests. Only a fool would miss out. Charlize turned sharply away. Who are you trying to use a honey trap on? I don't need such an opportunity. You're too cold. Can't you consider it a little more deeply? It's really essential information, you know. My dear, wait for me. If it's the information I want, it's useful information for the rebellion.
Or information related to the Epherite shard. It couldn't be the latter. I swear I will lay the whole world at your feet. If it's useful information for the rebellion, then I need it. Charlize thought for a moment, then stopped and asked, "Where is that tavern? Just trust me and follow." Later, at the noisy, crowded tavern. "This is a 245 Chateau Mouton Rothschild, a high-end wine worth up to 50 million gold coins. The patrons here seem to be just mercenaries, especially formidable." Charlize asked, "Did you put something in it?" Lucy cheerfully replied, "Hey, that's too much. You drink first." She really is cautious. Ever since Charlize's transformation, everyone instinctively maintained a polite and humble attitude toward Charlize. If they accidentally made eye contact, they would lower their gaze and offer an awkward smile.
It was like dodging a beast with its claws sheathed. Everyone was chatting animatedly. When will he arrive? I don't know. Did he die on the way here? He couldn't possibly miss the appointment. Sorry, my dear. I wanted to show you something interesting, but show me something interesting? Well, do you want to bet on who's the best at throwing daggers? All right, just in time. I have some black obsidian. Charlize murmured, "Black obsidian? Damn, it completely bounced off. Just how hard is it anyway? Ugh, now I can't believe your boasts about your grip strength anymore." The other person confirmed, "It really is black obsidian. The scratch is already recovering. A simple rule, isn't it? I'll show you something even more interesting for the drinks you buy me." Charlize stood up and asked, "May I try throwing it?" "Of course." Charlize took the dagger and looked at the object on the table. She threw it with a swift motion, making the dagger plunge into the hard object. Everyone was skeptical. It really stuck in. No, it couldn't have been a fluke, could it?
She took out another knife. Oh, really? Well then, another thwack sound echoed, astonishing everyone. I won this back, didn't I? While everyone was still frozen in silence, Lucy smiled and said, "Of course you won, my amazing darling. My darling is so sexy and cool." Only then did everyone snap out of it and clap their hands, praising, "That's right. You won. That's amazing." Lucy, looking admiringly, said, "I'm falling for you again." Suddenly someone spoke up. "Are you a member of the Diamond Gang? I've seen your excellent prowess. We've decided to settle our bets with each other, but we don't know what to pay you. My darling likes valuable information." "Is that so? Then I'll give you a piece of valuable information. The legend lives in the White Cave of the Lion Mountain Range. Because the number of magical beasts is gradually increasing, humans cannot enter it. The Lion Mountain Range? You know a lot about it, don't you? The Lion Mountain Range, a high-ranking noble holding top local military power, does not support anyone in the royal family and always maintains a neutral position. It is the territory of Duke Kennen.
In the Lion Mountains, there is a precious item worthy of being called a legend. The only thing I can think of is the family heirloom that Duke Kennen is eagerly searching for. Since Dylan hasn't found a suitable crown princess, he can't build the foundation of his political power through in-laws. Therefore, he needs support from another force for the rebellion. If I can retrieve the treasure of the Lion Mountains, perhaps I can win the heart of Grand Duke Kennen. Thinking this, Charlize told Lucy, "No need for more clients. You even remember my name? Oh, was drinking with me that enjoyable? Because that much information is enough. Goodbye, esteemed guest." Charlize thought to herself, she probably needed to request about 15 days of leave, as the Lion Mountains were quite far from the Empire. The ball celebrating the Crown Prince's investiture would be held soon. She could attend the ball, then tell Dylan. From above, someone watched Charlize's footsteps. I want to possess her, to the point of madness. The scene shifted to childhood. A rabbit asked a wealthy rabbit, "How can I get that special carrot?" "Brother, I also want a special carrot." I'll tell the wealthy rabbit to bring it to you." "Did I do something wrong, brother?" Dante glanced over and saw his father and elder brother frowning and looking coldly. Dante immediately said, "Don't come here, Charlize."
As his younger sister rushed towards him, Dante reluctantly pushed her away, telling her not to come near him. At this moment, Dante woke up. He recalled the image of his younger sister and silently murmured, "I'm sorry, Charlize. I'm sorry." The next morning, "Young master, His Grace the Grand Duke has called a family meeting." "Wait a moment." Dante closed his book and changed his clothes. He thought to himself, "Have I lost weight?" "It's done, young master." As Dante approached the door, he heard the Grand Duke say, "Akan, I've been hearing a lot about you lately. Your life is quite chaotic." Dante thought to himself, "Father is talking to my elder brother first, isn't he? You must set an example, so if you continue like this, what will your younger siblings learn from watching you?" Dante silently mused, "Father said the same thing to me, and I even received an academic warning at the academy." The Grand Duke continued, "And it seems you haven't reported anything either, so can I assume Charlize's matter has been resolved?" Dante flinched when he heard his sister's name mentioned. "I'm referring to the request to have her name removed from the family register. I'm asking if I can burn it now."
Father, I'm afraid that's not possible. What? Why couldn't you have treated Charlize warmly just once? If you had, would she have become like this? Just once. Dante was utterly astonished to hear his elder brother say this. Akan continued, You should be worrying about the living, not the dead. The Grand Duke sprang to his feet, lunged at Akan, and slapped him hard across the face.
Who are you blaming now? What, you're alive, not dead? After you showed that girl warmth even just once, you immediately blame me? Even so, you are still a child, and isn't a father still a father? Who taught you that? The Grand Duke clenched his fist in anger, left the room, and slammed the door shut. Dante thought to himself, he's in a situation where he has a wife to be responsible for and desires to become the successor, yet he's opposing his father like this. After thinking, he called out, Brother. Akan then said, You think so too? Right, both you and father are the same. Who's blaming whom? But even so, I still want to somehow turn Charlize's heart around. Am I too selfish? A few days later, I heard that a ball celebrating the Crown Prince's investiture ceremony would be held. A ball? Isn't that an opportunity we absolutely must seize? That's right, Mother's death anniversary is also approaching. What do you think if we prepare a birthday gift for Charlize and then send it to her on the day of the ball? I think that's a great idea. Expensive gifts, on the other hand, are very easy to acquire, such as flowers that ladies usually like.
Star flowers, that's fine. A black cat flower, that's good. Besides flowers, we should prepare other gifts, shouldn't we? She'll like them. I hope she'll like them. Before long, the day of the ball arrived. The next son of the Empire, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, entered with the Grand Master. Everyone buzzed with praise. Oh my God, how beautiful. She looks too young to be called the Grand Master, and in fact, she's still young, only 20 years old. Dante called out, Brother, Charlize is here. Perhaps it's the bloodline of a prestigious family. I can sense a very distinct quality. On this side, a servant approached and whispered to Dylan, Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince, His Imperial Majesty the Emperor is looking for you. He said to Charlize, I'll be back in a moment, teacher. Yes, Your Highness.
She thought to herself, he doesn't need my permission, does he? When did this start? I thought Dylan would avoid me, or be scared because of skinship. Teacher, if the lesson is over, let's head back, or he would talk less. I wondered what the reason was, but looking back at today, it seems he was nervous because of the ball. Anyway, I don't need to be the one to keep my distance, so I hope it stays this way in the future. While she was deep in thought, someone approached and called out, My lady, long time no see.
Cahu asked, If it's not too rude, may I have this dance with you? She thought to herself that an invitation for the first dance should not be refused. She replied, I'd be delighted. People around them whispered to each other, Oh my, what a beautiful couple they make. Is this a relationship leading to marriage? My lady, everyone is looking at us. Aren't they all looking at you with admiration? She thought, all of them are gazing at me. Why do I feel so uneasy inside? She glanced up and saw Dylan looking down from upstairs, appearing very gloomy. She thought to herself if it weren't for the etiquette that one should not refuse the first dance, she would have no reason to dance with Cahu at all. Normally, noble ladies would dance the first dance with their escorting knight, which was why she was bothered. The dance was wonderful, my lady, and it was my honor to dance with you. At this moment, Dylan approached, called out to the teacher, then unexpectedly wrapped his arm around her waist and called out, Charlize. He whispered, I want to talk to you for a moment, teacher. She was secretly surprised. Dylan was calling her by her name. Such a blatant, showy act, but for whom? People buzzed with chatter. Did you see that? It truly looks like a masterpiece of the century. But why did he suddenly embrace her like that? Was it because the Grand Tutor was unsteady just now? The shoes the Grand Tutor is wearing are indeed beautiful, but the heels seem too high.
Perhaps that day he did it because he wanted to help her not fall. Cahu pondered deeply. The present was completely overturned from the future he knew. If not for Charlize's intervention, the current Crown Prince wouldn't be Dylan, but the fifth prince. He had invited her to dance to discuss that matter, but hearing people whisper, His Highness is truly deeply caring, isn't he? His gentle side truly moves people's hearts. Cahu secretly thought, gentle? The Crown Prince is a beast hiding his fangs and claws. Just a moment of carelessness, and you'll be bitten in the neck. On this side, Dylan said, I was wrong, teacher. What's wrong? He replied sadly, because I touched you without permission, and I also presumptuously called your esteemed name. It was the first time he had acted like that, so I was a bit surprised. A few days ago, among the 3 wishes, do you remember I wished to be pardoned? Perhaps I will commit a small act of disrespect. I hope you can forgive me then. A small act of disrespect? What's disrespectful about calling my name? Your Highness will later rule over everyone, so if you wish, you can call me anytime. How dare I treat you with disrespect? I don't even have enough time to cherish you. He even used the word dare, but I didn't dislike it. Then I forgive you, Your Highness. Thank you, teacher. But why did you call my name?
I've wanted to call your name for a very long time, Dylan murmured to himself. And he also wanted her to call his name. He had been blinded by jealousy and the desire for possession. This feeling was truly strange, but there was one thing he was sure of. He wanted Charlize to smile, and if she were to meet another man, just once, his heart would stir again. Could you call me Dylan? Is that your wish too?
Dylan started, his face flushing red. No, what are you talking about? You must be tired. Please, rest, Charlize. Teacher, are you leaving now? Dylan had taken a few steps when Charlize called out loudly, "One day, I will definitely call your name." Hearing that, Dylan smiled happily. Should I have called his name? But calling his name with such a light heart didn't seem quite right. Why did such an easy pronunciation feel so difficult? How strange. The moonlight, it's so beautiful. That reminds me, I once overheard Cahu and Dante's conversation on the steps. I heard your fiancé has gone missing. What, really? That's right.
I want you to find my fiancé's whereabouts for me. He said he was her fiancé, yet he only called her fiancé. Couldn't he call her a sister or by her name anymore? In return for your help, I will repay you with the ice castle in the name of the Ronin family, no matter what. Please, I sincerely ask for your help. I will do so. I will definitely find her. Yes, that's right. Compared to the 400 years I lived as Kira, the time I had to speak as a human was fleeting. I must always remember why I came to the Ronin family and the Imperial family. It was difficult to stay at the party any longer. She recalled the previous whispers and murmurs of the people. Look, the Grand Master. What did she talk about with His Imperial Highness, the Crown Prince? I heard the Grand Master is also receiving the favor and affection of His Majesty. His Majesty discovered such an intelligent person, the Grand Master, from the ducal family of Ronin. Just then a voice called out, "Charlize." She recognized that unwelcome voice.
She turned around to see Akan and Dante approaching with a bouquet of flowers. It's almost your birthday, you know. Charlize's birthday also marks the death anniversary of the Duchess. Charlize replied, "Are you going to call me a murderer?" Black cat flowers, magnificent in appearance like roses. Each flower carried a price no one dared to pay, shimmering with a sparkling light as if studded with diamonds. And those flowers, to Charlize, she said, "After the document requesting my removal from the family registry is drafted, you young masters will no longer have any blood relation to me. If you call me a murderer, it will be considered an insult." "Ah, Charlize, you're misunderstanding," they said. "Charlize, we didn't mean that. We prepared a congratulatory gift for your birthday." Hearing this, Charlize coldly turned back. She looked at the bouquet in Dante's hand. They were black cat flowers. Dante pushed them into her hand, saying, "When you're given a gift, accept it." Seeing this, Akan smiled with satisfaction. "Are you trying to kill me?" Seeing Charlize cough up blood, her two brothers panicked. "Why?" Then they loudly called her name. "Charlize!" A familiar feeling. I'd experienced this when I was little. A flower that could take my life. What is going on? Don't shout and don't touch me. Just leave me alone for a bit.
Should the poison be extracted even if it's too potent? If it's Sane's power, he might be able to forcibly maintain his composure right now. But if it's Dylan, I can trust and entrust it to him. Seeing this, Dylan rushed over. "Teacher, everyone was in an uproar. What's all this commotion? The Grand Tutor suddenly had another episode. Her condition didn't seem too good earlier." Dylan looked grim. "This is an allergic reaction to the black cat flower. It happens to a small number of people. The allergy causes energy to flow backward. It's a fatal symptom that can lead to death."
Dante asked worriedly, "Your Imperial Highness, Charlize." Dylan raised a hand to stop him. "Silence. She needs absolute stability right now." Seeing the bouquet in Dante's hand, Dylan inwardly understood the cause of the allergy. Her weakness must not be exposed. He picked her up, saying that she had been overworking lately and was exhausted, her physical strength seemingly reaching its limit. "I must take her home. You all continue to enjoy the party." Back at home, the servant fearfully explained, "What do you mean? The black cat flower isn't dangerous to the lady. Rather, the flower's components and her energy are incompatible. They cannot combine." Akane asked startled, "What?" The lady is a swordswoman, so the situation is very serious. The more developed and stronger her energy circle becomes, the more quickly and in greater quantities the black cat pollen will spread and cling to her blood vessels. The higher her rank and the more excellent her strength, the more it will become a deadly poison. As long as she comes into contact with those flowers, the lady has... Why wasn't I told this sooner? Well, because you forbade us from mentioning it. You said, "How dare the lady claim to be ill after killing your mother?" You said you didn't want to hear it, so we shouldn't open our mouths. Poor lady. Lady, please overcome this. The Grand Duke spoke. "This cannot be."
That girl, how could she just leave like that? When Dylan carried Charlize back, the servants became frantic with worry. "Grand Tutor, why would you?" Dylan said, "I will personally take care of her. Everyone step back." He entered the room and laid her down. The only way to save someone who has collapsed due to the black cat flower is for another person to pour their energy into them and completely mix the two energy flows. During that process, extreme pain will occur to oneself, but that's fine. However, one must act very carefully and meticulously so as not to harm her. Her energy is merging with the potent poison.
It's not that you didn't entrust your treatment to others. Rather, you entrusted yourself to me. You've blocked everyone's access and asked me to protect you. Why worry, Charlize? Charlize, I will dedicate everything. I will fulfill all your wishes.
In a hazy subconscious, Charlize heard the Emperor's voice. He who possesses Kira will rule the continent. Why must it be me? Because you are special. Your nature is suited for the highest position. You is Kira. You are the chosen one. Charlize gripped her sword and lunged forward. Don't talk nonsense. The first time I experimented with an old commoner, but the results were not satisfactory at all, so the mages at the magic tower developed a hypothesis. Only adolescents with unrestricted blue blood can accept the power of the Creator. You remember, don't you, the mass kidnappings of noble teenagers, the period when the Empire was thrown into chaos by those incidents. Even so, when there were no such young talents, I saw documents recording your identity.
The Lady of House Ronan, it was no different from taking a dangerous gamble. Yet the ambition and aspirations you showed me back then were exactly what I was looking for. I was right in the end. Haven't you become the sole exemplary success story like this? Therefore, you should be thanking me for using Kira herself to extinguish the bloodline of House Ronan. Then came Dylan's voice. Teacher, please try to pull through. I'm waiting for you. At this, Charlize woke up. Outside, birds chirped and soft sunlight streamed in. The warm sensation in her hand that she had felt in her sleep, a few gentle whispers, turned out not to be an illusion. Teacher, how is your vision? Do you feel dizzy or unclear? I'm fine. It's very clear. Thank goodness, you've finally woken up. It's been 3 days since the ball. Charlize was inwardly surprised. Had he been by her side taking care of her for 3 days? She felt that her current good health was thanks to his devoted care. Thanks to this, the black cat had completely merged with her energy. Dylan had also proven himself worthy of her trust when she fell.
Trust? Your Highness, I have something to say. I would like to request a half-month leave of absence. Half a month? Are you not feeling well? My health has recovered. I just want a simple vacation. I want to leave the Empire and visit the Lion Mountain Range for a few days. Is that so? A second vacation? The Grand Master, who usually has no reason to rest, requested leave for the first time 5 years ago to participate in the swordsmanship tournament, and then return to Hiracho. And this time, it's a vacation to the Lion Mountain Range, where Duke Kennen is in command? After a moment of thought, Dylan said, All right, do you need anything else? 2 maids and a letter of authorization from your Highness. That will be all. Very well, I will prepare them. The Grand Master was secretly surprised. He's willing to give me a letter of authorization so readily? He didn't even ask what it's for? I trust you completely, he said, flashing a cheerful smile. Although I've considered myself the one who tamed him, to receive such trust, is this what it feels like? Thank you, Your Highness. Later, a distinguished guest arrived. It's an honor to meet you, Grand Master. It's an honor to meet you, Duke Kennen. Thank you for accepting my sudden request to stay in your territory. Not at all. Was your journey here uncomfortable in any way? Charlize replied, I used a teleportation chariot, and the carriage you sent for me was also very comfortable. Is that so? Kennen thought to himself, the Crown Prince's Grandmaster, a truly capable individual among the next generation of the imperial family, both in name and in reality. What is her intention in coming here? The Duke then said, We must entertain our guest. This way, please. I will lead you to the reception room.
All right, let's start by hearing the story of how she, with her noble steps, made her way to such a distant place. Instead of talking, I hear the Duke is very fond of betting. How about we make a simple bet to liven things up? What do you say, Your Grace? The Duke asked her what number she was betting on. All in on number 1. Royal straight flush. A royal flush. This is a combination of a straight, a sequence of cards, and a flush, cards of the same suit, to create 5 consecutive cards of the same suit up to the ace. And here, the hand is a sequence of the same suit, with the highest card being an ace, making it a royal. Charlize then exclaimed, All in, all in. Your luck is truly good, isn't it? Indeed, my luck is excellent, but it would be a shame to end it here. Shall we try betting on a different kind of bet? Oh, in that case, we have a game called flower chess, imported from the East. It's similar to chess, but the rules are slightly different. My strategist is very skilled at flower chess.
I'll bet that my strategist will win. The strategist said wearily, Are you dragging me into a wager again, Your Grace? In that case, I'll bet on myself to win. A moment later, Duke Kennen's man said, I have no more moves left. I've lost. That's quite a surprise. I was so engrossed watching that I didn't even notice time passing. But isn't this the first time you've played flower chess? Charlize said it's because the gameplay is similar to chess. It's not simply that she possesses an extraordinary mind. One can tell instantly by observing the moves the Grand Master makes. It's like witnessing wisdom accumulated over a long period. However, the Grand Master's reason for coming here is probably not just for a wager. Now, let's talk about the main issue. Well, that's certainly true. Instead, this time I intend to raise the stakes a little.
I heard Duke Kennen is looking for something. It's in the Lion Mountains, isn't it? The search for the family heirloom on the surface is just a magical beast subjugation mission. I heard that for several years now, due to the increased number of magical beasts in those mountains, the situation has become difficult. It's true that the number of magical beasts in the mountains has suddenly increased. I suppose there are rumors among the mercenaries, aren't there? I will find that family heirloom, and I'm betting that I will find the heirloom. How do you know about that? I only know what I need to know and don't know what I shouldn't know. I've already sent hundreds of knights to those mountains, and I've hired the top mercenaries from the Diamond Band. Yet, every time, they've failed to subjugate them. The malevolent aura of the magical beasts there is very potent, and their numbers are vast. It seems like it's not a task that humans can handle. But Grand Tutor, you say you will go through them to find the heirloom? Even though I know you can wield a sword, do you intend to go alone? I alone am enough. This is a guarantee. The Crown Prince's letter of authorization. She brought something as incredible as this? All right, come to think of it, you haven't placed your bet yet. Duke, you and I, let's wager ourselves. The winner will gain all of the opponent's abilities, influence, and even their destiny. The time limit is half a month. That should be enough. Duke Kennen thought to himself, this certainly isn't a bet where I'll suffer a loss. If I win, I'll gain the Grand Tutor's influence. And even if I lose, won't I still get the treasure?
However, going there alone is nothing short of suicide. Even though she has shown me her luck and resourcefulness, this is a different matter. What ambition, what spirit would drive someone to do such a thing? The White Cave is located on the 30th peak of the Lion Range, Grandmaster. I understand. Grandmaster, if I may be so bold, but you really should reconsider. This is a matter of life and death. It's not that I dare to doubt your abilities, Grandmaster, but if you go alone— Charlize interrupted. No need, I'll be fine. She had just entered the mountain range and already defeated a magic beast. Trying to stop me like this, it seems you already know, don't you? Dragons appeared right from the entrance of the mountain range. How strange. But it's fine. It's not a labyrinth, but has a clear destination. Just go forward and kill them all. Unexpectedly, the mysterious person from the other day followed her. Magic beasts rushed out and fell like falling leaves. She is certainly not an ordinary person. Even those who reached master level were invaded by the residual demonic energy of the magic beasts, but Charlize seemed completely unaffected. Magic beasts, entities formed after intensely absorbing the malevolence released by the Epherite fragments. Hundreds of years ago, there were many different opinions on why magic beasts suddenly appeared, and the conclusion of the mages was as follows.
Epherite, the god who created the world, is dead. The severed body of the deity released the power of life creation, and from it magic beasts were born. However, no one has yet explained why that fragment was filled with such malevolence. The reason she wasn't affected by magic aura is because she's at a level even higher than a master, or perhaps Charlize is truly— The following days passed quickly. Charlize temporarily drank water from a stream. Today is the 10th day. Now I'll go retrieve the family heirloom and return. She approached a cave entrance and looked around, scrutinizing. On the glowing box, the inscription read, "Those not of the same bloodline cannot open it." Found it. Being able to wield a sword freely made her feel exhilarated. So easy, too easy. Suddenly, a massive magic beast rumbled forward. A glance was enough to tell it was an S-rank magic beast, wasn't it? But Charlize merely offered a nonchalant smile in front of it. By the next morning—
Sure enough, she probably won't be able to return, will she? How should we report this to the royal family? Duke Kennen said that it was her own doing, and that was enough, even with the Crown Prince's letter of appointment. We've lost a truly talented person. What a pity. Indeed, we should have tried to stop her. I thought she would give up within a day. Suddenly, a servant came running, footsteps thudding, pushed the door open and burst in.
What's going on? Has the Grand Master returned? Charlize walked in, smiling, and asked, Do you still remember our bet? Duke, you must keep your promise. Are you ready? Cut to Dylan. Is everything ready? Yes, Your Highness. I have carried out Your Highness's request without any obstacles. He thought to himself. The teacher will be back soon. The day the vacation ends is her birthday. I wonder if she knows. But if I may, Your Highness, requests to delay the Grand Master's application to be removed from the Ronin family are still continuously being sent. Tell them that is her decision. They must be regretting it, which is why they're trying to sweet-talk her. The Ronin family has certainly made a mistake, and even if they persuade me, she won't change her mind, so tell them to give up. Back to Duke Kennen. As His Imperial Highness the Crown Prince, who will become the sovereign after taking the oath, is unfortunately absent, I invite the knight who will take the oath to step forward and kneel. My lady, I have finally obtained the family treasure I have long sought. You would also be surprised to know that this was accomplished by a mere young teenager. If only you had not left this world.
Grandmaster, please show the sovereign's respectful treatment. As we look at our children together, surely that child has grown up like this. If so, it will clearly bring great joy to her. As the sovereign, I will never take your loyalty lightly.
leading and creating a world that upholds your principles. The oath-taking ceremony concludes here. This oath, witnessed by the god Ehirith, I hereby declare to be an oath of the soul, and it will absolutely never be broken in the future. As Charlize prepared to return, the Duke asked, "Won't you stay a few more days?" "It's a pity, but my holiday has also ended. I must return to the Empire and fulfill my duties as a Grandmaster." "Farewell, Your Grace." At the oath-taking ceremony, the Grandmaster was truly splendid, the Duke said. "That's right, I can't forget it, even though it was necessary for my plan. But this paper proof of the oath, I wonder if it can repay Dylan's trust. I want to see Dylan soon." Dylan was arranging for the servants to decorate while they chatted lively when a call rang out. "Your Highness." He turned around, and indeed it was Charlize. "I have returned." He flashed a bright smile. "Teacher, greetings, Grandmaster." Charlize was secretly surprised. Why does the Crown Prince's palace look so magnificent?
"You came back earlier than I expected. This is because I wanted to throw a surprise party tomorrow, but I get to see you, teacher, a day earlier." Charlize replied, "I'm very happy. My birthday, I've always thought of it as just my mother's death anniversary." The servants awkwardly murmured that it would probably be finished by tonight. "Oh, so that's how it is," she said. "Mary, control your expression a little. It turns out tomorrow is my birthday." "At the Ronin mansion. How is it, Father?" "Nothing can be done. The request to postpone the petition for disownment was rejected. I don't know how to beg for forgiveness from her anymore. After thinking that I could truly lose her, I only then began to realize my own mistakes. Why did I treat her like that in the first place?" Scene change. "You've returned early, Your Highness. I don't know how to express my gratitude for what you've given me today. His Imperial Highness the Crown Prince is worthy of service, which is why Duke Kennen made such a vow. I, your humble servant, never expected that Your Highness was preparing a birthday celebration for me." "Teacher, please don't get sick. I hope you aren't hurt." She thought to herself, he must have heard about the Lion Mountains from the maids, hasn't he? I really miss Teacher's voice. It wasn't until I heard your voice that I felt this place was like my own palace. If I had to say anything first, it would be, thank you. Thank you for being born, Teacher. Then came a day when people gathered in crowds, laughing and chatting lively with each other. Thank you for always caring for me, Your Highness. Today is an incredibly happy day. The gift Your Highness gave me, this necklace, I was very happy to receive it. That rebellion is about to begin. Kill the Emperor. Dylan looked at her thoughtfully. She never called the Emperor Your Majesty. Sometimes I felt she was a stranger, hiding an unspeakable secret.
"But now, I won't take it up. Even if I know, I don't intend to do anything about it," he replied. "That's right. Everything will be as the teacher wishes. I hope she remains as she is. I am very pleased. I have no intention of correcting or forcing anything. Let everything be colored by her. Let everything be enveloped by her." A few days later, a subordinate reported, "My lord, I have caught the spy who sold information to the Intelligence Guild." "Is it him?" "Yes, my lord. That matter, I only did it for the safety of the Empire. I only revealed a small piece of information about that girl." "You know the reason yourself, don't you? It would have been better if you had only sold my information," he shouted. "That path will ultimately destroy the Empire. I cannot stand by and watch evil people harm my lord." Immediately, a swish rang out. "If you say so, then I will allow your flesh and blood to survive. From now on, this person's bloodline will no longer exist in this empire. Find all of them, cut off their limbs, and hang them on the city walls. Understood." Only 1 day remained until the rebellion. Everything had been prepared, including the planning and arrangements for executing the strategy.
The rebellion will commence on the day of the Royal Night Order. All Night Orders under the Emperor's command will rush to the Imperial capital. This way, we can concentrate all of the Emperor's forces in one place within the Imperial capital. Your Highness, please oversee the inside of the Imperial capital. I will besiege the outside and handle the reinforcements. Have you remembered? Before pursuing the Emperor, we must absolutely seize the royal family's secret library, because all the records there will become sufficient justification for the rebellion. Dylan thought to himself, this is a secret library known only to the Imperial family. It seems she knows what it contains. How does she know? Charlize continued. Aside from the main gate, all other city gates have already been secured by Your Highness's people. It's not that there are no remaining unsettling factors such as the main gate itself, but all 4 directions, east, west, south, north, have already been bribed, so no major unforeseen circumstances will arise. If the rebellion failed, the price would be their lives, yet she remained calm and composed. Thinking this, he said, "The Emperor will be tied with ropes and brought to kneel before you, teacher." As if the long-awaited demise of the Emperor was drawing near, time passed and autumn arrived before they knew it. Coincidentally, the day right before the rebellion was the death anniversary of concubine Tef.
She recalled that before concubine Tut passed away, she had said, "My son, please help him." The wind was truly cold. It would have been better if it were winter with snow falling. Perhaps the coldness in her heart would have felt a little more bearable then. "I have something I want to ask you, teacher." "What is it, Your Highness?" "Didn't you say you would call me someday? Call my name. If Dylan becomes emperor, it will become a noble name that no one can call, right? Because there will be no superiors left in the imperial family. Now I will call Dylan. One more time. Dylan. When he heard Charlize call his name, his face flushed red. Charlize looked at him and thought to herself, now, for me, any other strange emotion is a luxury. I must not lose my hatred and composure. The young man, once as innocent as a blank sheet of paper, now and tomorrow will be the emergence of a tyrant ruthlessly seizing power. Knight of Otnok, Grandmaster, someone wishes to see you. Your Highness has also granted permission. Lead the way, V. As Charlize stepped out, the person spoke up. Long time no see, Grandmaster. I will be brief and get straight to the point.
Cahu firmly said, I also want to join the rebellion. Young Duke, the matter of me organizing a rebellion, who told you about that? First, let me apologize to the Grandmaster. Half of it was my speculation after following you. The unusual atmosphere among the local lords recently, the flow of capital and information operating differently than usual, and all of it is revolving around Charlize.
Cahu thought to himself, clearly before reincarnation there was also a rebellion of a similar nature after this course of events. Now the only difference is that Charlize is at the center of everything. If there's a rebellion centered around Charlize, different from before, then the Emperor posthumously honored this time is my speculation correct, Your Highness? If so, will you participate? Since I've already learned top secret information, it's either participate or die. Yes, Your Highness, I will participate. Piled up by wicked deeds, reeking of blood, in the secrets of the throne and the imperial palace, the disappearance of Charlize that I know of might be connected. After a long period of desperately chasing Charlize, I wonder if I have unrequited feelings for her? Regardless of whether my participation is treasonous or not, this time I definitely want to help Charlize. Because Your Highness prioritizes the Grand Master's permission, I have come to you like this. Charlize pondered. The truth is, even though Duke Kennen has been swayed and the forces identified, there are still unsettling factors, especially with the main gate being left unguarded. If they join forces with Duke Delmont's house, it will surely...
Cahu suddenly spoke up and said, I will speak out to help you make a judgment, Grand Tutor. Tomorrow, I can manage the main gate myself. He must have known part of the plan already, right? All right, I permit it. I wanted to keep Cahu safe, but revenge is no longer far off. The next day, everyone in the palace was eating, drinking, and partying, the atmosphere noisy and lively. Suddenly, a whooshing sound rang out, and everyone wondered, what was that sound? Next, a dark void enveloped them, along with sounds of death. Everyone screamed in panic. What? What's happening? Turn on the lights to ensure visibility. Arrows! Ah, it's a rebellion! Protect His Majesty! A smoke bomb was thrown, then exploded. Boom, boom. Dylan realized this was a call for help, so he immediately called Hugo. Yes, my lord. During the mission, if it's unavoidable, just kill. Except for the Emperor, I permit you to kill all the others. Understood. Let's go to the secret library. The second signal whistle. She is secretly met with the reinforcement forces.
Outside the Imperial City, Duke Kennen led his troops. Fortunately, it wasn't too late. Long time no see, Grandmaster. Since you sought me out, was this what you intended to do? Charlize heard the rumbling grow clearer. The Emperor's soldiers were approaching. She cried out, let's go! Her gaze was firm, filled with hatred as she declared, not even a single ant shall set foot in the Imperial City. In the Emperor's library, was it luck or misfortune? All kinds of corruption and extravagance, records concealing the royal family's crimes, the history of state-led opium production and trade, the enslavement of the populace for biological experiments, the cover-up of kidnappings. It turned out the royal family truly deserved to be annihilated. Seeing V muttering, what is all this? Dylan called out, V, follow me. Dylan walked over and picked up a book titled Kira, the Living Sword Project. What is this? A living sword? An absolute secret forbidden from being revealed to the outside, with a 1,000-year term. The origin of this document is from the Magic Tower. The attempt to achieve self-consciousness in an inorganic body had failed. However, for a human with a strong spirit, after being forced to swallow an Epherite shard, that person's body would become a material suitable for the sword, and the sword bearing a self would be completed. An Epherite shard. He recalled Charlize once saying, if humans swallowed an Epherite shard, they would gradually transform like demon beasts. If one's spirit was weaker than the power of the Epherite shard, it would be corrupted and devoured. However, there is a way to survive even if one swallows a piece of amlerite. If one possesses maximum intellect and an indomitable will, they can maintain their ego. There has only been one successful case. Dylan thought to himself, the teacher's expression that day was very clear. V spoke up. Your Highness, we must go. Wait a moment. He turned to the page listing suitable candidates for the experiment. No 0001, the second daughter of Count Medin. No 0035, the second son of Viscount Gammon, expected to be born in 0215. No 0153, the third daughter of Marquis Aston. No 0341, Viscount Parsis, the eldest son of Count Elcott. 0512, Charlize Ronan, the eldest daughter of Duke Ronan. Dylan was utterly astonished to see Charlize's name on the list. At the Ronan mansion, a messenger bird arrived. Martial law, rebellion, critical situation.
Akon and Dante burst in at this moment. "Father, have you heard the news? The Crown Prince has launched a rebellion." Why, after all? The Crown Prince could have become emperor just by staying put. He was startled, thinking of his daughter, Charlize. If this rebellion fails, Charlize, the Crown Prince, and the Grand Master will all die. Meanwhile, Charlize received a report. Grand Master Ronan is leading troops into the Imperial City. To protect the Emperor, give me my bow. Yes, she drew her bow and silently vowed, whether it's family or anything else, if they obstruct, they must be dealt with. But Charlize suddenly stopped. The red flag? Are they also joining the rebellion? Akon spoke up. The Ronan family will assist Grandmaster Charlize. She was secretly surprised. The petition to be disowned from the family had already been submitted. They could have saved their lives just by staying put. I know the value of them coming all this way, but honestly, I don't need it. Long time no see, Grand Duke. You've thought correctly. At this moment, someone else came to report. Grand Master, the magic beasts are. The Royal Knights have released the magic beasts outside the Imperial City.
What, magic beasts? What's the scale? Over 1,000? You must flee. This place will soon become a wasteland. Don't worry, I'll go. The Grand Duke, worried for his daughter, tried to dissuade her. No, Charlize, there were over 1,000 of them, and they're not humans, they're magic beasts. How can you possibly face them alone? That's right, Grand Chancellor. Against dark magic beasts, even if many knights combine their strength to attack, they can only eliminate one, and it would take hours. Even if we use all our military might, we would be no match for 1,000 magic beasts. Ignoring their pleas, Charlize leaped onto her horse, charged forward, and decapitated a magic beast. Everyone was astonished. She had done it in a single strike. Charlize declared loudly, "We must not delay the plan. I will handle the magic beasts. You all hold your positions and stop the Emperor's reinforcements. Is that clear?" Everyone cheered excitedly. "Hooray! We obey the Grand Chancellor's command." Charlize prepared to fight the horde of magic beasts. Dark magic beasts also had a connection to the magic tower and the Imperial family. There were also many magic beasts in the mountain ranges surrounding the Empire. No sooner had she taken down one, another emerged from the ground, forcing Charlize to retreat and dodge. Just then, the magic beast was unexpectedly struck down by another source of energy. "You must be careful." "Who are you?" The mysterious person, who had been watching her, said. "Does that matter in the current situation?" Charlize thought to herself, "He uses magic without incantations. He's a mage with power comparable to an archmage." But she pointed her sword at him. "I don't trust mages. Even so, having me here will make things easier." No sooner had he finished speaking than he struck down another magic beast approaching Charlize from behind.
She thought to herself that perhaps she should leave the wizard alone for now. Charlize turned back and swung her sword repeatedly, surprising him. Cutting through space? Oh, he's truly a subject for research. "Back to the secret library, my lord. We truly have no time left now." "I know. Is it all right if we exit this way?" Dylan thought to himself, "Charlize Ronan, why is your esteemed name on the list of kidnapping candidates? The Emperor's knights, why aren't they protecting the Emperor but are here instead?" Vanet said, "My lord, please give the order. You all protect the library."
The company of knights shouted, "This is His Majesty's command. Knights, kill the rebel!" Sally gripped his sword. "Let me handle this." They charged forward, shouting, "Kill the rebel!" "Damn it, first pour oil into the library. I must prioritize burning down the royal library." After that, only screams could be heard. Dylan had killed every last one of them, but by then, the oil jars had spilled, immediately erupting into a fierce place. "My lord, the Emperor has been isolated." He immediately asked for the location. "In an underground cave beneath the Sky Garden, located in the West Palace." "I'll be there right away. Squad 2, fall into formation." Excluding the 5th Prince, we have successfully apprehended all members of the royal family. Squad 3, fall into formation. We have secured the Imperial Seal. Dylan ordered. Squad 5, follow me. I am in the library beneath the secret passage of the North Palace. Squad 3, join and assist Squad 5 in protecting the library.
As ordered, Dylan looked towards the West Palace, where the Emperor resided. The scene shifted to outside the Imperial City. "Grand Master, you've returned. No more demonic beasts will descend from the mountains. Did you truly do it alone? So many demonic beasts, and it's already finished?" "Thanks to someone's help, it was very easy. It wasn't solely my achievement." Charlize thought to herself. The wizard ultimately didn't reveal his name, and also concealed his appearance. The third signal horn. "We have stopped the Imperial Army's invasion as per the Grand Master's orders. We have also secured the Imperial Seal, and successfully surrounded the Emperor. The secret library has also been protected, and all members of the Imperial family have been apprehended, Grand Master." "Excellent. You've all worked hard. Now I'm slowly starting to feel real. How long have I waited? I must not waver. I must not collapse, nor must I suffer. I absolutely must not be swallowed by guilt and vanity. No matter what, I will rebuild and accomplish it. Yes, to do that, I have longed to regain my human form for the past 400 years. I didn't value Dylan as a human being. He was merely the final piece to complete the plan, just a tool. But even so, I made up my mind and took the plunge. Soon, I will see that emperor kneel at my feet.
Grand Tutor, was it truly you who raised him to be a holy monarch? Charlize unbound her hair, letting it stream in the wind. The weariness, the exhaustion, and the doubt, which had always been somehow suppressed, were like the silence before an invasion, like a cold iceberg yet burning fiercely like lava. What exactly are you doing in the underground cave? It seems you're completely ungrateful, aren't you? So I've raised a beast, Dylan thought to himself. The teacher's plan was indeed a catastrophic revenge play to bring down the royal family, but the direct target was the emperor. If the teacher were to kill the emperor with her own hands and end her revenge, the emperor screamed, "Let go! How dare you! Do you think you'll get away with this?" No sooner had he finished speaking than his crown fell to the ground. There will be so much regret. The reason to live, the obsession with survival, will completely vanish. Teacher, I still can't define the nature of love. If I love someone to the utmost, should I do everything for their happiness? Although I can let her destroy me, I cannot stand by and watch her destroy herself. It would have been better if I hadn't known this feeling from the start. But couldn't she have told me directly? If there's something I want, I will stop at nothing, using every means and method to absolutely obtain it. Even if she doesn't forgive me, it doesn't matter.
I will also gladly accept her hatred. Therefore, the Emperor will be destroyed by my hand. Meanwhile, Charlize thought to herself, it was rare for there to be no signal at all. Dylan should have dragged the Emperor here 3 hours ago. Even if there was a delay, it was far too late, she thought, then immediately left to check the situation, ordering everyone to hold their positions. She rode her horse as if flying, her heart burning with a fierce fire, faster, even faster. The horse, exhausted, buckled its legs and fell, but Charlize continued to run swiftly into the palace. Before her eyes was a scene of desolation, the corpses of the royal family members. Suddenly, she heard a desperate scream. Ah, ah, ah! She was startled and thought, could it be that Dylan had also laid hands on the Emperor? The 1,000-year-old royal palace was engulfed in flames, and the downfall of the royal family, which she had long awaited, was now imminent. She had originally planned to execute them according to proper procedures. Since when had Dylan slipped out of her control? She quickly ran into an area where the fire had not yet reached. Dylan, seeing her inside, spoke up. "Teacher, how did you know I was here? Did you kill the Emperor? The Emperor's final moments should have been in my hands, witnessed by my own eyes. The Emperor, why did you kill the Emperor?" "I didn't kill him. He's clearly still alive. Aren't you curious what I did to the Emperor? What did you do?" Dylan smiled and replied, "Initially, I intended to kill him with a sword. But when I looked at my father, I had this thought. Considering that the primary object of your obsession, teacher, is my father, instead of him dying by my hand, and instead of me having to ensure you don't give up on life, there's a far better method. So I decided not to kill him. It's better to let him live, and then repeatedly chase him to hell. That would be far more painful. Perhaps that's a clearer revenge. That's what I thought. Isn't that right, teacher? But I've already made the Emperor consume a piece of Epherite." Charlize was stunned to hear that. Dylan continued, "You can do whatever you want. This thing, even if you chop off his limbs, he will still live and move.
Even if you cut your tongue, you won't die." Dylan threw the crown, which rolled on the ground. If the teacher wants, she can use this to make a sword. Charlize stood there bewildered, thinking that creating life is God's domain, an inviolable part that humans dare not cross. This has already exceeded human limits, although I tried to avenge the price of that evil by turning humans into swords through humane and legal methods.
But to be repaid in such a terrible way, I never imagined it. I wanted to run away. Dylan then said, "Teacher, this is the most perfect gift I could give you, but why don't you praise me at all?" That's right. After regaining my senses and thinking it over, there was no reason to be angry with Dylan. Dylan had made the former emperor swallow a piece of Epherite, making him resemble Kyra. Hand on Dylan's hair, stroking it, and praised him. "You did very well." The situation was quickly resolved. The imperial palace, protected by the protective magic of the magic tower, meant the fire was easily extinguished. The unconscious knights and servants had all been moved to safety. Originally, tomorrow, at sunrise, the former emperor's crimes would be brought to light, and the emperor would be executed. Other members of the imperial family would also be dealt with according to proper procedures. This was so that the unconscious knights and servants, upon waking tomorrow, would understand. However, because of this, our image of seizing power inhumanely became even more brutal.
There was no way to object, because the Emperor had swallowed a piece of Epherite, making everything exponentially more complicated. Ultimately, it was because Dylan had grown up too well. Who was to blame? And why was Dylan? Surely everything would be fine. While she was deep in thought, 2 small fairies suddenly appeared.
She asked, "If I were to escape, could you help me?" "We will always stand by you. It's not difficult at all. You are a gentle, kind person. Whatever help you need, you just have to tell us." After that, the new emperor of the empire, Dylan I, ascended the throne. The coup was successful, and the former emperor, along with other massacred members of the imperial family, all faced death. This was announced to all the people throughout the empire. The empire was turned upside down. The ruined imperial palace began its restoration work, and it seemed everything was going well. It was quite obvious, really. Before Dylan, the one who held the power of life and death, everyone would have to hold their breath for a while if they valued their lives. Imperial Tutor. What is it? It's nothing major, but young Duke Delmon. You're here, Imperial Tutor. My apologies, I didn't know you were waiting.
I came without prior notice, which was my oversight. Due to the urgent circumstances, I couldn't properly express my gratitude to you. Thank you for your contributions. Who would dare compare themselves to the Imperial Tutor's achievements? Please sit down. The reason I came to see you was not to inquire about anything in detail, so I hope you won't feel worried. It's just that previously, during the ball celebrating the Grand Swordsmanship Tournament, I was very rude, and I want to apologize to you for that. Princess Ronan, why weren't you missing and are still alive? Therefore, what I mean is, no matter what the Imperial Tutor's circumstances are, I want you to know that I will not arbitrarily dig into anything. Is he interested in me? Perhaps Cahu is someone sensitive to the flow of time, or perhaps he is also a regressor like me. Was his unexpected and unforeseen participation in the rebellion also for that reason? Even so, the reason I'm not sure is because Cahu himself is overly worried. Suddenly, Cahu said, "Congratulations, you have become the Imperial Tutor."
Thank you, sir. I will certainly repay your help. The first congratulations I received were from Cahu, which isn't so bad. Well then, I wish you a peaceful evening, Imperial Tutor. If things had gone as planned, now would be the time for Dylan and me to celebrate the success of the coup. But in my distraught state, I didn't even attend Dylan's coronation ceremony. I feel a little guilty. He'll wait for me, won't he? Mary, have you delivered the message to His Majesty? Yes, of course, Imperial Tutor. Tell him I'm mentally prepared. Will you do my makeup? I understand, Imperial Tutor, and of course I'll do my best. It seems he's no longer the Dylan I once knew. He feels a bit unfamiliar, like a drawing paper stained with a darker black than I imagined. That's how I feel. I need to pull myself together quickly. Meanwhile, Dylan asks, did the Imperial Tutor deliver the message as such? Yes, Your Majesty. And this is the perfume Your Majesty ordered to be found not long ago. Well done. Honestly, it's all thanks to the Imperial Tutor's efforts. We merely assisted. That is a capability beyond human comprehension. If the Imperial Tutor were an enemy, we absolutely wouldn't be able to win.
With such abilities, even if she were alone, she would still be perfectly capable of bringing down the Empire. But the reason she didn't choose that path, was it a touch of humanity? A feeling of guilt, perhaps? As he was pondering, Knight V reported, "My lord, the Imperial Tutor has spoken with Cahu." Is that so? Cahu again? What did they say? The young Duke said he wouldn't press the Imperial Tutor for details and told the Imperial Tutor to rest assured and congratulated her on becoming the Imperial Tutor. I feel as if there's something private between the two of them. I see. She still hasn't realized my feelings. I have chosen her with a loyal heart. I believe Lady Remia is a suitable candidate for the position of Crown Princess, Your Highness. Is there an engagement between Sir Cahu and the Imperial Tutor? How can a noble person who will serve the country have such a deep concern for appearance? Please entrust that to me, Your Majesty. Even in nature, male peacocks meticulously preen and trim their feathers to be more brilliant, so they can be chosen by the peahens. In a position of pursuit, of seeking a partner, it's only natural to groom oneself. Just then a subordinate reported from outside. The refreshments have been prepared, Your Majesty. Lead the way. For some reason I felt so tense, or perhaps I was trying to make too much of it. At this moment, Charlize arrived. I, Imperial Tutor Charlize, the greatest son of the Empire, the noble master of Blade, I respectfully greet His Imperial Majesty. Dylan looked at her intently, his face flushed, and did not reply. Charlize spoke up again, calling, Your Majesty?
I seem to be a little tense, perhaps because this is the first time we're enjoying wine together with the teacher. So, Your Majesty, is this wine imported from the Eastern continent? This is the first time I've thought that being addressed as Your Majesty could be so enjoyable.
Madam, if we just drink alcohol, it'll be too boring. How about we play a simple game? You mean the Epherite game. All right. The Epherite game is where nobles name themselves after gods and pretend to be great. However, it's a psychological battle, a mix of truth and lies during a drinking party. It's called the Adult's Truth Game. The rules are as follows. We'll take turns asking each other questions. If the person asked doesn't answer within 1 minute, they lose. And the loser must comply with the winner's request, right? Indeed, it's a game that increases excitement. Let's just start first and decide on the wish later. Dylan asked, "Are the wishes unlimited?" Something like that. Then you ask the first question, Your Majesty. Dylan pondered for a moment, then asked, "What is an Epherite fragment?" Upon hearing this, Charlize felt her breath catch. She replied, "It is the origin of demonic beasts, the corpse of a deity, destroying the essence of life and staining it with evil and wickedness. Properly, the deities should have been responsible for collecting them, but they are dead and can do nothing more. As the foremost of all beings, humans suppress the demonic beasts and must deal with them ethically."
I will ask a question. What do you think people who swallow that piece are? I think they are worthless. It's my turn to ask. Teacher, what are you hiding from me? She thought he had some ulterior motive and replied, "Nothing." "Nothing? It's not hiding. Seriously, I haven't hidden anything. Who would have predicted that time would turn back? Now it's my turn. Your Majesty, do you have someone you love?" Dylan blushed and immediately replied, "Yes, it's someone I've loved for a very long time." So, it's clearly someone who has been by Dylan's side for a long time. As far as I know, there's only one person, and that's me, Charlize. Because if Dylan loves me, then perhaps I could understand why he made the former emperor swallow the Epherite piece, which is why I chose this question. Becoming even more complicated, while deep in thought, Dylan asked, "Teacher, do you have someone in your heart? Why did I think of Cahu? Is it because he was my fiancé in my previous life? However, my feelings for Cahu were nostalgia and gratitude for the past, and a slight seriousness in wanting to protect him. That's all." She replied, "No, Your Majesty." "Who is the person you love, Your Majesty?" Dylan's chest pounded, absolutely unable to answer. His intuition was almost unconscious. If he let the teacher know his heart, she would abandon him. I wanted to lie, but Dylan replied, "I lose." Could it be true? Dylan calmly asked what her wish was, but his hand trembled uncontrollably, spilling wine everywhere, soaking wet. "It's my fault. I apologize, teacher. It seems I'm drunk." Charlie secretly thought that despite his calm expression, he couldn't hide that trembling. Could he really love me?
Initially, to proceed with my plan, I kept my distance from Dylan. If that's the case, I'll have to replan. Even if the situation changes, there's nothing I can do to get revenge on the Empire. If a new plan is needed, I'll even exploit Dylan's emotions. But, Your Majesty, I humbly request that you teach me something at your leisure. I? Teach the teacher? Yes, please teach me how to play the piano. Your Majesty, I wish to learn the piano. Meanwhile, Lucy, the guildmaster of the Assassination Guild, said, "There are still such foolish people, aren't there? What is it now? Do you want me to kill the Imperial Tutor?" The hooded figure said, "I have prepared a substantial deposit." Is this some kind of guild rival elimination project or something? Is that what you're implying? Huh? I'll double the money. No. Triple it. Lucy slammed her hand down on the table. Do you think I'm haggling with you right now? I'm not taking it.
Make sure you all record this down. Absolutely do not accept any commissions related to Charlize Ronan. The two people behind replied, "Yes, understood. Does it have to be the Imperial Master? Don't you have anyone else you want to kill? If so, would a commission related to the Ronan family be acceptable?" That's a huge gamble. The application to be removed from the family register has already been submitted, so there's no warning about the Ronan family's lives, right? But even if Charlize thinks of her family as mere stones on the street, what if we touch them and she comes running for revenge? But darling, I didn't know you considered them such precious stones. Thinking of this, Lucy clutched her head and screamed, "Ha! Damn it! No, no, no! All commissions concerning characters related to the Imperial Master are forbidden, and get this person out of here. I'm so incredibly jealous of the Ronan family, as if they've received a special privilege just for having Charlie's blood mixed with theirs." But there's no other way. I still clearly remember that gaze. Even exhausted assassins couldn't have such a look in their eyes. It only seemed to soften a little when she spoke about the Crown Prince. All right, stop thinking about it. I don't want to lose her attention either. No matter what, I have to make a good impression on Charlize. Scene change. Everyone whispered, "I wonder if the Imperial Master's father has been forgiven by the Imperial Master yet."
She was completely unaware until that day's event, wasn't she? So the Emperor still didn't make any promises. Now, of course, is the time for the Ronan family to flatter and curry favor with the Emperor. In the room, the Grand Duke, Aachen, and Dante were all silently tense. Suddenly, the Grand Duke spoke up. "What are your thoughts on Charlize's situation?" "What are you saying, Father? Are you asking about the recent situation where those who lack the confidence to confront Charlize are coming to us to inquire?" Dante asked what we should do now. Even if you, Father, were to go meet the Emperor and kneel to apologize, that sincerity might only be met with suspicion. Hasn't Charlize already become a person of absolute power?
Listen to me first. A count came to me and said this. If that coup failed, Charlize would be charged with treason. House Ronan, on the other hand, was able to continue existing thanks to her request to be disowned from the family. So in the end, wasn't the reason she sent the request to be disowned from our family because she was thinking of House Ronan? Father, please be rational. That's just a post hoc rationalization. So what should we do now?
Will time solve everything? She didn't want to face House Ronan and became the tutor for the 13th prince. We treated Charlize like a murderer. No matter how hard you try, I will absolutely not consider you as someone of my own blood. Therefore, I don't need things like this. I shouldn't have said such things. Did Charlize do all that for House Ronan? All those rumors were baseless. We should go and apologize to her. Perhaps we had many opportunities, but we blew them all away ourselves. In the morning, soft sunlight streamed through the window along with the chirping of birds. Charlize woke up. Is it morning already? She vaguely recalled that at yesterday's wine party, Dylan had said, "It's my turn, isn't it? Who is the one you love, your majesty? I lost." If Dylan has feelings for me, perhaps it started after the funeral of the 7th consort? I need to revise the plan to align with Dylan's feelings.
The revised plan, at least, was not a good direction for Dylan. As he was thinking, a servant reported, "Imperial Tutor, everything is ready to move to the new residence in the Emperor's palace. I know, Mary. In principle, tutors and their students must live in the same building. Therefore, I will have to move from the Crown Prince's palace to the Emperor's palace, where I had lived for 400 years as Kira. This is the Lilac Room, where the Imperial Tutor will reside from now on. This room is for me? The Lilac Room."
Mary excitedly said, "The weather today is really beautiful, isn't it? Shall I open the window, Imperial Tutor?" Indeed, Charlize thought to herself. For the Emperor's safety, this was the most private room connected to any other room in the Imperial Palace. From the perspective of a castle, it was a stronghold. From the perspective of a person, it was close to the heart. "This room should rightfully belong to the Emperor, not the Imperial Tutor, shouldn't it?" she asked Mary. "Please be sure to convey to His Majesty that I am very grateful to him. And Mary, please bring the piano to this room for me." "A piano? Yes, just place it near my bed." "I understand. Speaking of which, it's almost time for sword practice, isn't it? I should get ready." At this moment, Dylan said, "I am very pleased that I can request lessons from the teacher at any time, and I thank you." "It is I who should be thanking your majesty," she replied. "Today, let's conduct the lesson in a slightly different way, shall we? What does your majesty think if we try a spar similar to real combat?" She continued with a smile. "I have poisoned the blade." Dylan was startled upon hearing this and did not respond.
She said again, "Let's use our lives to fight each other, shall we?" "Are you really doing that, teacher?" "Yes, I understand. For some reason, I feel like she's testing me. To test my feelings, to prove it if I don't love her. I can't let her find out. But while I was deep in thought, Charlize told me, 'Please focus, your majesty. If this were a real battle, you would have lost your life.' I'm sorry," I murmured to myself. "I don't want to hurt her, nor do I want to be abandoned by her." "You don't need to apologize to me, your majesty. I was simply surprised by your maturing abilities that I hadn't noticed. Even the way you move so gracefully while attacking is truly wonderful now. Teacher, now regarding the wish you mentioned, may I come to see you tomorrow evening?" She smiled and replied, "Of course. Let's take a short break and then resume our lesson." Initially, when I heard Dylan's piano performance, he was only 13 and I was 14. Dylan, who at that time was not an easy person to be around when he played the piano, is still vivid in my mind. That day, looking out the open window, the shining stars filled the entire sky, creating a magical, dreamy atmosphere. Then, sitting at the piano, Charlize asked, "Isn't this the time for you to attend to state affairs, your majesty? You ascended the throne not to do this."
Dylan told her that when playing the piano, she should imagine holding a ball. Then he gently lifted her fingers, not from the underside, but using her fingertip, raising the back of her hand. No matter what, the basic posture is very important. Charlize sat dumbfounded, wondering, why is that? I can't understand Dylan. After the funeral of the 7th consort, he was still as easy to see through as a transparent window. But now, I can't understand anything at all. Teacher, what are you thinking? I apologize. I was thinking a lot about your majesty. It's all right. Since it's the first lesson, perhaps I've pushed too hard. In the next lesson, we'll try practicing a simple melody. Dylan was always utterly solemn, but I still couldn't see any openings. The plan would proceed according to the revised direction, but Dylan would probably have to wait and see. Later, in the meeting. We will discuss that part in the next meeting. Recently, border provocations have been occurring more frequently in other countries. The atmosphere within the Empire is quite restless and uneasy. In the selection of military forces, Marquis Net was discussed, and that issue was brought up, a part of Odenok.
The next issue concerns the remaining forces of the rebellion, those aiming to restore fallen King Dietrich's army. I've received intelligence that they have colluded with dark forces. Charlize mused. The dark region? Since I was the one who ruined the country, I've ignored it until now. But if they ally with Dietrich's remnants, that's a different story. And I can't just stand by when the dark region in the underworld has too many ties to the Demon Tower, and perhaps there might be a clue about Kira there, the one capable of surely resolving this issue. Charlize raised her hand, declaring, I will handle that. The Count also raised his hand. But Imperial Master. Suddenly he paused, startled, seeing Charlize's chillingly ominous demeanor.
She turned to Dylan to ask for his opinion, and he nodded, telling her to go with her own judgment. Your Majesty, considering the dangerous nature of this matter, shouldn't the Imperial Master have a few more subordinates to assist her? Indeed. Charlize thought to herself, I don't need them. Cahu raised his hand and declared, In that case, I volunteer myself. Everyone immediately started discussing noisily about the two most prominent young, powerful individuals participating in the most dangerous and important task. Didn't Duke Cahu recently inherit the position captain of the Imperial Knights? He must be busy adapting, right? Charlize thought to herself, what is he thinking? I have no intention of getting close to him, yet our fates are intertwined. Is it because we had an engagement before I reincarnated and returned? Dylan said, If it's Duke Cahu, he is indeed very trustworthy. I hope you will assist her well. I will do my utmost, Your Majesty. Later, in the Dark Zone, the atmosphere was truly perfect. Charlize thought to herself, even if they collude with dark forces, the remnant forces still don't have enough information about me, because when that rebellion occurred, I was out eliminating magical beasts. If that's the case, these entities will frantically try to obstruct and control Cahu. Judging by the aura I sense, it's probably at least higher than that of a superior being.
Suddenly, a rumbling sound like an impending earthquake reverberated. She cried out a warning, Be careful, young Duke! As soon as she finished speaking, she lunged forward, swinging her sword and cleaving the giant stone man in two, but the rumbling grew louder and louder. Cahu, startled, asked, What? They're coming again. Bone golems are showing up again so soon? But the technique is still incomplete. Is this a butterfly effect because the Cura project was interrupted? Or did the magic tower secretly complete this technique behind the royal family's back without their knowledge? Cahu asked why they were like this. Charlize explained that they were golems, a type of magical beast that can be shattered and then reassembled, much like a chimera. Anyway, that's not important. Attack their knee joints, because that part of them is quite weak. Cahu wondered silently. Even though he had never heard of this type of magical beast, how could she know that? On the day of the coup, although he had observed Charlize's powerful actions from afar, witnessing it with his own eyes from such close proximity was a different experience. Suddenly, he remembered Charlize from his memories before his reincarnation. Although she was a knight, her talent had been buried, unlike now. With a beautiful and enchanting appearance, always longing for her family's love, Charlize used to be such a young lady.
Cahu recalled people's whispers. The princess was so lovely and brought such honor to the family, so why didn't the Ronin family acknowledge her? I heard she sharpened and polished her sword, vowing allegiance to the royal family, didn't she? Shh, be careful, they might hear you. But now she was a person he had never seen before, like a fleeting rainbow stretching under the sun, amidst falling raindrops, captivated by a beauty bordering on death. The brilliance of life, the stillness of death, standing on the boundary between life and death, as if everyone was mesmerized by her beauty. Which one was she? Then Charlize turned and said, Please keep what you saw today a secret. Seeing these magic beasts unleashed like this, you seem quite frightened.
Cahu secretly marveled. Now I know she is completely different from the Charlize Ronin in my memories. Charlize smiled and continued, If that's the case, then I have a responsibility to do my best to pursue them. Scene change. Your Majesty, to truly make Duke Delman Your Majesty's man, we must arrange a marriage between the young Duke and the Imperial Master, because we still don't have clear evidence that the Duke is supporting Your Majesty, especially in this situation where the young Duke is entrusted with the responsibility of being the captain of the Royal Knights. That's right, now that both of them are out on a mission together, it's the opportune moment. Didn't the young Duke and the Imperial Master already have an engagement once before? I believe there's no more certain way to build a foundation for Your Majesty than an engagement. Dylan asked, What about another way? Seeing everyone silent, Dylan then said, Build and expand the Officer Academy. He secretly thought, the two of them are on a mission together, naturally growing closer, but even so, it won't be as close as the relationship between me and my teacher. She and I have been together for several years, but there's one thing I still don't know. Cahu, who could consider an engagement from the start, compared to me, who is just her student, represents two different positions. If I don't calm down, I'll go crazy. I mustn't go crazy.
If I have feelings like this, I won't be able to have Charlize. I want her. No, actually, I want to imprison her. The scene shifts to Charlize. She softly said, Come here. She stroked the black dog's head. Good boy. Cahu thought to himself, all the demonic beasts have been dealt with, but as expected, the darkness is famous for its labyrinth, and hunting down the remaining forces is not easy at all. After pondering for a moment, he turned back and asked, Do you like dogs? I don't dislike it, she replied. It's so obedient. Can animals really tell who has good intentions towards them? Charlize asked, Aren't you tired, sir? We've spent half a day in this darkness zone already. Let's rest for a bit. Is that all right? All the demonic beasts on that side have been eliminated, so it's probably quite chaotic. We'll have about a day's time.
Cahu hesitated.
Then may I escort you to my mansion? Charlize pondered. Delman's mansion wasn't too far from here. Indeed, if Cahu had been reborn, observing him up close wouldn't be bad. She told him to do so. Everyone in the Delman mansion buzzed with chatter upon hearing the news. The Imperial Master is visiting? Because the Master invited her. How's the guest room? It's already cleaned. We need more people in the kitchen. Someone urgently called out. The carriage has arrived. Is the girl betrothed to him coming here? More precisely, it was an almost engagement, but who knows what can happen between people. Cahu muttered, I hear everything, then said to Charlize, I apologize. It's all right. I will escort you to the dining room. Afterwards, a lavish meal was laid out. It seemed the head chef had been very determined in preparing it. Now that I think about it, it's been a long time since I've dined at a noble's house, apart from the Imperial Palace. Because of the Ronin household, there was no place for me.
Cahu asked, Is the food to your liking, Imperial Tutor? I feel warmly welcomed. It's delicious, thank you. Just then, a servant brought the food but slipped and fell, letting out a cry as dishes shattered. The maid, flustered and terrified, kept repeating, I'm sorry, you were enjoying your meal comfortably and I dared to interrupt. Suddenly, Charlize reached out, startling the maid. Charlize asked with concern, Are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere? I'm fine, and I was just full anyway. Yes. Your hands are trembling too much. If you hurt yourself while cleaning up the dishes, I wouldn't feel comfortable either. The maid blushed, deeply moved, and burst into tears. Thank you, truly thank you, Imperial Tutor. She overheard the servants whispering. Have you heard? In the dining room, she's a knight, but oh my goodness, I couldn't sleep because I was so excited. How wonderful it would be if the Imperial Tutor became Our Lady. Charlize secretly thought that they seemed to quite like her. When reaching a certain level, my senses become more acute. They wouldn't know I can hear them.
After finishing the letter, she went to the window and called for a messenger bird. She tied it to its leg and instructed, Deliver this to His Majesty. If he reads the contents, will Dylan be jealous? It doesn't matter anyway, since I don't share a bedroom with Cahu. Perhaps the rumors of me staying at Cahu's mansion have spread everywhere, but they will disappear in a moment. And 5 years ago, I clearly had no intention of getting engaged to Cahu. I have nothing to worry about regarding Cahu. Meanwhile, Dylan also received a letter from Charlize. Inside it read, For the efficiency of my work, I will return to the palace after resting at Duke Delman's mansion. I wish Her Majesty eternal peace. Sincerely, Charlize. Dylan crumpled the letter, furrowing his brow as he muttered, Efficiency of work. Is she testing me, or is she truly sincere about Cahu? Back at Delman Mansion, a choked gasp echoed in the dark night. The assassin Lucy fell to the ground. Charlize murmured to herself, It's been a while since I've had a night visitor. I better take care of my blade before the blood dries.
Inside, the servant called out to their master. The Imperial Master is on the garden steps. Is that so? Cahu thought to himself. The garden. She can't sleep. Thinking this, Cahu took a candle and went out to the garden. Charlize saw him and spoke up. You've arrived. Cahu subtly noticed the scent of blood here. Why aren't you sleeping? Why are you out here cleaning your sword? Because of this child. Today has been difficult. The child. Please, sit down here. The sky from here looks almost as if the stars are about to fall at any moment. Cahu sat down, pondering. Sitting under such a bright moon, gazing at the night sky with Charlize, he felt a little unreal. He said, Not long ago, the successor of Count H's house unfortunately fell from his horse and couldn't escape his fate. Charlize was secretly astonished. Wait, this happened before I was reborn. After her rebirth, influenced by the altered timeline she had created, Count H's successor had escaped death. Is he testing me, or is he confused between his memories from before and after his rebirth? She feigned ignorance and asked, Did something like that happen to Count H? It seems I was a little mistaken. This happens occasionally. I apologize. It could be that way. I've been able to confirm one thing. Cahu has been reborn. But how? I directly pleaded with the gods by touching the Epherite fragment within my body, so let's just assume it created a miracle.
Could it be Cahu's destiny to be drawn into this? No, what destiny? That's too emotional a conclusion. Moreover, Cahu doesn't emit the scent of any peace. He's merely a pure-blooded human. I also have a question. Why did your grace choose His Majesty? Why didn't you secretly expose the coup d'etat and instead chose Dylan? I didn't choose His Majesty. For me, it has always been the Imperial Tutor from the very beginning. After speaking, Cahu looked at her and smiled. The night was dark, the autumn winds blew, and his bright blue eyes shone naturally. Cahu could be an example of a noble raised as an heir from a young age. It seemed he wasn't fabricating or embellishing anything now, as if he simply wished to be a human. It's getting late. Let's go inside and rest. We have a mission to complete tomorrow as well. Yes, Imperial Tutor. The next day, the mysterious maid who was following Charlize murmured to himself, Did she really enter the dark zone? I've always been in a position to pursue her, but it feels strange to appear like this myself. Suddenly, Charlize sharply turned her head, but the maid quickly hid. Did she sense the lingering magical aura? She's sharp-eyed regardless. I need to be quieter. Afterward, Charlize and Cahu stood before a large door. This must be the place.
She raised her hand and knocked, then pushed the door open and went inside.
Cahu gulped, muttering, "This is even worse than the rumors. Open human trafficking, a black market, a place where what used to be humans are sold, an arena where people are trained with drugs, fighting like dogfights. Even at the entrance, one could feel it. Although clearly a place within the Empire, it felt as alien as stepping into a completely different world." At this moment, a voice rang out. "What's this? Who gave you permission to just open the door and walk in? Show me your identification." Identification? As soon as she finished speaking, Charlize drew her sword and struck him down in a flash. "There will be no identification, nor will you know our names." Cahu was secretly astonished, unable to believe the clean sword technique that left no scar, only directly striking him down. While he stood dumbfounded, Charlize said, "Let's dismantle this place, young Duke."
Cahu stepped forward, put the whistle to his lips, and blew a beep-beep. Immediately, a thumping sound echoed. It turned out that the whistle Charlize had given him was a magical artifact used to summon the Autonok squai. It made sense. The Emperor cherished the Imperial Master so much that he couldn't just let her go. They greeted him, the young Duke. Cahu informed them that the Imperial Master had infiltrated the interior to investigate. She had left a message with the Autonok squad to resolve the situation here together. Inside, Charlize pointed her sword at the magician. "Why do you keep appearing before me? If you don't answer, I will kill you." Earlier in the study, Charlize murmured, "Found it, the book titled Kira Project." To begin, Epherite has both originals and copies. If it's not entirely unique, then it's not omnipotent, and therefore Epherite cannot be divine. The most effective method is to select slaves with suitable conditions to complete the puzzle piece. The Kira Project has been initiated in the Demon Tower, despite lacking royal support. As Charlize was deep in thought, a sound came from behind her. She turned, pointing her sword at the mage. Wait a moment, it's me. Back to the present. "So your answer is, this is my final act of mercy. I will count to 10. Recruitment. I was going to make a recruitment offer, because I want to work with you. Have you forgotten what I said? I don't trust those who belong to the mage faction. Therefore, now you die." Wait, you have to listen to what my purpose is first. I also hate mages. My goal is to kill all of them. Charlize paused at that. A mage wanting to kill other mages? He hesitated, then said, "My name is Payne, a member of the secret organization Amperior. We are currently focused on tracking down the Kira Project, and we desperately need you." Amperior, a secret organization with the goal of resurrecting Epherite, the god known to be dead? She knew it existed, but she also knew they had no clear operational results. Payne pulled down his sleeve, revealing a tattoo. "First, this is proof. And if you're asking why it's you, it's naturally because of your high abilities, and because you emit a very subtle scent. A scent so addictively intoxicating that no human has ever smelled it before. This is a scent that cannot be fabricated, a unique scent." Charlize was secretly surprised. Could it be the scent of an Epherite fragment?
"You can trust me, because I am also an experiment of the Kira Project. You can see my current state, can't you? The chaotic pathways were forcibly reformed, allowing the power of Epherite to flow throughout my body." Charlize secretly realized that Penn's body was almost dead, moving only by mana energy, which was why he could smell Epherite. She instinctively felt that this man was very dangerous, but killing him would be a pity, even though she had no sympathy. She told him, "I don't understand what you're talking about at all. Thank you for the compliment, but please find somewhere else to go." "Oh, aren't you going to listen anymore?" he asked. "No place knows as much about the Kira Project as our organization. Although I don't know much about Amperior, I know it's famous for its entry requirements. Immediately after joining, one must sever all worldly ties. I still have to be by Dylan's side. I don't have time for things like trying to revive a dead god." As Charlize walked out, the Autonok military personnel bowed and greeted. "Greetings, Imperial Master." Suddenly, Charlize turned to look behind her. "His name is Payne? I have a feeling he won't give up so easily." Meanwhile, Dylan, who was painting, paused. An unconscious reflection? Because of things like the painting of the Imperial Master's happy smile next to Cahu, I couldn't possibly want to paint something like that. Suddenly, someone came in to report. "Your Majesty, the Imperial Master has returned." Dylan smiled and asked about the Imperial Master. "Yes, Your Majesty, the Imperial Master is waiting for you in the Moonlight Garden." Dylan immediately went to the garden and saw Charlize admiring the flowers. He thought, the first time I saw that dress, if she had stayed at Cahu's mansion the day before, then this must be the dress gifted at Duke Delmont's estate. I wish that dress would be torn to shreds. This was jealousy and a desire for possession, an incorrect emotion, but I think that's why I ascended to the throne. When Charlize saw him approach, she respectfully said, "I humbly greet the son of the Empire. Why do you treat me so stiffly? How was your business trip? I've heard reports from Autonok. They said your vibrant activities were truly brilliant." Charlize glanced at the small fairy and said, "We're leaving now. See you later, big sister." Then she replied, "I quite enjoyed this business trip, Your Majesty. I worked alongside the young Duke and the sword, and I realized what excellent synergy truly means.
I am very pleased that you have had a comfortable experience. I plan to soon organize a ball for you to appropriately celebrate and thank you for your past deeds. Charlize thought to herself, if it was a ball celebrating the complete eradication of everything, then Cahu and I would be the main characters. His voice was anything but peaceful. Was there really nothing wrong? That couldn't be. Dylan reached out and asked, is there anything inconvenient at the Duke's mansion? She gently placed her hand and replied, yes, I am very pleased with the warm welcome.
It's a good thing you weren't hurt. Teacher, do you like the young Duke? She thought that at least she didn't hate him. Yes, Your Majesty, I like him. Dylan squeezed her hand. Is that so? You have someone you like, that's good news, isn't it? Even so, please be careful, teacher. Clearly it was a chilly autumn night, but why did the air feel like a hot summer? Meanwhile, Cahu thought it had been a while since he returned to the training camp, and he should review the new documents before going in. Suddenly, a voice called out, Young Duke, long time no see. Oh no, shouldn't I call you captain now? Long time no see, young master. So you're not planning to keep the position of captain? Cahu replied, You mean the second night order? I have no complaints. The other person continued, Ah, I heard you had a son. Congratulations on your child. Thank you. Akan hesitated. Is Charlize doing well? I heard you two dealt with all the magic beasts released in the Dark Zone. Cahu replied, Yes, I only helped. It's no exaggeration to say that dealing with all of them was entirely thanks to the Imperial Master. She possesses superior swordsmanship, and it's truly a pity that she isn't widely known in this world.
I'm truly curious who the teacher was that nurtured such a talented person. She had no teacher. She just learned it herself. Cahu asked again, I wonder if the Imperial Master had teachers for other fields besides swordsmanship. Akan sadly told him he had nothing more to say. Cahu thought to himself, From what I've heard in high society, I heard that someone once taught the princess basic etiquette, but in other fields she never had a teacher, not even once. So I'll consider this. Where did she learn them from, after all? Even if her swordsmanship ability is innate, knowledge cannot be acquired and remembered so easily. Cahu paused at this thought. Suddenly, a question he had never considered before arose. Clearly, the current empire and the empire before its rebirth were completely different, and the distance from the divine empire ruled by the Holy Emperor was also vast. This changed nation had shed a lot of blood, and the emperor, who could place the entire world at his feet, was subservient to Charlize. What kind of empire were they ultimately trying to create? Strangely, it seemed like it would be destruction. Lost in thought, the ink stains his hands black, startling Cahu. Scene change. All of these are rolls of fabric with strictly selected materials, Your Majesty. Is there no satin fabric? Of course there is, but all valuable fabrics that can be supplied to the imperial family are bought and sold at the salon run by Madame Kun.
I know the previous contract is already binding, Dylan thought to himself. Kun's Salon is the exclusive outfitter for Duke Delmont's household. Canceling the previous contract would disrupt market order, but if there are no issues, it will simply be canceled. Can all the fabric rolls from the previous contract be recalled? Instead, pay contract compensation, 10 times the market price. Suddenly, Dylan smiled and said, Wait, let's do it this way. Meanwhile, a servant exclaimed, Oh my, you are truly beautiful, Your Imperial Tutor. Now the remaining highlight is the jewelry. How do you find the new blue diamond necklace that has just arrived? No, the sapphire earrings match today's dress better. Charlize thought to herself, both items remind me of someone. Time flew by like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, winter arrived. People chatted animatedly. Oh my, look, it's the Imperial Tutor and the young Duke. They say they've wiped out the remaining rebels in the Dark District. I hear the Imperial Tutor's swordsmanship is truly astonishing.
Cahu thought to herself, perhaps it's because it's been so long since I've been to a ball. Imperial Tutor, I'll go get some drinks. Please wait for me a moment. Yes. He seems tense, doesn't he? Lately, no balls have been held at all. Even the Emperor hasn't held a ball to celebrate his ascension, so how could the nobles possibly organize one? Just as she thought this, footsteps entered. She turned around and saw that it was Dylan. Everyone respectfully bowed one after another. We humbly greet the son of the Empire. We humbly greet the son of the Empire. Dylan walked over and called out to her. I've come to claim the first dance that was once stolen. She looked at him thoughtfully. The first dance. Ah, I remember now.
That day I had promised to dance with Dylan first, but in the end, I danced with Cahu. Dylan raised his hand to her cheek. Teacher, I hope you won't look in the direction of the young Duke anymore, just for today. Shouldn't these eyes of yours only contain me, right, teacher? Charlize thought to herself, ordinarily it would be proper etiquette to dance the first dance with one's escort, but since Cahu was the one who broke this unwritten rule first, it should be fine. At this moment, Dylan extended his hand. My lady, may I have the honor of dancing with you? My heart kept pounding, and for some reason I felt as if my emotions were caught in a trap. After thinking, she replied, Very well, my sovereign. Those earrings suit you very well, teacher. Is that so? Your Majesty, I don't recall teaching you how to dance. How can you dance so well? Is that so? Because I wanted to dance with teacher, I practiced dancing alone. Everyone whispered, saying that compared to dancing, this was more like a form of art, incredibly splendid. Cahu also watched the two intently. They were shining, as everyone said, like the true protagonists of the ball. Cahu recalled earlier, "Master, Madame Kun sent word that she is temporarily very busy, so she apologizes for not being able to design the formal attire for this ball, is that right?" He suspiciously thought that the madam had always been trustworthy for the past 10 years, so why suddenly? But His Majesty's formal attire resembled the design he had intended to commission for Madame Kun. Could it be a coincidence? Suddenly, Dylan sharply turned to look at Cahu, then continued dancing with Charlize.
Cahu secretly thought, though it might be a little disrespectful, the idea of him stealing the Imperial Tutor kept surfacing in his mind. After finishing the dance, Cahu stood resting, still feeling her body. Suddenly, Cahu approached and called out, "Your Majesty, what is it you seek?" "I am young Duke Cahu of the House of Delman. I have something I wish to discuss privately with your Majesty, if you would permit it. First, I wish to thank your Majesty for your trust, and for granting me the favor of entrusting me with the position of Captain of the First Royal Knights. It is not a favor for me, but your own merit. It is an honor for our family. And the main matter I wish to discuss is that during the time the Imperial Tutor stayed in my residence, she revealed a side of herself I had never imagined. Of course, this matter will depend on the Imperial Tutor's opinion, but
I think it wouldn't be a bad idea to proceed with this with her, if possible, as everyone wishes. I and the Imperial Tutor, aren't we both of marriageable age? The teacher's marriage is her private matter. Even I cannot arbitrarily interfere." Cahu thought to himself, "I have hit a nerve with His Majesty, not about marrying Charlize or about me unilaterally suggesting marriage, but if one glimpses inside him, one can discern something significant. This man had lived a rather peaceful life before returning. Why has he appeared like this?" Having thought that, Cahu then said, "Furthermore, I have received intelligence about the rebels. I believe it would be quite inappropriate to discuss this at the Victory Celebration Ball, which is why I reluctantly requested a private audience with you. I intend to report to the Imperial Tutor after confirming the facts, and provide support in accordance with my duties." "So you mean that you will carry out this mission with the Imperial Tutor?"
The Grand Duke's loyalty has always been directed towards the Empire, which always pleases me. Dylan frowned and continued in a cold voice. "But what about being more careful? From ancient times until now, it has been the duty of subordinates not to offer lengthy explanations, but to instinctively know and understand the intentions of those above them." Dylan gripped his sword. "My teacher taught me that. Don't you think you've chosen the wrong person to test?" Cahu thought to himself, "It's true, the Emperor and Charlize, the Grand Duke, probing always comes with a price. How should that price be paid? You probably don't want to experience it, do you?" The Emperor's warning was both elegant and unbelievable. "If you have any thoughts of seizing my sword, you should abandon them immediately. In this world, there are things that cannot be seen through, no matter how much you look." There are things that cannot be seen through, no matter how much you look? Could Dylan also be involved in the events before his return? Next, Dylan walked past. "I hope you'll tell me something more interesting in private." Cahu stood still, thinking that his memories from before his return were incomplete, like looking through a fog. But a memory surfaced at this moment, when the Emperor was launching a conquest. In one day, he had seen the 13th Prince. That's right. Cahu recalled that before his reincarnation, his parents had intended to introduce him to the 13th Prince. "Cahu Delmon is our son, Your Majesty. He is very talented, and his abilities are flawless when it comes to accompanying Your Majesty in the future." Cahu bowed respectfully. "Your Majesty." To address him as Your Majesty right here in the Empire, while the current Emperor is still alive and well?
Cahu glanced at the 13th Prince and thought again. It wasn't an expression he deliberately showed, rather it was a face devoid of even a hint of emotion. "Mother, who is that?" "Don't ask. You must pretend you've never met him and forget everything you saw today. This isn't a joke. I have no choice in that world." What was the story behind that mysterious 13th Prince? Although he was a surviving member of the royal family from the fierce struggle for imperial power, very few people knew of his existence. Despite this, the prince was still recognized by all as a formidable power within the empire. Dylan's influence on the imperial family was only revealed to everyone through his diary after his death. The most interesting part of the diary read as follows. 3 days ago, Dietrich II asked me anxiously, "Is there nothing you desire?" Because I desired nothing, I replied that I wanted nothing at all. During my reign, I realized one thing. Do you know who the most terrifying person in this world is? It's not someone willing to reveal secrets for personal gain, nor someone with weaknesses. The most terrifying person is one who has no desires. I sensed fear in Dietrich II's words, but I did not alleviate that fear because I clearly saw his determination to eliminate me. It was certainly so.
Yesterday, Dietrich II sent someone to visit me. He had specifically attended my mother's funeral, so I wanted to return the favor. And today, I attended Dietrich II's funeral. Dylan only became famous after his death, so all scholars studied him, and that man, after returning, clung tightly to Imperial Master Charles. But was that because Dylan, the current emperor, truly wanted it, or was it merely Charles's scheme? No, it wasn't just him who became different from before his return. What about the demon sword Kara, the sword Emperor Dietrich used when conquering the continent? Where is it now? Moreover, that sword feels familiar to me, like I've seen it somewhere before. But where? Then, at the ball on the third day, Charlize thought to herself, is Cahu looking for Kara? The Emperor's intelligence agency reported as such, and it seems Dylan also knows about the Kara plan. If Cahu has been reborn, there's no way he wouldn't know about the demon sword Kara. But why was he looking for Kira? Was it just a thought, or was there something more to it? Cahu's actions were like small clues that would eventually reach Dylan, making them very dangerous. If one were to calculate rationally, Cahu should be eliminated. But I didn't want that. Fortunately, I didn't see him at the ball today. Oh, isn't that Hugo? Imperial Master, it's been a long time. She thought this child almost had to live a miserable life. He must be attending today as an official knight of Ottenok. She said with satisfaction that the knight's attire suited him very well. It's all thanks to the Imperial Master. But Hugo, startled, asked what was wrong, then lowered his face, thinking this matter might trouble the Imperial Master. Suddenly, Charlize lifted his chin, saying, "No matter what it is, I can solve it." Hearing this, Hugo replied, "Actually, it's about the children we rescued from the Underworld gang." Many people were kidnapped because they were connected to Kira, or were sold into slavery by the Underworld gang. After Charlize cleared out the Underworld gang, the adults all found livelihoods, but the children did not. Because the child slaves were the property of rebels, they were temporarily entrusted to the Ottenok squad for protection. Although they were still children, they were very dangerous and had to be supervised by the Ottenok squad. Children connected to the magic tower were even more dangerous, and there was a possibility of shady dealings arising.
Recently, many nobles have been concerned about this and have strongly protested. There's nowhere to send the children, but I'll try everything I can. That's all there is to it. Charlize thought to herself. She heard that among the members, Hugo was the most devoted to the children. She said, "Is that all? I'm asking if finding stable accommodation for the children is enough, right?" She waved her hand, signaling someone to come over, and immediately a person appeared, startling everyone. Charlize ordered, "Gather the nobles to the meeting room right now." "Yes." Hugo thought to himself, "We're at a ball. This intelligence agent is a bit suspicious. What are you doing, Hugo? Let's go." At the meeting, Charlize said, "The reason I've gathered you all here is none other than the need for an orphanage to send the children we rescued from Amhak." Upon hearing this, everyone began to whisper among themselves. Charlize continued, "I hope we can equip the facilities so that the children can rest comfortably, and that the traumatized children can receive professional counseling and education. I know there isn't much time left, but we must prepare before the new year. In addition to the efforts undertaken by the royal family, the budget requires additional financial support."
Hugo stood nearby, thinking to himself in astonishment. It was clearly still during the party, yet those arrogant nobles were seriously attending a meeting. Such was his immense power. Then she said to Dylan, "Your Majesty must have heard about this already. I have decided to build an orphanage at Count H's estate, Your Majesty." "Yes, teacher, that family's estate is also very good. I hope it will help stabilize the children's emotions there. Once the schedule for the orphanage's founding ceremony is set, I would like to accompany you, teacher. Would that be all right?" "Of course, Your Majesty." If the Emperor participated, the orphanage would receive generous donations from benefactors, so there was no reason for her to refuse His Majesty's offer. She thought to herself, lately, besides her thoughts of avenging the imperial family, she was becoming softer towards Dylan. "Could it be that I've developed feelings?" she murmured to herself, closing her eyes tightly, a thought that was utterly useless. Scene change. This is a place we've also been keeping an eye on, but unexpectedly, the Emperor's side has already made a move. Someone muttered, "Wow, this is truly a monster. Isn't it normal for one's inherent energy to linger when pursuing someone? Why state the obvious? I wonder if there's a sword that doesn't carry its inherent energy. Where would you find such a sword? Stop talking nonsense. Focus, pain." Everyone whispered amongst themselves. Tsk. He confidently told the organization he'd bring the Imperial Master back, only to be rejected by her. What reason would she have to abandon power, money, and fame to side with Alperior? That was a doomed proposal from the start. You won't be able to win over the Imperial Master. Give up.
Should we say no? How could that not be possible? Clearly, with this scent, Charlize Ronan won't stop until she destroys all the creators of Kira, and our goal is the same. Therefore, she and we are bound to meet again. Back at the established orphanage, children were happily playing together. Has His Majesty's support list been confirmed yet? Clearly, there's a calculation involved. These children are being raised to become His Majesty's people later on. The Imperial Tutor and Otenok will be the children's patrons. Your Majesty, I heard you're providing swords for the orphanage. While I was considering what to give the children, I hoped they could protect themselves, so I decided to provide swords. Charlize slowly walked over to a child. Suddenly, the child looked at the two of them and asked, "Are you two dating?" Charlize gently sat down. "Let's see, do we look like we're dating?" The child innocently replied, "Yes." Charlize placed a piece of candy in the child's hand, who immediately exclaimed brightly, "Wow, candy! You must eat well and grow up quickly." "Thank you." A nanny rushed over, panting, "I apologize, Your Majesty, I was too careless." Dylan patted its head and said it was all right. The child was so well behaved. Charlize wondered blankly, is he that happy because he likes children? But that child has been catching my attention all this time. She walked over and said, "Hello?"
Why are you here by yourself? Where are your friends? They hate me because I say strange things. Strange things? May I ask your name? My name is Charlize. The little girl mumbled the name Charlize, then replied, My name is Gold. It's what my mother likes, so she named me that. Charlize worried inwardly, thinking metal objects would be dangerous for her. Suddenly, the little girl said that she smelled like a goblin, and also like blood. Charlize was surprised, but quickly smiled and asked, What does blood smell like? Does she think it's a sensation? Or is this child also an experiment of the Cura project, which is why she has some kind of ability? But how does she know I'm a goblin? The little girl replied that it smelled like blood from prison bars or from a sword blade. Gold then asked, Are you human? She smiled and said, There hasn't been a single moment when I wasn't human. That's right, I was once human. And even if I became a sword and lost my body, I never lost my essence.
Even if everyone denies it, I still respect myself. That's how I protected myself. At this moment, the nanny called out loudly, Children, it's snack time. Gold stood up, cheered, wow, and then ran off. Charlize looked at the happy children and thought, I've always wanted to get revenge on the Empire and the Imperial family. But she glanced over at Dylan. Meanwhile, he was thinking, do the teacher and I look like we're in that kind of relationship? Continuing with Charlize's thoughts, but I don't want to hurt him. Is it true that I've developed feelings for him? Teacher, due the matters concerning the New Year's ceremony, we must return to the Imperial Palace. The New Year's ceremony? Dylan is now 20 years old. It feels like just yesterday that I've been by Your Majesty's side for 6 years. We will always be by each other's side, no matter when. The number of years means nothing. Yes, no matter what Your Majesty does, I will always be by your side. All right, I'll see you tonight at the Imperial Palace. Standing in the distance, Cahu thought to himself, before their reincarnation, their relationship wasn't that close. They didn't even interact with each other. Although busy, I also feel a bit uneasy, and even though it's still peaceful, a sense of foreboding, like impending doom, keeps rising.
Why am I getting drawn into thoughts like these? I really don't know, but one thing is, I want to prevent destruction. With that thought, Cahu went to call the Imperial Master. I have something to tell you. Do you remember what I told you on the day of that event? Yes. If there's something you're dealing with, Imperial Master, that you don't proactively bring up, then I won't pry into it on my own. On that day, the Imperial Master and I wiped out the rebels, and I realized something. Something somewhere is definitely amiss, like a candle flaring up brightly just before it goes out. Because this place is called the Empire of the Divine, it clearly reveals an incredibly dark and strange dominion. I have been reborn. I don't know if I'm merely dreaming of a future that might come to pass. I'm truly in turmoil. But in the future I saw, the Imperial Master was absent. The Empire at that time was still Dietrich I.
My statement that I wouldn't dig into the Imperial Master's business, I retracted. I apologize, but I have to get to the bottom of this. What exactly are you? Who are you? Why has the Empire changed so much, and why have I unwillingly been drawn into it like this? Just then, a clanging sound rang out, the bell signaling the new year. Charlize said, Happy New Year, young Duke. The Imperial Master then added, May you receive many blessings in the new year. When Cahu returned, a servant said, Master, I have prepared your formal attire for the opera performance. He continued to ponder. Charlize's swordsmanship was a distinctive style, one that only those of high skill could master. That kind of swordsmanship, he had clearly seen it before at the sword tournament 4 years ago. From lies in Charlize's name and that distinctive swordsmanship, why hadn't he recognized it? The winner of the tournament 4 years ago was Charlize. At that time, there was no talk of marriage between him and Charlize, because before they met at the ball, he had first encountered her at that year's sword tournament. But in their duel, he had found it strange that she hadn't stabbed him. Now it was clear. At that time, Charlize had already known him. If this was simply her current lifetime, such a mistake wouldn't have happened. That's right. Charlize must have already experienced that future once before.
Charlize said, Can everyone show themselves? 2 tiny fairies immediately sparkled into existence.
Did you call for us? We heard your summons, you just need to speak. I have something I want to ask you. Someone said I smell like a fairy, is that true? Yes, Charlize smells like us. Charlize thought to herself that it seemed to be true. I want to ask one more thing. Why are you so kind to me? The god Epherite has shattered, so we cannot tell you. We know the reason you summoned us is because you want a good night's sleep, right? We will sprinkle a special powder on your body. She thought to herself that they were changing the subject again. She'd probably have to investigate it herself. If it helps me sleep well, then go ahead and do it. It will help you revisit the past, as if in a dream. They sprinkled the powder of love on Charlize, and she immediately closed her eyes. A dream. So it's the day the fifth prince ascended the throne and became Dietrich II. Is it because of the fairy powder? This dream feels so real. This is clearly my memory from before my resurrection.
Dylan came looking for me. Kira, you make humans deluded and cause them to fall, becoming slaves to evil. I want to possess you, demon sword. Suddenly, Dylan flinched and quickly withdrew his hand. You, so that's why you're a demon sword. I thought no one could resist the demon sword's enchantment, but Dylan resisted it. The next morning, Charlize woke up. Grandmaster, good morning. She thought to herself, to what extent have the Eld's powers reached? Reviewing the memories I had forgotten, I can be sure that even if Dylan is resurrected, he won't be able to recognize my resurrection.
Seeing the sunlight streaming in, the servant asked, Imperial Grandmaster, would you like to close the window? No, just leave it. Later, at the dining table, Dylan said that the renovation of the Imperial Palace had been completed. This also seemed like an appropriate time to consider rewards based on merit. After completing the procedure to erase the Ronin surname, doesn't the teacher need a new surname for herself? Just say the word, teacher, and I am ready to bestow an official title upon you at any time. Your Majesty has already thought that far, Charlize mused. Let's see, it probably won't be higher than the title of Duke. I thought the position of Marquis and Imperial Grandmaster was already high enough. Is he planning to give me even more? Actually, there's no need for that, Your Majesty. Is that so? As expected of the teacher, she has no intention of accepting anything related to this empire. But it doesn't matter. This empire will collapse anyway when the chessboard becomes a mess, like flipping over the board. Then I just want to leave with Charlize and live a simple life. When I was little, my mother once said this, there will be a day when you need someone to help you realize yourself. Suddenly, Charlize said, let's go visit the Empress Dowager. It's been a long time since I visited her. Later, at the Empress Dowager's tomb, may you rest peacefully with the god Epherite. Suddenly, Charlize called out to His Majesty, yes, teacher. Although this is unlikely to happen, if it were possible to possess, would your Majesty want to have me? Dylan blushed and asked, what are you saying, teacher? You will possess me? Dylan recalled the Empress Dowager's words before her death. Express what you want, live truly freely, even for my part. He secretly told himself, I can't follow Mother's words anymore. If the teacher wants it, I will even overturn this world.
If I do what I want, Your Majesty, if you could possess me, would you want to? Dylan remained lost in thought. Sometimes, when he looked at the teacher, he felt he was no longer human, but a beast. He always wanted their warmth to intertwine, to roll together in the mud. He replied, is the teacher someone I can just want to possess? I feel that having the teacher by my side is already a miracle. Charlize stood dumbfounded upon hearing this, her heart pounding. At Duke Delmon's mansion. Cahu, I heard you just went to meet the young master of the Ronin family. Yes, Mother, I went to talk a little. Will you come to the tea party tonight? Yes. If I could get information about Charlize from before her rebirth, I would surely grasp clues about the conspiracy to overthrow the Empire. I went directly to the Ronin family, but what Charlize liked and disliked as a child. She liked knights, so she probably liked swords. I don't know when she started learning swordsmanship. It seems she didn't like flowers. The Imperial Master doesn't like flowers? She's someone who occasionally feels very happy when she smells flowers. When she was little, Charlize only stayed in her room, so I rarely saw her. The Imperial Master only stayed in her room? Is that all he remembers of her entire childhood? Is that even a family? I didn't get any information from the Ronin family at all. Regarding Charlize, they knew nothing. If that's the case, then the only way is to find out from her directly. In a few days, the Imperial family will hold a meeting, and Charlize will surely participate. Then, at the meeting, we move on to the next matter. Recently, we received reports that the mages of the Demon Tower appeared near the Dark Family's area. If your Majesty permits, we will send the Adenok team to handle this matter. Hearing this, Charlize raised her hand. Your Majesty, I will investigate this matter. Cahu also immediately raised his hand. If so, I will also assist the Imperial Tutor. Just follow the teacher's instructions. So Charlize and Cahu went together to carry out the mission. While walking, Charlize stopped. Cahu asked the Imperial Tutor what she intended to do. I intend to gather some information for a moment. She took out a flute and blew a note. Lucy immediately appeared. What's wrong? Seeing the person in front of her made Lucy jump in surprise, and she tremblingly asked, Charlize, is that you, darling?
She asked why the mages of the Demon Tower kept lingering near the Dark Family's area. I know the reason, but darling, you haven't even greeted me yet, and you're already asking for such valuable information? You have to pay me back. All right, you sparing my life is already like me owing you sniffle sniffle.
Cahu thought to himself, is the head of a renowned assassination organization actually flattering like this? Kung wants to know why the mages appeared at the Dark House. That's because of Alperior. The Magic Tower is looking for Alperior near this area. I almost lost my life investigating this matter, so I've decided not to care about it anymore. Cahu couldn't help but be surprised upon hearing the name Alperior. Charlize asked, why? Isn't Alperior an organization that researches the god Epherite? Because the Magic Tower doesn't believe in gods, they are considered backward. That's all I know, because this matter is very dangerous, so I want to ignore it and live. Lucy thought to herself, Ma Kung is even more terrifying than the Magic Tower and Alperior. Alperior is more closely linked to the Magic Tower and the Kira project than I thought. Judging by Lucy's reaction, that organization is quite dangerous.
Young Duke, starting now, I will take matters into my own hands. What? Didn't you hear? Lucy is a woman who fears no one except me. Cahu thought to himself, is the danger so great that even Lucy finds it terrifying, which is why she told me to retreat? He said, from the moment I said I would investigate the Imperial Master, I had already prepared myself to face anything. If that's truly the case. Before she could finish her sentence, Charlize paused, seeing a figure. As Charlize and Cahu approached, they heard a group of people whispering, failed again. All right, I had also anticipated this wouldn't be easy. We really need to win over the Imperial family. Because we need their funds, we absolutely cannot give up. The Kira project must proceed. Cahu was secretly astonished. The Kira project? That was the demonic sword that the former emperor should rightfully possess now. In his previous life, after Charlize Ronan disappeared, the Empire's sword, Kira, reappeared. Could Charlize and Kira be related? Suddenly, Charlize drew her sword and held it close to Cahu's neck. He looked at her, silently asking, why? They say that before people die, they see their memories flash before their eyes like a film. Forget about past memories. Why do I keep wanting to justify that Charlize must have had a reason for doing this? Didn't I once pursue Charlize to prevent the Empire's destruction? Thinking this, Cahu said, the conversation of the mages. I will pretend I heard nothing. They came here to research Alperior. That's all. Charlize then released her sword. Yes, let's leave it at that. Cahu swallowed hard. The scent of lavender wafted to his nose. Even in this situation, I still find her beautiful. It must be something wrong with my eyes. The scene shifts to the Ronin mansion. Seeing Akan stumble, his wife ran out to support him. Oh dear, my love, it's only early evening and you've already drunk so much. Akan said, I miss Priyo. The child is asleep. Akan looked at his wife smiling and thought to himself, her smile is so much like Mother's. I had thought Charlize was the one who took Mother's life. Suddenly, he gripped his wife tightly and asked, when you gave birth to Priyo, how did you feel? Didn't you feel pain or fear? Didn't you hate Priyo? Because of the difficult birth, she almost lost her life, didn't she? This was the first time she had seen her husband like this. Not only her brother-in-law Dante, but even her own husband had collapsed.
Priyo almost killed her. Doesn't it deserve to be hated? Hearing this, she was astonished to the point of panic and slapped Akan across the face. How could you say such things? Is it because you're the Imperial Master that you're like this? I also know about the Ronin family's incident. That wasn't the Imperial Master's fault. Before, I thought it was just an accident. I gave birth to Priyo and have never resented my child, not even once. I love my child more than life itself. This child is incredibly adorable and beautiful. I hope that my child will definitely get to see this world. You're also a father. Don't you understand this clearly? Akan was stunned, remembering his mother. If you abandon the child, the mother's life will be saved. No, please, I only need this child.
Mother made that choice because she loved Charlize. Akan's wife in the room said, if my child were treated like that, my heart would be torn to pieces. So Mother passed away without getting to see the beautiful appearance of the Imperial Master, who was truly pitiful. If it's a girl, she will be named Charlize. If it's a boy, he will be named San. In ancient language, Charlize means happiness, and San means the sun. I hope this child will be nobler than the sun and live a truly happy life. Meanwhile, Charlize thought of Cahu Delmon. It seems he remembered Kira, and now he knows Kira was a created being. Even so, it will be very difficult to delve deeper. It's also hard to imagine a person turning into metal and being discarded, becoming a demonic sword. Anyway, it's better not to let Dylan find out about this. Compared to Cahu, Dylan is much more dangerous. One cannot seem to point a sword at that dangerous Dylan. At this moment, Mary came in and reported, Imperial Master, it's time for your appointment. At the art gallery in the Imperial Palace, an announcement was made. The Imperial Master has arrived. The Imperial Master greeted, Greetings, Your Majesty. The Imperial Master had once said, if there is sweet honey ahead, one would pursue it even if hell lies behind. Currently, I intend to start a war. Half a year after the Dylan Empire began, the Blades Empire seems to be in its golden age, both economically and politically. So even if war breaks out, the people of the Empire will still loyally volunteer. They do not know that in the future they will face difficulties and be defeated. Ultimately, the empire will collapse. I think I will start here.
Saruna, then Delicia Empire. These two countries are only separated by a border, and the current movement is... Charlize thought to herself. Dylan now understood, and moved exactly according to her intentions from her previous life. It would take until year 200 to conquer this land. Indeed, Dylan was more outstanding than any king before him. Your Majesty surprises me. Just proceed as you said. It's truly excellent. Dylan blushed, thinking the Imperial Tutor's innocent admiration made him feel invigorated. To attract her attention, he always pondered which plan was best.
Even if it meant drinking poison, I would still want to have you. Whenever I pretended to be weak, the teacher always helped me. If I drank poison and fell, would I be able to get the teacher's attention? Or should I pretend to be weak and say I want to lean on the teacher's shoulder? No, I should honestly confess my feelings. After a moment of thought, Dylan bravely spoke up. Teacher, I like you. Through this moment, through this gaze and these words, can't the teacher feel my heart? Charlize smiled and replied, Yes, I feel the same, Your Majesty. Dylan, disappointed, lowered his face and thought, Is she pretending not to know, or does she not want to give me a chance? Charlize said, Every time I see you, I feel that the roses are truly beautiful. Shall we take a walk? In moments like this, my heart aches, no matter the aspect. While conversing with Dylan, Charlize's distraction was due to the elves. Currently, Sir Epherite has been broken. We cannot speak of it. Since that night, we rarely encounter the elves, but unexpectedly we meet them here now. Have they disappeared? Teacher, how did the matter you went to investigate with the young Duke turn out? Are you referring to the matter of the mages from the magic tower? Yes. Why are they wandering around the Dark House area? Charlize recalled Lucy's words that the mages were wandering around the Dark House area because of Alperior, but Charlize claimed it was because of the slaves of the Dark House, who were targeting children sent to the orphanage. Dylan thought to himself, a lie. If the reason was the orphanage, then after scouting, Cahu's expression should have been heavy with worry for the children, shouldn't it? That wasn't an expression of anxiety. According to Ottenach's report, there was nothing unusual in the mage's actions. I am openly participating in the matter I am responsible for, which is a bit unexpected. Dylan said, I, on the other hand, think they have a clear purpose, to confirm whether something has been completely destroyed.
As I recall, only 34 projects have been completely burned down. I think there's a reason why you, teacher, are hiding the mage's true intentions. Teacher, may I ask you about a suspicion I felt while we've been talking? Of course, Your Majesty. What is Kira? Charlize was secretly astonished, thinking of Dylan's mention of Kira. Your Majesty, you must also know about those who consume Epherite fragments. After consuming Epherite fragments, humans become living gods. For the most recent example, the late Emperor Dietrich did not die, but still lives in an underground dungeon. But ordinary people cannot withstand the demonic energy of the Epherite fragments and ultimately die. Even if they overcome and absorb it, consuming a large amount will turn a human into a sentient piece of metal. Thus, those who can withstand the demonic energy will become a sword called Kira, losing their ego and being possessed by the demonic energy. So, teacher, what is the true nature of that sword? Charlize thought to herself that she shouldn't get drawn in and forced a smile. She smiled brightly and replied, Perhaps it is a demonic artifact. Teacher, I stand by you. Whatever you say, to me it is true, the sweetest truth.
I understand, Your Majesty. I am always grateful to you. Dylan took off his coat and put it on her. No, teacher, you don't understand. I like you. Me too, Your Majesty. No, you still don't understand. When I was young, living in a dullness no different from death, seeing you come into my side, I knew I might become like this, so I couldn't open my heart from the very beginning. But teacher, you still remember, don't you? You said if one couldn't choose between attachment and indifference, then it was all right to be attached to me. I still remember. If there is anything wrong with my words, please point it out. Since that day, I have run ceaselessly. For you, teacher, I finally ascended to the throne of Emperor. I tried my best not to be ashamed of the 2 words dedication. I strived not to possess you, to only see you as something precious. Why don't you understand?
I have screamed that I would show you, no matter what. I will say it again. I don't see you as a teacher, but as a woman. I like you, Dylan shouted brazenly. I love you, teacher. After that, Charlize returned to her room, constantly pondering Dylan's words. I love you, teacher. She thought that if he truly loved her, she would exploit it to the fullest. You can take your time to answer me later. Hearing a confession right in front of me, I didn't know what to do, but no matter the circumstances, I would not give up on revenge. Everyone must pay for their own sins. After showering, she came out and asked, What is that? It's a painting. Your Majesty sent it. The composition of the painting looked very familiar. I had seen it before when I was Kira, but the subject in the picture had changed since then. Before I was resurrected, this painting was called The Smile of the Seventh Concubine.
Mary curiously asked who painted it, though just by looking one could feel the affection the painter had for His Majesty. It was the signature of the genius artist, who was revealed in a past life to be Dylan. Did Dylan sending her this painting mean love? The love written in the painting was undeniable proof. "Where should we hang this painting, Your Majesty? Above the piano, perhaps, or between the mirrors? Hang it above the piano for me." Suddenly, a voice from outside said, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Charlize turned and asked, "Your Majesty has arrived?" "Yes, teacher." Looking at the table, Dylan saw a few words on a piece of paper. "An angel descended, and the whole world rejoiced." He murmured to himself, "It's a marriage proposal." The servant bowed and said, "We humbly take our leave." But Dylan unexpectedly said, "Wait." Then he asked the teacher, "Does a public confession make one feel pressured?" She replied, "No." Dylan smiled upon hearing this. Perhaps no noble young master would dare confess his feelings to a lady whom the emperor has already confessed to. The two maids looked bewildered. "Huh?" Charlize thought, "He's not afraid to show his jealousy now, is he? Shall we begin our piano lesson, teacher? I won't pressure you, and it won't be much different from usual, but sometimes, may I call you Charlize?" "As Your Majesty wishes." "You are showing me incredible growth, teacher. It's all thanks to Your Majesty." Suddenly the door opened. "Your Majesty, the pren fruit you requested has been prepared. Please partake." Charlize thought to herself, "Pren, that was the fruit I loved as a child, but I haven't eaten it since I grew up."
"There's no pren for you, young lady. We've eaten all the rest, and it was delicious." How did Dylan know my preferences? Dylan gently took a fruit and offered it to me, saying, "Let's stop and eat a little, Charlize. It's very sweet." Dylan warmed my cold memories, covering the memory of pren with a beautiful recollection. I was quite grateful to him. No, extremely grateful. "Your Majesty knows there are many theories about the origin of songs, right?" "Yes, teacher." "Some say they originated from labor songs. Others claim they were created for festivals and those in power. And there's also a theory that songs are a divine grace bestowed by gods. There's one theory about the origin of songs that I strongly believe in." "What is it?"
That theory suggests songs are created to seduce the opposite sex. Actually, I've composed a song for my teacher. If I may, I'd like to perform it right here. Will you allow me? "Of course, Your Majesty." Dylan placed his fingers on the keys and began to sing. "Art is the subtle expression of oneself, so falsehood cannot taint it. Only when emotions reach their climax does one realize this is true love." Charlize secretly realized, "So he loves me." Meanwhile, the knights were discussing. "Hey, have you heard the news? His Majesty publicly declared his love for the Imperial Tutor." "I have, but it's really strange. Aren't the two of them clearly His Majesty and the Imperial Tutor?" Cahu, who was practicing swordsmanship, also thought, "That man he loves too? But it's not strange for the Emperor to love Charlize, because I was the one who suspected it would happen. But why? Why do I feel so terrible? Me?"
Cahu was distracted by the image of Charlize, and the sword in his hand was knocked to the ground. The knight called out in confusion, "Captain, are you all right? You look very pale." Cahu was still lost in thought. "I once thought that if I kept chasing her, I would fall for her, but I didn't realize I had already liked her from the start." "Captain, you must need some rest." "I'm fine. We have to finish the match." Cahu pressed his lips together. As a knight, he had dropped his sword. "Next, I invite Count Net to step forward and receive his reward. And next, long time no see, young Duke. Congratulations on receiving your reward." "Thank you, Imperial Grandmaster." In this event, Charlize was the one with the greatest merit, yet she received no reward. Instead, her subordinates were the ones rewarded. Charlize was observing and manipulating this behavior. Everyone knew the Emperor's will, and that will included Charlize holding the highest position. Leaving things as they were was very dangerous. Many things were being overturned. However, "Imperial Grandmaster, I have something to say. I hope you won't get too close to His Majesty. I don't deny that I have some personal feelings involved here, but as a citizen, I must say this. This is the first time I've had to confront you. Didn't I tell you before? If you intend to probe me, it's best to stop. I'm not probing. Even if you deny it, I am certain. You are Lise, and you showed no confusion when you saw me at the swordsmanship tournament." Lise, the winner of the swordsmanship tournament, suddenly appeared. Immediately after Lise's victory, Dylan's direction changed. Cahu didn't know that what he was looking for in that tournament as a victory prize was hero choke grass, but even if he tried to understand his own nature to this extent, he was still the first person unaffected by her.
Cahu said again, "Although I am attracted to the Imperial Tutor as a man, for me, public affairs are still more important. The combination of the Imperial Tutor and the Emperor is very dangerous. Are you confessing your feelings while simultaneously trying to control me? That's quite novel, but I also share Cahu's thoughts.
All right, the delegation from the Saruna Empire is about to arrive. I must prepare to receive them. It is an honor to welcome you to our empire. Did you have a pleasant journey? As you may know, the Saruna Empire possesses the continent's famous diamond mines. We have prepared this necklace to express our friendship, and I believe presenting it to the Imperial Tutor is the best choice, because within the Blade Imperial family, there is no woman of higher status. What a magnificent necklace. I sincerely thank you. When I first arrived at the Blade Empire, I was impressed by its neat appearance, but now that I've entered the Empire like this, it's astonishing how both its exterior and interior are unified.
The surprising rain. Then Dylan came over and asked, "Teacher, did everything turn out all right?" "Yes, Your Majesty, but aren't you occupied with other matters?" "I'm done with my work. Actually, I hurried here to give you this gift." Charlize thought in surprise. He must have received a report about me receiving a necklace from the envoy. "I already know that the envoy gave you a necklace, and on your birthday, teacher, I also gave you a necklace, so I tried not to give a similar gift again. But compared to other gifts, I believe the gift I give must be more precious. You only need to see the best things, wear the most beautiful things, and hear the most wonderful words. You, teacher, are an incredibly precious person. Allow me to help you put it on." Charlize thought to herself, "After meeting Cahu, I was constantly haunted by that moment. The combination of the Imperial teacher and the Emperor is very dangerous. Now seeing Dylan, all those thoughts vanished. The necklace suits you very well."
I thank Your Majesty. Before, Dylan didn't show this level of flirtatiousness, but I feel very strange. Dylan feels very strange. Teacher, coincidentally, we both finished our work early. Shouldn't we meet in the evening after resting? Actually, I've prepared an ice garden. We must see it with the evening lights to fully appreciate its beauty. I want to admire that view with you, teacher. In the lilac room, Charlize pondered Dylan's words. To me, teacher is an incredibly precious person. Thank you for appearing in this world. Just then, a maid's voice rang out. "Imperial Master, I've brought your dress." "All right." Afterwards, she went to the ice garden. Dylan asked her what she thought. "It's very beautiful, Your Majesty. When winter passes, everything will melt away, won't it? I will command magic to be used so they never melt. Everything is often beautiful when it has an end."
Although it's a bit regrettable, I don't wish for it to reach that point. My limit is the teacher, so I have never learned about endings. Charlize asked, "The first time Your Majesty saw me, what did you think? Do you want an honest answer, or an answer that will make you happy? Can't I hear both? Charlize, what do you think of this? If you give me an answer to my confession, then I will answer both questions." Seeing her lost in thought, Dylan smiled faintly and said, "Shall we continue?" Because of revenge, I had been very cautious with the emotion called love, and even if it was that, I was determined to exploit it. But Dylan, you once said that even if I used you for revenge and the Empire fell into ruin, you only asked me to see me as a man, and then everything else wouldn't matter anymore. But I will still continue my revenge. Nevertheless, you were the one who respected me from the very beginning. Suddenly, her shoelace came undone, and Dylan gently offered, "Let me help you." Charlize thought again, "You are also the first person in this life who has acknowledged me." Suddenly, she lifted Dylan's chin and called, "Dylan." Then she placed a sweet, romantic kiss on his lips. After that, they both looked at each other shyly, and then it was Dylan's turn to proactively kiss her lips. Charlize secretly thought, "You said that even if it's for revenge, you would seek revenge with me. So what does it matter if love is mixed into this?" Dylan gently asked, "Do you hate it?" "No, I truly did think that about Your Majesty. I truly did think that, though the nuance is slightly different from my confession."
But I don't care. Even if Charlize's feelings aren't complete, I can just fill in what's missing. Thinking this, Dylan said, "Tomorrow night, I will order wine and fireworks to be prepared in front of the palace. The full view from the lilac room will surely be beautiful. But watching the fireworks from my Simpicio room wouldn't be too bad either." Charlize thought to herself, so the fireworks were just an excuse for him to invite me to spend the night together. Dylan then said, "I'm really looking forward to tomorrow." After that, Charlize returned to her room and called out, "Everyone, where have you been? I've been looking for you all this time." Two sparkling little fairies in the flower pot replied, "But we've never left you. We've always been by your side." Is that so? The fairies had never revealed their true identities to her. She had also tried to investigate, but they only existed in legends, and there were no official documents about them.
Actually, there aren't just a few strange things. If it's because I have fairy blood that I can see them, then I should have been able to see them before reincarnation, right? But why is it that after reincarnation, I only started seeing them after meeting Dylan? Does it have anything to do with Dylan? Suddenly they said, "We'll help you. For the first night, you just need to be in a good mood." Do they mean to lend me power with fairy dust like last time?
Honestly, there's no reason to refuse, but regarding my feelings for Dylan, I don't want to borrow any artificial power. I want to experience it with my own emotions. You said I don't need help, but why did you all give me such a dream last time? At that time, Dylan said, I want to have you, Kira. The fairy said, that is destiny. With whom? Me and Dylan? That we must keep a secret. There's no other way. We wanted to help you, but you refused. But that's also good, because it's destiny. Charlize asked blankly, what are you talking about? But they had disappeared. They said they had to keep it a secret. Now I just need to find out what secret the fairies are hiding. But even though the conversation ended with lingering questions, my mood is better, isn't it? She caressed her lips and murmured, Destiny? The next day, in the servizio room. Teacher, you once asked me about my first impression of him, didn't you? If I answer honestly.
The first time I saw you, I felt you were like me. Empathy? And what's the answer that makes one feel good? I felt you were my destiny. This person is mine. That's what I thought. Charlize recalled the elf's words. That is destiny. Just then, fireworks outside exploded, lighting up the entire sky. Boom, boom, boom. Dylan raised his wine glass. Your coming to me today means you've accepted, doesn't it? She replied, yes. Whenever you want to stop, just shrug me off. Just a gentle shrug, and I'll stop. She smiled brightly and said, that won't happen. Dylan leaned in to kiss her, and they proceeded to do what anyone could easily guess. Afterward, Charlize vaguely dreamed of herself appearing in the middle of a divine temple. Why was she dreaming this dream? A mysterious place. She couldn't even see an entrance, let alone an exit.
But instead of fear, I felt as if something was protecting me, a sense of being overwhelmed by the unknown. At this point in her dream, she groggily opened her eyes. Dylan, lying beside her, gently asked, are you tired? Get some more sleep, Charlize. Whether before or after her reincarnation, this was the first time she had been with Dylan like this, and also the first time she had been swept up in romance. Charlize gently caressed his face, their hands intertwined and clasped tightly together, as she thought, now, although it's a past event that everyone has forgotten, when I was little, even if I reached out my hand, no one in the Ronan family would take it. Dylan pulled her hand up, kissed it with a soft peck, and asked, Charlize, what is our relationship now? Charlize pondered. Emperors usually avoided having mistresses, because if a mistress didn't have an official status, a noble royal might be born as an illegitimate child. It was a natural custom for the emperor to make that person an empress or a concubine, but that didn't matter to her.
She gently replied, call me your mistress. His lips curved into a smile. I will announce this to everyone, so that no one on this continent will be unaware. Thank you, Charlize. She asked, for what? For being by my side. I am very grateful for that. She gently touched his firm muscles. They say that if one is intoxicated by something called love, we become blindly convinced that this illusion will last forever. That saying doesn't quite fit me, because my priorities are still very clear. That is revenge. However, currently, I feel quite good about this love. Later, at a party, people whispered to each other, have you heard the news? Recently it's been spreading in the capital. Is it about the Imperial Master accepting His Majesty's confession? We have gained the moon of the Empire. This will be marked in history. We should raise a toast to celebrate, shouldn't we? Standing somewhere, Cahu pondered. This has finally happened. All the nobles believe Charlize will become empress. But if Charlize's goal was to become empress, she would have had the emperor announce her as the future empress, not as a mistress. For the emperor, calling her a mistress is not ceremonially correct. But for Charlize and Dylan, this doesn't matter. A rule that cannot be stopped by law or system, if not called tyranny, then what would it be called? Additionally, the Autonoc Night Order has recently been undergoing high-intensity training. Currently, it's peacetime, and the imperial power is stable, so why such intense training?
Did Project Kyra fail again? Yes, I know it's not easy, but no matter what happens, we absolutely must make this project happen. How is Charlize somehow involved with Alperior in the Magic Tower? Who is she, really? What is Charlize's true purpose? Cahu shook his head. No, don't think about it anymore. The Imperial Master told me to forget. But I feel so much pain. At the training ground, the clashing sound of swords rang out. Teacher, may I kiss your lips? But we are in the middle of training, Your Majesty. The sword was withdrawn, and just as Charlize turned, Dylan called out, Teacher! She turned back to see him, his blindfold removed, smiling at her.
His smile is so beautiful. Nowadays, on every holiday, Your Majesty and I decide to stay together, but after that night, our lips haven't even touched once. It's not that I don't understand Dylan's feelings. Thinking this, she leaned in and kissed Dylan. For now, Your Majesty, please bear with this, she said. Dylan squeezed her shoulders, holding her back. I don't think that's enough, he said. I want more. Seeing his shy, flushed face, Charlize chuckled with amusement. The next day, this is our first date, so I've prepared very carefully, he said.
Everything is wonderful, Your Majesty, she replied. After watching the performance, they went to have a meal together, and throughout the meal they chatted happily. By afternoon, I've always wanted to walk along this path with Charlize at least once, he said. This path is most beautiful when the sun sets.
Thank you for preparing all of this. I will never forget today. There are still so many things I want to do with you, so many experiences I want to share with you, and so many places I want to go with you. Let's take our time and do all of those things together. I feel uneasy. Why do I keep having this feeling that if we don't do something now, we'll never have the chance again? Your Majesty, do you know this? If one walks this path with their lover, the two will be together forever. Your Majesty, I am here and I will absolutely not leave. This is our final stop for today's date. Yes, that's right. Before you two is a scene of children playing happily. Look, the pretty big sister is here. Hello, big sister. Hello, kids, what are you playing? We're playing tossing stones. Dylan glanced around. A child was playing on a swing nearby, and he remembered what the child had said the other day. Are you two lovers? The child recognized Dylan at that moment and beamed. Oh, Candy Brother. In contrast to the child's excitement, the nanny felt traumatized and couldn't stand steadily. Dylan sat down and said, I already taught the children to call me Emperor. Do you remember the question you asked me last time? Yes, I do. It's true that you two are lovers. The child clapped happily. Wow, you two are lovers. Charlize smiled helplessly. So that's what he wanted to say. Suddenly, she heard a rustling sound nearby and smelled blood. Gold, is she looking at me? It doesn't seem so. Gold's gaze was directed at Dylan. The smell of blood that the girl mentioned, was the smell of an Epherite fragment also emanating from Dylan? Charlize walked closer and asked, Hello, Gold. The girl flinched. May I ask you something? Gold trembled in fear and covered her ears. I don't know anything. Seeing the girl trembling, Charlize said softly, Then I won't ask anymore. Don't worry. Charlize thought, Gold, the smell of blood. No, is it really not? The very doubt she felt through her intuition made her uneasy. That night, Charlize sat in front of the mirror, lost in thought. Today's date had been a happy experience, except for the inexplicable feeling she had at the end of it. Suddenly, her eyes noticed a letter placed next to the mirror. A letter. This pattern was the symbol of the Alperior organization. The letter read, We have something you want to know. This is a summons letter, so you only need to tear it when you wish to meet. Alperior is about to leave this place, so we hope to meet you as soon as possible.
If it's the Alperior organization, they would surely know a lot of information about the magic tower. Charlize tore the letter in half, and immediately a person appeared. Long time no see, huh? I've missed you so much. I heard you went to investigate the magic tower with young Duke Delman last time. Get to the point. Before that, I have something to say. Come to Alperior. There are things that outsiders cannot hear. I want to hear it first, then I'll decide. I've uncovered the true purpose of the Magic Tower's Kira project, feeding humans fragments of Epherite and turning them into swords with the aim of creating gods with human hands. But the true purpose is even more than that. The Magic Tower is known as an organization that denies the existence of gods, but that's not the truth. They are practically a cult. Because you are Charlize, I'm telling you this. There are two gods in this world, the Epherite god, whom everyone previously thought was the only god, and the other god is the evil god. Because the evil god is the crystallization of magic, the people of the Magic Tower obtain magic from this god. The reason the Magic Tower is hunting Alperior is because of me.
I heard that only this girl can defeat the evil energy within the Epherite fragment, isn't that right? Because I have deciphered the secret that the Magic Tower concealed. He is finally awakened. Even in the form of a sword, we cannot help but worship him. The Magic Tower made the evil god descend into Kira. These things truly happened. Because I actively pushed it out of my mind, only fragmented memories remain. Somewhere. Now open your eyes. But seeing the Kira sword remain silent and motionless, someone agitatedly said, What's happening? He's not responding to us. Why is that? Haven't we perfected the purest evil this time? How can this be? Have we failed? It's still too early to draw conclusions. Look at this. This power, the god, has descended. On this side, Charlize pointed a knife at Payne's mech. Why are you so silent? It's terrifying. Keep talking. But the Kira project has never succeeded, and even if it did succeed, the Magic Tower would not achieve its goal. Theoretically, they made the evil god possess Kira, but in terms of magical power, the owner of that body gained dominance. What I mean is that the owner of the body gradually absorbed the evil god, and became the evil god themselves. The absorption time was very long, but it probably didn't take 50 years, right?
But rest assured, if the Kira project fails, there will be no evil god. Charlize flicked the knife back, messing up Payne's hair. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? I just gave you valuable information, didn't I? That's interesting information, but I won't go to Alperior, so get lost. Payne immediately vanished.
Charlize despaired, realizing she had become the evil god. The next day, "Is there something you wish to tell me? This is something that cannot be casually discussed with just anyone, which is why I called you here, and since you asked about Charlize before, I want you to hear this story." "Then I will just listen. When I was young, my father once brought back the corpse of a monster he had defeated. As you probably know, those who study swordsmanship always have a competitive spirit, so at that time, I also wanted to see that monster. Back then, I still hadn't come to terms with my mother's death, and I saw something strange. That child absorbed the monster's demonic energy. From that moment on, I started to distance myself from Charlize. Damn it, are there really people like that in the world? They ostracized an innocent child and now blame it on demonic energy. But it seems this isn't just a story I've heard in passing." Meanwhile, Charlize was rummaging through books. There was no information about the evil god here either. Wait, if it's a place containing forbidden books like the Emperor's library, then... She then found information about the evil god. Epherite had existed since primordial times. The evil god was born from Epherite's shadow, and the evil god shattered Epherite to become the sole deity. Separated from Epherite, the evil god was able to wield that power, and had almost reached perfection, a level that surpassed the human limit of master. So, the fact that I saw a realm beyond master, that of saint, is probably because I myself am the evil god. Although the concept of divinity has been interfered with and variables have appeared, my goal of revenge remains unchanged. In any case, all I need to do is topple the demonic tower. I have no intention of truly accepting that information, nor do I intend to hate Epherite like the evil god. The ultimate authority lies with the owner of this body, because in the end, I am still human. Charlize heard a rustling sound behind her and turned around. "Why do you look so disheveled, Your Majesty?" He frowned and called out, "Charlize," then closed his eyes tightly. "I don't care what you're doing. I just hope you don't leave me. That won't happen, Your Majesty. But what if it does happen? I think I'll go crazy." Charlize was stunned when she heard Dylan say that. She understood Dylan's insecurity. It must be because she had never fully expressed her feelings to Dylan, even though they had come this far together. "This much should be enough, Charlize. Your Majesty, a month has passed. Winter still lingers, but spring will arrive soon. It's not that I simply want to bring down the Empire. A cold breeze carrying new hope just swept by. Instead, I want to kill everyone. Your Majesty, can you promise me that you are still willing to follow me?" He took her hand. "Whatever you wish for, I will make it happen."
Later, sitting in a tree, Lucy asked, "Sweetheart, are you dating the Emperor? I came for a few trivial matters. Of course, I know you don't like visitors at night. I came to give you this. Because the magic tower is pursuing me, I might have to leave immediately, so I'll give you one last piece of information. This information concerns your identity. Why create an evil god in Kira? I must find out what I don't yet know. If I know everything, a happy day will come, because revenge will be one step closer to its end. The plan to overthrow the Empire and the magic tower might not even be finished in this lifetime. Your Majesty, can you promise me that you are still willing to follow me? I will always be by your side, Charlize." All right, if she becomes a couple with Dylan and the revenge and pain have gradually subsided, then can they both live happily together? Charlize tore the letter in half and Pain appeared, sparkling and radiant. "Hello, I heard you're dating the Emperor. Congratulations. You're quite capable and sharp, aren't you?" Charlize looked at Pain coldly, and the cheerfulness immediately turned gloomy. As I said in the letter, this will be our last meeting. We will be going to another country, so I will tell you why you must go to Alpior. First, when you were 13, you applied to be the tutor for the 13th prince with a perfect essay proving your qualifications, but that wasn't the concern of a young lady who hadn't received an education.
And after a short time, she successfully placed the 13th prince on the throne as emperor. This was something that an ordinary person would find difficult to do. She had a reason to do so, because this matter concerned her directly. Or should I just cut him down? A fragment of Epherite. You are an Epherite fragment, aren't you, Charlize Ronan? That's why you groomed the 13th prince, an unremarkable prince, and ultimately elevated him to emperor with the intention of hiding behind him. This is a story I never anticipated. She replied, "What if I said I wasn't?" "Oh, no way." "You mean you don't even know what an Epherite fragment is?" "What? Besides the definition of a fragment you're familiar with, it has another meaning. Surely you've already looked into the evil god shattering Epherite, haven't you? Don't misunderstand. You also know that during the Great War, Alperior's people hid this document in the forbidden archives of the royal palace. Have you ever tried to think about what Epherite became after the evil god shattered it? This is related to one of Alperior's objectives. We are searching for the true fragment, the largest fragment of Epherite. It is the purest and most noble fragment. Its distinguishing feature is that it has become human and manifests undeniable innate talent. Upon hearing this, Charlize's heart pounded. A person with innate talent in every field since birth? Isn't there truly only one person like that? Dylan. That night, Dylan, embracing her dreamily, said, "I love you, Charlize. Your Majesty, I will overthrow the Empire. Finally, you've expressed your true feelings to me. Is it only after I could touch you that I finally hear this?"
"I love you, Your Majesty, Dylan. I cannot kill you."
No, to keep from killing you, I am forced to abandon you. The evil god's existence has been revealed, so we must protect you, the true fragment of Epherite. The evil god Kira will kill you. No one knows if the Kira project has succeeded, but even if that person has absorbed the evil god, they will bear the evil god's nature, which is to plot Epherite's death. Other objectives can be controlled, such as the demonic sword forged with this plot. However, the ambition to kill Epherite is uncontrollable, and I don't know why, but you cannot resist the evil god, so it is very dangerous for you. Charlize gently stroked Dylan's hair. This is the happiness I painstakingly found, the light I first discovered in my long, drawn-out life. But I am not confident I can control myself from killing you. I hate everything that turned me into Kira. If that's the case, I must abandon you. The true fragment of Epherite, the most perfect and noble fragment.
Even if I leave, he will surely remain strong and happy. As if nothing ever happened, he should continue his happy and peaceful life, even without me. After that, I will leave with Alperior. With us? Really? I have considered your offer, and I have something else to ask. Is it true that if the fragment is truly far from the evil god, that person will not be affected? Ah, if it's far, then it should be fine. Because the more they encounter each other, the greater the murderous intent. Is that really true? I have been by Dylan's side for 6 years. The Epherite fragment cannot resist the evil god. If this were a real battle, His Majesty would have been cut down. That morning, Dylan woke up and called out, "Teacher, Charlize." Seeing Dylan unguarded, I thought this was an opening to kill him. Perhaps at that moment, I unconsciously saw him as a target to be killed. So, shall we go now? No, I still have things to arrange. Then in 5 minutes, I will come pick you up. The children from the orphanage and the disabled were also test subjects for this project, but no evil aura emanated from them at all. Although their circumstances were pitiful, I felt envious. Whether my fusion with the evil god was a curse or a talent, because of this, they discarded all documents related to Kira, because there was a chance that the blood of the test subjects splattered on the documents could harm Dylan. My luggage is not at Ronan's Alps. 400 years ago, having endured the suffering of becoming a sword and turning back time, I tamed Dylan, pulling Dietrich from the imperial throne. I met Cahu, who still remembers his previous life. Cahu, I have to go see him. Scene change to Cahu's residence. Charlize enters and calls out, "Young Duke."
Cahu startled, jumping to his feet. "Isn't that the Imperial Master?" "It's been a long time since we last met, Your Grace. I came here because I have something to ask." "Yes, please speak." "The current Imperial Master is the Emperor's lover, so I shouldn't overstep my bounds. What happened that made her erase all traces? You said you truly don't remember anything from before your resurrection, do you?" Cahu, nation from Cahu. "In the end, your not knowing that I am Kira is precisely your good fortune, and in the past you searched for me when I went missing. Just that one time we were engaged."
"I will use this to repay that debt. Thank you, young Duke," Cahu called out loudly. "Imperial Master!" Charlize left, and Cahu stood frozen, immersed in silence. Charlize went to find Dylan. "Dylan, I miss you." Teacher opened her heart to me. "I'm truly very happy. Why do I feel so happy, like I'm walking on clouds?" Charlize hesitated and said, I'm also very happy." Hearing this, Dylan smiled contentedly. "You still have matters to attend to, don't you, Your Majesty?" "Yes, I feel reluctant to part like this, but we'll meet again tomorrow, won't we?" Hearing this, she closed her eyes tightly. "Yes, Your Majesty." Somewhere else, he must have gone mad. Every time I tried to check on him, he would constantly scream and babble nonsense. His mind has completely collapsed. He was once an emperor for a time. Charlize thought to herself, has Dietrich gone mad? Is it because he ate the fragments, became infected with evil energy, and ended up like this? Charlize pushed the door open. Dietrich was chained and hanging on the wall. He mumbled, ungrateful wretch, you tore these things of mine to shreds." Charlize called out, "Dietrich the First." Hearing her, he flinched and looked up. Aren't you Kira? Quickly, take these off."
Is it because I turned you into a sword that you seek revenge on me? Why do you take on a human form, Kira? Does Dietrich still retain memories of his past life because he ate a piece of Epherite? Dietrich kept muttering, "So that's it. That Dylan betrayed me. No way. There's no way Dylan could become emperor and appoint the 5th prince." But he didn't fully remember his past lives' memories. Charlize asked, "Surely you know who I am. Who are you?" "I am Dietrich the First." "I know that much, but what exactly is going on here? Wait, you came here like this? The Empire? My Empire?" "So, you've become like this." Charlize leaned in and said, "The Empire has fallen, Dietrich the First. The land has been scorched and reduced to ashes. Countless of your people have perished, and you will now be transformed into the demon sword of the Empire. I'm very happy that you've regained your memories."
"No way. Where is Dylan? What is the Crown Prince doing now?"
Charlize grabbed his collar and then forcefully thrust her knee into his stomach. The Dietrich man trembled, tears streaming from his eyes. A clang rang out. His heart shattered beneath Charlize's blade. He slumped down motionless. Charlize reached out and snatched the torch. I should have done this sooner. She threw the torch to the ground and it burst into fierce flames. With heavy eyes, she called out, "Dylan, although I am carrying out the revenge I have always harbored, the truth is, I thought this. You are completely unrelated to my revenge. I cannot defile an upright person like you. Now I abandon reason and only walk the path of destruction. Therefore, do not walk this path anymore. You are the one who enjoyed the Empire's prosperity in the previous life thanks to Kira. But I cannot kill you." What's that smell? It smells like something is burning. We're sitting in front of the fireplace, you idiot. Then everyone stirred. Huh? What is it?
Fire! Quickly evacuate everyone. Forget me and I will forget you too. It's not your fault at all. I love you and you love me too. Spring will arrive soon. Live peacefully. Don't die for me. Is everything ready? From now on, there will be many things you have to hear and many things you have to know. Your life will change from what it is now. All right, we're ready to depart. I once dreamed of a future with you. I wanted to do everything with you. I also once hoped that I could keep our vow to never leave each other and to love each other forever. I love you, teacher. I also love your majesty. More precisely, I was the one who was tamed. And then Charlize left with pain. Meanwhile, Dylan received a report. The Imperial Tutor has disappeared, your majesty. Last night, a fire broke out in the dungeon, so everything was burned to ashes. All the wardens and prisoners managed to escape, but the deposed emperor, father, who was immortal, was killed with a dagger. Dylan looked at the dagger on the ground and recalled, "I was truly happy that you gave me this necklace."
Should we pursue the Imperial Tutor? No need. She must have left for some personal reason. Besides, she personally killed the deposed emperor, who was suffering from psychological trauma like this. That must have been a huge shock. She will return soon. Time quickly passed. Long live His Majesty. May he live for 10,000 years, 10,000 times 10,000 years. I have won the battle against the Saruna Empire. If it were the teacher, perhaps she would return to congratulate me. Dylan, filled with hope, flung open the door and called out, "Teacher!" But the only reply was the empty silence of the room. With a crestfallen face, he turned back and asked, "Teacher, has the Imperial Tutor still not returned?" She will surely return in the summer. When the Imperial Tutor returns, she might feel hot, so please go prepare some summer dresses for her. Yes, Your Majesty. All documents related to the Cura project have disappeared.
Is the teacher pursuing the Wizard of the Demon Tower? Just like that, autumn has arrived. Discard all the dresses from seasons past. Time passed again, Dylan murmured, looking out the window. Snow is about to fall. Will she return in winter? When the teacher returns, she will feel cold, so prepare the winter dresses. Yes, Your Majesty. Next spring, next autumn, she will return, because she has promised me. 3 years later, Dylan sat in the room, remembering Charlize's words. Your Majesty, I will not leave, Your Majesty. Will you walk this path with me? Dylan, I love you. Charlize, why did you tame me only to abandon me like this? If you want something, you must obtain it at any cost. If that person resists, trample them. And if that thing already has an owner, kill that person. You don't need to respect what you own. As you taught me, I will pursue you to the very end, even if it's hell. I would willingly fall into hell with you. She abandoned me, so at all costs I must possess her. Looking back, he was a boy wary of everything around him. Like a slave to instinct and ambition, he watched other concubines attack his mother as if it were natural. Gradually, he stopped trusting anyone and no longer felt anything towards people or life around him. That boy is playing that game again, the game that decides who among the 49 members of the royal family will die first. Dylan, my son, you mustn't kill people. Why, mother? Because you have a choice, but it's just a game. At this very moment, Consort Thut realized this was no ordinary child. He seemed to be made from a blend of good and evil. How should I treat this beloved child? At that moment, Dylan noticed his mother's worry. Mother, I won't play these kinds of games anymore. Consort Thut breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, my child. You're so good. Boundless boredom. What appeared before such a boy was none other than, Hello, Prince. This is our first meeting. The Princess of Ronan, a prepared wreath, the very thing I desire, will capture my full attention. If you want to succeed, there are still easier paths. Does it have to be me? Why? Since it's the first lesson, let's take it easy. Governance, academics, art, a person with far-reaching vision in vast fields. Who are you, after all? How long does the prince intend to live in hiding?
Actually, the prince was thinking that everything was incredibly boring. What on earth made her so similar to him? I want to possess her. An intense craving was running down my spine, like the pressure of nature, even more intense and vast than the universe itself.
I felt as if I had succumbed to fate and fallen into a quagmire named Charlize. Once, Dylan was looking for Charlize. Just as he opened his mouth to call her, his eyes immediately froze when he saw, "Grand Tutor, you dropped this handkerchief. Thank you, sir." That hand, should I cut it off? When Charlize turned around and called, "Your Highness," Dylan then regained his cheerful composure and replied, "Yes, teacher." Perhaps that day was a turning point from which there was no return. If I can't possess her, then killing her in making her mine wouldn't be a bad idea. I want to devour her entire body so that her scent can permeate every fiber of my flesh, so that no matter who discovers it, they will know it belongs solely to me. Sometimes I can't suppress these intense emotions. Your Majesty.
Please make me entirely yours, Your Majesty. Taming? Oh, so that's what it means to tame. But eventually, 3 years after Dylan ascended the throne, the boy had matured. Go find her for me, quickly. Even if she's dead, find Charlize and bring her to me. At once, I obey your command. Somewhere far away, Charlize was also looking up at the sky, remembering Dylan. Time rewinds to 3 years ago. Let's talk a bit, Charlize. What is it? You seem to already know what we're going to discuss. Pain kept telling me how exceptionally talented you are. We also tried our best to avoid encountering you. Pain said that she is truly, truly a precious talent we recruited with great difficulty, so please overlook her a little. Can you do that? But Charlize, if this continues, conflict is inevitable. Don't you know? This is a place with a long history. Follow orders, newcomer. Charlize silently looked at them for a moment and thought, it seems their patience has reached its limit. Alperior is a secret organization with a history even older than she realized.
And its members are so exceptional that they can be counted on one's fingers globally. But what's the point? It's futile. It serves no purpose. For an undefined procedure, must it absolutely be done this way? This costs too much. At this rate, when will we ever achieve our goal? They will have to tattoo Alperior's pattern on their wrists, and each individual will be assigned a pattern to tattoo behind their ear. I don't like the sapphire stone embedded in the Kira sword, and I absolutely detest the name inscribed on the sword as if it were an object. It's a shame not to be able to continue the tradition, but if things are going to turn out like this later, it's better to eliminate the reasons that compel me to follow it. She replied, "What now? Because I won't do what you say." Everyone stirred. What? I already said things would turn out this way, and you still want to let it go? If you want to stand above me, then point that sword at me. What the hell? Stop. I know what you're talking about now. If that's the case, then I'll do as you wish. My only option is to persuade you in the most traditional manner.
If you lose this duel, you will have to follow tradition. And of course, if I lose, we will respect your opinion later. That's not believable at all. In the name of the god Epherite, I swear. Charlize smiled and said, "All right, you won't regret it, will you?" Meanwhile, Mary recalled, "Is this fragrance made by your own hands?" "Yes, but my skills are still quite unrefined. For example, the smell of rustling grass and plants in the warm spring sun would be green, and the cool air when the first snow has just fallen is like a light gray. And the first time I saw the lady, I felt a strong color that made me feel refreshed, a color so transparent and pristine white that I lost my senses. It was an overwhelming and intense fragrance that left the opponent helpless and unable to escape. Later, the lady revealed her incredibly brilliant existence, but
What caught my eye was nothing other than, is this the princess's true appearance? Now I have no way of knowing what the princess's true appearance is. The scene shifts to Dylan's side. Isn't a transaction a proposal that can only be made on equal footing? Your Majesty will not suffer any losses. I dare to say this. Haven't you already fallen from the start? Not suffering damage means both sides have the same goal. That is, Charlize. Dylan's face darkened. It seems you no longer cling to this life, young Duke. How can I turn a blind eye when your Majesty's empire is neglected? Then, I shall take my leave first. Standing outside, Mary could feel a sense so ominous it gave her goosebumps. Now she understood the sense of alienation they felt when they were together. The princess's pure white fragrance, mixed with his Majesty's ominous scent, felt as if the princess was being devoured.
I am your maid, Mary. Your Majesty, why have you summoned me? All right, Mary. Do you remember Charlize? Is there anyone in the royal family who doesn't miss the princess? Do you like mages? Pardon? Why does your Majesty bring up mages? This should be enough, right? Now it's time to bring her home. Somewhere, people are running frantically. Hurry, we need to get out of here quickly. Just take the essentials. This and this too. The southern castle was also completely destroyed. No traces of murder were found on the bodies. Look, the message from the south has been deciphered. The headquarters there have also been exposed, so hurry and flee. The identity of the intruder is, we were pushed aside just because someone named Death Knight joined Alperior. What should we do about these things? Leave them. For now, let's think about survival. What Alperior is looking for is us. Who is it, after all? Death Knight is someone who will suddenly appear one day and, with Alperior, destroy the entire castle.
This is the first time I felt such overwhelming power. In an instant, Charlize defeated everyone. As she was walking, she was drawn to a prison cell. These people, they have no magic at all.
If things continue like this, they will only suffer until death. Could it be that even demon magic isn't enough? That's why they kidnapped civilians and extracted their magic. Their disgusting greed never changes. Charlize flinched when she heard the faint sound. Please save me. Please kill me. Make everything stop. Please kill me. It hurts too much. Kill me. I can't bear it anymore. Thank you. Please kill me. Just then, Payne ran in, calling, Charlize, I didn't know you were here. As he said this, he stopped dead in his tracks, stunned. Huh? A terrifyingly silent scene with corpses strewn across the ground. What happened? Oh, all the escaped mages have been captured.
I was about to report to you. Payne followed Charlize and furtively looked around. This is the ability of someone who isn't human. No matter how many times I've seen it, I can't get used to her killing people without leaving a trace. On the surface, those people just look like they're sleeping. 3 years ago, ever since then, no matter what anyone says now, Charlize has become the center of Imperia. In that battle, Charlize, with a single strike, broke her opponent's sword, to the astonishment of her comrades, and then she asked, All right, next one, step forward. That day, after she defeated them one by one to demonstrate her abilities, she naturally rose to the forefront. There was nothing impressive beyond the documents. The location of the next castle was tracked via supply routes, so operations proceeded without any conflict with Charlize. Even plans that seemed absurd at first could proceed incredibly smoothly, and soon, countless castles had been destroyed in this manner. It seems we're done here. After burying the victims from the dungeon far from the castle, we should head back. Understood.
For the past 3 years, the mage's castle has had its limbs severed, and now it's time to cut off its head. If I don't find its source, another castle will be built. It's been 3 years since I started clearing out these castles. Even when I find clues related to the leader, they constantly slip through my fingers. That's right, just like that, 3 years have passed. At first, when I left Dylan, I worried I would feel miserable, but unexpectedly, I quickly stabilized. Is it because I focused on those I hated, or because I genuinely wished Dylan could live well? If it's Dylan, that's entirely possible. Without any tracking or supervision, who knows, he might have forgotten me and thinks I'm living very well. Suddenly, someone pushed the door open and said, Excuse my intrusion, I have an urgent report. There's information that Dylan I has opened the Royal Treasury to support castle research. The sponsorship signing ceremony will be held the day after tomorrow. At the diamond mineral mine, you say. Dylan will fund the mage's castle? Elsewhere, Dylan reached out and plucked a flower, then squeezed it so hard it bled, then kissed it and called out, Charlize. It's time to end this freedom. Dylan, a name I haven't heard in 3 years. I never expected to hear that name associated with the castle.
I heard that the colonial nations have also approved the signing between the imperial family and the castle. In that case, the signing will definitely happen. He has always been indifferent to the conflicts between the wizard's castle and Operior. Why is he suddenly interfering? Something is wrong. I can't figure out Dylan's intentions. The colonial nations, of course, wouldn't dare to express their opposition. This signing is also being framed as being for the development of the continent. Anyway, if things continue like this, the tragedy of the Cairo project will repeat itself. Receiving support from the imperial family is like giving the castle wings. Because of the Cairo project, they will definitely need support from the imperial family. Therefore, the head of the wizard's castle will naturally appear. This is my chance. The risk of them being destroyed is quite high, but it's worth enduring. This is a great opportunity to overthrow the wizard's castle. Captain, what should we do? We have no choice but to go. Yes, I'll go prepare right away. Charlize's hand gripped her sleeve tightly. Your Majesty, what are you thinking right now? In the study, Dylan touched the forbidden books, wondering, why does the teacher only look at forbidden books related to the god Epherite? Although I don't know the reason, she is indeed extremely angry and wants to take revenge on things related to Kyra. It seems to have been completed. Why were all documents related to Kyra burned?
Even though the documents were burned, I'm sure she still remembers them. I don't know anymore. Nothing else matters, as long as I have her by my side. Losing her, I'd go crazy. If I have her, I'll be happy. Actually, it's fine even if I'm not happy, because I've already gone mad, so I just need to have her. Just Charlize. Your Majesty, everything has been prepared. Don't be negligent and don't even think about destroying these things with her power. You must capture her heart. Understood. Then, Captain, this is the trap. This is Athena City. Why? Charlize frowned. Where did this come from? Athena City is not meant to protect the castle or the Emperor. What they're aiming for is me. Everyone retreat. Suddenly, a sword lunged to attack her. Charlize quickly parried it. She loudly called out, Hugo, please forgive me. Immediately, dozens of swords were pointed at Charlize's neck. She was completely surrounded. Charlize frowned resignedly. She couldn't kill them. Her people were also captured alive, Captain.
Dylan approached from a distance, smiling. So, she's here. Her voice, it hasn't changed a bit. Charlize Ronan, I've come here to find you.
Dylan walked over and lifted her chin. To make her mine. I thought no one could ever leave Alperior and Athena. You are so kind, but as for me, why did you tame me only to run away? Was Dylan's voice naturally that deep? The image of us watching fireworks and sharing warmth together flashed before my eyes. That thought had crossed my mind the first time I met the teacher.
This very person, she is mine. I've got her. Why? If you have a legitimate reason to leave me, then speak. Even if it's just self-justification, just say it. Charlize released her sword and closed her eyes tightly. Dylan squeezed her face tightly again. It seemed she wasn't going to answer. It doesn't matter. I'll have Charlize no matter what. I'd already decided that. Charlize, now you must stay by my side. Her expression lacked any warmth. Clearly, despite us being together for many years, we are still utterly strangers. Alperior is now in my hands. If she doesn't cooperate, I will immediately end the lives of everyone here. If she were alone, then by now... He called Darian, Kroos, Sipnit, Owendi, Tina, Xenius, Bipilau, then also Payne. I don't know if it will help Charlize, but I don't want to hold her back. If she wants, she can abandon everyone and run away. I think she might have thought that too. But aren't all of them the teacher's precious friends? Friends? I've never once thought of them as friends. Even so, I've developed a kind of affection for Alperior, enough to remember everyone's names, to the point where I can't let them die for my sake. Dylan said again, even though the teacher doesn't trust others, she still trusts and works with them, doesn't she? That's where she differs from me. Now I will also do as I please, just as the teacher once said. Even now, you still can't abandon those from Alperior, because you still want to get the information you need, right? What now?
He changed completely, to the point where I thought he was no longer an innocent and kind young man. She said, Your Majesty, it seems this is not Your Majesty. So did you think I would still be the same as before, since you never came back, or did you expect me to wait until I grew old and died alone? Dylan squeezed Charlize tightly, then let go. Emits such a dark aura. This felt like agitation. Dylan ordered, lock them up immediately, and don't be at ease just because we're not killing you right away.
Haven't you seen what I am capable of? Charlize interjected. Are you going to push them into hell like this? What I have tamed, that's not my fault either. Dylan then said, Your Majesty, call me Dylan. Now, always stay by my side, watch over me, and continue to live. The hotel near the Servia mineral mine. Please rest here for now. I am preparing to invite you back to the Imperial City. Charlize pondered deeply, recalling the scene of everyone being taken away. Does she think I'm still the same as before? No, this won't do. I must assess the situation first. Immediately she was stopped. I'm not running away. Please forgive me, but you cannot step out of this room. I have been ordered to restrict your movements. This is His Majesty's command. You people, how dare you? Though Hugo trembled before her, he had no choice but to follow Dylan's orders.
Just then, Dylan opened the door and walked in. It's time to go back. Charlize, Your Majesty, how long do you intend to imprison the members of the Alperia organization? How could you leave me behind and go care for others? He gently stroked her face and said, Let's go. Even after a long time apart, an unforgettable feeling still lingered, and moreover, a strange new sensation began to emerge. The Dylan I deeply loved has now completely changed into a different person. I've already destroyed more than half of the castle, so perhaps it's fine to just follow Dylan's wishes for now. He has always made everyone follow his will. If he wants me to return to the royal palace immediately, then, she said, I will obey Your Majesty's command. My command? Please don't laugh, gaze, or think of any other man. You are only to look at me, listen to me, and care only for me. In the carriage, neither of them spoke a word. Only the clatter-clatter sound from outside echoed in. Charlize thought to herself, It's suffocating. Why is Your Majesty looking at me like that? Our silence is awkward, isn't it? If even the teacher doesn't bother to open her mouth to speak, what else can I say? Come here. Charlize clenched her fists, thinking, I don't have to go there.
But she stood up and walked towards Dylan. Can you endure my resentment? I also miss Your Majesty very much. Haha, do you think I should believe your words? He pulled her back, then forcefully kissed her. Just as it was getting passionate, he stopped. A drop of blood fell onto his shirt. Dylan had been bitten by Charlize until his lip bled. How novel. Teacher, please let me go. He let her go, and by then they had arrived. The Empire was as always, gradually entering an era of peace and endless development, except that everyone in the palace was terrified. The servant saw her and rejoiced. Grand Tutor, I missed you terribly. This isn't a dream, is it? Mary choked up. Grand Tutor, why have you only returned now? You waited for me? Mary nodded. I'm sorry I am late. Please don't cry any more. Mary wiped her tears and said, I will lead you to the palace that His Majesty has prepared, Grand Tutor. This is the Empress's palace where the Grand Tutor will reside later. It is cleaned every day. I hope you will like it. He didn't assign me a palace as a teacher or Grand Tutor, but instead arranged for me to stay in the Empress's palace. How outrageous.
but not knowing what Dylan might do if I refuse this, is that why he allowed me to interact with the maids? Does he think creating a weakness for me is better than isolating and imprisoning me? The servants, seeing her standing still, exchanged glances. We'll take our leave now, Grand Tutor. I understand Dylan's feeling of betrayal. I can understand what it's like when someone completely shatters your trust. In the end, I was the one who drove Dylan mad. Suddenly, she noticed a box. This? Opening it, she found a pair of earrings inside, and memories flashed back. All the items in this room were things she loved, even something as small as this. He must have meticulously chosen all her favorite items while waiting for her. A year passed, then 2, and now it was the 3rd year. He showed her a suffocating desire, along with terrible love and hatred. Love, is it truly a wonderful emotion? If one keeps delving into this exhausting and destructive emotion, reason will gradually fade, and one will ultimately hollow oneself out. Even so, Dylan refused to stop.
Anyway, unlike Dylan's intention to make me his queen, I can't stay by his side forever, because I don't want Dylan to get hurt. Now my heart is heavy, because my trust has shattered into tiny pieces. Even so, there's no other way. Later, at a party, everyone was whispering. I heard Countess Good's engagement was called off, right? I remember she used to boast that she would marry into the Delmont ducal family. It's amusing to see her so angry that her eyes are bloodshot, isn't it? It's already been a few years since the Grand Tutor left. Now, isn't the most important thing to the people of the entire empire His Majesty the Emperor and the young Duke of Delmont? So it's no surprise that the entire nobility of the capital is keeping an eye on the upper echelons. My lord, have you still not forgotten? Why is it like this after all? I am the head of the ducal family. I also know very well that noble marriages are not decided by personal feelings. Young Duke, do you truly have no memories of the past? Perhaps so. I understand. Thank you, young Duke.
Cahu remembered Charlize with regret. If I had known it was the last time we'd talk, I would have held her back. Am I really such an emotional person? Did carrying out missions with her, our perfect coordination, and even our marriage before returning truly mean so much to me? I sometimes thought that marrying while harboring feelings for someone else was disrespectful to my partner. But after Charlize left, the Empire became exactly what I had feared. The citizens, filled with patriotism and a thirst for victory, competed to become soldiers, and the continent also experienced a chaotic period of prolonged war and civil war. Everyone was devoid of free will. How could a rule established hundreds of years ago truly benefit everyone? Furthermore, despite my extreme apprehension, in this situation, his refusal to abandon his last bit of reason was even more terrifying. Young Duke, what if the bird you raised flies away in search of freedom, an existence yet to be explained? Is it the fault of the one who didn't break its wings? Or is it the fault of the cage maker?
I don't think it's anyone's fault. No, it's the fault of the person who wasn't prepared to take responsibility to the extent that the bird could stick its neck out of the leash. Young Duke, do you know about the Cura project? I don't know much about it. Is that so? However, if Charlize cuts ties with all these remaining people... In a room, Payne asked, Charlize is still all right, isn't she? Dylan walked in, smirking faintly. Only I can call her by that name. You certainly have courage. Only I have the right to ask questions. Otherwise, all of Alperior wouldn't be worth living, would it? The thing is, You speak informally to the teacher, but use honorifics with me? Payne gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, he himself brought troops to cause chaos, and now he comes here to question me about distinguishing between ranks? Yes, that's right. It's nothing special. After all, before this, I had once...
Congratulations to you and Charlize for successfully handling everything. It's nothing major, but anyway, for the past 3 years, nothing has happened between me and the leader. I only see her as a leader. You know, that's all. I ask you, what did you see in Charlize that made you recruit her into Alperior? Payne flinched when asked. In the past, Alperior was a research group on Epherite, but aren't they currently failures from the Cura project? He not only knew that he had helped Charlize escape and that he was the one who approached her first, but also about the relationship between Alperior and the Cura project. Just how much does he know? She was recruited because she is very strong. No one possesses strength like the leader. Furthermore, this could also be considered a coincidence to some extent. Although I don't know much, it seems she wants revenge. That kind of force will help her achieve her goal. Dylan tapped the table and said, Let's see. Isn't my dear teacher an experimental subject of the Cura project? Payne's heart skipped a beat. What on earth was he saying now? There seemed to be no records of Charlize leaving the mansion when she was young. Therefore, according to the Emperor, Charlize was fed fragments from a very young age to achieve her current transcendence or power. There are no records or possibilities of that. Charlize Ronan entered the palace when she was exactly 15 years old. If she had been experimented on before that, how could she have survived until now? I will prove that the leader's existence is not involved in any experiments.
Beyond that, there are no other possibilities. Anyway, I didn't lie, so it should be fine. All right, in the end, you still don't intend to speak, do you? Dylan threw a stack of documents onto the table. What is this? The recipient opened it and was startled. Lydia, your sister, was a test subject for Project Kira, wasn't she? She ultimately failed the experiment, and I heard her condition wasn't very good. First, the subject's body became immobile. Then, the subject's skin began to necrotize. First, cease experiments with the corresponding subject, requesting its termination. All of these were contents that couldn't be known without an insider's disclosure. That corpse, and the culprit, and the culprit. What if both of those people were in my hands? Speak quickly, everything you know. This was completely different from the Emperor's demeanor that Charlize often mentioned. If the magic sword Kira truly existed, then clearly this might be its true form.
In Charlize's room, Mary said, "Lately, many things have happened in the Empire, ma'am. Despite that, everyone sincerely obeys His Majesty's words. Everyone praises His Majesty as the most wonderful holy monarch. And lately, His Majesty hasn't once paid attention to any girl. It's as if it's only the Grand Tutor. You are naturally someone who likes to lead such stories, aren't you? I'll take my leave now, Grand Tutor." I found myself reminiscing about the days when I idly sang along to the piano melodies through the window. Time passes, everything changes. Eternity seems like an illusion. The sky is always the same, isn't it? At this moment, Dylan knocked and entered, saying, "Why are you gazing at the sky, teacher?" As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed forward and embraced her tightly. "Wasn't it you, teacher, who shattered the memory of that day? She hasn't interacted with anyone all day except her maid. That unconscious state will make you continue to seek me out. That's right, she is only allowed to wait for me. Just be by my side tonight." Her eyes turned to Dylan, and a few seconds later she grabbed his collar, pulled him back sharply, and actively kissed him. The kiss was long, lingering, and passionate. Dylan silently called her name. Charlize, Charlize. His hands gripped her waist tightly, and their passion was so intense that Dylan's shirt burst open. Charlize reached out to caress and feel his incredibly soft and warm skin.
Even if this is truly a piece of Epherite, after all, it's still just a human. Charlize, no matter how much I drink, I cannot quench my thirst. So in the end, I have no choice but to fall into hell, and I still don't feel it's enough, Charlize. The next morning, Charlize was woken by the chirping of birds and the light streaming through the window, where a lingering warmth still remained. Upon seeing that face, desire surged again, and I couldn't control myself. Is it because the heart of a devil is truly attracted to a piece of Epherite? No, that's not it. It would be strange if he easily erased all his feelings, just because I left him.
Dylan's longing might still be love. 3 years have passed, and I thought he would have forgotten everything by now. Do I still harbor feelings for him? As she stirred, Dylan hugged her tightly and called out, "Charlize, why did you leave me? Didn't you desire me as well? Is there any reason you must leave me? Is what your Majesty desires right now my answer, or a kiss from me? Although I have longed for it greatly, when the sun rises, I feel the distance between us growing even wider. If I want both, will you blame me for being too greedy?" I cannot tell him the truth about why I left him. "But," she said, "I despise this empire and only wish to end Dietrich's era. Even so, your Majesty saved me. Please kill me. If that's the case, then I'd rather you just kill me. If I die by your blade, that wouldn't be a bad end either." Charlize was startled. The demon cannot suppress the desire to kill the true Epherite fragment. In the end, he will kill me without caring about anyone's opinion. A desperate confession is fine. Possession and obsession, I can understand that too. If it's you, even if I'm hated, I will still accept it.
"But let me warm your breath with these very hands," Charlize stammered. But then she pressed her lips together, actively wrapped her arms around his neck, hugged him tightly, and kissed him. Immediately after, the Emperor neglected state affairs. Several days passed, and not a single subordinate reminded the Emperor to attend to state matters. If one wishes to become a true ruler, one must make everyone eagerly seek out that ruler. For example, I only catch fish for them. I must not teach them how to catch the fish themselves. Yes, teacher. Even in the Emperor's absence, they would still arrange to maintain state affairs. Isn't this a different case from what the teacher taught? Did your Majesty feel betrayed when I left without a word? If not, is this an illusion created by magic? Yes, we've never been to the sea together, have we? Charlize dipped her feet into the waves and praised. Wow, it's so beautiful. You are beautiful, Charlize. With this level of magic, it's unlikely that he borrowed power from the Tower Wizard. One must come into contact with unrealistic things to truly feel the weight of reality. This can't go on forever. I must quickly eradicate the wizard's castle, those devil worshippers who stole my human rights and threatened the true Epherite fragment. Your Majesty, I wish to go out for some fresh air.
Could you let me take a walk outside the Queen's palace? Please, Dylan.
All right, Charlize. I should let her cool off.
Because I hastily approached the castle in Dillon, I ended up stuck in the Imperial Palace. For my own purpose, there was no other way. As Charlize was walking, she encountered the Grand Duke. It would be terrifying to say this was merely a coincidence. The Grand Duke seemed startled when he stood opposite her. 3 years have passed, Grandmaster. Charlize paused for a moment, then walked past. It was true, he was a high-ranking noble, so it wasn't strange for him to be in the Imperial City. The Grand Duke spun around to look at Charlize, then called out, Grandmaster. Seeing her stop, he continued, I want to help you. Grand Duke Ronan knelt down. Whatever the Grandmaster desires, even if it means deceiving the entire world, I am willing to do anything for you.
Why have you come here after all? Because I regret it. He recalled, How could you say such things? If my child were treated like that, a mother like me would be heartbroken. That's why I feel sorry for him, because when he returned, he couldn't see the beautiful Grand Master anymore. The Grand Master has disappeared. His Majesty has also stopped bothering to search for her. What did you say? All regrets are too late. Now I can't possibly know where Charlize is, or even what she's doing. Ronan's subordinates came to me to explain the situation, so I came here to see what happened. As expected, you're in a truly pathetic state, Ronan. All the documents have been stamped, right? Lately I've heard that all members of the Ronan family have not been at ease. Shut up. It seems the Grandmaster disappeared without bothering to make any contact. Well, that's only natural. All right, it's been over half a month, and the merchant ships still haven't departed from port. The paperwork still isn't done. Hey, Ronan, if Rachel saw me in this state, what would she think? Aren't you the one who understands that better? The 3 of us were very close since we studied at the academy.
But in the end, you were the one who spent more time with Rachel. Feeling incredibly guilty, I couldn't do anything. But ultimately, those words weren't an apology for my daughter, but for Rachel. Duke Kenan could only scratch his head, at a loss for words, then snatched the wine bottle from Grand Duke Ronan's hand. There's a truth that even the Grand Tutor doesn't know. The Kenan family heirloom you're so desperately searching for is a dream tool made from Epherite's tears. Epherite? You can, if you use that, meet the souls of the dead in your dreams. You can tell that person the words you never got to say, in the appearance you once remembered. So Rachel too? That's right. I beg you, please. Of course, I'm only revealing this because I'm helping you. But there's a condition attached.
I let you see Rachel again in your dreams, then handle the work properly. Do I look like I have so much free time that I came all the way here just to push you to work? I've already written a brief overview of how to use it. I'll send more information through my subordinate. With that, Duke Kenan left. That night, the Grand Duke dreamed of. Oh, Duke, long time no see. Rachel. Looking back, it was truly a very happy and fortunate life. I met the man of my dreams, gave him my love, and even bore 3 children who look like little rabbits. Don't cry. Tell me about that place. Aachen must have become a royal knight by now, right? And he must have found his match. How about Dante? Aachen has been knighted as a 2nd-rank royal knight. He met a countess's daughter, and not long ago they welcomed a son. Oh my, I'm a grandmother already. Dante has also been officially knighted. Truly, our son. I'm so proud of the children. And Charlize must have grown into a very beautiful young lady, hasn't she?
She looks exactly like you, so she's sure to be very popular. Whenever Charlize plans to attend a party, Alekin and Dante always argue over who gets to escort her. Didn't you say you'd enroll her in the academy, just like us? Since I met you at the academy, who knows? Charlize might also set her sights on a gentleman among the students there. Rachel didn't resent Charlize at all, even though Charlize had taken her entire life. Why do you look so sad? Has something happened to Charlize? Rachel, is it really you? It's you, isn't it? Yes, it's me, my beloved Duke. Rachel, I have never once held that child, and I've never called her by name. I criticized her, saying she shouldn't have been born into this world, because she was the cause of your death. I also didn't entrust her to any teachers, didn't let her make friends with anyone, and never gave her anything. I'm the one who ruined that child. I don't believe it. You're so good at joking. You're still the same as before, aren't you? The Grand Duke's confession startled Rachel. I'm sorry. There's no way you would do such a thing. You're such a warm-hearted person. Can you say something, please? I'm sorry. Rachel tremblingly called Charlize. Charlize, why, after all, it's because I was too grief-stricken after losing you, so only now do I realize. To everyone else, that's an incredibly cruel justification. There was no reason for me to raise that child. It was all just my own venting of anger. I believed you would love Charlize as much as you loved me. Clearly, you're the one who understands what I'm thinking the most.
I resent you deeply. What were you thinking treating her like that? Why do I always regret things when it's too late? What right do I have to come here to ask her for forgiveness? Nevertheless, I still want to help her now, even if it's just a little.
Are you being sincere? I will help you with anything. Grandmaster, let's see. I don't think you'll be of any help.
However, even though he looks useless, why don't we try using him to add more pieces to our side? Then Hugo reported. Duke Ronan has met with the Grand Master. How was the teacher's reaction? It seems the Grand Master didn't pay much attention. All right. In that case, Charlize was then brought to meet Alperior. When everyone saw her, they stood up and called out, "Commander!" Charlize glanced, thinking, are they not supervising me anymore? His Majesty also added that it's been a long time since the Grand Master has eaten so comfortably. Therefore, I'd like to excuse myself. You're safe, aren't you? That's truly fortunate. Yes, fortunately, everyone else is also safe and sound. What? Safe and sound? The Emperor, that man, he's truly insane. My mental health. Let's not talk about it anymore. What exactly did the Emperor do? Oh no, what did the Commander do to the Emperor? This relationship, even if it were to be complicated, it's become overly complicated. Charlize called out, "Pain. That's not something you should be concerned about. For now, let's just sit down and have our meal, shall we? That's right, let's continue talking while we eat. Commander, Ronan said he would help us. Did he really say that? If it's Ronan, then clearly, everything will be fine, won't it? Isn't it obvious that the Duke meeting us and the Commander is part of the Emperor's plan? If we can take advantage of it, shouldn't we? For now, it's not a bad option either. Even if it's a small opportunity, we should seize it when needed. Cooperating like this is enough. Even if the Emperor intentionally arranged for us to meet, a loophole is still a loophole, so no matter what variables arise, we can still take advantage of them.
In 3 days, everyone get ready to go. All right? Everyone have your meal. And Payne, follow me. Charlize wrote a letter. Payne asked, "You're sending them a letter? Is there any reason I can't send it? Those are people we shouldn't casually mess with. What's more, even if you use a magic transmission spell, you'll be arrested immediately. It's all right. This letter will be sent to them immediately."
Can you come here to me? Immediately, 2 little fairies appeared before Payne's gaping astonishment. Did you call us? I need your help with something. We will do it secretly. No one will know. We will send them to their destination safely. See? From now on, we'll just use this method. He won't be able to see those fairies, so I just need to explain how it's done. How on earth did you summon those things? Have you awakened the power of the Epherite fragment? You see those fairies? Fairies? You consider them fairies? They are not as weak as fairies. They are ancient, low-ranking deities who served Epherite. As expected, you belong to the Epherite fragment. Charlize frowned. Ancient deities? The ones who were by my side 9 years ago? We are always by Charlize's side. Charlize asked, "Is it because I am an evil spirit that you say you will stay by my side?" The 2 celestial spirits evasively replied, "The letter has been delivered safely. They have agreed." Her hand clenched, silently annoyed, as they avoided the answer again. "But Kira said she didn't like it, I guess. When did I say that? This familiar feeling I've experienced. After hearing the story from Payne, when I realized Kira was an evil spirit, the feeling then was clearly the same. Kira, my evil spirit. Now open your eyes. Everything is linked, and information about the world is pouring in one after another. Who am I really? A feeling of complete awakening."
The memories that were once sealed away have returned. It's about to explode. This can't be happening. Kira doesn't want to remember. On the other hand, wow, the experiment was a success. Kira will become our guardian sword. Shouldn't we raise a toast tonight? Let us show our reverence for the return of the evil spirit. I'd rather just be human, wanting to die as a true human, not as a sword like this. Me, a spirit? No, these people, they are the supernatural beings who can sense Epherite energy. We revere the birth of a new god. Now Kira is perfect. Charlize trembled. Am I a god? If not a god, then what am I? Don't speak so casually. No one has the right to say that to me. Please leave me alone. I am not Kira. Charlize swayed unsteadily. The memories once sealed in the deepest parts had returned. There are still many sealed memories. If I keep retrieving memory fragments this way, won't I become a true evil spirit? A human who can absorb the soul of an evil spirit is certainly not ordinary. Immediately after that is the plan for the Epherite fragment. For Dylan's safety, I cannot continue to search for more memories. Why are you all so gentle with me?
Currently, the Epherite fragments are still scattered. That's why we cannot tell you. Is that the reason given by the low-level fairy of the Great Righteousness? They are still searching for the remaining Epherite fragments, but even when they are right in front of them, they don't recognize them. Even so, there's another card worth utilizing, isn't there? If so, will it be bigger? Bigger? No. Charlize pointed. "Oh, can you impersonate me?" "Of course. I will return in 3 hours."
Recently, I still haven't been able to leave the Empress's palace. It would be wonderful if you could take my place. I'm very happy because I can help you. The Forest of Magical Beasts. As expected, Dylan still hasn't been affected at all. The people I'm looking for don't commit inhumane acts like those in black markets. They are just a group living with magical beasts. This aura subtly hints at a bloody affair. It's a magic tower. Why is there a magic tower here? Is it to retrieve fragments from magical beasts? Whatever it is, it has nothing to do with me. Just kill them all.
At this moment, someone emerged from the bushes. He was startled when he saw Charlize. You? Charlize smiled brightly and replied, hello. On the other side, Dylan mused to himself. One can't predict teachers' thoughts with ordinary knowledge, can they? If I do that, I might miss something. The existence of Charlize's sword always exceeds my control. If so, how should I assess? Doesn't the prince consider that there might be someone similar to him? An existence that can understand the prince, just like the prince himself? When I was young, I was convinced by Charlize's words, yet it seemed like something important was missing. How did Charlize discover me who was trying to hide my presence? As soon as my mother died, she became my teacher and helped me forget my vigilance.
How could Hirocho have been found in the sword-fighting competition? On the day Mother fell ill, she gave me Hirocho. Suppose Charlize had known about Mother's death beforehand. His heart pounded at the thought. Perhaps Charlize had participated in the sword-fighting match, having requested Hirocho as the winning prize. I should have been suspicious. What was she truly thinking? Was it a palace trap, or did she truly know about Mother's death beforehand? If one were to think about it, Charlize's hatred for the Empire was also very strange. Hating this empire, one could especially see a clear intention of revenge against the Emperor. If Charlize succeeded in taking revenge on the Emperor, she would probably lose her purpose in life. I broke my promise, but how could I feed the Emperor a piece of Epherite? Did she ever think that she would have to pay the price for this impulsive action? Now, Charlize's hatred for this empire was also gradually fading. Perhaps she was only focused on the magic tower. Why was she seeking revenge? If it was related to a crime, the most prominent one was still that magic tower. The subject of the documents Charlize carried before leaving me was precisely the Kyra project. If it was pain, I could understand, because his sister had been caught up in the magic tower.
But why did Charlize do that? Because she was too young to withstand the demonic energy of the fragment and died. Charlize Ronan came to him at the age of 15. If she had been experimented on before that, she would have already died. When he was a young adolescent, he saw his teacher. She wasn't a thorny rose. She looked more like a sword glowing blue. Perhaps she gave off a feeling more akin to a demonic sword. If that was the last possibility after eliminating all other hypotheses, even if it was an act that defied the world's rules, could it be considered the truth? What about Charlize? Didn't she already know everything that hadn't happened in the future? If one thinks along these lines, it seems she experienced events in the future and then returned. He wondered if he was going crazy, obsessed with his teacher's story, or if this was a highly probable scenario. The answer would be one of two. Dylan asked, "Do you think I've gone mad because of my teacher?" "Pardon? Your humble servant is not permitted to judge the thoughts of the Son of Heaven, Your Majesty. Please understand your servant's feelings." Dylan turned back, his voice cold. I asked, "Do I look like a madman?" A gloomy atmosphere enveloped the group of knights.
I am unable to answer, Your Majesty. I beg Your Majesty's forgiveness. All right, relax. What is the teacher doing? She is in the Empress's palace every day. In the Empress's palace. Charlize. He smirked, then stubbed out a cigarette. If that's the case, I'll have to go meet her. On Charlize's side, the rumbling noise made her uncomfortable. It's too noisy. I've almost destroyed the inside of the tower. The mages intend to infiltrate this place to gather materials for their experiments, don't they? At this moment, she heard a shout. We must find the sacrifice. If the sacrifice is damaged, the final step will be even more difficult. Hurry up. The group ran up and confronted Charlize. This person, is she the Empire's sacrifice? Charlize looked at him and said, "You're too late, aren't you? We were also caught by a surprise attack. All right, I mean those mages. How many mages have infiltrated? Before that, there's something I need to check first."
Is the letter that was sent real? Are you sure you know exactly where the divine artifact of our clan is? All right, if you cooperate with me. He agitatedly pointed his spear at Charlize. How could an outsider like you know about the existence of the divine artifact? If you don't explain right now. Charlize smirked. Then she easily kicked the spear underfoot. Shut your mouth. I know very well that for you, the divine artifact is something that must be recovered. You ask for help, yet you treat a guest like this. Furthermore, keeping your promise until the end is how you maintain trust. Is my information incorrect? It's because you arrived late that time has been wasted, hasn't it? He scowled, thinking to himself, I didn't even see her approaching. If the ritual master were to draw their sword, our clan would be no different from those mages. I was rude, but as you know, we are not in a position to receive guests right now, after everything is resolved as promised. Suddenly, Charlize flashed her sword in a swift arc, making him turn pale.
A wizard was split in half. Do you need our help? I do. Reborn knows how to communicate with and tame magical beasts using special sounds, magic they use to tame faster than any weapon. This is absolutely essential for this second escape. If I can clear those things away, what can you give me? If you can protect Reborn, I will fulfill whatever you ask. I swear on the honor of my entire clan. Charlize asked, Who are you? I am Chase, the leader of the Reborn clan. Remember that oath. Right now, In front of the Empress's palace, I received a report that Charlize had been in the Empress's palace all day. Due to restrictions, Alperior cannot use magic. Furthermore, no magic exists to deal with humans. Even so, I still have a premonition, something that cannot be judged by common knowledge. I must find Charlize right now. The door opened, and he saw Charlize's vague silhouette behind the curtain. He walked over, drew back the curtain, and whispered in surprise. It looks like she rushed back to the palace. Was she really in the Empress's palace all day? I wonder if she knows about the future. Charlize spoke up. Your Majesty, is something wrong?
My heart pounded because I wanted to meet the teacher. I was worried if the teacher was here. Worried? I have been here all day. How could I go anywhere? A lie. The scent on the teacher is too strange, a scent very similar to nature. Even though she affirmed she stayed in the palace all day, she will run away again in the near future. But all these things are not the betrayer's fault. It is the fault of the betrayed. Perhaps she had something she couldn't say, which is why she chose to leave. I must let her say it herself. She has decided not to leave me anymore. Stay by my side. When I saw my reflection in your Majesty's eyes, it seemed I had become someone else. What kind of person? Let's see. Because she is not someone who would covet the position beside the Emperor, nor does she care about appearance or voice. Will there be a day she realizes she has gradually fallen deeply? Purer, gentler, I became unique and special in your Majesty's eyes, becoming a person more precious than anyone else in this world. This is not just my thought, but an absolute truth. I want you, teacher. If you could give your heart, that would be wonderful. Suddenly, Charlize suggested, can I kiss you? It's truly painful. Even if we could share warmth, I couldn't truly possess Charlize's heart. Charlize's ambition, or rather her instinct, even if it's just a temporary desire, I still don't care if she wants it. Since when did you ask my permission to spend the night together?
Have I ever served without Dylan's permission? Never. But why? Tell me. It would be great if you kissed me. As Dylan wished, Charlize leaned in and kissed him passionately. I need Charlize's trust. To do that, I have to meet Cahu. After 10 minutes of kissing, she pushed him onto the bed. Dylan. Charlize. Ronan Ducal Estate. Father, what does the letter say? We can't possibly know the high priest or priestess's thoughts. What's going on? The high priest or priestess? No, we absolutely cannot guess the superior's intentions. Is that true? Will they attack the emperor? But they won't do that, so we just need to attract attention. Send me a brief answer stating your opinion. A letter full of suspicion. If we don't do it, then all right. Someone has attracted the emperor's attention. Others must stop His Majesty's forces. Not everyone thinks the same way. No matter what is proposed, Charlize remains the top priority.
Only 2 hours remain. If Charlize leaves the palace this time, they might never meet again. In that case, I must write a reply. Yes, inside the palace, Charlize was sitting blankly by the window when 2 little fairies appeared. Charlize, did you return safely? Everything's fine. I've already received the exact answer I wanted from Rapi. Thanks to your assistance, we were able to resolve many issues, which is a great relief. Is there something you want to say? About that, please don't get angry. It's not anything bad either. Later, that won't be very good. That man is Eritite's true counterpart. I don't want that. It's dangerous. Are you talking about Dylan? What's wrong?
I even thought they wanted Dylan to be a piece of Epherite, didn't I? Too dangerous. On which side? Dylan is very dangerous to me, or I am dangerous to him. Seeing the 2 little fairies silent, she felt disheartened. Silent again. No matter which side, it's still dangerous. What? Even if it's dangerous, it will end soon because I think I'll just run away. If Alperior becomes an obstacle this time, then I can't afford any consequences. I just need to bring some usable paint. Preventing Dylan from catching me, although difficult, is not impossible. If I'm with Dylan, then ambition, reason, love, and distrust, along with insecurity, worry, and possessiveness will all mix together. Although time is the best medicine, could another person appear in Dylan's heart? I haven't seen Dylan in 3 years, but he still can't forget me. The boy I taught has become a tyrant. Which way should I go now? If I weren't Kira, if Dylan weren't a piece of Epherite, would things change? He's the first one to treat me this way. All right, I'm still in love, both fluttering and emotional. My heartbeats are real. I must leave before this heart is swayed. If Athena stops me again this time, I will cut ties.
Then why did the demonic energy of the Demon Tower appear in the Imperial Palace? Weren't all those people in the forest killed? The reason I broke into the forest was to quickly retrieve the fragments and kill Alperior. As Charlize burst in, a wizard turned around and said, "Sacrifice." No, could it be deadline? Charlize swung her sword, making him fall, and simultaneously rescued her comrades. Seeing everyone still bewildered, she turned back and asked, "What's wrong? Let's get out of here." "Yes, right away." Now once we're out of here, my reconciliation with Dylan will also come to an end. Meanwhile, Cahu was on his way to see Dylan. After Charlize returned, I had unconsciously retreated into a quiet life. I wanted to see Charlize one more time. Before Charlize returned, I hadn't been able to test the waters, sometimes finding myself alone with Dylan. The relationship between him and me was no longer natural. There was a psychological and physiological discomfort. But why did he call me here? Because of Charlize.
Your Majesty, the supreme ruler of the Empire, I, young Duke Cahu, son of a loyal imperial subject, have come to seek an audience as per your Majesty's summons. Dispense with the formalities. I called you here because I have something to discuss, a very interesting story. What do you mean, Your Majesty? Do you remember Lise, the winner of the swordsmanship competition? Yes, because I was the runner-up. Exactly, that's what I'm talking about. Although the truth hasn't been revealed yet, that was the first time Lise made a request due to her victory. And Hirocho is a type of medicine used to alleviate pain. This is the first time I've heard this, but now everything is falling into place. So Charlize had expressed her feelings to the 13th prince, who is now the current emperor.
The Empress's tragic death was very painful, yet it was recorded without anyone knowing. But why is he telling me this now? Is it to let me know that Lise is actually Charlize? Perhaps he already knew. But what does that have to do with the present anymore? By now you should know that the teacher is not one to simply forget a debt. Whether it's a favor or a grudge, Charlize will treat it as a debt, and no matter what happens, she will never forget. Dylan asked, "Why are you afraid of me? Even when I was just the 13th prince with nothing to my name, you were always wary of me. When you saw Charlize and me together, your face would stiffen with fear. It's as if this isn't the future you had in mind, is it?"
Cahu Delmon, who do you think is the future crown prince? Cahu was stunned by the question. The future, is Charlize related to Kira? Your Majesty, I am not that imaginative. That's absurd. I mean, those absurd words in front of the teacher. Having witnessed the truth, how can you not know? Even if you interfere, you can't defeat her. She knows all the royal academic knowledge. Dylan gave a faint smile. Ha, can she escape? Good. It's time to end this game of chase.
The screams outside continued incessantly. Someone had rebelled. Ronan had brought his troops to revolt. The palace lights were enveloped by magic, and Ronan's betrayal began. It was understandable. Dylan stepped forward and asked, "Are you trying to escape from me? It's time to end this chase." Finally, Charlize successfully escaped. She turned her head to look back, thinking that with Ronan's help, things had gone more smoothly. "Captain, what do we do next?" "Large-scale teleportation can only be used once we leave the Empire. We will blend in with the populace and join forces with Ronan's army." Someone pondered, "Blend in with Ronan's army?" Then he replied, "Yes," and the group rode off on horseback. Meanwhile, Dylan was still fighting the blocking troops and pursuing Charlize. He muttered to himself, "Does she think what I want is the throne? Does she know I don't care about that throne even a little bit? This time, I won't let her slip away again. I will definitely keep her by my side."
Back with Charlize, at this moment there was a group of people in front of them, so they stopped. All the people in front bowed their heads and said, "You are our benefactor." Payne asked, "Didn't you say we would infiltrate Ronan's army?" She said they were just a decoy. "Who are they?" "As you can see, Raffiney." That's right. You did very well. We'd best stay away from that Ronan." "You did very well. Ronan threatened our captain, and for him to pay such a price means he got off too lightly." Charlize wondered to herself, why were they laughing? Or perhaps they had no sympathy for Ronan. Payne said, "We can only repay you this way." Charlize replied, "Just give me a ride to the border. That'll be enough." Then let's set off. Hold on tight." With that, they galloped away on horseback. Charlize involuntarily thought, the plan was going surprisingly smoothly. Suddenly she shivered, surprised by her own surprise. It was as if deep down she wanted this plan to fail. Anyway, if things continued like this, the plan would succeed. Suddenly Payne exclaimed, "Captain, it seems someone is chasing us." She turned her head in surprise. Could it be? Yes, it was Dylan. Everyone says that's the Emperor, and the Emperor is alone, so it won't be easy for him to catch up with the captain. Let's just keep going. But what if he uses force? He is the Emperor, after all. After a while, they stopped. "We've crossed the border. Is there anything else we need to do?" "If the Emperor finds out, it will be very dangerous, Captain." Just then, Dylan's voice rang out. "Charlize, why did you leave me behind and abandon me?" She didn't turn back, but said, "Please go back."
Is she going to leave without a word again this time? Your Majesty, I'm telling you to go back. Teacher, just talk to me for a moment. It won't take long. Why? Why did you teach me and then run away from me? Is it because of your identity? Demon Sword Kira. Payne muttered, "We've already crossed the border."
Currently, we are no longer within the Empire's territory and teleportation can now be used. Thinking this, Payne called the captain. Charlize immediately raised her hand, then leaned over to look at Dylan behind her. "Teacher, you already knew about me before we met, but why did you teach me? I want to make His Majesty the Emperor, teacher. Did you go back in time? I don't know how you could do it, but after learning about it, I can't stop thinking. Why did you abandon me, teacher? So you have your answer now, don't you?" Dylan replied, Initially, Charlize didn't want it that way, and I didn't want to know either. That she wanted to know everything clearly, evidenced by Charlize making me emperor, and she also cooperated with Cahu to do this. I don't want to be emperor, not even the position of crown prince. I hate the royal family so much that I want to destroy everything.
But no matter what I do, I can't touch Epherite. Why did you do that? How could you know everything beforehand? You couldn't have lived that long to know everything. If so, her life would also be short, just like in the original work.
It's not hard to guess that she would eventually be harmed by the royal family in the magic tower. But why was she harmed? She's truly peculiar, just like that demon sword. Charlize is the demon sword Kira, and His Majesty is the Emperor of the Empire. But the teacher forgave me even though I carry royal blood. To say forgiveness isn't wrong. Everyone in the royal family except Dylan is dead. Dylan, you must survive. That is what I want. It's just that she didn't say why she spared my life. The reason she left was because she is the demon sword Kira. She has only explained that much so far, and there are still many things I don't understand, teacher. That reason is... Suddenly Payne interrupted. Wait, Charlize is Kira? What are you saying? Charlize is... That's right, Payne. I am the demon god Kira you know. Everyone was extremely astonished to hear her admit it herself. She approached Dylan, who silently called her name, then smiled brightly and said, You can kill me. You can be Kira. You can turn me into anyone you want. It doesn't matter. I will always love you. Charlize thought blankly. Even though he knows I am the demon god Kira, he makes me feel like I am also a human.
Dylan reached out his hand. Teacher, you are my everything. If you want to take everything from me, please take this life as well. The love you speak of, why is it so noble? Why am I like this? Can I love him? I've been moved by Dylan, who has done everything for me. He treats me with unconditional warmth, making me never feel betrayed. But I always want to run away from this feeling. Why didn't I realize before that he loved me this much? Suddenly, tears streamed down Dylan's face, which was usually as cold as ice. Can you not leave me, teacher? You know, don't you? Initially, I approached you because deep down, I wanted revenge. Dylan said that from the very beginning, you wanted to use me. So please, continue to use me. You can let me starve to death or make me live like an animal. I don't care. But you still haven't taught me how to love someone. Your existence is the reason I've lived until today. So why won't you teach me that? Please, Charlize, I know you are the demon Kira. You're afraid that I will face death, aren't you? But whether you are Kira or the demon sword... He gently lifted her hand, kissed it, and continued. You are still the woman I love. I won't die. I will find a way. Charlize thought to herself, perhaps this is what I wanted to hear the most.
I will not cling to her, nor will I force her to be mine. I will also provide support to Alperior. If the teacher wants to destroy the magic tower, I will help. Suddenly Dylan's hand brushed past Charlize's, and she flinched, stepping back. She thought in surprise, that was a magical power pact. Dylan smiled and said, The price to pay is this that I have prepared, Dylan's life force. As long as I am alive, the pact will remain in effect, and I will not harm the teacher or Alperior. She secretly thought that was the binding nature of the pact. The Emperor must also know that. With it, even Athena will not be able to do anything harmful to us. Dylan raised his hand. That was a contract with too many disadvantages for the Emperor. As Dylan waved his hand down, the sound of swords clanging to the ground immediately echoed. Behind him, many people appeared, kneeling on the ground with utmost reverence. But the Emperor can help us a lot in destroying the magic tower.
Is it okay if I do that? Is it okay if I do that? Charlize still stood there, bewildered and silent. Payne called the captain. If that covenant cannot be kept, His Majesty will die. Charlize remained silent, offering no objections. Dylan chuckled. She agreed. Only until we destroy the demon tower, Charlize. Thank you. I don't know how to suppress my possessiveness toward Charlize, but if she keeps being so soft and not resisting, I will make her mine. Afterward, everyone exclaimed, This house is truly amazing. He's the Emperor. Of course he can prepare a house like this instantly. He'd already dealt with the Ronin family for treason, but it was said he only dismissed them from their positions. Didn't Athena oversee that matter? But what's this about the captain being the demon sword Kira? At this moment, Charlize, standing outside, overheard their conversation. Payne said, I also don't understand why the captain claims to be Kira. Charlize, seeing no other option, walked in and spoke up. That's true. I am the most perfect form of the Kira experiment. That's also why I want to take revenge on the Imperial family and the Demon Tower.
Wait, I've never heard of that before. If such an experiment existed, the Demon Tower surely would have. Payne stopped mid-sentence because Charlize was emitting evil energy that filled the room. This is evil energy. I've known how to use evil energy for a long time, just by observing how the ancient gods controlled their power. It's true. I was once kidnapped, tortured, and used as an experiment subject in the Demon Tower, and I even had to eat pieces of Epherite every day. Payne said, trembling, You endured such agony and still survived? How is that possible? But the captain is human. Project Kira is an experiment to turn a human into a sword. If it succeeds, I don't know what to say. I've never thought about that. It's fine if everyone wants to leave now. How could Alperior have Kira as a commander?
No need for lengthy explanations. All members of Ulterior here are survivors of the Cura Project. Charlize turned to call Payne, who was still standing there stunned. There was no way the Cura Project could have succeeded. If it had succeeded initially, there would be no reason for the Demon Tower to create evil gods to this day. But that amount of evil energy, no one in the Demon Tower could carry such a dense amount of it. Charlize thought to herself, his face. She wondered if Payne could keep a secret. I've always observed him. Because he's a part of the experiment, I will protect him. Charlize called out again, Payne Venius. He startled and replied, If you truly want to protect a part of Epherite, what you need to protect is Dylan. What? Charlize thought to herself, I know he'll do well. She considered him the most perfect part to date. Dylan is truly a part of Epherite. Now I'm like a villain. Payne, protect Dylan. 3 days later, at the Imperial Palace.
Seeing Charlize enter, Dylan sprang to his feet and called out to her, I've missed you so much. She looked bewildered and said, But we just met. Dylan smiled cheerfully and replied, But I don't know why I feel like it's been a long time since we last met. It's as if we've gone back 3 years. Back then we had dinner together after watching an opera. He also said back then that whether time passed quickly or slowly depended on oneself. Here there were also dishes she liked. His eyes were still swollen from crying too much. No matter how this secret was hidden, Dylan would still do what he believed was right. There were unanswered questions and truths she wanted to hide. But why did you leave me? Why did everything become so complicated? Because I wanted to protect you. This was the first time she had revealed her true intentions to Dylan. Is it because you were afraid I'll die? This was the person who was willing to sacrifice his own life for her. Yes, I'm very scared. A feeling I've never expressed to you. Because I love you. I'm sure you've already guessed. Before returning here, I wasn't a good person. Charlize finally revealed her past to Dylan, no longer hiding anything. In the Grand Duke's family, Charlize was considered an ill omen because her mother died after giving birth to her. Charlize tried very hard to gain affection from her family, but no one acknowledged her. Her dream was to become a knight, but no one recognized Charlize's talent. Afterwards, she vowed lifelong loyalty to the royal family, but in the end she was betrayed and became an experimental subject for Kira. Charlize became a sword, a tool of the imperial family. Her body also disintegrated because of this, and her existence now depended on the emperor's, while she herself could not resist. Many people lost their lives, eternal solitude, unbearable suffering. Charlize told Dylan everything. Now she didn't want to see his expression.
He seemed calm when he heard the story, as if I hadn't told him anything. Perhaps it had to be this way. Dylan told me I didn't know how to express my feelings to you. After all, the blood that flows in my veins is still royal blood. But I truly hate them. Just hearing about it filled my body with rage. They are truly cold-blooded. I hate them. Tell me who those people are, and I will certainly imprison them and make them pay for the crimes they committed against you.
Can I curse them? Right? All right, he was so angry he wanted to curse them. Even if she isn't the one I love, she doesn't deserve to go through such suffering. She isn't Kira, not a demon sword or an inanimate object. She's a human being, a virtuous person. Finally, I understand. I understand why she wanted to leave me. I understand why she used me, even wanted to kill me. Hearing this, Charlize lowered her face and remained silent. Dylan thought to himself, even if I die in Charlize's arms, I would be content. Charlize once said that no human is perfect. If we want to become perfect, we need to recognize our own mistakes and correct them, because no one in this world is without flaws. But only when facing death do people realize that it is the most perfect thing. If my love for her ends at the same time as my death, nothing could be more perfect. This will probably haunt me. Why did I say I wanted to kill him? Dylan caressed Charlize's face. How can she be so beautiful? It's better to tell her clearly like this before she leaves me again. But Dylan truly didn't know how dangerous Kira was. He could continue to live without any fear. Clearly, if he could start over, he would still choose this path. Suddenly, Dylan said, "You are the most precious thing in my life, the light I never want to lose." Never. I've never said these things to him. I've never dared to fully express my feelings. I don't care how many people's blood stains my hands. As long as I can save you, I will do everything for you to survive. But Charlize's fate was to be killed by Kira. How ironic.
Because Charlize had died in Dylan's arms before, I still haven't found a way to change my own fate. You are irreplaceable. I truly love you, Dylan. I wouldn't be able to live without you. What I'm saying is completely from the heart. Dylan said, but it's very difficult for me to accept this. It's very hard for me to accept, as expected, because you abandoned me. But if it were me, I would have done the same as you. You had to endure that suffering and bear that burden alone. Charlize thought silently. Why? Why doesn't he blame me for everything, even though I abandoned him twice? Dylan continued, gently caressing Charlize's messy hair. Teacher, you had to bear this pain alone and saved my life.
Just being like that is enough. What do you know about me? You, even though you are my teacher.
It's so confusing. How could you be like this? Why aren't you angry? Do you love me that much? Even those who share my blood and the Emperor to whom I swore eternal loyalty, none of them understood me or embraced me like you do. You should have scolded me and pushed me away. Don't let me be so presumptuous because of that look in your eyes anymore. Thank you for telling me everything. You are very brave. Now I understand why you want to destroy the Demon Tower. It's too late. Dylan held her hand tightly. No, I'm very happy to have been given a chance to help you. But teacher, there's one more thing I want to ask you. Go ahead. What am I that made Kira want to take my life? All right, it's time to tell him. It's because your majesty is a fragment of Epherite. Dylan exclaimed in surprise. As expected. She thought blankly. He already knew? 24 years ago in the kingdom of Cyan, the seventh concubine, who was also Dylan's birth mother, was a princess of the kingdom of Cyan. There it seemed no one believed in Epherite anymore. However, that concubine still held faith in Epherite, the last saintess in Cyan known to be kind and benevolent. Unfortunately, her faith was not rewarded, and her life was tragically ruined.
If a deity truly exists, they couldn't treat me like this. After the defeat in the battle against the Blade Empire, the seventh concubine was brought to the Blade Empire and completely abandoned her faith. She erased her entire past and no longer believed in deities. About 3 months after becoming a concubine, she became pregnant with Dylan. Is this a dream? This strange, warm feeling is as if I've returned home. Suddenly, she saw a statue emitting that warm energy. Epherite, how beautiful, you shine like a rainbow. Suddenly, a growl echoed and she startled, exclaiming, "Oh my, who are you? A dead crow? Do you want to give it to me? Is it a gift for me?" Unexpectedly, the crow then flapped its wings and flew up, astonishing her. The crow ate the white lion. At this moment, she jolted awake, drenched in sweat. What was that? That dream? Could it be a pregnancy dream? She caressed her belly and asked, "My dear, what do you want to tell Mommy?"
Immediately, the baby kicked a few times, which she could feel. Hey, all right, it won't be long now. Mother will know soon enough. A few days later, the seventh concubine gave birth to a baby boy and named him Dylan. And when Dylan turned 3, the concubine finally understood the meaning of that dream of pregnancy. Dylan was exceptionally brilliant at everything he did. The child was only 3, yet he was even more brilliant than prodigies. As Dylan grew older, he became even more outstanding and remarkably different. He could remember things clearly after just one glance, and his intuition allowed him to keenly perceive the thoughts or actions of others. The white lion represents Epherite, and the raven represents your enemies.
Could Dylan possess a part of Epherite? In the mythology of the gods, it is recorded that Epherite's life would be threatened if it approached its enemies. If that dream was a warning, then once Dylan couped his existence, he would surely be killed for falling into the sights of something. That's why Mother always tried to hide my existence, because I am a fragment of Epherite. How old were you when you heard this story? I was 5 years old then. Charlize thought to herself, that seventh concubine knew everything, which is why she wrote in her will, "Don't get hurt and stay away from the enemy's sights. You must live at all costs." She was right. The greatest threat to Dylan, a fragment of Epherite, was the evil god Kira, because I am Charlize Ronan. Suddenly Dylan asked, "Speaking of Kira, are you feeling unwell somewhere?" "How could you know the future?" "Cahu told me." "Cahu, I should have killed him to cover my tracks. I must owe the young duke a debt. Only Cahu visited the teacher. In the end, Kira is still destined to destroy the fragment of Epherite, isn't she? That's why you left me?" After they looked at each other for a moment, Charlize replied, "Yes, that's right." "No way. You left me because you loved me. I'm so happy." Charlize remained silent and then looked up at Dylan.
He said again that I was very happy. Tears flowed once more. She had tried to protect me. Now I understood the teacher's personality. She was strong when facing the powerful, and gentle when dealing with the weak, but clumsily feigning weakness was useless. Therefore, I was very happy that she was still here. Finishing his words, Dylan placed a sweet kiss on her lips. Charlize secretly thought it was so warm that it flustered her, making her unsure how to express herself appropriately. How should I show my feelings to him? She held his hand and called out, "Dylan." "Charlize, may I kiss you a little deeper?" She replied, "Yes," and so the two exchanged another deep kiss. I should have been there at that time. Was he talking about Cahu? "Actually, I have a gift prepared for you." Dylan took out a pair of rings, which made her bewildered. "These?"
"I hope you will accept it. Lovers don't wear 2 completely identical rings, so I will do the same." Charlize put the ring back on Dylan's hand. She secretly thought that it was just putting on a ring, but it felt like the bond between the two of them had tightened. Would you like to have tea with me? Is that all right? Of course it is. That's wonderful. I'm very happy you invited me. Let's go together. Charlize smiled, secretly thinking that it would be a great pity if they had to part ways after this. Ah, welcome back. Seeing Charlize enter happily with Dylan, the servants bowed respectfully, greeting His Majesty the Emperor. Charlize asked His Majesty, "May I speak with Mary for a moment?" Then I will wait for you in the living room. Mary, come with me for a moment." "Yes, ma'am." "Has Elpiria returned yet?" "Not yet. One person still hasn't returned." Charlize thought she needed to discuss this. If he wanted to leave, it would be fine. After all, she had already revealed her identity, and that way it would be better for them.
As for Payne, even if it's late, he'll surely return. When he talked about Dylan, I was very confused. But as long as Dylan is a piece of Epherite, he'll know he has to protect Dylan. Thank you for letting me know. Could you prepare dessert and bring it to the living room? Yes, I can. Mary thought to herself, is it because of her mood? I feel like she's become kinder. When she first entered the mansion, she seemed very cold. What could have happened? Charlize sat down at the table, took a sip of tea, and then spoke. I just remembered there are a few things I haven't told you. About what? It's about Cahu. Dylan flinched upon hearing that. Cahu and I have talked a few times, but I don't know how Cahu knows everything in such detail. I also don't know why he has these past memories. Cahu? No, the young Duke's memories were interrupted at some point. Is that so? This is very strange. I think I'm being drawn into my own destiny. Dylan slammed his teacup down. Can we not talk about Cahu anymore? While Charlize was still bewildered, he intertwined his hand with hers. The one by your side right now is me. Is he jealous? She withdrew her hand and replied, Thinking back, it's really strange how Cahu returned with those memories. He said he had dreamt of the future. Unlike me, my memories aren't very clear. Suddenly, Dylan said, Also, I have something I want to tell you, teacher. What is it? There's a group of mages secretly hiding in the magic tower.
A secret dwelling in the magic tower? That magic tower? That's right, they approached me. During the time I lost Charlize and was almost driven mad, those mages secretly sought out the Emperor. Judging by her reaction, it's clear the teacher doesn't want the Imperial family and the magic tower to collude. I used that as bait to capture the teacher, so I have no regrets. Rest assured, I've made a pact to destroy that magic tower with you. That's right, without Alperior, there's still me and the teacher. We can make a deal with that mysterious magic tower. I didn't know much about that place, so I didn't respond to them, but now we can track them down. This is just the beginning, teacher. Before, you couldn't stop yourself from associating with Cahu, but now you have a better ally than him, me. Please trust me, one day when this tale of revenge comes to an end, I will never let you down. And Dylan thought he would be able to keep Charlize by his side forever. Midnight at a house in the forest, what would everyone do? Payne crossed his arms, a pensive look on his face, while everyone else around him chatted animatedly. The commander had said he would become the perfect test subject for Project Kyra. What could they do but trust him? That wasn't a matter of trust. The real problem was how they would get out later. Payne, did you know this beforehand? Payne quietly replied, a little, but I knew absolutely nothing about Kyra. On the contrary, I thought it was the true fragment of Epherite. What do you mean by that? So it's fine to reveal this much. The Demon Tower had no intention of creating the demonic sword Kyra. Its purpose was to become a vessel to create an evil god. The commander was a very suitable test subject for this. But if one consumes the true fragment of Epherite, their entire body will first turn to iron. Payne rested his chin on his hand, clearly uneasy, which is why I said I knew nothing at all. I also didn't know how the commander managed to maintain his human body. Another girl asked curiously, but Payne, what exactly is the true fragment of Epherite? It is a human with a superior genius bloodline in all fields. The true fragment of Epherite is born of humans, and the evil god Kyra cannot resist the urge to kill the true fragment of Epherite. So that means, Payne glanced over. Yes, the reason the commander abandoned the Emperor was probably because he himself was the evil god Kyra. Only then could he protect the Emperor who was the true fragment. The entire room fell silent.
The girl, with a look of unwillingness, spoke up. I was saved by the commander. I've always liked the commander. The boys smiled and comforted her. All right, us too. Although we're very surprised, the truth is, our commander hasn't changed at all. Suddenly, someone was at the door. Sorry to interrupt. Lucy leaned against the door, holding an envelope in her hand. Charlize told me to come here. I'll deliver the letter and leave right away. Payne turned to ask Lucy, what letter? Payne opened the letter and read it, looking utterly bewildered. You are now free. You've worked hard during this time. Huh? What freedom? The girl behind them looked bewildered. Freedom? No, I don't want to leave the commander. The man behind them spoke up. Could it be that she misunderstood that you abandoned her? Because it's been a long time since we went back there.
Payne held the letter from Cider, the commander. He then squeezed the letter tightly and turned to speak to everyone in the room. Let's go back. We need to see the commander right away. Charlize was pruning the flower garden, deep in thought.
I've sent a letter informing Alperior about freedom. It would be more convenient if they were here, but working alone is fine. It might even be more effective anyway. Dylan also said he would help me. Charlize looked up at the sky. Dylan, can you control your urge to kill? Suddenly the elves appeared. Yes, you two are destined. Charlize lowered her face and asked, Destiny? I'm used to acting cold, and clearly that murderous intent also. Suddenly, a loud shout interrupted Charlize's thoughts. Commander! Charlize stopped and turned towards the source of the shout. You people!
Charlize said without a hint of surprise. So you finally returned? Commander, please withdraw your words of release. The girl also knelt down, clinging. Yes, please cancel it. I like being by the commander's side. Everyone simultaneously pleaded, please stay with us. Charlize was momentarily surprised. Payne spoke up at this moment. See, we are always united. Don't tell us to leave anymore, because we will help no matter what. Charlize chuckled. Even though I've released you, you still refuse to leave? Thank you for saying that. Everyone listened, dumbfounded, as if struck by lightning. People started murmuring and bustling. Charlize just waved her hand helplessly. We are even more grateful. If you like that phrase, we will tell you every day. Please don't abandon us. All right, there's no need, Charlize sighed. Even if they don't come back here, it's fine. But Charlize smiled, looking up at the sky. Well, if it's for the best, then it's for the best. Hugo reported back to Dylan. Your Majesty, someone said Alperior has returned. Dylan put down the documents in his hand and pondered. He's finally back. I'll have less private time with Charlize. Although his presence isn't very important, it will make Charlize waver, because they have opened their hearts to each other a little more. Dylan took out a pipe, then gestured for a light. Hugo, thinking Dylan needed it, carefully offered, yes, here. Dylan looked at Hugo and remained silent for a moment. He waved his hand and said, that's not what I meant. All right, quickly clear it away, burn it. Saying this, Dylan handed him a small piece of paper. Hugo took it and asked, this? Dylan seriously stated, I no longer wish to accept the proposal from the Magic Tower. Go tell them I have rejected this proposal.
Hugo bowed to receive the order. Yes, I will go to work right away, Your Majesty. Dylan looked out the window as if he had something on his mind. He thought that to avoid being hated by Charlize, he needed to refuse any contact from the Magic Tower. In Charlize's previous life, the Imperial family and the Magic Tower must have colluded to harm her. But this time it was different. The Imperial family would confront the Magic Tower, all of them for Charlize. A moment later, outside in some empty lot, had everyone gathered yet? Lucy stepped forward and asked, I guess that's enough, right? Seeing this, V was a little worried, and he whispered to Hugo, Are you okay? Even if she is the Grand Tutor, why would she give orders to? Hugo replied, I'm fine. I'm also the one commanding everyone to attack, but I can't go against the Grand Tutor's wishes.
Hugo silently recalled Charlize's words. The Grand Master had said they needed to gather everyone. Alperior, Lucy, Payne, and Athena were the most skilled individuals on this continent. If everyone worked together, they would uncover the secret of the Magic Tower. Don't worry about my safety, she had added. The teacher has promised to protect me. Hugo looked at everyone. Indeed, they were the most skilled group, but he wasn't sure if cooperating with the Grand Master would be a good idea. Payne smiled brightly. So many people follow their captain, huh? Chase stepped forward and said seriously, First, let's get serious. What's our plan for the first strategy? Lucy, please tell them about the information regarding the Magic Tower. No one else had a grasp of the tower's information besides Lucy. Hearing this, Lucy was a little surprised and asked back, Me? She began to think for a moment and said, If you say I know a lot about the Magic Tower, I'm not entirely sure about that. However, I can be sure of one thing. The Magic Tower certainly contains a secret within this continent.
Payne asked in surprise, On this continent? Hearing this, Chase couldn't help but exclaim, They're really bold. If they weren't on this continent, it would be very tiring, because it would take a lot of time to track them. Hearing this, V immediately came up with an idea. So how about we form groups to monitor each area? Payne immediately agreed. That's a good idea, but I suggest that each group needs to have a sorcerer. A sorcerer is someone who knows how to use magic. I think that mysterious tower is covered by illusion magic, so it's very difficult to find it without Alperior's group. Payne smiled brightly and began to suggest, We have a total of 7 people from Alperior's group, so let's form 7 groups. Hearing this, Chase stepped forward to add, I think if our whole group goes along, we can use flying magic to hunt them down, which would be easier. Lucy turned and asked, What about Athena's group? Don't worry, we've undergone extensive training courses, so we can handle any situation. They all agreed. Payne began to instruct everyone. All right, if anyone discovers anything about the Magic Tower, remember to immediately inform each other. Report the clearest information to His Majesty and your commanders.
Chase and everyone nodded in agreement. At the mansion outside the Imperial Palace, Mary handed the letter to Charlize, who looked at the letter in her hand and asked, Did His Majesty send this? Mary replied, Yes, ma'am. She began to take out the letter to read its contents. After a long schedule, I truly wish to see you, my teacher.
Dylan said he has prepared a dress and a carriage for you. If you are ready, please put it on. He would be very happy if Charlize came. The letter was sent from Charlize's lover. Charlize's face flushed slightly after reading Dylan's letter. So that's why he suddenly sent such a beautiful dress, she wondered. Thinking back, ever since she fled from him for the second time, she hadn't set foot in the Imperial Palace even once. After thinking, she seemed to have made a decision, and she called Mary. Mary quickly responded, "Yes, ma'am. Please help me change into this outfit," Charlize said with a smile. "I must go meet His Majesty." Mary then said, "This way, Grand Tutor." Charlize, wearing the dress Dylan sent, slowly walked in. As soon as she entered, the first person she saw was Dylan sitting there. The noble standing there exuded an air of panic, and they looked towards Charlize. Seeing the scene, Charlize wondered, is this his main objective? As soon as he saw her, Dylan was delighted, and he smiled, welcoming her. "You've arrived, my teacher." If one looked closely, their outfits appeared to be a matching pair.
Charlize slowly walked over. Dylan extended his hand and told her to come and sit here. He deliberately spoke loudly. "I am very pleased that you have accepted the invitation to come here, teacher." Dylan politely invited Charlize to sit down. She looked at everything before her, the envoys from various countries, and secretly wondered, could it be that a war is about to break out? A man stepped forward. He bowed respectfully. "I offer this tribute to your majesty. This is a token of goodwill from our Myland Empire, a dress made entirely of diamonds." Seeing the dress, Dylan was a little displeased. It looked very heavy for someone to wear. Who are you giving an outfit like this to, and for what purpose?
Then he turned to Charlize and asked her, "Teacher, are you all right?" Hearing this, she was a little confused and asked back, "What?" "If you don't like this outfit, I will erase Milan from the world map," Dylan said in a gentle yet chilling voice. He smiled casually and gently touched Charlize's cheek. Hearing Dylan's words made the envoy jump in fright. The envoy thought, now if she just nods once, that country will be annihilated immediately. She gently said to Dylan, "Your Majesty doesn't need to do that." Hearing her words, Dylan smiled and leaned his head against her. "All right, teacher, you are truly kind." He glanced at the envoy. "Get out." The envoy bowed his head, trembling. "Yes, Your Majesty, I am very grateful for your clemency. I will remember this." Then he immediately turned and left. Another envoy stepped forward to present tribute, and he began to introduce. "This is the tribute we offer to Your Majesty. Your Majesty, this is a type of high-grade candy, meticulously crafted, and it is also a specialty of the Lep Empire. Wishing to offer it to Your Majesty with all our sincerity, we have prepared this high-grade candy to bring here." Hearing that it was candy, Dylan couldn't help but be delighted. "Candy?" He excitedly turned to Charlize and asked, "Teacher, is this the kind of candy you like? Should we then reward the Lep Empire?" She calmly replied, "Whatever Your Majesty wishes."
Upon hearing this, Dylan immediately said, "Very well, I am very pleased with your gift, so I shall bestow upon you 10 bolts of premium silk." The people outside began to buzz with discussion. He received a reward. It seems that as long as the Grand Tutor is pleased, there will be no repercussions. Witnessing this, they eagerly presented their tributes and declared loudly, "Your Majesty, our empire also wishes to present this gift to Your Majesty. We too wish to offer this gift to you. We desire to bestow this item upon Your Majesty." A multitude of such offers resounded. Sometime after all was said and done, Dylan and Charlize strolled together. She spoke up and asked, "Your Majesty, the reason you called for me today wasn't merely to meet me, was it?" He chuckled, "As I expected. I can't fool you. Indeed, you are truly intelligent." He smiled contentedly and said, "I merely wish for the entire world to know this. In my heart there is only one person, and that is you, my teacher. Seeing all those tributes also wearies me, for the position of Empress is still vacant, so they often present them as offerings specifically intended for this future role. Such costly and precious tributes are meant solely for the unoccupied Empress's throne. I wish you, my teacher, could occupy this position."
Upon hearing Dylan express himself, Charlize wavered slightly as she looked at him. Dylan smiled gently at her with tender eyes. Charlize suddenly chuckled. "Your words truly make me curious. I wonder how the Imperial historical records will write about me in the future. What do you think? How will I be remembered? Let's see. A queen who could control the Emperor's tyrannical nature." Dylan burst into laughter after saying that. "I'm just kidding. I feel like I'm a tyrannical emperor, so I don't want to be recorded in history like that. I never want myself to be written about in the Empire's history." Although he spoke with a calm expression, he truly hated it, and it was deeply evident in his tone. Dylan comforted her. "You don't need to worry about that. It will never happen." He lifted her face and gave Charlize a kiss under the brilliant twilight, creating a romantic scene. After the kiss, the two slowly separated. Dylan said, "It's almost evening now. Athena won't be coming." Hearing this, Charlize asked, "Isn't he coming to escort and protect me tonight?" Dylan gently touched her hair. "It's just because I want to be by your side." His face flushed. "I'm not forcing you. I just miss you."
Charlize wasn't good at expressing her emotions. She stood thinking for a moment, then she turned and plucked a rose stem nearby and handed it to Dylan, who took it.
Dylan looked at her in surprise. Charlize expressed, I want to reciprocate the feelings you have for me, although it's not worth much compared to the tributes you receive. She smiled and took his hand. But do you know, the meaning behind my gift of this rose to you is, I wish for night to come quickly. Cahu, meanwhile, was practicing, breathing heavily with fatigue. He suddenly stopped and halted his movements entirely. Cahu frowned, thinking to himself, Charlize, I truly miss you. He gazed up at the sky, as if conveying his longing for Charlize. Our clan had risen up and initiated a rebellion against the Emperor. However, the Ronin clan resiliently weathered that rebellion, but ultimately the Emperor did not indict our clan. It's puzzling why he was so magnanimous that day.
Cahu was certain it was all thanks to Charlize. He sighed wearily and ordered someone to bring him some wine. The servant looked a little worried. Young master. Hearing this, Cahu immediately said, I won't say it a second time. He irritably turned his head back. The servant bowed his head and accepted the order. Yes, I understand. Because the Emperor had magnanimously overlooked the Cahu family's past, the stigma of treason had been passed down through their family from generation to generation. Cahu sighed helplessly. No matter what, as long as he could make amends with Charlize. Meanwhile, at the Imperial Palace, the sky was completely covered in pink, creating a very poetic and romantic scene. Charlize gazed at the sky with a flutter in her heart, while Dylan looked at her with a gentle expression. He smiled and asked her, Do you like it? Although it's a bit simple, I tried my best to create a pink sky with magic. Charlize looked at the sky, unable to tear her eyes away. I love it. I feel like I'm dreaming. Dylan was overjoyed to hear this. I'm so glad you like it. I'm truly happy to be able to make you this joyful. Charlize turned to look at Dylan with a serious expression, and she seemed to be thinking about something. She suddenly called out to Dylan, Your Majesty, and moved closer to him, then unexpectedly gave Dylan a kiss.
They slowly parted their lips. Charlize softly said, I love you, Your Majesty. Charlize's words made Dylan blush awkwardly. Not only him, but Charlize herself was also shy. This love, which she initially thought would lead nowhere, had now, for some reason, drawn her so deeply in. He gently cupped her face. Teacher. Then he gently moved his hand to take hers. Charlize seriously stated, Even if I have to live in the Imperial Palace, I will always be by your side forever. She paused for a moment, thinking, and then she unexpectedly asked, If I were to move out and live in a mansion outside the Imperial Palace, would you be sad? Hearing her words, he immediately showed his startled expression. Is she pretending not to know my feelings? Seeing this, Charlize reached out her hand. Sometimes I find myself really liking this worried expression of Your Majesty. She smiled and cupped Dylan's face. He was still flustered. You truly are mischievous, he said. She chuckled with delight and asked him to carry her. Without a moment's hesitation, Dylan immediately embraced her with a very happy expression. He cautiously asked her, Can I go a little overboard today? Charlize smiled and thought for a moment. Yes. Meanwhile, outside, Lucy and Payne were investigating clues about the Demon Tower.
Payne looked at everything and said, This village here has a lot of people with infectious diseases. Lucy also said, That's right, because there are so many sick people, it would be a suitable hiding place for those from the Magic Tower. It's very likely we'll find some clues about the Magic Tower here. Do you have a feeling about it? I don't know either, but I feel like there's a very strong, heavy magical aura here. V called out in a panic, Sir Payne, Miss Lucy, Hugo has found a clue. Let's go quickly. Hearing this, the two of them were very surprised. Payne asked skeptically, A clue? They quickly ran to Hugo's location. Have you really found a clue about them? Hugo sat on the ground and told them, I just saw it. Take a look, sir. Payne was startled when he saw it. This. Lucy looked at it and couldn't help but wonder, What is this? They must be ancient letters. Suddenly something appeared, making Payne look up. Payne was astonished. He read something in an unknown language. An ancient temple appeared, floating and very faint in the air. Hugo stared in astonishment. That's... Payne turned pale looking at the temple. Just as I thought. This is indeed the symbol of the Magic Tower.
Lucy asked curiously, Is that the Magic Tower? It looks more like a temple than a tower. The temple stood majestically before them. Just as expected, it was located on this side. And those ancient letters, they must surely be related to this mysterious tower. Hugo wanted to report this news to His Majesty and the Grand Master, as he was certain that those two would know how to decipher these letters. But Payne stopped him, saying, Wait, just a little longer. Perhaps because Payne thought he could decipher it right now. Back to Charlize and Dylan at the royal palace. Inside, the two were sleeping soundly together, a truly peaceful scene. Dylan woke up first, gently caressing Charlize's face. He was content with the present, so peaceful. He wished the sight of her sleeping face could last forever. At this moment, Charlize slowly opened her eyes. Seeing her wake up, Dylan anxiously apologized. Did I wake you? Charlize replied drowsily.
No, I just happened to wake up. Hearing this, Dylan breathed a sigh of relief. Charlize gently touched Dylan's cheek. Your Majesty.
She suddenly said, "Today we're going to see the Duke." Dylan frowned slightly and asked worriedly, "May I know the reason?" He has returned. Regarding Kira's matter, I still don't know much about it, and he might be the witness who knows many things I'm still unaware of. Hearing that, Dylan smiled faintly, his face a little bitter and sad as he looked at Charlize. She probably sensed Dylan's unease and said, "I hope you can stay by my side." Hearing this, he looked at her in surprise. "Teacher." Whenever she was with Cahu, he would erect a magic wall so that no one could overhear their conversation. Compared to before, he was no longer a secretive, so their relationship must have expanded. All right, Cahu has sworn to always protect me, anytime as long as he lives in this world. Scene change. Currently at Cahu's mansion.
He held the letter in his hand and asked the servant, "Who sent this letter?" The servant quickly replied, "It's the Grand Tutor, sir." Cahu opened the letter and wondered to himself, Charlize sent a letter? In the letter, Charlize had something to tell Cahu. She hoped he could come to the royal palace to meet her, and His Majesty would also be present. The letter was from Charlize. After finishing reading, Cahu seemed to have made a decision. He told the servant, "Send this letter to the Grand Tutor for me, and inform them that I will be there immediately." "Yes, sir." Cahu pondered to himself, "I thought I had been forgotten. I don't know why I can still meet her again. My heart feels numb. It could be said that you are my first love." He thought to himself, his face filled with longing for Charlize. On Payne's side, they were still focused on decoding. Lucy turned and asked, "How's Payne's side? Have you found anything yet?" Payne was trying to answer her. "We found a way to decode it. If we can decode this sentence, then—" Payne recited some incantation, and immediately strange characters began to move. "Look, the letters are rearranging themselves." Hugo hastily turned to Payne and asked, "What does it say?" Payne stammered with a look of disbelief on his face. "Demon? Stagnation?" After hearing a complete sentence, Payne immediately jumped up in alarm and exclaimed, "Please report this to the captain, immediately." His face was as if he had heard very important news. He turned pale. At the royal palace, Cahu was already present, as invited by Charlize's letter. He bowed respectfully, offering his greetings to Your Majesty and the Grand Master. Charlize, sitting beside Dylan, greeted Cahu in return. "It's been a long time, young Duke. Please sit down." Cahu sat down as Charlize instructed. Indeed, as soon as he sat down, he felt a chilling aura emanating. Cahu looked in that direction, which was precisely towards Dylan. He was glaring uncomfortably at Cahu, that displeased look in his eyes. Charlize spoke. "Cahu, do you know why I called you here today? It's so you can recall the process of your rebirth by absorbing the Epherite fragments. But after Cahu is reborn, will everything repeat once more?" Cahu replied vaguely, "I'm not sure either, as I said before when we met about 3 years ago."
But while I was living a very normal life, my memory suddenly felt like it was being erased, gradually leading to me remembering nothing about what happened before. "Kira, Kira!" The voices of the little sprites rang out. They were ancient deities. The sprites smiled and asked Charlize, "Can we fix it? Can we fix it?" Hearing this, Charlize felt utterly confused. "What do you mean, can we fix it?" It was as if some force was now preventing Cahu from recalling his memories. The sprites flew around Cahu's head. He suddenly turned pale, and fragments of memories flashed through his mind, very vague and indistinct. He felt as if someone's eyes were staring at him. Cahu noticed something, and suddenly buried his face in his hands.
Cahu, his face pale and stammering, Cahu pressed his lips together, thought for a moment, then suddenly said, "I feel like I've completely gone missing." Charlize was puzzled by his words. "Missing, Cahu?" He clenched his fists and began to repeat, "You are missing, and I am searching for you. This has been dragging on for days or even years." "The place they took me to," he was saying when suddenly many arms appeared from behind. They surged upwards as if to prevent Cahu from speaking further. Perhaps Cahu sensed this as he couldn't continue. His face turned pale, and he suddenly collapsed to the ground, to Charlize's astonishment. A chilling voice echoed in Cahu's head. "Why is it the fiancé, Charlize Ronan? Why is he here? I know the two of you have never met." Cahu hadn't completely lost consciousness. Upon hearing those words, he wondered, "Who is that? Who is speaking to me? Who is it, really?" He squeezed his eyes shut. The scene suddenly shifted to somewhere else. Cahu was lying there, surrounded by people in black cloaks. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a completely unfamiliar place. "Where is this? I was clearly looking for Charlize." "It's not bad that you managed to find your way all the way here." The mysterious person smiled and said to Cahu, "Duke Cahu Delman." His subordinates asked for his opinion. How should we deal with this one? Should we use him as a test subject? He was conscious enough to find his way here, proving he has the potential to become a soul sacrifice for the evil god.
Hearing this, Cahu was puzzled. An evil god? But this person is an adult. They don't qualify for the Cura Project. In the Cura Project, it doesn't matter if they are children or elders, all can become an evil god. Moreover, Charlize Ronan's soul power is currently too strong, so the evil god cannot manifest yet. Cahu looked at them and kept wondering, Charlize, the Cura Project, an evil god? Then who are these people? A loud call snapped Cahu back to the present. Cahu! He groggily opened his eyes to look at everything before him.
Cahu looked at her face and mumbled her name, Charlize. As soon as he reached out, Dylan's foot forcefully stomped on him. Seeing this, Charlize was a little surprised. Your Majesty. Dylan immediately said to Charlize, Don't worry, I'm just trying to sober him up. Dylan looked coldly at Cahu. Let me help you. He grabbed Cahu's collar and squeezed his face tightly. Without any unnecessary movement, he quickly poured some liquid into Cahu's mouth, causing him to cough violently. Dylan said it was a sedative containing herbs. Don't vomit. Drink it all. Charlize frowned as she looked at Cahu. He was still hazy about the present. She didn't know what the memory that had just surfaced was, but something had clearly happened to Cahu before her regression. The spirits whispered to Charlize again. Should I take it off? Just nod. For Kira, please. Hearing them speak made Charlize confused. Why am I so eager? Suddenly a voice from outside the door called her, Grand Master. Hearing this, Charlize, confused, thought to herself, Mary. I told her not to disturb me. She asked Mary, what is it?
I apologize for not following orders, because the Grand Tutor's subordinate said there was an urgent matter to report. Hearing this, Charlize frowned and thought to herself, if it's a subordinate, is it Alperior? Let him in. The person slowly walked in. It was Payne, the captain. Payne, what is the urgent matter you need to report? He stammered, looking towards Dylan, and said, Can we discuss this privately? Without speaking, just thinking something. He turned his head to look at Cahu, who was unconscious there. For a moment, Dylan thought, I really crave a cigarette. I want to blow smoke all over his face and make him uncomfortable. He realized this and closed his eyes tightly. I'm thinking nonsense. Suddenly someone called out, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. It was Cahu. He had woken up at some point. Cahu asked, Don't you see? Dylan was puzzled. What do you mean? Those mages. Why don't you remember anything? Outside, everyone had gathered. Charlize looked around and asked Payne, What's going on? Why is everyone gathered here? Payne said seriously, Captain, listen carefully. The true Epherite shard, meaning the evil god who will kill the Emperor, is not the captain, but Cahu. Cahu is the evil god.
Payne's words shocked Charlize greatly. Her face seemed to express disbelief. What? Payne continued. The captain said he was an evil god, but that's not true. The secret magic tower in the sky is like a castle in the air, and this clue was discovered nearby. Saying that, Payne took out a piece of paper. Charlize began to read the words inside. The evil god's vessel has been sealed, while Cahu Delman has blonde hair and blue eyes. Time manipulation, enchanted with magic, is an impossible feat. Therefore, this clue is true. Is Cahu the evil god? Charlize found it hard to believe. She asked herself, if so, what am I? No, that's not important. I am not an evil god. I did not kill Dylan. She hypothesized, if Cahu is the evil god, then I can understand Cahu's recent actions. It's clear that Cahu went missing while looking for me, and not only went missing but was also drawn into the Magic Tower's project. Perhaps the Magic Tower intended to turn me into the evil god's vessel, but failed. Perhaps the Magic Tower accidentally used Cahu Delman as an experiment subject, and as a result, they succeeded. Thinking this, she wondered, then why did Dylan turn dark? It wasn't because he met me that Dylan turned dark. A series of memories of the moment Dylan and Cahu met flashed through her mind. It was because Dylan met Cahu. Thinking back, Payne had already said, if the Epherite fragment is truly the evil god, then Dylan will not be able to return.
According to Mary, during the Grand Master's absence, His Majesty frequently discussed private matters with Duke Cahu. Charlize stood frozen, a terrifying hypothesis forming in her mind. What if Dylan had been completely corrupted? Her face turned pale with alarm. If Cahu was truly the one who had tainted Dylan. Charlize clenched her fists. Noticing her tension, Payne spoke up. Captain, are you all right? Charlize frowned wearily, reassuring herself. No, we haven't found any evidence yet that Cahu was the one who did it, and Dylan isn't close to him at all. But even if that were the case, it wouldn't necessarily mean Dylan was completely tainted. She recalled the elf's words. He was the true Epherite piece, and whether she liked it or not, that was the truth.
She paused, lost in thought for a moment. If she weren't an evil god, she would be able to protect Dylan. Charlize began to recall her life, from its very beginning until now. She had never forgotten that death, not even now. It was always etched deep in her mind. She didn't want to see anyone die because of her. Even when she was Kira, feeling her family members die one by one had caused her bone-deep pain. Therefore, from the very beginning, when she realized she had returned to being a 13-year-old girl, she had promised herself that she would never let her emotions control her again. She would never give her affection to anyone, ever. Although she had made such a promise to herself, in this life she had people who truly cherished and loved her. But now she loved Dylan, and she couldn't deny her feelings for him. She wasn't the one who tamed him. Dylan himself had tamed her heart.
But Kira, the evil god, that title haunted her greatly. She feared that she would be the one to kill the person she loved. If he died because of her, if Dylan died, she couldn't accept that. That was her greatest fear, so she would leave him. Because she was an evil god, there would come a day when she herself would kill Dylan. She didn't want that. She wasn't a malicious evil god. She wouldn't exist as a sword to kill anyone, because she could also exist as a sword to protect others.
My heart is currently beating erratically. This feeling, could it be a normal emotion like everyone else's? Payne called out to her worriedly. Captain! Charlize turned and asked, You said you found the secret base of the magic tower? Payne admitted, Yes, that's right, but now it's gone. They must have known because I touched their protective charm. Hearing that, she pondered. Payne continued, Next time we find it, we must attack immediately. If I give the signal, can you come right away? Charlize nodded and said, Of course. Payne offered something. This, if you tear this, you can teleport instantly. If you want to go to the sky, you just need to use the code. Charlize took it and said, All right. Then she called, V, Hugo, Chase, Payne, follow me. We must take Cahu away immediately. She turned and walked, thinking, First, I must separate Cahu and Dylan. Even if I want to kill the evil god, I can't do it immediately. I can use Cahu to find the magic tower. I also don't know when the evil god will awaken, so I must be cautious.
Teacher Dylan smiled brightly and asked, Charlize, are you done talking? Suddenly, Dylan stopped and quickly walked over to her. Charlize, why are you crying? Charlize's tears just kept flowing. She herself couldn't believe it. Crying? Me? Dylan comforted her. Please don't cry. She choked out Dylan's name, and he immediately embraced her. Who dared to make the teacher cry? Behind them, Cahu turned his head to look at the two. Only then did Charlize calm down. Dylan was safe, and the evil god had not awakened yet. She asked herself, Pandora, should we open it? Should we really? If permitted, the evil god would awaken this time in Cahu's body. I can't trust those elves.
When he mistakenly believed himself to be an evil god, they didn't tell him the truth. They are hiding too many things. She wiped away her lingering tears and then approached, asking, Cahu, do you remember anything from when you went missing? I don't remember anything at all. Have you ever heard of an evil god? Hearing that, Cahu was utterly panicked, then clutched his throbbing head and screamed. Immediately after, his whole body swayed and he fell. Payne quickly stepped forward to catch Cahu. Young Duke, young Duke. Captain, it seems he's fainted. What do we do now? Currently, we are not allowed to kill Cahu, but because he is very dangerous to His Majesty, we will isolate him in another place. She called Chase. Your clan can dispel evil aura, right? Please take Cahu directly to your village and protect him for me. Don't forget this is top secret. Chase replied, Understood. As for V and Hugo, you two tell the Duke that the young Duke had to leave because he was dispatched on a royal mission. The young Duke will not return for some time. And everyone else, you must report to me immediately when you find the location of the secret demon tower. Everyone shouted, Understood. Hearing that, Dylan couldn't help but stare at her in bewilderment. She said, I'm afraid His Majesty will die. Do you know how scared I am? Once again, her tears fell uncontrollably. I'm afraid I'll kill you again. Dylan told me to apologize. What His Majesty just said, I should have known this sooner, that she also has moments of weakness like that. She had to endure all the pain by herself to hide her own vulnerability. Charlize thought she had given up everything for revenge, her emotions, everyday happiness, attending the academy, marriage, and even her memories. She had to give up everything. She lived only for revenge, but now she realized that he had become more important than her revenge. Dylan took her hand. Charlize, look at me. I will definitely make you happy. If the secret magic tower or anything else bothers you, I will eliminate them from this world. Things are different now. This is no longer just a desire to possess Charlize, but I truly want to love her. And Charlize firmly said, Please trust me, Dylan. I will definitely protect you, and we will surely be happy. I believe you. Then the two exchanged a sweet kiss. I love you, Dylan. I love you too. Afterward, she held the sword, lost in thought. Dylan told her she should stay longer at the Imperial Palace, but she still felt more comfortable in this mansion. At this moment, the fairies appeared, with voices. Kira, are you angry like this because of us? I'm not angry, but you didn't open that thing, Charlize asked with a stern face. If I open it, the evil god will awaken, right? Silence again.
I know this isn't your fault, but right now it's very difficult for me to trust you two, understand? We apologize. Please allow us to show Kira those memories. Charlize hesitated upon hearing that. Cahu, 2 days have passed since he fainted, and he still hasn't woken up. I myself don't know when he will wake up. Do I need to know about those memories? All right, but first I have something to ask. What am I? You are Kira, a god in a human body. You are a miracle. Is that all? We brought Kira to you. Then why did you two say you didn't like the Epherite shard before?
It's not that we don't like it, but because that Epherite shard has been tainted. Charlize paused and asked, "What?" "That shard will never return to its original state again. The chance of it returning to its original state is very slim." Charlize recalled in surprise. "Does His Majesty often go to see the young Duke?" At that time, Mary replied, "Yes, I think he does that because the young Duke is the only one he can talk to about mages."
Your Majesty always looks very haggard, unless he talks about the wizard. He looks very haggard, unless he talks about the wizard. Cahu's malice has tainted Dylan, all because I left him, because I made him feel lonely. I thought leaving would be good for him, but I was the one who dragged him into danger. Suddenly she started walking, but her heart was bewildered. Where am I going now? It felt like I couldn't feel anything anymore, except for the sword I was holding in my hand. I couldn't hear anything. My only emotion right now was a murderous intent. She stood before Cahu, looking at him with a menacing aura. Suddenly the fairies called out, "Kira, should we open the memories of this thing?" Charlize gnashed her teeth. She emitted a menacing aura that blew away everything around her, and at the same time shouted loudly, "Shut up! I must kill him! I must kill Cahu! I must kill Cahu for Dylan!" Charlize raised her sword high, the tip pointing at Cahu's chest. Just then, Lucy ran in and hugged Charlize tightly. "No, please stop. I've heard everything from Pain. You are not an evil deity."
You are not a tool or a sword. You are a human being. You know that, don't you? I have killed people my entire life. I always thought I was indifferent to the deaths of others, but ever since I met you, I have refused assassination missions and haven't killed anyone since. Only then did I realize how I had forgotten the terrible sins I had committed. No one can kill and remain indifferent to it. You helped me realize that. So don't kill him. You are not a sword meant to kill innocent people. Charlize, having calmed down, couldn't help but be surprised. What was I about to do just now? Was I even okay? Let go of me. She looked around Cahu's bed, bewildered. Everything around her looked as if a storm had swept through. Did I do this? The fairies called out again, "Kira." She glanced at Lucy behind her, thinking, can others besides me see these too? Charlize spoke up. Why have you been hiding until now, and only appear when Pain is nearby? Lucy secretly wondered, bewildered. Who is she talking to?
The fairy said this was a bit difficult to discuss. She wanted to see us, those who serve Kira. Are they upset because I only consider them fairies? I don't like their methods, but I know they do it for my own good. You told them to call me a god, but they didn't obey me. However, after witnessing this, I cannot deny their presence. Show me Cahu's memories. I must see with my own eyes what happened to him. We will show you. Those memories might feel a bit chilling. Charlize slowly closed her eyes and felt it, a floating sensation in water, reality and her own feelings separating. She heard Cahu say, "No way. Could something like this really happen?" Charlize Ronan. What on earth happened to her? Then Cahu appeared somewhere, his body covered in wounds. Is this the Black Temple? Is this the secret magic tower Pain mentioned? To reach this point, he must have.
Cahu said if he didn't know Kira's secret, this world would perish. Charlize recalled that when she was Kira, Dietrich suddenly stopped giving her news about Cahu, not just to control her but also because Cahu had truly gone missing. She heard that Cahu had gone looking for her, after being promised an ice castle from House Ronan, but if he only wanted material gain, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths. If she hadn't fallen in love with Dylan, perhaps she might have been swayed by Cahu. Charlize instinctively reached out, wanting to grasp Cahu, but she couldn't touch him. Cahu was tied to a cross, screaming incessantly. Please stop. The fairies asked Charlize, if this scene is too painful, shall we skip it? Shall we skip it?
No, it's not necessary. I'm going to see everything. I have to. At this moment, the cloaked figures arrived and said, "This person's body absorbs magic energy exceptionally well. Although we've only just started experimenting, the results are quite good, aren't they?" A wicked experiment disguised as a new project. Cahu's screams and pain from being excessively mistreated would, on the contrary, make his mind clearer. The magic tower itself is evil. I must eradicate it. "Master, we have succeeded." "Ah, my father." "Father," Cahu gritted his teeth and said, "Don't call me that." Then he cried out in despair, tears streaming down his face. "I am human." Suddenly, this image became a film reel. Cahu's entire memories transformed into a film reel revolving around Charlize, who stood there. She looked up at what was happening, time flowing backward, back to when she began her regression. She had to overcome 400 years to start over, and now, she opened her eyes and dazzling sunlight shone upon her. Lucy saw Charlize wake up and said, "You're awake?" Charlize slowly sat up, raising a hand to her head. Lucy said, "Do you know how surprised I was?" Charlize, however, had only one question in her mind. How long have I been lying here? Ah, the young Duke is also awake. Charlize frowned, looking in the direction of the voice.
It was Cahu. He had also woken up. The two stared at each other, eyes locked. Cahu. She lowered her hand and looked at him without speaking. Suddenly, Payne appeared, pushing Lucy's shoulder with a worried expression and saying, "Captain, are you all right? Do you feel any pain anywhere?" Charlize simply replied, "I'm fine. Don't make a fuss. How many days have I been lying here?"
Payne, whose face had just been pushed away by Lucy, replied, "About 4.5 days. Oh, and I have some good news for the captain. While the captain was unconscious, Chase and I researched and created a necklace, the very necklace Cahu is wearing." The three of them turned to look at Cahu on the other bed. Seeing this, Cahu also looked confused and reached out to touch the necklace. With that necklace, Kahu's demonic energy wouldn't affect others. Hearing this, he pressed his lips together and calmly said, "These things are useless now." As he spoke, he recalled past events, his face filled with fear, and he raised trembling hand to his head, saying, "I am no longer a normal human. As long as I'm alive, they will surely come again." Seeing Cahu gradually losing his composure and becoming panicked, Charlize told Cahu to calm down. With a serious expression, she said, "I know you're very confused by your memories. But Grandmaster, you don't need to worry about me. What I must do now is very clear." He gripped the bedsheets tightly, then clutched the necklace, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded, "Charlize, I'm begging you, please kill me."
Cahu turned his face away and pleaded, "Kill me, Grandmaster." After saying this, he gritted his teeth, trembled, and shed tears. Charlize, hearing this, merely watched him in silence, wondering if this was hatred and murderous intent. His appearance was one of sorrow and suffering. Even though he had collapsed from shock and psychological trauma, he somehow still managed to cling to his sanity. In Charlize's eyes, Cahu was now utterly desperate. He covered his eyes with his hand to wipe away his tears. What a strange feeling. She looked at him with a somewhat pensive expression. Was this empathy? Now, just by looking into each other's eyes like this, they could understand each other's wounds. Cahu, his face filled with anguish, glanced at Charlize. She still looked at him with that same expression, but now with a hint of empathy mixed in. Payne suddenly spoke, breaking the sorrowful atmosphere.
"Cahu, I apologize for saying these words to someone as noble as you." They, along with Lucy, looked at Cahu with resolute eyes and affirmed, "But if we have to kill you, we will do it ourselves. That's right, we cannot let the captain's hands be stained with blood." Suddenly, Charlize thought back and realized she couldn't find her sword, so she asked the two of them, "Where is my sword?" Upon hearing Charlize's question, Lucy flinched slightly, her eyes wide with shock as she looked at her. She said fearfully, "No, that won't do, honestly." It turned out her sword had been hidden by them under the bed. Seeing her expression and actions, Charlize remained silent, her eyes cast down. She guessed that Lucy must have hidden it under the bed. It was too obvious. She then assured Lucy that she wouldn't kill anyone. "Lucy, I'm so thirsty. Please get me some water." Upon hearing this, Lucy stood up and went to get water as Charlize requested, thinking, if she wants to drink, then fine. After waiting for her to leave, Charlize immediately said, "I've also met the Tower Master, Little Duke."
Cahu was stunned to hear that, his eyes wide with surprise as he looked at her. Charlize turned to Payne and asked, "You know who the Tower Master is, don't you?" "I know, I've heard, but I've never met him in person." He described the man known as the Tower Master, who was rumored to be a madman with a dictatorial regime. Almost no information was known about him because it had been hidden. What do you think, young Duke? All these organizations stem from one person's thoughts. I must find that person and deal with him. Don't you regret having to sacrifice your life? Hearing this, Cahu, with a pained expression, froze and looked at Payne. It was then that Payne spoke up. "Grandmaster." Suddenly his face went blank, his eyes showed uncontrollable fear, his entire body trembled incessantly, and he stammered, I... In contrast, Charlize calmly said, "I never thought I'd say these words in my life, but I won't tell you that time is a cure. Just endure it like this." She spoke these seemingly heartless words indifferently, thinking to herself, "I cannot offer grand advice, because even if he is fortunate enough to have someone by his side while he endures his pain alone, no one can truly feel that emotion for him. But there's also something I wanted to hear most, when I felt abandoned by everyone, when I suffered from loneliness and sorrow." She paused for a moment, then continued, "That is not a pain that can be forgotten, and one might even say it's better to die than to endure it. But you must know one thing, you are not alone."
She looked at him with a serious expression. Charlize recalled the time she had been imprisoned and tortured. "I was very happy to hear that Cahu went looking for me, who had gone missing. Even if I wasn't saved, I still found comfort in Kahu's existence." Recalling the image of Cahu strenuously trying to save her despite being covered in wounds, she could say this to Cahu, "Don't give up, I will definitely save you." These words were like rays of light shining into Kahu's gloomy soul, which was being engulfed by darkness. She thought Cahu was innocent. Now the only person I need to eliminate is the master of the magic tower. The scene shifts to a white-haired man. His hand was holding a chess piece and he placed it down. He sighed, sigh. Looking down at his chess piece from earlier, he said he needed to quickly find the evil god. The secret master of the magic tower. The evil god has regressed, but I don't remember who the evil god is.
From the beginning, I realized that the evil god's regression was the price I had to pay for erasing memories. Even who I made a deal with has been blurred from my memory. What I know is that this world has returned, the project was successful, and I personally witnessed the birth of the evil god. The successful project he spoke of was when Cahu was hung on a cross and had a ritual performed on his body, and the evil god also returned. He let go of the chess piece, flicking it away.
His hand touched Dylan's picture, and he said, "Indeed, he is not the Emperor." "If so," he said, then turned to look beside him. It was a picture of Charlize Ronan. He thought that even though he wasn't entirely certain, she was also part of the Cura project. Having thought that, he stood up and spoke to the person standing next to him.
The other person, seeing this, replied, "Yes, Master of the Demon Tower." He approached the other person and said, "Tell all your subordinates that Emperor Dylan is not an evil god. Tell them they no longer need to investigate him." A cunning smile spread across his face. "From now on, Charlize Ronan, pay close attention to her, monitor her carefully, and report all information related to her to me." At this moment, Dylan was riding his horse at a furious pace, recalling how he had punched the wall earlier. He frowned in annoyance and said to Payne, "I must personally confirm if the teacher is safe. Get out of my way." Payne calmly replied, "I cannot get out of your way. Don't you know why the captain is like this?" He furrowed his brows tightly. "The captain wants to save you, to the point where she personally took a knife to find Cahu. At the very least, you should wait until the necklace is finished, shouldn't you?" As he rode, Dylan worried about Charlize. Just 3 days after the teacher's outburst, she had finally woken up. He had to quickly check on her condition. Dylan could already see where Charlize was. Upon arriving, he dismounted, his face still filled with worry as he looked towards where Charlize was. As he got closer, he heard the sound of laughter. The laughter emanating from there made him a little confused.
Pulling back the curtain, he saw Charlize sitting and talking with Lucy and Payne. Perhaps that was Lucy's laughter just now. Lucy said she looked cute even when eating. Charlize merely said indifferently, "Too noisy." But Lucy continued, "You know, the more you act like that, the cuter you become." Payne on the side chuckled and gently reminded her, "If you keep joking around like that, the captain will hit you." Upon hearing the reminder, Lucy joked back, "If she's the one hitting me, I'm willing to be hit." Charlize heard that, smiled, and replied, "Is that so?" After that, a series of Lucy's screams erupted. "I was just kidding, I was wrong." Dylan, standing outside, merely watched in silence. He felt in his heart that the joyful atmosphere was like a family. Then he released the cloth he was holding, turned, and walked away with a smile on his lips. Is she happy? Suddenly, Charlize sensed something and looked towards the curtain. Meanwhile, Lucy was beside her, on the verge of tears, with a bump on her head. Payne stood there, seeing Lucy in trouble, and chuckled with glee. Dylan, outside, was watching the sunset, about to leave, when a voice called out to him, "Your Majesty." It was Charlize. She continued, "Why didn't you come in?" He turned back, saw her, and said, "Ah, teacher, everyone seemed to be having too much fun, so I didn't want to break the atmosphere." Hearing that, she said with a straight face, "I really want you to join us." Dylan chuckled upon hearing her words. "Ha, they wouldn't be comfortable with me there. I don't want to make you feel inconvenienced." "The horse behind us is named Ray, isn't it?" "That's right. Would you like to try riding it once?" "The horse Ray? If 2 people want to ride, would you mind?" Upon hearing this, the horse drew back 1 leg and slightly bowed its head, agreeing for her to mount. She quickly got onto the saddle and said, "Thank you." She didn't forget to turn and ask, "Your Majesty, will you ride with me?"
Dylan's heart bloomed with joy. He blushed in surprise as he looked at her, then immediately agreed. He reached out his hand to take her so she could climb up. Then the horse galloped quickly towards the setting sun. As Charlize sat behind him, holding the reins to control the horse, he, blushing, tilted his head and asked her, "Where are we going?"
"There's no specific place. Right now, I just want to relax my mind a bit." Looking up at the sky, she thought to herself, "The moment I saw Dylan, I felt an urge to go out. I don't know if it was because I wasn't thinking straight that I ran off for revenge, but now I just want to rest with Dylan." The horse ran continuously, and then they stopped at a river to let the horse drink and rest for a bit. At this moment, Charlize was sitting down, looking at the ground, while Dylan walked over to her. She looked towards the horse and said, "Ray must be very thirsty. We've come all the way to the valley, haven't we?" "Don't you like the valley?" "No, it's not that. Just now I saw signs of bad weather, so—" No sooner had she finished speaking than tiny raindrops began to patter down. Raindrops fell onto her hair, and she realized the weather had changed to rain. "Ah, it's raining." Dylan took off his cloak and draped it over Charlize. He pointed to a cave not far away. "It seems like a rain shower. Let's take shelter in that cave until the rain stops." The 2 of them sat by the mouth of the cave, looking outside. Charlize glanced at Dylan. Thinking back, she still hadn't told Dylan about Cahu's identity, Dylan's destiny, and her choice regarding Cahu. What kind of expression would Dylan have when he heard all this? She then called out, "Your Majesty."
Seeing her call him, Dylan looked over at her. "What's wrong, my lady?" "Cahu is an evil god, and his majesty has been corrupted by Cahu's evil aura.
If the Epherite fragment was truly corrupted by the evil god, it couldn't be reversed, and I despaired over that. I felt I couldn't bear it if I didn't kill Cahu. I felt it was all my fault that His Majesty was corrupted, but I learned Cahu's memories before Cahu regressed, and I decided not to kill Cahu, but to protect Cahu, because Cahu was the only one who sought me out when I went missing. Dylan was silent for a moment after hearing her speak. He turned to look at her. Is that so? Since this is your decision, I will understand. But as expected, you were once engaged to Cahu, weren't you? He had a sad expression as he spoke these words. Charlize softly hummed an affirmation, then sank back into her thoughts. Although we weren't married, before my beloved regressed, I had a fiancé. If I said I had ended things but couldn't kill that fiancé, and said I would save him, if I shared memories that I myself didn't know before regressing, would he feel insecure? As she thought, her gaze flickered towards Dylan, who was sitting beside her, hugging his knees and drawing himself in. Dylan moved his hand closer to Charlize and gently took her hand, speaking softly. Indeed, from the very beginning, that person was an enemy to me. You said you would protect him, so I will follow your wishes, but my heart is not at ease. My jealousy is immense, but that person has already become an evil god, so there's a possibility he will become a threat to you.
I just want you to stay away from him. Is that too ambitious? Dylan slowly raised Charlize's hands, asking with eyes full of love. Charlize froze in silence for a moment, then smiled and replied, No, that's not ambition at all. We'll go back when the rain stops. Dylan fell silent, lost in thought. If she hadn't been kidnapped before she regressed, she would have married Cahu and lived very happily, wouldn't she? Just imagining that scene, thinking of it, Dylan's hands unconsciously clenched. Dylan was going mad with jealousy. At this moment, Dylan turned to Charlize and called, Teacher. Charlize turned and replied, Huh? Dylan then leaned in close, gently cupping her cheek, and timidly asked, May I kiss you? Dylan's eyes at this moment were filled with undisguised love. Charlize stared blankly for a moment, then let out a soft laugh. It's been a long time since I've seen you so flustered. He couldn't hold back any longer, directly lunging forward to wrap his arms around Charlize's waist and place a burning kiss on her lips.
It took a moment for the two of them to separate. He took her hands and confessed, I don't want to hurt you anymore. I won't deny my ambition to possess you, but that's precisely why I want to let go. This might be my true nature, or it could be because I've been corrupted. Your Majesty has never hurt me. No. At this moment, he didn't know how to admit it and began to sink into negative thoughts once more. What I mean is, I might justify hurting you to possess you, as your life is already tainted by wounds. After collecting his thoughts, Dylan continued to explain. I think the most painful moment for a human is when they are not treated like a human. They are hurt when they are treated as an object, not as an individual. I often have the thought that I shouldn't embrace you, who bears such wounds.
No matter who you are, no matter what you do, I will always love you. I love you to the point where I can't control it. Can I call this feeling love? Charlize was a little surprised to learn that Dylan was so afraid of that possessive ambition that he would hurt himself, and slowly explained to him, That doesn't matter, because it's because your Majesty loves me that you harbor jealousy. Isn't it because you cherish me that you're afraid of hurting me? I like that about your Majesty. Saying this, she raised her hand to caress his face, which was filled with unease. He blushed shyly. Teacher, when I call your name, 3 words appear in my mind. What words? Human, life, and love. Charlize, you are human to me. You are my life, and you are my love. Charlize was truly moved deep down. Human, life, love. Upon reflection, those words resembled her own name. Did Dylan hear her name and come up with such words? I feel a little embarrassed. How should I react? She decided to change the subject to hide her embarrassment.
She looked outside. The rain had stopped. He asked with a hint of regret, Will you return to the mansion? She stood up. Probably, since I have entrusted Pain with everything related to Cahu. He hesitated, asking, If you were proposed to, where would you like it to be most? Charlize closed her eyes casually. Let's see, anywhere is fine. Dylan took Charlize's hand and knelt on one knee to propose. Then returned to the Imperial Palace, not the mansion. This time, not as Emperor and Grand Master, but as Empress and Emperor. Whether as your fiancé or your sovereign, let me do everything. I want to be your life partner. I had originally intended to propose after my revenge was complete, but if things continue like this, I'm afraid Charlize will be snatched away. I had wanted to propose to you in a magnificent and grand place, but I feel that if it's not now, it won't do, Charlize. Dylan, still kneeling, raised her hand, looking at Charlize with deep affection. Will you marry me? Will you marry me? The scene of his proposal kept replaying in her mind. Charlize had now returned to the mansion and was lost in recalling that scene, when suddenly A voice from somewhere interrupted her thoughts. "Captain." Charlize startled with a small gasp. She seemed to have almost forgotten that she wasn't alone here, but that Payne was also sitting and conversing with her.
Payne, feeling a bit helpless, looked at her, whose mind had been wandering, and asked, "What are you thinking about so intently?" Charlize waved her hand. "It's nothing. Please don't worry about it." As she said that, her mind involuntarily drifted back to the matter. I didn't expect him to propose to me right there, even though I was the one who said I didn't care about the location before, but Payne patiently reiterated. "In short, let me continue. Now we can no longer track the traces to find the base of the secret magic. It seems they've realized their location has been discovered, so they fled, and something has changed compared to before." Charlize repeated the key point. "Something?" Payne continued in a low voice. "The secret magic has become aware of the existence of the evil god, but it seems they don't know who the evil god is. I don't know if they're deliberately waiting for an opportunity, but I think they're trying to test a few evil god candidates." Charlize wondered. "Among the traces of secret magic we discovered, it was recorded that Cahu is the evil god. Wasn't that carved by the secret magic tower?" "That is indeed a trace of the secret magic tower, but if they knew about that trace, they would have approached Cahu already, yet they remained inactive. I don't know the exact reason, but I think that for some reason, the memory of the one who carved the trace has disappeared."
Charlize was quite surprised by this. Had the memories disappeared? If the one who carved those traces was the master of the magic tower, then it's possible the master of the magic tower also regressed. Payne continued. "At first, they probably approached Emperor Dylan assuming he was the evil god, but looking at their recent actions, I've concluded that he is not. The candidate for the evil god position is probably the captain." Payne pointed directly at Charlize. "Recently, magical power containing evil aura has been detected around where the captain resides. This evil aura is different from Cahu's aura." Charlize, however, showed no signs of worry. On the contrary, she was relaxed. "Is that so? If that's the case, then the story will become easier. If the magic tower secretly suspects me of being the evil god..." She raised a hand to her chin, a mysterious smile slowly spreading across her face as she continued. "Shouldn't I directly draw them out?" Payne tilted his head slightly in confusion and asked, "Huh? How?" "How, you ask?" Scene change. It was a certain morning, and Mary burst open the door to Charlize's room, walked over to open the window, then turned to Charlize and exclaimed, "The weather is beautiful today, so the air is very fresh." Charlize was sitting on the bed, smiling as she called out, "Mary, could you make me a bottle of perfume as soon as possible?"
Mary, puzzled, asked again, "Perfume?" Charlize made her request. "I need a complex and multi-layered scent. Can you do that?" Mary excitedly took out her small notebook and pen, ready to jot down the request. "Yes, of course. You just need to give me the order." Charlize adjusted her shirt and slowly said, "The top note must have rose, but don't let it be too obvious. Mix in a bitter grass scent as well." Mary quickly jotted down all the requirements with her pen. "Yes, anything else?" "The next layer must have sweet and bitter notes, like dark chocolate. The initial sensation must be captivating, and finally, it must leave a lingering aftertaste." To be absolutely sure, Mary asked further, "Is it a fresh feeling or a pure feeling?" "Not that refreshing feeling. It could be described as a distinct presence, like an abyss." Mary had finished noting all the requirements. She stopped writing, immediately thought of something, and affirmed with a confident smile, "If it's that kind of sensation, it'll be done in half a day." Charlize encouraged her. "That's commendable, Mary." This made Mary both delighted and shyly scratch her head. "It's nothing really. I'll do my best." Charlize stood up. "Oh, and could you bring me some black dresses and accessories?" Charlize and Payne continued to discuss strategy. Payne seemed to understand and turned to ask Charlize to verify his thoughts. "You're going to imitate the evil god?" "That's right. I will imitate all the characteristics of the evil god."
Payne, as if his forte had been touched upon, confidently offered, "If that's the case, I'll tell you everything about the evil god. First, the evil god loves dark, inky colors." Charlize agreed. She then went to choose a dark-colored dress that pleased her, exclaiming, "Red wine color's beautiful, isn't it?" At this moment, a maid brought a red box, inside which was jewelry. "For jewelry, I think you should choose black diamond earrings." Charlize readily agreed. Another maid stepped forward and asked, "Grandmaster, which coat will you wear?" Charlize quickly made her choice, the one Kosu is holding. Another maid behind her, while brushing her hair, asked for her preference. "How would you like your hair done?" "Half-tied and then bunned up." Back in the study, Payne brought up the second essential point. The evil god tends to attract and dominate many people. You should use Emperor Dylan to create a crowded place. Because the evil god has a distinctive scent, you should take note. Just think of the scent you smelled from Cahu.
And she had to be careful, because this time the captain would become the bait. By the day of the banquet, she had dressed and used the fragrance exactly as Payne had instructed. The time had come. Charlize, in a wine-red gown with her hair half up, asked her maidservant, "The carriage is ready, isn't it? Let's depart now. Today I must go meet His Majesty." The group of maidservants replied in unison, "Yes, Grand Master." Charlize, charming and graceful, stepped out towards the carriage. The preparations were perfect. All that remained was to create an opportunity for them to act. She opened the door and stepped inside the carriage. Once settled, Charlize continued to ponder. I must deceive them perfectly. With everything meticulously set up, she ordered the coachman, "Start driving."
In the royal study, everyone in the meeting was discussing very loudly and animatedly, but Dylan sat silently, tapping his hand on the table, recalling his earlier proposal to Charlize. "Will you marry me?" At that time, Charlize had said, "You are very kind, but I don't want to think about that before everything is settled." Remembering this, he lowered his face sadly, silently calling her name. Just then, the door opened, and a clatter of footsteps entered, making everyone gasp in astonishment. Charlize, with an enchanting beauty, smiled and said, "May I be permitted to join today's meeting, Your Majesty?" Seeing her, Dylan smiled and said, "Of course." Someone spoke up. "Now there's no more room. I'll give up my seat for the sorceress." "No need," she said, then walked up to Dylan and neatly sat on his lap. "It's fine if I sit on Your Majesty's lap. Is that all right, Your Majesty?" "Of course it is. I'm very happy for you to do so." "The reason I've come here today is because I have a request I wish to make to Your Majesty." "What is your request?" "I wish to be appointed as a duke."
I want a luxurious palace, vast territory, and many servants. I want enough dresses to last an entire year without having to wear the same one twice, and I also want enough jewelry to fill the place. Is that possible, Your Majesty? Dylan listened to her request with a slight look of bewilderment, but immediately after, he smiled brightly and said, "Of course, Marquis Sivan, prepare to bestow the title of Marquis upon Charlize Ronan." "Your Majesty, I obey." He then kindly asked her if there was anything else she wanted, saying he would do everything for her. "Since I'm already a Marquis, I want to host a celebratory party. Can we throw such a grand party that no one will ever forget it, Your Majesty?" As you wish." Afterward, when only the two of them remained, Dylan said, "If only you had told me beforehand. I was so embarrassed just now." "Embarrassed about what? Weren't you enjoying it immensely?" "It seems my suspicions were correct. Your plan this time involves the evil god, doesn't it?" "Yes, I intend to disguise myself as the evil god to approach the secret demon tower." Dylan immediately asked worriedly, "Are you planning to be bait? Isn't that very dangerous? Do you think I would let them harm me?" "No, it's not that. I'm just worried about you." She stroked Dylan's cheek to reassure him. "It's all right. What Your Majesty is worried about won't happen." Dylan asked in surprise, "Teacher, this scent?" "I asked Mary to create this perfume. I made it similar to the scent Cahu carries, which is the scent of the evil god. I only asked her to make it a few hours ago, but the scent feels very complete." "So that's it," Dylan marred, silently annoyed. "Cahu again. Is there anything else I can help with? I already asked you to host a celebratory party earlier. Please organize a magnificent ball. I think it would be better if the party were held in a secluded place far from here."
If I do that, the secret magic tower will definitely appear that day, and I won't let that moment slip away. As a rule, guests are not escorted to the masquerade ball to maintain their anonymity. Even though I knew I shouldn't let personal feelings interfere, I couldn't help myself. The teacher was beautifully made up, and she would surely attract everyone's attention. What's more, a masquerade ball is a place where one can freely find a dance partner without being limited to a fixed person. I wouldn't be able to stand it if I didn't do something. Thinking this, Dylan decided, I will prepare it perfectly. On the way there, I will send Athena ahead to escort her. Dylan thought to himself, how fortunate I am to be the emperor. Thanks to that, I can help Charlize. I won't disappoint her. There's nothing to worry about. At least I know she reacted positively to my proposal. Now I don't need to worry about Cahu anymore. After everything is over, I will officially propose to her once more. He intertwined his fingers with hers and pressed a sweet kiss to her lips. Dylan thought that then Charlize would have no other choice but to obey his command. Meanwhile, Cahu looked out the window, lost in thought. It had been a week since he returned to Rapinini. He fiddled with the pendant around his neck, thinking, ultimately, I too must become a demon god.
Charlize must have also been tormented by that hell. At first, I didn't understand why she had such excessive hostility towards the royal family, but now I understand what she went through. Suddenly, Cahu exclaimed, Gah, just thinking about going back makes my whole body go cold. It just goes to show how Charlize overcame everything with her own will. Furthermore, after returning, how could she possibly contemplate revenge when she was suffering so much? He remembered Charlize once saying, I will definitely save you.
Cahu chuckled. She once told me that. I could have ended everything just by telling her I adored her. She keeps making me greedy. Cahu clutched the pendant tightly. If I rip this chain off, will I turn into a demon god? And if I become a demon god, will I truly kill the Epherite fragment that is Dylan? What am I thinking? I must change fate. If I kill him, Charlize will be very sad. The current priority is to help her get revenge. Now is not the time for personal feelings to interfere. The scene shifts to the magic tower. The master of the magic tower was sitting between four flinkering bells when someone came in to report. I've investigated. It seems Charlize Ronan truly is a demon god. Is there a possibility it's a trap? We cannot know that at present, but I've brought the items that mage used. Perhaps they can aid your judgment. It has a very peculiar scent. A scent? The master of the magic tower was utterly astonished when he smelled it. Furthermore, I've also looked into what Charlize Ronan did previously. She exploited Emperor Dylan to carry out a coup d'etat and massacred many members of the imperial family. After that, she operated under the name Death Knight for 3 years. Some say she killed many mages and experimental subjects.
She also protected Emperor Dylan's power after he ascended the throne. Recently, they started gathering a group of people near our area. The Magic Tower Master secretly thought, that is clearly the behavior of an evil god. But for some reason, I have a strange feeling. It's as if they are weaving a web, just waiting for us to fall into it. What should we do next? Charlize has gathered a group of people approaching our area, correct? Yes, I heard a very grand ball is being held at the Imperial Palace soon. Then let's use the ball as an opportunity. You continue to gather information and see what she will do on that day. Yes, if she is truly an evil god, this experiment will be a meaningful gift. But if she is merely a mortal daring to disguise herself as an evil god, she will pay the price for crossing me. A few days later, Charlize thought to herself, finally, the day of the ball has arrived. If the secret magic tower makes a move as I suspected, they will come before I cross this mountain range. Suddenly, Charlize stopped short at a loud cry. Wizard, what's wrong? Front! In front! Hearing this, Charlize shifted her gaze and flinched. A giant magical beast stood blocking the way ahead, along with other ferocious magical beasts cackling. Charlize secretly realized, it's the secret magic tower. She immediately ordered, everyone, fall behind me. I will handle this. Give me my sword. Ah, yes. Charlize took the sword and cut her dress a few times, causing several torn pieces to fall to the ground. All right.
My body feels a bit stiff. It's been a while since I practiced swordsmanship. You all handle the smaller monsters behind us. I'll deal with that large one over there. Meanwhile, at the ball, the hall was crowded with people. Dylan thought anxiously, is she late? Suddenly, someone ran in to report, Your Majesty, I have returned after escorting the mage. Didn't you come with the teacher? Why are you the only one here? V bowed his head and replied, I am too ashamed to face your Majesty. On the way here, we encountered many monsters. She directly fought the largest monster and left us to deal with the smaller ones. With overwhelming power, she dealt with that monster. She was so powerful that it sent shivers down my spine. Due to the battle, her attire was torn and very dirty. So she has gone to the changing room to prepare a new outfit. I came here to represent her and inform your Majesty of everything. Dylan frowned, thinking to himself, this matter is related to the secret magic tower.
Have you finished your report? Yes, I'm done. I understand. You may withdraw. As you command. After V left, Dylan thought to himself, even in a dress, the teacher fought so fiercely, and I didn't get to witness it firsthand. What a shame. A moment later, Charlize walked in and asked, where could Dylan be? Suddenly, she looked upstairs and saw Dylan standing there, watching her. He gave a very happy smile. Charlize silently called out, Dylan, then ran up, extending her hand. So you are here. Dylan wrapped his arms around her waist. I heard you encountered a monster. Are you all right? As you can see, I'm perfectly fine. I'm just a little exhilarated from the fight. It's just a slight inconvenience to change into a new dress. Otherwise, everything is fine. Dylan looked at her and said, My lady, may I have the honor of a dance with you? Charlize thought to herself, a dance invitation like this? A masquerade ball was originally a place where everyone could escape their identities and freely do as they wished. Normally, partners would change every 15 seconds.
But compared to regular ball nights, the music and gestures here were somewhat quieter. I had no choice but to break the rules of the ball, abandon the old-fashioned disguise, and accept his request. Is Dylan flirting with me? Thinking this, she smiled and replied, yes. Then the melodious music began, and Charlize danced with Dylan, a suspicion forming in her heart. I could feel everyone's gaze, the gazes of the nobles hidden behind their masks. All of them were watching the teacher, eyes waiting for the teacher to change partners. I absolutely won't let them have the teacher, and so Dylan danced passionately with her, when suddenly her eyes froze.
She thought to herself, secret magic tower. That was clearly someone from the secret magic tower, observing her. Dylan asked, is something wrong? Charlize, do you think he intends to cause trouble or simply wants to confirm something? If that wizard were to use wide area magic, all the nobles here would be injured.
Suddenly, the person turned and left. Charlize told Dylan, "Wait for me a moment," then quickly pursued the person from the magic tower. She thought to herself, "I must remain calm. I must follow him to make him believe that I am the evil god." Charlize had been following him for a while when he stopped. Charlize thought to herself, "He's observing me." He smiled and spoke, "Miss, why are you following me?" Charlize was secretly tense. Just thinking about meeting those disgusting people again made her want to kill them all. But now she couldn't let her emotions take over. She had to suppress her anger and pretend to be the evil god. If it were the evil god, how would they react in this situation? Perhaps they would. She let out a breath, then immediately became seething with rage. Because that insignificant wizard dared to challenge the evil god would treat him like a toy to play with. She said coldly, "You are quite arrogant, aren't you? Who do you take your master for? Not only do you fail to recognize your master, but you dare to play tricks on me." Charlize thought that doing this much must have fooled him. It surely had. Information about the evil god was too scarce. She had to take a gamble. Thinking this, Charlize frowned and widened her eyes, demanding, "Answer me." Unexpectedly, he knelt down. "Please forgive my disrespect, Your Grace." His reaction, she had only just spoken to him using her magic aura. Could she have missed something? Had she overlooked something? She sternly approached and grabbed him by the collar. She thought to herself, "This is not a human."
That's marionette, forbidden magic used to transfer human consciousness into objects, but the price to pay for using this magic is the sacrifice of 3 lives. Lowly humans, how dare you use this toy to perform before me? I don't need such a foolish, lowly thing to serve me. Unbelievable, the one who wants to help me doesn't come directly to meet me. Have you forgotten everything after returning here? I miss that place so much. After all, only the energy there is suitable for me. Next time you don't present yourselves properly, I will surely kill all of you. Do something new." Charlie squeezed with force, severing his head from his body. Just then, Dylan opened the door and called out, "Charlize!" Then he walked over and embraced her. A few days later, Charlize asked about the results. The other side replied, "I've been searching for 10 days and haven't seen any reaction. I've also searched around, but there's still no activity. I don't want to do that either, but I guess we have to let everyone know that Cahu is an evil god. No, if we do that, both Cahu and Dylan will be in danger. I must resolve this matter from its roots. I thought I had impersonated an evil god very well, but with them showing no reaction at all, perhaps I have failed."
What should I do next? At this moment, Mary walked over and called for the sorcerer. "What is it, Mary?" "An anonymous letter was sent to us. It seems to be addressed to the sorcerer." She thought to herself, "Could it be the secret magic tower?" She took it and immediately opened it to read. Payne also curiously asked the captain, "What does the letter say?" Charlize suddenly stood up abruptly. "Payne, immediately gather everyone involved in this matter here for me. I suspect they already know they've been tricked. Not only me, but Cahu and Dylan were also invited to the magic tower."
We need to come up with a new plan. Hearing this, Payne also furrowed his brows in surprise. Has everyone gathered yet? All right, I've summoned everyone involved in the matter. There are people from Athena and the Rapani clan, the Alperia Assassination Guild, the young Duke, and Emperor Dylan. Charlize began to speak. "The reason I've called everyone here today is because the secret magic tower has finally reached out to contact me." Before everyone could recover from their surprise, she instructed, "Payne, please bring out their invitation letter for everyone to read." Payne snapped his fingers, and immediately the contents of the letter appeared magically before everyone. This is the content of the letter sent by the secret magic tower. "On the upcoming full moon night, Father, please come to plot number 2598. However, it would be best to bring both Dylan Blade and Cahu Delmon. If you wish for more people to be sacrifices, feel free to bring them along. From your loyal servant." Knight V angrily said, "How dare they take the Emperor hostage?"
Hugo also spoke up. "Your Majesty, Wizard, we will follow you too. Please allow us. Captain, what do you think?" They demanded that I bring the Emperor and the young Duke like this, surely not just to turn them into sacrifices. He must still suspect me and won't let me in without bringing them along. But this is too dangerous. If the evil god awakens, the Emperor will. Dylan called, "Charlize, I'll be fine. You know that, right?" "I trust you, Your Majesty." Cahu raised his hand. "I will go too. You must let me follow you. I will never forget that you once told me you would save me, so if I can, I will try my best to help you." "You're suffering from psychological trauma, is that all right? What if something happens to the young Duke?" Cahu called, "Charlize," and Dylan immediately turned to look. Cahu said, "In the past I couldn't save you and even fell into an abyss, but now everything is different. I am strong enough to stand by your side." Cahu knelt down earnestly. "Please let me help you this time." Charlize thought to herself, his resolute expression. Suddenly Lucy said, "Don't go, both of you. I have a bad feeling. I don't know why I feel so uneasy this time. I think it's beyond my control. I'm sorry, but I don't think I can help everyone this time." Chase next to her added, "Us too. Charlize, we are very grateful that you helped us escape the risk of extinction, but this time it's difficult for us to accompany you."
One side said Alperior would stand by her at all costs because that was our purpose from the very beginning. Charlize suddenly remembered Dylan's words. Charlize, I think you should prepare yourself for the royal wedding later. I am truly very happy. Didn't you intend to kill the young duke to protect me? That means you care about me. Now, revenge is more important, so I will wait for you. You look so mature. Do you still think I'm a naive young prince? Things are different now. If you are in danger, I will risk my life to protect you. So please don't be angry if I die protecting you. To me, nothing is more precious than being able to die for Charlize. Charlize closed her eyes. Deep down, she didn't want Dylan to come with her. In this process of revenge, she no longer feared anything, except losing Dylan. If she stopped the revenge now, she could protect Dylan, but that would negate everything she had done so far. Moreover, too many people were already involved in this matter. She couldn't stop the revenge.
If I don't do this, the secret magic tower will create new sacrifices. Charlize clenched her fists. They are devils that must be eradicated. I understand everyone's intentions, but I cannot allow anyone to follow me. This matter is very dangerous, so only your majesty, I, and the young duke will go. Pain, standing nearby, suddenly exclaimed, "What? Why? Are you serious?" As everyone knows, the secret magic tower is no ordinary entity. It's very difficult to deal with them, and killing them is not an easy task. The more people there are to protect, the harder it will be for me to achieve my goal. I have enough power to defeat the magic tower. Furthermore, although I trust everyone, I also want to be cautious in case they have planted spies among us. Don't worry, everyone, I absolutely will not die, nor will I allow the emperor or the duke to die, because I will definitely destroy the secret magic tower with my own power. Except for the emperor and the young duke, everyone else go back. From now on, do nothing related to the secret magic tower. The three of us will handle the matter of the magic tower.
Pain could only bow his head and obey her command. Then Charlize told Dylan, "You should rest a bit. We still have things to do tomorrow." It's already late. He caressed her face. Tomorrow is the scheduled day. Are you worried? No, of course not. But Charlize's expression was very gloomy. I just have a small concern. I'm worried something might happen to you. I am stronger than all the mages in that secret magic tower combined. That's certainly true, but why do I feel so uneasy? Dylan asked if she had considered the worst-case scenario, and of course she had. Sometimes tragedies we don't wish for can appear in our lives. She lay down and continued, "Your Majesty, I've never thought about what my life would be like after revenge. You can live with me. After revenge, Charlize will start a new life. I will be by your side to help ease your mind and live a happy life, all right? Don't be afraid of a new beginning. Once I enter into a royal marriage with Dylan, I will surely become empress by his side, and then bear children to continue the royal lineage and live a happy life."
Happiness for me? Is it possible? Can I have that privilege? Those who have something to lose will always feel afraid. Dylan lay down beside her and said, "Prophecies are merely predictions. There has never been a prophecy mentioning the birth of a new god named Kira. This means our destiny can still change. It surely can." He kissed her forehead to reassure her. "We won't die, Charlize." I believe you. That's right. I can protect Dylan. If anything tries to harm Dylan, even a little, I won't spare them. Death will be my answer to them. The next day, Cahu arrived in a carriage. "Charlize, your Majesty, you're here. It seems I, the young duke, and the last one to arrive. Please forgive me." "It's all right. Do you remember what I told you before?" I always remember it." "Then let's go." The three of them then proceeded into the magic tower. As the large door opened, Charlize thought to herself, "Let's end this long, drawn-out play of revenge." At this moment, a person from the magic tower appeared, saying, "It is an honor to meet you all. I am Seon, and I will escort you from here. Father, please come in." Charlize brushed past him and said, "Yes, thank you." Immediately, he fell to the ground, without even a chance to utter a last word.
Dylan and Cahu were stunned. "What are you two doing? You should be following me." Dylan secretly thought, "This is the first time I've seen Charlize kill someone with a sword like that. This must be the cold yet burning sword, Kira." 2 weeks ago at the secret magic tower, the magic tower master who was sleeping suddenly woke up, coughing and hiccuping. A subordinate immediately asked, "Are you all right, magic tower master?" My throat. The feeling of my throat being squeezed tight. It's the first time I felt such pain and helplessness. Go get me some water or something." Yes, he secretly thought. I definitely saw it. Even if it was just a brief nap, that person truly appeared in my dream. A man with blue eyes.
Blonde. That person screamed my name so loudly it made my ears ache. I am not an evil god. My name is Cahu Delmon. Charlize Ronan is not an evil god. He gnashed his teeth. She dared to impersonate an evil god to deceive me.
No, perhaps this is an opportunity. That foolish woman might have thought she had deceived me. Then this time, I will pretend to be deceived by her. He looked at the chess pieces, then remembered that Emperor Dylan and Charlize Ronan seemed to be lovers, which was quite concerning, wasn't it? Charlize, you will pay for daring to deceive me. I will sacrifice both of you to the evil god Cahu. Back to the present, the three of them rushed into the demon tower, astonishing its inhabitants. What? What's going on? Why is the evil god holding a sword? Before they could find an answer to their question, they were struck down by a fatal blow. Charlize coldly said, "Get out of the way," then swung her sword, clanging and striking down each of the demon tower's minions. Seeing her posture, Dylan couldn't help but be surprised. He silently called out Charlize's name. It felt as if Charlize's sword drew in the sorcerers, both overwhelming and beautiful. In his eyes, she was a goddess. While he was lost in thought, Charlize cried out, "Your Majesty, behind you, to the right!" At that moment, one of the Demon Tower's minions from behind Dylan brought his sword down, but fortunately Dylan reacted quickly enough to cleave him in two. Charlize told him not to be careless. Now they needed to focus on the enemy. Yes, Charlize. On this side, Cahu also fought with great enthusiasm. He displayed all his strength and unwavering will, charging at them one by one. No matter how careful one is, there will be moments of carelessness. Suddenly, something flashed across his shoulder, making him cry out in pain. This also caught Dylan's attention. He turned back and asked, "What is it?"
The Duke's arm had been slashed and was now bleeding. Dylan thought to himself, "Blood? I feel something very strange. Why is his blood... It doesn't seem to..." Suddenly, as it fell to the ground, Dylan stared ahead in shock and cried out. It turned out that right in front of him was a magic circle. The fresh drop of blood fell onto it. Charlize, who was fighting nearby, also had to stop and look at this unbelievable sight.
So did Duke Cahu. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Dylan rushed forward and shouted, "Charlize!" He lunged towards her, hoping to save her and trying to push her out of harm's way. Suddenly, everything went dark. On this side, the Mage Lord was laughing excitedly. "How ridiculous, Charlize!" On the table were two chess pieces, which he looked at mockingly, saying, "Struggle all you want, forever in the void with your beloved." Then he gently caressed the two chess pieces, full of hidden meaning. Meanwhile, around Charlize, the space had now become a dark crimson-black void. She looked around in astonishment and said, "What is this place?" Suddenly, a voice called out from somewhere, "Charlize!" Charlize recognized the voice as Dylan's. She quickly replied, "Your Majesty!" The cry echoed weakly once more, "Charlize, save me!" Hearing this, she became utterly panicked and frantically looked around, shouting, "Where are you?" The cry, weak and pleading, came again, "This way!" Charlize looked in the direction of the sound, where a faint light was emanating. Seeing that ray of light, she joyfully shouted, "Your Majesty!"
She immediately took a step in that direction, but suddenly she paused, as if realizing something. Wait, was that Dylan calling her? She then pieced together the events. Dylan wasn't someone who would want her help. No matter how dangerous the situation he was in, he wouldn't ask for her assistance. He wasn't someone who would push her into danger. How strange. This space certainly wasn't reality. She gripped her sword tightly, thinking the real space was out there. Then she swung her sword upwards and brought it down with a powerful slash. Immediately, the void shattered like broken glass, crumbling incessantly. It then revealed a space entirely red, engulfing her. Looking at the blood-red space, Charlize was a little surprised and wondered, "This place?" Having said that, she could only stare intently ahead. It was an incredibly terrifying space. She saw swarms of things resembling souls, or perhaps they were grotesque monsters, slowly rushing towards her. Indeed, the first thing to actively attack her was a giant cobra with two sharp fangs that looked capable of piercing flesh at any moment, and a tongue full of venom. This did not make her feel panicked. She calmly looked at the monster in front of her, then delivered a horizontal slash across its tongue, causing it to shriek in immense pain. But what happened next utterly astonished and surprised her. The snake, whose tongue had just been severed, now suddenly regrew it. Clearly it possessed self-regeneration abilities. Before she could fully compose herself, a desperate scream came from behind. "Help me!" This was followed by a series of shouts that made her turn her head back in astonishment.
A wizard? There's no way there's a wizard here. Could it be that someone from the real world brought us to this illusory space? Her eyes turned sharp and cold. Then Dylan must also be experiencing illusions in this space now. Below her, countless monsters of various grotesque shapes rushed to attack her. In just a moment, she was surrounded by those hideous monsters. She gritted her teeth, showing her frustration, and without hesitation, she yelled, "Charge!" What followed was a series of her incredibly skillful moves. She lunged forward and sliced down every monster blocking her path. As she slashed, she called out Dylan's name, her blows raining down. She kept calling unconsciously, "Dylan! Dylan!" While calling, she relentlessly attacked the horde of monsters. Standing in that dark space, all she could do was scream, "Where are you?"
The Demon Tower Lord was currently standing outside, gazing up at the sky. He raised a hand, clicking his tongue in approval, saying, "The moonlight tonight is beautiful, isn't it?" As he admired it, he mused, "Blood moon." Then he turned his back and walked away, saying, "So, everything is ready now." Slowly stepping inside, he continued, "All that remains is to awaken the evil spirit's soul." He stared intently at Cahu, who was lying sprawled on the ground.
I have waited for this day for a very long time. He carefully placed his hand on Cahu's nose. Very good. He's still breathing steadily. The magic circle, where the powerful magic of the offering, this body, and my malevolent blood were blended. He dripped his blood into Cahu's mouth. Plop, plop. Immediately Cahu's eyes snapped open, his pupils glowing a fiery blood red. Cahu gasped and screamed, his body convulsing uncontrollably, looking incredibly pained. The Tower Master laughed gleefully. "Wake up, father." It seemed Cahu had been successfully transformed into a demon god by him. Cahu's eyes now looked utterly terrifying. Meanwhile, with Charlize, she was desperately trying to eliminate the monsters, but no matter how many she cut down, they wouldn't end. She worriedly wondered where Dylan was. Suddenly, she recalled Dylan once saying, "I won't die, Charlize." Why did those words suddenly make her feel so anxious now? Because she was afraid Dylan would die.
No, Dylan has promised me many times that he absolutely wouldn't die, right? Suddenly, a voice echoed from afar. "Charlize." Charlize startled and turned towards the source of the voice. Dylan was kneeling, utterly exhausted. He said the magic circle had been opened, that the Magic Tower Master had drawn a magic circle. As soon as he finished speaking, he collapsed to the ground. Charlize stood motionless, silently realizing, currently the only ones pulled into this space are me, Dylan, and the mages. Cahu isn't here. Was that magic circle a trap to disrupt disruptors like herself? At this moment, a horde of monsters roared and charged forward. Charlize gritted her teeth in fury. Then a powerful glowing red barrier erupted with a shout. "Get out of the way!" She rushed to Dylan's side. "Dylan, are you all right?" For her to see me in this state, I've completely lost face.
I saw an illusion of Charlize. For a moment, I saw that image. Dylan saw Charlize lying motionless on the ground and slowly approached her without any caution. It made me lose all reason, and then a sword pierced Dylan. I'm sorry. She taught me that when wielding a sword, one must cast aside all personal emotions. Yet, please don't speak anymore, Your Highness. It will only deepen the wound. Dylan suddenly coughed up blood. Charlize cried out in panic. "Blood! Epherite's aura is fading. What will Dylan do when all this aura disappears? There must be a way out. Just bear with it a little longer. I will—" Dylan interrupted her, calling her name, Charlize, then reached out to caress her worried face. "I love you. Why are you suddenly saying this? Why are you saying things as if you're about to disappear? Why are you suddenly saying this? I'm truly sorry, my lady, for not keeping my promise. Please, Charlize, you must survive." Charlize choked out. "Dylan, you're lying." Charlize stared blankly at the motionless Dylan, muttering, "Lying, lying, lying." Suddenly, a sinister laugh echoed. "You intended to deceive me, only to receive this outcome. Oh, demon sword, how ironic. After all, the power you possess was created by me, a half-baked divine being daring to climb high and act so arrogantly. Since you dared to disrespect your master, you must be punished. You will forever sink into the darkness and cold of the abyss along with the body of the one you love. The only way out of this place is to die. And by the way, I also want to thank you."
Thank you for awakening the evil god. Awakening the evil god. Despite sacrificing everything to this extent, in the end I still failed to protect anything. At this moment, the monsters were still diligently destroying the barrier created by Charlize. The cracking sound grew increasingly clear. Charlize could only sit there in a daze, overwhelmed by everything that had transpired. Finally, the protective barrier shattered completely. The scene shifted to a forest full of flowers and warm sunlight.
"I've wondered about this since I was a child." "Oh, so you're here, are you watching the cat?" "Mom, how does that cat live? How does it live? It's so weak. If you kick it once with your foot, it might die immediately. So how can it live, Mom?" "What are you saying? Why would anyone kick it? Because it's weak, that's why we have to protect it." "Protect it? Strong people shouldn't bully those weaker than themselves. That's an evil act." I couldn't understand the meaning of that statement. What does it mean not to bully those weaker than yourself? Strong people, of course, should rule over those weaker than themselves, because they are weak. And even though my mother was the one who told me that, she herself was still bullying those weaker than herself. Look, in the end, she was just a hypocrite. After that, I searched through all sorts of books in this world to find the truth, certain that if I found that truth, I would realize the unchangeable reality in this bleak world. And when I turned 18, I found that truth in an abandoned church. The forbidden book was titled, "The Weak Exist for the Strong."
The notion that one shouldn't bully the weak is merely a concept passed down by the weak so that they can survive. In truth, this world doesn't operate that way. Look, aren't the weak always exploited by the strong and then perish? That is the true reality, the reality of this world. I was deeply moved by that statement. That was the moment I discovered the reality I had always yearned for. At the end of the book, it described how to achieve that reality, and that very night I took the first step in my plan towards that reality. My parents, my clan, I sacrificed all of them to the evil god. Now that I am enlightened, what shall I do next? After that day, I entered the demon tower. Starting as the most humble, I will gradually rise and study the evil god, then find a way to preserve this youthful body for it to exist parallel to the long history of the empire. It took me hundreds of years to research and experiment with that, and now my dream has come true. At this moment, Cahu looked at his twitching hands and slowly stood up.
Cahu yanked the necklace off. Finally, I have a complete vessel. It's an honor to meet you, Father. I am your first follower. The first? Ah, there was indeed someone who abandoned their noble family. Is that you? Yes, that's right. Cahu lifted his face. Truly outstanding. Thanks to you, the seal placed upon me has been broken. I will reward you. What do you desire? Yes, I apologize, but could you bestow a name upon me, Father? A name. You are my first follower, so, Warren, I shall bestow this name upon you. Thank you sincerely, Father. I discarded the name my birth parents gave me long ago. Now, Warren is my true name. Warren, you offered me the true Epherite fragment through this magic circle. Where is its vessel now? He was secretly surprised. The true Epherite fragment? I never offered it to him. Could it be the Emperor? I have already taken that person to the Abyss some time ago. The Abyss? You said you took that vessel to the Abyss? You fool! To completely prevent Epherite's resurrection, I need to absorb that true Epherite fragment. Didn't you pay attention to that? And you transferred him to the Abyss, you idiot? Quickly open a path to the Abyss for me. I will go there myself. Back with Charlize, she gripped her sword tightly, furiously slashing at the monsters.
She stood with her head bowed, saying there was nothing left for her to slash and kill. She simply slashed and killed all the demonic creatures present before Dylan. Even if they regenerated and came back to life, she would slash deeper and extract everything, including the fragments of Epherite that the demonic creatures possessed. How much time had passed? Oh no, that doesn't exist here. How could it pass? In this space, everything was fixed in place. She hugged Dylan, stood up, and continued her train of thought. And they didn't move. This wasn't a dream, but complete stillness. Not a single breath, not a single heartbeat echoed. No matter how long she held him, she couldn't feel anything. At this thought, her tears fell uncontrollably. If I answer you now, is it already too late? Let's get married, Your Majesty. Afterwards, we can live happily together.
So please, please open your eyes and look at me. From now on, I won't seek revenge anymore. I won't practice swordsmanship either. If only I hadn't learned swordsmanship, hadn't strived for everyone's recognition, hadn't tried to earn others' love. If only I hadn't been born in the first place, I wouldn't have lost you like this. Suddenly, a ray of light flashed, shining into her eyes. Charlize covered her eyes with her hand. Light? As if there was a glimmer of hope, she sprang to her feet, called out Dylan's name, and ran quickly towards the light. The scene at this moment was a gentle blue and white. She looked around, wondering, where is this place? Suddenly, a voice echoed, "Hey, little girl." Charlize turned and saw a massive, pure white figure emitting light. "I am Epherite. Thanks to you, all my fragments have been destroyed, and I have finally been able to awaken." She asked in surprise, "I resurrected Epherite? You are a pitiful human caught in the war of the gods. Initially, I was destined to die, but your strong spiritual power changed fate, and you became a god, the god named Kira. You were stripped of your right to live as a human and drawn into the war of the gods. I truly have no right to face you. But little girl, I want to give you a chance to be saved. You can forget your painful life and be reborn into another happy life. In that life, you will live happily, free from any suffering, until the end of your days. A new life? Then what will happen to those who made me live a miserable life in this one?"
All of them are destined to repent. They will be reborn like you and live with the pain you once endured, the same pain I once suffered. Yes, that's what I once wished for. From the moment I had to swallow the shards of Epherite, which turned my entire body into iron, melted down, forged in a furnace and reborn as a sword, I had always wished for them to go through such things. Now I can choose a new life to be saved, and they will have to face hell as I once did.
I clenched my hand. I could do that. But I can't nod in agreement with this.
She said, "No, I don't need a new life." "Why is that? Didn't you once endure and live on just for revenge?" "That's true, but now there's something I cherish more than revenge, and that's Dylan. Without him by my side, my new life would be meaningless. I will pay any price to save him." "Do you really want to save that person so much? If you do that, you will lose your divine power, and Dylan will no longer be a true Epherite fragment." She replied without hesitation, "Yes." "All right then." Suddenly, something grazed the Epherite god, breaking a part of it, which astonished Charlize. Suddenly, a hissing sound echoed, and Cahu said, "It seems I'm a step too late." "Long time no see, Epherite." Charlize turned back and called out, "Cahu, the young duke has become... right? It's been a long time since we last met, evil god. I originally intended to absorb the true Epherite fragment before you awoke, but because of the useless things the girl next to you did, now both of us are in trouble. Perhaps today is the last day I have to be your shadow. Today, I will kill you and become the sole god."
Neither Epherite nor Kira will exist anymore. You're always like this, aren't you, evil god? Are you planning to tear me into pieces and scatter them everywhere again? Not at all. This time I will completely destroy you. Back then my power was too weak to completely destroy you, but thanks to a follower who dedicated his entire life to me, I now possess that power. Charlize thought to herself, dedicated his entire life? That person is the master of the magic tower. Because of that scum, She angrily prepared to charge forward. I must kill him. But God Epherite stopped her. Don't get caught up in the god's war anymore, little one. Today I will disappear along with the evil god. You'll disappear with me? Ha! He stepped closer and said, the only one who must disappear is you. Outside the magic tower, Lucy said to Payne, isn't this place too dangerous? You said you wouldn't come then, so why did you suddenly change your mind now? At that time, the captain's attitude was too firm, so I just kept quiet temporarily. Even if we can't help much, we must witness the collapse of the magic tower with our own eyes, because that's why Alperior has survived until now. If we just let things pass unconsciously like that, it would be meaningless. We, like the captain, are also victims of that secret magic tower. Therefore, we also want to fight to the very end. But this could cost everyone their lives. Everyone immediately said, if we were afraid of death, Alperior wouldn't have existed in the first place. Payne said, Lucy, if you're that scared, why are you following us? If you're afraid to die, then go back. Who said that? I came here because I have a favor to ask. What favor do you want? You don't need to know. Just like that, everyone began to move inside. As soon as they entered, they saw dead bodies strewn along the path. Payne said, what a mess.
Lucy told me she was worried that our coming here like this would bother them. Something feels off. If there was a fight, it should be noisy, so why is this place so quiet? Where's the captain? Suddenly, an alarm blared. Intruder detected. Tsk! There's probably no time to find the captain now. Payne charged forward, shouting, the immediate goal is to survive. Back to Charlize, the evil god chuckled, saying, split into so many pieces, yet still fighting so fiercely, huh, Epherite?
God Eretite replied with a carefree smile. I have always been like this, but you've matured a lot since then. The evil god mocked, trembled with rage, and immediately launched an attack towards Eretite. Don't treat me like a child. God Eretite parried it, and the clash echoed with a clang. Seeing the evil god let out a heavy breath, the demon tower lord behind him spoke up. Father, do you need my help? The evil god thought, this is Eretite's space. Even if he's injured, Eretite will be able to recover quickly. Prolonging this fight might be disadvantageous for me. To prevent Eretite from recovering, I must destroy this space. More, I will entrust you with your first mission. Sacrifice all the mages in your demon tower to me. All three people were astonished to hear this. Eretite exclaimed, you can't do that, and simultaneously lunged towards the evil god, but a shield appeared protecting him. Charlize exclaimed in surprise, the attack! The evil god quickly told Warren, the shield can only last for 1 minute. During that minute, quickly sacrifice those offerings to me. Outside, Payne's group was trying to eliminate the demon tower forces. Payne wondered where their captain could possibly be. They had come all this way but still hadn't seen her, and he couldn't sense any trace of her either.
Could something have happened already? Suddenly, the tower demon stopped, making Payne also pause and look at them. Lucy asked, what is it? Why did they suddenly stop like that? At this moment, a gloomy voice rang out, for the venerable father, for the venerable father. The tower demons immediately turned and ran. Payne ordered them to give chase. Chasing deep inside, Payne's eyes widened in surprise, because the glowing red magic array ahead had swallowed all the tower demons. What's going on? Why did they? Payne said, this is serious. Why? This is a magic array to awaken the evil god and connect the summoning mage with the inverted evil god. The one who summoned them must be the master of the magic tower. It seems the mages just now were sacrificed by the evil tower master to the evil god. What? So you're saying the evil god has awakened? Then the evil god and the tower master must be here.
It must be behind that door, behind the door connecting the ground to the abyss. Now I understand why this place is so quiet. The captain, the emperor, Cahu, and the master of the magic tower, all of them are down in that deep pit. Back with the god Epherite, everything began to shake violently. Charlize exclaimed in panic, "No, it can't be." The demigod smugly said, "You should give up, Epherite. You can't defeat me." Epherite called out, "Little one, here is your sword. I'm sorry I couldn't fulfill your wish. You must survive and escape from this place." Charlize once again felt like she was falling into an abyss, screaming, "Epherite!" The demigod laughed loudly. "Ha ha, in the end, you're nothing but fragments, Epherite." Charlize murmured, "Fragments? If Epherite disappears, what about Dylan? What will Dylan do?" The true Epherite fragment has also been destroyed. The demigod, who was striking a dark energy blast somewhere, paused and turned to Charlize. She was now clutching the fragments of Epherite. The demigod asked what she was doing. "Are you trying to revive Epherite with those fragments?" "Ha ha, not at all. Both Epherite and Dylan are already dead. I'm protecting these fragments because this is what you fear most. You're worried, aren't you? Worried that these fragments will destroy you." Charlize glared at him and cursed, "You fool. If you want to live, the one you need to destroy is me, not Epherite."
I have nothing left to lose, so I will take what you have. I will become a villain many times stronger than you. This evil god, astonished by life force. Warren scoffed. "Ha ha, you can never be as strong as my master." But as soon as he finished speaking, there was a thump. Seeing him spurt blood, the evil god turned and asked, "Why did you suddenly... why?" But at this moment, Lucy had quietly appeared behind him with a sharp knife. Lucy stabbed the evil god in the back of the neck as hard as she could. Then she said to Charlize, "Don't let yourself become an evil god." Payne also said, "Please trust us, Captain." At this moment, the magic circle announced, severing the link between the evil god and the magic tower master, deactivating the magic formation. Charlize, surprised, asked, "Lucy, how did you get here?" Lucy shouted, "You absolutely never give up, because all Alperior members are helping you." As soon as she finished speaking, Lucy was knocked far away by the evil god. Charlize frantically called out Lucy's name. The evil god rubbed his neck and said, "This worm dares to injure me. Warren, what are you doing?"
"My lord, father, I apologize. It seems someone is touching the magic circle." "You useless lot. I must go to the surface for a moment." Just then, Charlize appeared behind him, but he reacted quickly, using his bare hands to parry her blade. "Don't bother me like this in vain. You've spoken flowery words about becoming an evil god, but there's only one true reason, isn't there? Because I took away the most important thing from you. Is his name Dylan? No, that must be the true name of the fragment." Charlize pulled her sword free from his grasp. "Shut up. Then let's test it once to see how much cruelty you possess to become an evil god." Charlize swept her hand to seize the Epherite fragment, while gripping her sword tightly in a defensive stance. Just as the evil god advanced, an image of Dylan appeared with a radiant smile. Charlize, distracted, froze, and was immediately seized by the evil god, who gripped her neck, then lifted her high. Dylan's image remained in her mind along with his voice. "Charlize taught me that when wielding a sword, one must cast aside all personal emotions." Charlize struggled to say, "Stop it." "Ha ha, if I don't stop, what do you intend to do?" On this side, Lucy woke up.
"Oh, no!" She just took out the knife. "I was asked by the Grand Duke." "What? You're telling me to go to the Demon Tower? I don't like it. I've already said, this is beyond my capabilities. You don't necessarily have to go. Just go if you can. Here, take this." "What is this?" "A dagger from the Rafi tribe. They gave this to me instead of accompanying Charlize. It is said to have the power to subdue evil forces. If that happens, use it." "Where should I use this?" "Use it as a last resort when the evil god within me awakens." "If so, wouldn't it be better to give it to Charlize or the Emperor?" "You know why, so why can't you give it to them?" Remembering this, Lucy burst into tears. She screamed, "You fool! I did everything you told me to do. I was scared to death, but I made it here and did everything you asked. So you have to wake up. Will you just stand by and watch the person you love die?" The evil god turned and said, "What a talkative woman." Charlize struggled to cry out, Cahu Delman, are you losing your mind from being choked? I'm tired of playing. I'll send you off with the one you love." Just then, Cahu suddenly felt something in his chest. He immediately released Charlize, who lay on the ground, coughing. "Charlize, I'm sorry. This happened because of my greed." The evil god gnashed its teeth. "What? Why is the vessel's consciousness?"
Cahu tried to say, "Charlize, kill me." The evil god cried out, "What? If you kill me now, both I and the evil god will disappear." The evil god screamed, "Stop!" Cahu urged, "Do it, quickly!" Charlize immediately used her sword to stab through Cahu. She said blankly, "Cahu, I'm truly sorry. I had no other choice." Cahu smiled and reached out to caress her cheek. "It's okay. From now on, don't live in your own misfortune anymore." After that came the calls of everyone. "Captain, Captain!"
Please open your eyes. Are you awake yet? Charlize groggily asked, Where is this? This is the ground. The secret magic tower has completely collapsed. Light shone from the abyss's gate, and then the captain appeared, and the magic tower master also emerged from there. Seeing Charlize clench her teeth in anger, Payne said, Wait, Captain, don't worry. If the magic circle summoning the evil god is broken, it will cause very severe side effects. The magic tower master currently has no strength left. They are barely clinging to life. What about Dylan and Cahu? Ah, about that. She looked at the two motionless figures and cried out, Dylan, Cahu. Payne held her shoulder. It's too late, Captain. Both of them are no longer breathing. Charlize let out a laugh full of despair and sorrow. In the end, have I truly lost the one I love? Lucy said, Charlize continued, we succeeded in destroying the evil god, but I don't know what meaning this holds anymore. Everyone please go back. As for that magic tower master, it's up to you whether you want to kill them or not. How can I live in a world without his presence? I'm exhausted. I don't want to think about anything anymore. Her tears dripped onto the ground. Suddenly a voice echoed, Little girl, don't cry.
She recognized the voice. It was Epherite. I am still here, right beside you. Everyone murmured in wonder. Is that Epherite? Epherite was clearly the one who had been afflicted by the evil god. Thanks to you protecting that fragment, I was able to manifest again in this tiny form. As you can see, my power has weakened significantly. Therefore, before I disappear, I want to grant your wish and then depart. Your wish must be to revive that vessel, right? Charlize, overjoyed, lit up with a glimmer of hope and replied, Yes. Wait, what about Cahu? She recalled Cahu's earlier words. From now on, don't live in your unhappiness anymore. She asked Epherite, Can you save that person too? Unfortunately, with my current power, it's difficult for me to do that. I can only save one person. One is my vessel. The other is the evil god's vessel. You must choose. Charlize clenched her fists. I've decided. I will choose Dylan. However, I will pay any price. Please save Cahu as well. Pay a price? I understand your intention. Very well, I will accept that wish too. Hearing this, Lucy and Payne couldn't help but worry for Charlize. The god Epherite then said, But the price to pay is not from you, but the life of this person. The Tower Master screamed, What? Get lost. You were the one who pushed countless lives into hell.
If a price must be paid, then you are the one who will pay it. Don't be afraid. You will be reincarnated countless times to atone for your sins, and one day you too will be saved. I don't want to. Then all that could be heard was his desperate scream. It's all over. All the chains of faith that have tormented me for over 400 years, they've all ended. Finally. Suddenly, Dylan spoke. Charlize. Charlize immediately turned to look at Dylan. Could I choose a different fate now? A life not having to choose between rage and sorrow? A life truly chosen by myself. She called, Dylan? He couldn't believe his eyes. What had happened? Clearly, I was in the abyss and dead. Charlize rushed to embrace him, her tears falling profusely. But this time, they were tears of happiness.
Don't say anything now. Don't say anything at all. My heart is trembling. The warmth, the voice, the flow of all living things, everything has returned. You are still alive, still alive. How much your body's bone-chilling coldness terrified me. Perhaps you will never know that. No, I hope you will never know that. That painful moment, it's enough that only I know it. They say that the end of revenge is only emptiness, and if one only pursues revenge, then perhaps that is true. But Charlize found love in the process of that revenge. She found a motivation to live that replaced revenge. She found another motivation for a completely free life later on, and that was love. She found it. After returning to the Imperial Palace, all those involved in this matter were gathered. I recounted in detail everything that had happened at the Demon Tower, and everyone listened in tense silence. After hearing the entire story, they sprang up and cheered. The fall of the Demon Tower, the demise of the evil god, these were the things they had always longed for. This was the moment their sacrifices and struggles were rewarded.
I also shared that joy with them. I sincerely thank them for accompanying me throughout this journey and for enjoying this freedom together. She hugged Lucy, thanking her. Honestly, I didn't expect everyone to come to the Demon Tower. Lucy smiled and said, I can go wherever I want. Payne, from behind, teased, At that time, you were the most scared one. Lucy turned to Payne, gritting her teeth and glaring angrily. Payne said, I know why the captain told us not to come. You were worried about us, weren't you? You always try to face danger by yourself. The captain is a strong person, but I wish you wouldn't refuse our help. We always act for the captain's sake. She smiled in agreement. I also want to thank those who couldn't be here today for their help up until now. Payne said, We are very happy that everyone has returned safely. Knight V and Hugo also said, We are very sorry that we couldn't help you with this matter.
Charlize turned around. Your Majesty, young Duke, thank you both for surviving. We are also very grateful to you. Everything that caused everyone's suffering has now ended. Now only a new beginning awaits us. After that, Dylan and Charlize returned to their room and immediately embraced each other. Charlize called out to Dylan. Wait, we haven't even changed our clothes yet. It doesn't matter, he replied. If I don't hold Charlize now, I'll go crazy with worry. I clearly felt the moment death approached.
I've realized how terrifying the darkness can be. So have I. When your Majesty's breath faded and everything fell silent, I had never felt such terrifying silence. Even now, I still can't believe I can feel your warmth. I will never leave you alone again. She asked if he could keep his promise this time. I will keep it. That's wonderful then. I won't leave your side either. So Charlize gently pushed Dylan down. From now on, call me Lise. Dylan smiled and said, all right, Lise. And so the two spent the entire night wrapped up in each other. The next morning, gentle rays of sunlight streamed through the gap in the door, and birds chirped in the garden. Charlize rested her head on Dylan. It's so peaceful. How long has it been since I've had such a deep, worry-free sleep?
Your Majesty, did you hear what I said yesterday? What was it? I told you to marry me. So I'm receiving a marriage proposal, am I? Yes, Your Majesty. I'm so happy. To have this, even dying once would be worth it, wouldn't it? Why would you say such a thing? I mean it. Being with Charlize, I'll be happy no matter what happens. And if we have children later, that happiness will be doubled. Children. Just thinking about it. Suddenly she paused, remembering her mother. Your Majesty, may I ask you for one thing? You can ask for anything, Lise. If by any chance something were to happen to me during childbirth, please don't hate the baby. Why would you think of leaving me? You won't die. It's just in case of the worst. I don't want my child to grow up like me. Dylan agreed with a solemn expression, saying, all right, I promise I will never hate the child.
Thank you, sir. I have something to say. What is it? I want to change the Empire's name to Raigo. The Kira experiment and all the crimes and corruption have turned Blade into a symbol of disgrace. Therefore, I see no reason to continue using this name. Raigo. In the ancient language, it means devotion to the sword. This is revenge and the end of Blade's history, where I was seen as a sword and used as a tool. Future historians won't know, but we will. The sound of that name is truly beautiful. Dylan Raigo. I have a good feeling about it. Lies Raigo. This name will bind us together forever. The child born to us will not bear the surname Ronan or Blade. Charlize said we should sleep a little longer, then wake up, because our child will be a child who forges their own destiny, just like us. After the Matop incident, the Imperial Palace was in an uproar. The Emperor's sudden decree to change the Empire's name and announce a royal marriage met with fierce opposition from former high-ranking officials who had sided with Blade.
However, the current emperor is Dylan, the most powerful emperor in history, so the dissenting opinions gradually subsided. Changing the national name after 300 years would naturally face opposition, but thanks to that, no one opposed the national wedding. Finally, the national wedding will be announced nationwide tomorrow. You're here, Lise? Yes, I'm a little late. Do you have a lot to say to the young Duke? If I said no, that would be a lie. The young Duke contributed a lot to my revenge. He risked his life to save the Emperor and me. Even before the regression, he had tried to save me. I expressed my gratitude to him before talking about breaking off the engagement, because he had sacrificed himself to become my fiancé. Tomorrow is the day the romantic relationship between me and the young Duke will completely end. She recalled, let's break off our engagement. From now on, please live freely and happily, and don't be burdened by me anymore. After a few seconds of silence, Cahu smiled and said, if you can be happy with that choice, then I will accept it.
But still, this is too painful, Cahu said, tears streaming down his face. I'm in so much pain, Charlize. Since Charlize has officially stated her intention to break off the engagement, I will also respond formally. I have truly loved you all this time. I hope that from now on, you will live truly happily by His Majesty the Emperor's side in the palace. Empress, officially breaking off the engagement. Honestly, I didn't expect Cahu to be in so much pain. Cahu's feelings for me were no less sincere than my feelings for Dylan. Dylan touched her face with his hand and asked, Lise, am I a good partner for you? That's a truly difficult question to answer. Suddenly he remembered her words after the battle with the Ninth Prince's guards. If the prince feels uncomfortable with his ambiguity, and if he has to choose between complete indifference or obsession, I'd rather be obsessed with the prince. Perhaps he had always been so lonely until he met her, someone who could understand him. He liked that mutual obsession between them, because it made him feel like everything in his lonely life was filled just by her presence. But now, I think it's time for me to overcome that. Lise, am I capable of filling your loneliness? Normally, Dylan wouldn't ask such a thing. Until now, Dylan had been content even when she considered him a tool. Dylan didn't care about anything else, as long as he could possess her. But now, they were no longer lovers, but partners. This relationship couldn't be sustained by one-sided feelings alone.
I wonder if I am worthy enough to be with Dylan for life, and I always wanted that confirmed. As your majesty knows, the truth is, initially, I only used you as a tool. I knew that hurt you, but I ignored everything just for revenge. I ran away from my own feelings, avoided happiness, because I considered it a luxury and something frightening. But your majesty loved me unconditionally. Normally speaking, if it were anyone else, they would have left under any circumstances. However, your majesty never did that. That's why I realized I would never find such a sincere and brilliant love from anyone else but you. Your majesty is the meaning of my life.
It's all right. These feelings are not unrequited. My feelings are just like your majesty's, so please stay by my side. Let's together strive for a happy future. We will walk together on a path leading to a new destiny created by us. The wedding took place amidst the joyful welcome of all the imperial citizens. Standing at the end of the aisle, Dylan smiled at her and said, "Lise, give me your hand." Charlize smiled happily and called out, "Dylan, the past that once tormented us no longer matters. After a long time, we have found each other. Being by your side, I no longer fear anything." Emperor Dylan San Rariego, Empress Charlize Rariego. Under the name of the Rariego Empire, will the two of you live together as husband and wife and remain loyal to the empire until your last breath? Both answered in unison, "We swear." Then the two of you shall seal your vows with a kiss. They exchanged affectionate glances, saying, "We will protect each other forever," and sealed it with a happy kiss. Epilogue, a scene from a few years later. Cahu gazed intently ahead, imagining Charlize gracefully wielding a sword. Suddenly, that gaze stopped and looked at Cahu, saying, "Teacher," which startled Cahu awake. "Would your highness like to rest?" "Yes, the sword is too heavy." Cahu carefully wiped the sweat from the boy, Barden Rariego, the crown prince of this empire, who bore an astonishing resemblance to Charlize. Sometimes when looking at the crown prince, he would see Charlize's image in him. During a meeting, Dylan asked, "It's time for the crown prince to begin martial arts training. Would any of you like to volunteer?" Cahu raised his hand high. "If I may be so bold, I would like to take on the position of sword instructor for His Royal Highness the Crown Prince." Charlize glanced over and said, "Your Majesty, instead of the young duke, please assign someone else."
No, it's fine. He's the Royal Knight's first commander, after all. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he's the most outstanding person besides the two of us. Young Duke, I appoint you as the Crown Prince's tutor. I hope you will diligently assist him so that my son may grow up to emulate you. I am deeply grateful, Your Majesty. After that day, Cahu became Barden's tutor. I was merely using the Crown Prince to sever my own obsession. When I faced the Crown Prince's face, I saw Charlize's face on a black-haired boy.
It felt as if I was being judged for having the audacity to love Charlize. The Emperor must have realized my intentions, which is why he deliberately made me the Crown Prince's tutor. It was as if Dylan was saying, "Yes, don't even dream about it. The embodiment of our love is now living right before your eyes." Barden asked, "What are you thinking, tutor?" "Oh, nothing. But why do you seem unhappy?" Barden clenched his fists. "I'm frustrated. It's so irritating when my body doesn't obey my will. As the heir to the Empire, struggling with a sword like this is unacceptable." "Please don't be sad. You're only 6 years old, and being able to endure this intensity of training is already extraordinary. But compared to my parents, who possessed superb swordsmanship and used it to protect the world, don't dwell too much on their story. Everyone is born with different talents and circumstances. If you keep looking up, that horizon will be endless. Sometimes we also need to be forgiving of ourselves. That is the path to protecting yourself and becoming stronger." Indeed, the experience gained over the years by my tutor cannot be compared to my own nascent experience. I have learned something valuable. I will always wholeheartedly assist your highness. If you encounter any difficulties, please feel free to confide in me. "Yes, tutor." "That's right. Now is the time for me to focus on my work. I just need to conceal these feelings and quietly assist the Crown Prince."
Returning to his room, Barden changed into a new outfit. "Nanny, do I look all right?" "Oh, absolutely. You'll be seeing your mother and father soon, so you must look your best." At 6 p.m. on weekdays, Barden Muriego loved this time the most. It was when he could finish all his busy daily schedules and enjoy tea with his beloved parents. No matter how busy they were, his parents always made time for him. Therefore, this was a very meaningful time for him.
As the door to the raspberry garden opened at dusk, his mother's figure appeared even more radiant in the twilight. Seeing him, Charlize turned and called out, "Barden!" Barden joyfully ran towards Charlize, calling, "Mommy!" He ran to hug her tightly, beaming, "I missed you so much, Mom." "I missed you too, my dear. How was your day today?" "Yes, I ate well, played happily, and studied very hard." "That's wonderful." Just then, Dylan walked in and said, "You're already here, Liz?" Charlize looked at him and smiled. "Dylan!" Barden quickly nestled into Dylan's arms as well.
"Greetings, Father Emperor." My etiquette teacher praised my posture, saying it's very beautiful. "The tea has been prepared. Let's go to the table and sit down." "Yes." After sitting down at the table, Barden said, "Father Emperor, please tell me more stories about my childhood." "I recall telling you many stories already. Do you like hearing about your childhood so much?" Barden nodded in agreement, and Dylan, indulging his son, recounted, "When Lise was pregnant with you, she had a very difficult time. Was it morning sickness?" "Yes, she couldn't even drink water, but fortunately she could still suck on ice. That's why I kept the ice cellar exclusively for Lise's use. I was very worried because of her morning sickness. She couldn't eat or drink anything at all. I was constantly afraid her health would be affected. And one day, at dawn, Lise woke me up."
"Your Majesty, please wake up. What's wrong?" Dylan sat up, asking anxiously. "Are you feeling unwell anywhere?" "No, it's not that, but I suddenly have a strong craving for cantaloupe. I know it's late, but would you mind going to find some for me?" Dylan paused for a moment, then changed his clothes and said, "I will go find cantaloupe right now." Mobilized in the middle of the night, Hugo and his comrades broke into a sweat. "Yes, what was that?" "The Empress wants cantaloupe." So I spent 6 hours searching for cantaloupe. When I returned to the palace and fed it to Lise, she was very happy about it. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Dylan and the knights also beamed when they saw her happiness. Her smile at that moment was more radiant and gentle than ever before. Were you ever like that? You don't know how relieved I felt at that moment. I had been so worried ever since she became pregnant. Was it because of the promise you asked me for? Yes. What promise? Dylan stroked Barden's head. "I will tell you when the time is right. But remember one thing. Lise wanted to protect you with her very life." Dylan recalled a night close to the due date. The birth was imminent.
"Although I've asked your Majesty before, I want to tell you again. Even if I die tomorrow giving birth to our child, please don't despise the baby." Dylan looked at her with a pained expression and called out, "Lies! Please, I don't want our child to suffer the same pain as I did. I will never let you die. Even if such a tragedy were to occur, I would not let the child suffer lifelong trauma. I swear on my life. Your Majesty has promised, remember?" At this moment, the nanny came in and said, "Your Royal Highness, it's already late. It's time for bed." Barden regretfully said, "So soon?" Charlize stroked his head. "It seems you're regretful, aren't you? Time flies so fast when you're with your parents. We'll meet again at this time tomorrow, so don't be regretful anymore. Go to bed early." "Yes, Father. Good night to both of you." After that, Barden was led away by the nanny. "Now it's just the two of us. Were you waiting for this moment, when it's just the two of us?" "How could that be? I'm happiest when all three of us are together. It's just that adults also need some private time, don't they?" "You're being so blunt. Please dedicate the remaining time to me. I've prepared everything so you won't be disappointed." "That's good then. Please stay by my side until late tonight." That evening, the two of them clinked glasses under the moonlight. "I really like your Majesty's room. Compared to the previous palace, it's much more spacious and feels very pleasant. I designed this room this way because you often visit. If you like it, then I'm happy." Initially, when the royal wedding was held, Dylan had insisted on moving the capital to another location, as he didn't want Charlize to recall even a fleeting memory of the horrors of the Kira era.
Despite fierce opposition from the high-ranking officials, Dylan still proceeded with relocating the capital. Perhaps because of this, the number of assassins surged in a short period, and Charlize dealt with all of them. Although she lost her divine power after the incident at the Demon Tower, Charlize's position as the most powerful on the continent remained unshaken. Once the assassination attempt subsided, the capital relocation was swiftly completed, accompanied by the rise of Dylan's supporters as the capital's new economy began to flourish. However, where there is light, there is also shadow. The capital's move led to the established factions in the old capital losing their power, which nearly constituted a significant political threat. But Charlize had recognized this beforehand and managed to preserve political stability. The populace applauded their adroitness in maintaining political equilibrium, and following this turbulent period, the empire entered an era of prosperity.
Recently, I heard Barden is feeling quite tired from his swordsmanship classes. It seems he's facing some mental difficulties. He's not old enough to be worrying like this. I heard he's very aware of the expectations from those around him and his own abilities, which is why he feels this way. At only 6 years old, just playing happily and being healthy should be enough. What about Lise? What did you do when you were 6? I don't remember much about my childhood, nor do I have any special memories. What about Your Majesty?
I studied swordsmanship theory and practice in parallel. At that time, I really enjoyed reading books on swordsmanship theory. That's not something a 6-year-old should be doing. Perhaps that's why Barden feels that pressure. What? Anyway, I hope Barden will grow at his own pace. I hope so too. It's so quiet. Dylan doesn't like having guards around the bedroom, so whenever I come in here in the middle of the night, I always feel like I'm being separated from the world. It feels like only we are left in this world, and everything else around us has disappeared.
Dylan raised his glass, now realizing, looking back, that he had actually felt fear during the wedding ceremony. As Lise often told him, when happiness reaches its peak, the fear of falling also begins to emerge. He had felt that very clearly on that day. I'm afraid that one day you might leave me. Even after 8 years, are you still afraid of that? I understand. I did run away twice, didn't I? So it's understandable that you're worried if I'll run away again. But no matter what happens, I won't leave. You've been hurt too much already. What about the second thing? Shall we do it now? Dylan asked, blushing. Is that okay? I think it might make you less anxious. I won't deny it. If so, then just sit still today. Today, I want to see His Majesty cry. A second later, Charlize acted, making Dylan exclaim, Lise, wait! Scene change. A glass was slammed onto the table. Payne frowned and called out, Hey!
Cahu complained, Payne, I'm so tired, really. Payne, because of you, I'm also feeling very tired, honestly. Every week you drag me out to the pub and then you sit there blaming yourself. I might look like this, but I'm still quite busy, you know. But you're only here sitting with me because of the free drinks. Payne flinched. Cough, 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 cough. Anyway, if it were another day, I probably wouldn't say anything, but today I'm really busy. There's something I need to find. Cahu asked curiously, What is it? Payne, if I tell you, would you even know? No, I'm not a wizard to understand it. You're drunk, aren't you? I'm leaving now. Drink a little less today and go home. Leaving already? It's very late already, and tomorrow morning you have a class with the Crown Prince. If you get drunk and oversleep, what will you do? Aren't you afraid of the Emperor's punishment? That's none of my business. I don't care.
Whew, all right. I don't know why I'm even saying that anymore. You can do as you please. Cahu watched, tears welling up, utterly exhausted. Charlize, I tried to forget you, even becoming your son's teacher. Even when I drank myself into a stupor, unable to distinguish right from wrong, instead of fading, you shone even brighter in my heart. The day this light fades will probably be the day I die. Hey, yes sir, give me 2 more glasses, the same kind I just had. At the same time, Payne frowned and snapped. What? A leave of absence? No way, I'm truly pressed for time. I heard that even dog feces are impossible to find now. Should I try buying it in the slums? I don't want to go because they'll charge sky-high prices, but suddenly, Payne shivered and spun around. What is this feeling? This terrifying and unreal power? Payne immediately linked it to the aura of the Master of the Magic Tower. Could it be? That's right. This feeling is exactly like what I sensed when I was in the secret magic tower. The power I sensed from that magic formation. But it's still incomplete, feeling like something is missing. Payne noticed a child walking on the street, a child with white hair just like the Master of the Magic Tower. That child, it is the source of the power.
The one with quick steps chased after the child. Wait! The thudding sounds continued. Stop right there! Reaching a deserted section, the child suddenly attacked Payne, who was thrown back. Ugh! A terrifying power. Immediately after, the child vanished. Vanished? Damn it, did I miss it? I should report this to the captain. This isn't normal. It's definitely related to the Master of the Magic Tower. After that, Payne turned and left. The child, covering their mouth, coughed violently, spitting out plasma. I was almost discovered. The child recalled, Your bloodline is cursed. Your biological father is trash. They said he was a mage who had killed many people. Your biological mother sobbed when she sent you away and begged them, asking them to keep your origins a secret and only pleading for your life. That woman was being hunted by her husband. How could someone kill a woman just because she had a child? There couldn't be such a terrible person. That woman puffed smoke in front of the child and said, Anyway, if you try to escape from me, you'll surely die. Even if someone accidentally recognizes you, live like a dead rat. You should be grateful to me for letting you survive. Thank you for protecting me. I will use my abilities to repay you. That's right. That's how it should be. Everyone knows this person isn't raising me. They just want to exploit my abilities to make money. The child wiped the blood from their mouth and said, Let's go back. On the way back, the child noticed a bulletin board about the Crown Prince's birthday festival. Thinking about it, it wasn't long until then. What would life be like for someone born as the Crown Prince? At the same time, Barden was being read a story by his nanny to fall asleep. No one loved the girl. She had no warm home, no loving family, no trustworthy friends, and she returned to the place where the monster was tormenting her.
What a regrettable story. She has to live her entire life with the monster without anyone's help. How pitiful.
A life with no one to rely on? What would such a life be like? That's understandable. Since birth, His Highness has received the expectations and love of everyone in the world. But you must also understand that life is not easy. If the leader of the empire lives like a frog at the bottom of a well, then the people of the empire will become unhappy. If I could enter that book, I would want to stand by that girl and protect her. If the king were to do that, the girl would surely be rescued. Parallel to Baden's wish was the other child's thought. Will there be someone who can protect me later, and whom I can also protect in return? These were the thoughts of two children with two contrasting destinies. The next morning, Dylan and Charlize woke up together. Charlize tidied Dylan's clothes, teasing him that he still looked very beautiful even after crying.
He blushed as he called lies. "This is the first time I've seen you this embarrassed." "Well, it's the first time I've heard someone talk about me like that, so I'm a bit flustered, but I'm very happy to receive your love. Let's take a day off today. I want to lie in bed all day with my wife. Oh, I'm sorry, but I already have plans today. I have an appointment to go to Mary's perfume shop for its opening anniversary. She's Liza's personal maid, isn't she? Yes, right from the first time I met her, I thought she was a talented child. I also promised to come and congratulate her when she opened her shop under my patronage. Then be careful on your way. I'll wait." Seeing Dylan's strained smile, Cecily thought, "Even though I tried not to show it, it's truly a shame." At this moment, a servant reported, "Your Majesty, your Empress."
The bathwater has been prepared. All right, I'll be right there. Dylan stopped her. You don't need a bath attendant. Tell all the servants to leave. Today I will attend to your bath. Let's bathe together, Lise. A little while later, at Mary's shop, she was looking out for Charlize through the window. "Ah, your Majesty has arrived." Mary quickly ran out. "Your Majesty the Empress. Mary is honored to meet your Majesty, the glorious pride of the Empire." Charlize replied with a radiant smile. "You've had a long and tiring journey. There's no need for such formalities between us. Tell me, how is the shop?" "I have something I want to show your Majesty. It's over here. What do you think?" Charlize was surprised. "What is this?" "I've displayed it this way to express my gratitude to your Majesty, who has patronized this place. Do you still remember, a long time ago, you once praised champagne? At that time, I was so overjoyed by your praise that for the first time in my life, I dreamed of becoming a perfumer. Therefore, when I had the opportunity to start a business, I was determined to repay your kindness with this line of champagne perfumes, because the more widely it spreads, the more widely my gratitude towards your Majesty will also spread." Charlize thought to herself, "If it's champagne, that's the essential oil scent created several years ago." Charlize took a sniff and said, "The fact that this fragrance isn't exactly the same as before probably means that time has passed. But even if the fragrance has changed, when I smell this scent, the time I spent with you still comes back clearly. Indeed, my praise for you that day was not misplaced." Mary was moved. "Your Majesty."
"I wish you a smooth opening tomorrow. If you encounter any difficulties or troubles, just consult me. I am your patron, after all. Thank you for your interest. There are many other perfumes. Please feel free to try any scent you like. Once you're done trying them, I will invite you to the reception room." "All right, thank you." On Dylan's side, he called out dejectedly, "Chase, Hugo. We are present at the summons of His Imperial Majesty."
Today, I will complete the postponed state affairs. Before the hearings, have all senior officials enter the palace before noon. "Yes, Your Majesty." Seeing Hugo hesitate, Dylan asked, "Hugo, if there's something you want to say, just say it." The thing is, Payne has been at the Imperial Palace since early morning." "Payne? Let him in." "Yes, Your Majesty." Payne entered. "Emperor, no, Your Majesty, where is the leader?" They admonished, "You must maintain proper etiquette when addressing someone, you disrespectful fellow." "All right, it's fine. This matter has been permitted by the Empress. If there's anything you need to say to Lise, report to me first." Payne hesitated. "Actually, someone suspected to be a descendant of the Magic Tower Master has appeared." Dylan's expression changed upon hearing this. "A descendant of the Magic Tower Master? How could that suddenly happen?" "I'm not entirely sure, but early yesterday morning, in an alley behind the Capitol, I felt something strange." "Pinpoint the location for me." "It's Ravini Street corner. No, more precisely the slum near the entrance to Janae Garden." "What did you see there?" "I had a very peculiar sensation."
"It's a kind of infinite, untouchable power, very similar to the energy I once felt in the Demon Tower. So I followed the direction I felt and encountered a child." "Did you catch it then?" "No, the thing is, I tried to catch it but let it get away." Dylan frowned. "Are you even sane? Don't look at me like that. Honestly, the child vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye. That's why I rushed to report it to the captain like this." "I understand. For now, keep this a secret from Lise." "Why? This concerns the captain. What if something happens if we hide it? To prevent anything from happening, I will handle this myself. So please keep this matter confidential for me." Payne gritted his teeth.
You want to keep everything a secret because of the captain? The captain isn't that weak. This is my command as emperor. Just shut your mouth and obey me." A silence fell after Dylan's words. Then Payne said, "It seems you're misunderstanding something, Your Majesty. We do not belong to the Empire. Alperior only follows Charlize's orders. If you think we will tremble and submit to the words of someone with great power like you, then you are greatly mistaken." Dylan, finding his throat tight, lowered his voice. "So let me say it again. This is my request. I want you to keep this confidential because I don't want to disturb Lisa's peace. That is the happiness we struggled so hard to achieve. Even both of you did not fear death to attain this peace."
If Lise knew about this, she would certainly be ready to bloody her hands again. I cannot let her walk down that path again. I don't want any unforeseen circumstances to interfere with the Empress's happiness. Therefore, let us handle this. If you had been honest from the start, things would have been much better. All right, for now, let's keep this a secret from the captain and work together. Dylan, call V. Hugo. Yes, Your Majesty. This is a decree that takes precedence over anything else in the Empire. Summon all Athenas, locate the suspected descendant, and execute them. All of this must be done with the Empress's knowledge.
Cahu just woke up, his head throbbing. What time is it now? Remembering something, Cahu sat up abruptly. What time is it already? How much did I drink yesterday? I don't remember anything at all. The servant said, "Young master, have you woken up? Is your hangover any better?" What time is it now? Oh, it's just past noon. You returned near dawn, completely drunk. You don't remember anything at all? Is that so? Yes, you didn't say anything, just stumbled into your room and told no one to wake you until you woke up yourself. I still have a swordsmanship class this morning. What do I do now? Oh, if I had known that, I would have woken you up. I apologize. No, this is my fault. Don't worry about it. Instead, please prepare my bathwater right away. The servant ran off. Yes, I'll prepare it right away. At the training ground, Barden was practicing alone. May I ask if the master has arrived yet? No, I haven't heard any news of him entering the palace. It's strange. He's not someone who would be late without a reason. Has something happened? Barden turned and continued practicing. After a while, he puffed out a breath. This sword is too heavy. Should I stop here? Your Highness, here is your towel. Oh, thank you. Barden took the towel and went to a tree to rest. Half the lesson is over and the master still hasn't arrived. I wonder if something has happened. Suddenly, Barden pondered Cahu's teachings. Humans are inherently born with different talents and environments. When one only looks upwards, the realm is limitless. Sometimes one also needs to be lenient with oneself, because that is a stronger path that still protects oneself.
Even with such a master, why am I progressing so slowly? My inherited talent is not an issue. My parents are both individuals who far exceed the norm in both literary and martial arts. The same goes for theory. I have read and comprehended all the swordsmanship theories within the Imperial Palace. Talent, theory, practice, everything is perfect. So what exactly am I still lacking? If the leader of the Empire lives like a frog at the bottom of a well, the people of the Empire will become unhappy. That's right. Perhaps what I need is experience outside the Imperial Palace. Even the fact that I haven't been allowed to use a real sword proves that. My parents have been overly protective. I've stagnated because I haven't had the experience of being pushed to my limits. Even my master and personal guards are not permitted to draw real swords against me. No one in this Imperial Palace is allowed to challenge me. Even if I request permission for actual combat, they would still refuse, deeming me too childish. In that case, Barden went to call out. Guard, has the master not arrived yet? No, there's still no news. Perhaps he has urgent business.
I will be with the Crown Prince. You all wait here. Inform me when the master arrives. Ah, so the other guards will stay here, and I will go along. Are you planning to treat the master disrespectfully? The guard flinched. When meeting the master, one must prepare the proper etiquette. That is the rule in the Imperial Palace. But a guard is not allowed to leave His Highness's side. Don't worry, the Crown Prince's palace is very close by, and there are still many other servants and guards. All guards at the training ground, wait here. Yes, I will follow your command. Good, proceed as such. Barden breathed a sigh of relief as he entered the guard's gate. Barden secretly watched for an opening, and then quickly ran off to hide. They probably can't see me now, right? I'm sorry, Father, Mother.
I will accept my punishment upon my return. A moment later, Cahu rushed over, calling out, "Hey! Oh, Grand Tutor, you're here? Sorry for being late. Where is His Highness? He has been practicing by himself for about 2 hours and is currently resting in his palace. Really? Then please inform him that I have arrived. Yes, I will do it right away." Just then a servant also ran over, panting. "Grand Tutor? What's wrong?" "It's serious. I can't find His Highness anywhere." Cahu's face turned pale upon hearing this. His heart pounded. "What? How can His Highness be missing?" "Well, I came because he has his next lesson soon, but when I entered he wasn't there. We've searched everywhere he might have gone, but we can't find him anywhere. Where on earth could he have disappeared to?" "Guard, what is the meaning of this? You said His Highness had gone to the Crown Prince's palace." "Well, His Highness clearly said earlier that he would go there. You just believe that and let him go alone?"
Everyone should not have left His Highness's side for even a second, especially when I wasn't here either. We apologize.
In any case, I must quickly report back to His Majesty. Yes, it's already late, and if something were to happen without an explanation. Meanwhile, outside the palace, 6-year-old Barden, having escaped for the first time, was astonished by a world he had never seen before. Barden weaved through the bustling, crowded streets, a vibrant street where the people of the Empire lived freely and diversely. This was an outside scene he had never witnessed, only imagined through words and pictures in books. Thus, Barden couldn't tear his eyes away. In ancient times, kings, when needing to gauge public sentiment or remain hidden, would often sneak out and travel incognito. A king who doesn't look outside will never truly understand the people of the Empire. Barden clenched his fists, determined. That's right, what I'm doing is an incognito inspection. Although the monsters have disappeared and life currently seems very peaceful, in places no one sees, dangers like thugs and robbers certainly still exist. I need to gain real-world experience, and even if it's just in the name of protecting the people of the Empire, I won't return empty-handed. First, I'll try to confirm where these people are going. They are all heading in one direction. Barden walked up to someone and asked, "Hey."
"Did you call me? I just wanted to ask one thing. Where are those people going?" The person wondered, "Is this a child from a noble family? Today is market day. If you go straight down this road, you'll reach the square. Everyone is heading to that market." "A market? How long does it take to get there from here?" "With a child's pace, it would probably take quite a while. Hey kid, where are your parents? It's very dangerous for a child to wander alone in a place like this." Barden flinched when he heard that. This feeling. "Thank you, sir. I will remember this. If you've lost your parents, I'll help you find them." "All right then, thank you for your kindness, but don't bother with me anymore. I'm leaving now." What a strange child. After that, Barden also arrived at the market. The crowd here was twice as dense as it had been on the street earlier, and if he wasn't careful, he'd get swept away. No sooner had he finished speaking than someone bumped into Barden. Thump! Ouch! The child fell to the ground, and fruit scattered everywhere. "Are you all right? This is what happens when you run in such a dense crowd." The child quickly picked up the fruits. "I'm fine, don't worry about me." Noticing the bruises on the child's face, Barden said with concern, "You have a wound on your face." The child quickly turned and ran off. "I'm sorry." Barden was bewildered. What was that? Just then, Barden saw a money pouch lying on the ground. "Oh, is this what that person dropped? There's money in here. How troublesome."
We can't just leave it on the street like this. For now, we'll keep it until we meet that person again. Just then, Barden caught a scent, the smell of grilled skewers. This smell, was it market food? Barden recalled that market food usually had strong and pungent spices. They tasted delicious, but eating too much wasn't good for one's health. This wasn't the kind of food a member of the royal family would be interested in, but seeing it in real life, it looked truly appealing. Just as his wet nurse had said, this wasn't the type of food he should concern himself with. Not eating this kind of food? It was fine. Despite saying that, when he saw a passerby happily eating a skewer, Barden couldn't resist. A moment later, that's right, he was only doing this to lure out the thugs. If they saw a child walking alone and carrying a lot of money, they would surely try to rob him. Besides, to prepare for actual combat, he needed to fill this hungry stomach first, so spending money like this was perfectly reasonable.
Barden took a bite and was astonished by its deliciousness. It was so good, both salty and sweet, truly an addictive flavor. The people of the Empire usually eat dishes like this to live. This is truly a good lesson. Should I try another dish? Suddenly, Barden sensed movement from behind and quickly drew his sword to defend himself. The child cowered when the sword was held to their neck. "Are you the one from earlier?" The child stammered, "Give it back to me." "What? The snacks you bought were bought with my money. Give them back to me right now." "What? You want me to pay?" "Yes. Where would an ordinary orphan like you get money to eat so many snacks? Didn't you eat them with the money from the pouch I dropped?" Barden panicked. "But I'm not an orphan. Wait, I have money with me, and I've put the money pouch you dropped aside." Saying this, Barden pulled it out and gave it to the child. The child stared blankly for a moment, then snatched the money pouch to check. "Let's see if you're lying." A few seconds later, seeing the money intact, the girl said, "Really?" Barden reproached, "To dare to suspect others so casually without any basis. That's truly reckless. But this is no different from my life. If I lose it, While speaking, the girl suddenly stopped. Barden asked, bewildered, "Why?" The girl then broke free and ran off. "Mind your own business." Barden watched her bewildered. What was that? In the palace, as Dylan was leading people, someone called out, "Your Majesty." V reproached, "How dare you be disrespectful to His Majesty?" Gasp, please forgive me. I was in such a hurry that I had no other choice."
"All right, what's the matter?" "His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, has disappeared." "Be more specific." "His Highness said he would return to the Crown Prince's palace to rest during his sword training, but when we went to look for him, he was nowhere to be found. We are still searching everywhere, but there's no sign of His Royal Highness." Barden disappeared. Lately, I've seen him struggling with swordsmanship, so he probably snuck out of the palace again to gain experience. He's incredibly naive.
Don't worry, I can guess where he went. Dylan raised his hand, signaling to temporarily halt this plan. From now on, I will go ensure the Crown Prince's safety first. Outside the palace, Barden was wandering the streets, kicking a loose stone with a sense of boredom as he walked. In the end, he didn't encounter any thugs or ruffians today. Returning to the palace like this would be truly troublesome. His parents will think he left home without reason and will be disappointed in him again.
Palace rumors spread very fast. If this ever reaches the ears of the people in the country, oh, the humiliation. That absolutely cannot be allowed to happen. No dangerous elements were found in this village. As he walked past an alley, Barden heard a commotion. Hey, answer me properly. Quick as a flash, Barden peeked in. Could it be? Inside, the voice continued. If you want to pass through here, you have to pay us a toll. Please, please spare me. I only have a little money to buy groceries. If I don't have this money, my aunt will beat me to death. It's that kid. That's none of our business. Just hand over the money for your groceries and we're done. Hey, no, there's still another way. The man smirked and said, kidnapping. The little girl and Barden were startled by this. The man then added, human trafficking is also a form of transaction. Where you'll be sold, we don't know. Or you can go home and let your stepmother beat you to death. His heroic spirit surged. Barden rushed in and yelled, you bastards!
At this moment, the girl also became furious and said coldly, is that so? Then a blazing fire erupted around her, instantly incinerating the three people, leaving only a sizzling sound. Barden was stunned. What? The girl also coughed up a mouth of blood. I told them to stop, but they wouldn't listen. As soon as she finished speaking, she collapsed. Barden froze, a scene of death he had never witnessed in real life. The words and images he had only ever imagined in books now held Barden's gaze, making him unable to look away. A moment later, the girl opened her eyes, then sat up abruptly, coughing, her hands covered in plasma. Was I unconscious? Those people just now. I didn't intend to kill them, but I couldn't control the magic power I inherited. Why was I born the daughter of a sorcerer? To become a tool for making money? To harm others? Thinking this, tears streamed down her face. I'm so miserable. Seeing the tears on her cheeks, Barden poked them with his finger, making the girl flinch. What is that? Tears? It seems you're not a magic beast. It's you from earlier. Are you hurt anywhere? It's too dangerous to leave you lying unconscious on the street, so I had no choice but to carry you back to this small abandoned house. Oh, thank you. You look so arrogant, but you're kind, aren't you? But why does this person keep lingering around me? Suddenly, the girl remembered something and exclaimed, ah, then sprang to her feet.
No, not now. I need to hurry home. I'll be going now. Barden glanced after her, then held the girl's hand. Wait, you're a mage, aren't you? What's with that? Don't deny it. Only a magical beast or a mage could cast such powerful magic. This cannot be overlooked. The girl was scared. Did this person want to report her? Suddenly, Barden said gleefully, that power of yours, could you use it for me? What? I will adopt you. I just overheard in the alley that you seem to be an orphan. Anyway, it would be mutually beneficial, wouldn't it? That person doesn't look like a kind stepmother at all. Barden calculated. This child might be a great achievement on this trip. My parents will surely praise me for recruiting such a talent, won't they? Barden persuaded. Living under such abuse from a stepmother, it would be better to work for the Empire and receive a worthy reward. You are currently thin and appear unwashed, truly pathetic. Are you pitying me? And who are you to demand to adopt me? I am the Crown Prince of the Rariego Empire, Barden Rariego. I have more than enough authority to adopt you.
Huang, Crown Prince, why are you here? That's a long story. So what's your plan? Are you going back to your stepmother, or will you come with me? I don't want to. What? Don't act like you're doing me a favor. In the end, you just want to exploit my magic. Everyone treats me like that. They see my magic and say it will help them make money. It will help them. Everyone wants to use me as a tool. I hate this existence. Then let the Empire pay you a worthy salary for your work. I can offer you treatment far different from your stepmother's. What's wrong with that? A worthy wage? Don't be ridiculous. My stepmother said the same thing to me at first, but in the end she gave me nothing. The Empire is no different. Someone of my impure origin will only be exploited and then die.
You were born amidst the blessings of the imperial subjects, so you wouldn't understand. Has anyone ever dared to take advantage of you? I'm different from you. I have no one to protect me, so I have to protect myself. So don't give me such ridiculous pity. Just go home. Wait. Suddenly a sword was drawn, and Dylan said, this cannot continue. Immediately the girl was surrounded by a circle of knights. Dylan's call startled Barden. Barden, this time you've gone too far with your pranks. Why do you make me worry so much? The girl, with a sword at her throat, was terrified. Is this person the Emperor? Dylan shifted his gaze. And you're completely surrounded by soldiers. It's best not to resist in vain.
You are the daughter of the demon Tower Lord, aren't you? Can you explain to me? Why are you with my son? That matter, Barden frowned and replied. Father, please, hear me out first. The daughter of the demon Tower Lord? What is this about? The meaning is clear. The Crown Prince has studied imperial history, so he knows, doesn't he, what the daughter of the demon Tower Lord signifies. Currently, the existence of this child is a danger to the Empire. At this moment, the girl also became enraged. A powerful magical energy emanated from her. Just then, Pain cast a spell on the girl. Where do you think you're going? The girl was immediately bound by a golden light circle. Seeing the girl fall heavily to the ground, Barden called out worriedly, "Hey!
Dare to resist? Then there's no need for any further explanation." Dylan raised his sword. "Rest in peace." Just as the sword was about to descend, another sword parried it. Clang! It was Barden who protected the girl. "Crown Prince, what are you doing?" "Your Imperial Majesty, the revered Emperor of the Empire. I am Crown Prince Barden Rariego, and I implore your Imperial Majesty to stop." Dylan withdrew his sword. "Speak." "I apologize to you for leaving the palace without permission and causing you worry. I will accept any punishment, so please spare this child." That and killing this child are two entirely different matters. Remnants of the secret magic tower cannot be tolerated in any form. I know that, but she doesn't use magic of her own volition. This person was simply born with the bloodline of the magic tower master. It is a fate she could not avoid. She has had to live under threat simply because of her lineage. And yet, can you really place all the sins of her father upon this child? But she possesses the potential for rebellion.
If a child is dominated by their own magic, they will surely be exploited by those plotting rebellion, causing countless sacrifices. That child was born with that power. Daughter of the Magic Tower Lord. You know that, don't you? The girl remained silent, not answering. Barden turned and said, "No, that's not it. You don't want to bear such a fate, do you? You're tired of a life exploited as a tool by others, aren't you?" "Certainly." Before the child falls into the hands of those plotting rebellion, the Empire should take in this child, prevent potential rebellion, and cultivate talent to help the Empire grow stronger. Your Majesty, that statement is not wrong. With this child's talent, if she were an enemy, she would certainly be a great nuisance, but if she were an ally, she would become a tremendous strength for the Empire. But Dylan recalled the earlier image, his hand gripping his sword tightly. If he were to be soft-hearted, Lise might have to witness that hell once more. "I thought you were just a child, yet you already know how to express your opinions."
"You've grown up so much. Father!" Dylan placed his hand on Barden's shoulder but then decisively pushed him aside. "Forgive me, my child." Saying this, he raised his sword high. But little girl watched with wide eyes. "Is this how I'm going to die?" Tears streamed down her face. "My life has been nothing but suffering. I'd rather die." Just then, a loud voice called out, "Stop! You are nothing like His Majesty. That child has done nothing to harm the Empire, yet you already fear future repercussions? First, please calm down and listen to what I have to say." "Dylan!" Dylan turned around and called out, "Lies, why are you here?" "When I returned to the palace after meeting Mary, I heard a commotion. This is no place for the Empress. How can a place where my husband and child are be a place I shouldn't be?" Looking at the little girl on the ground, Charlize asked, "Hello, have we met before?" Charlize called out, Pain, startling him. She smiled and said, "Release this magic, and you should have reported this to me first."
The speaker apologized, then released the magic. Charlize turned and called out, "Son, come back to Mom. Never run off on your own again. If you run away again, I'll get angry." "Yes, I'm sorry." Charlize helped the girl up. "Do you want to stand up? I am the Empress of the Rariego Empire. I am Charlize Rariego. What is your name?" The girl clutched her clothes and replied, "Izus. Izus, that's a beautiful name." "Lies. That child is the daughter of the Magic Tower Master. I know exactly what your Majesty is worried about, but when I look into this child's eyes, it reminds me of my own childhood when I lived with the Ronin family."
"Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty, but please allow me to handle this myself." "Very well, but allow me to protect you." "Of course. Thank you for trusting me, Your Majesty." Charlize asked, "Izus, would you like to come to the royal palace with me? Will you imprison me, or will I be executed?" "No, it's just to protect you." Charlize embraced Izus. "You've been through a lot, haven't you?" Izus burst into tears. "Why is she speaking to me so kindly? She knows everything about me." Charlize soothed Izus, and the child immediately fell asleep on her shoulder. Charlize called out, "Your Majesty, Barden, let's return to the royal palace." Meanwhile, at the palace, "What? Have you found him yet?" "Yes, it seems the prince has left the palace. Searching inside the royal palace is pointless." Just then, Cahu saw Barden running in. Barden ran to Charlize. "Mother, you're amazing." Seeing this, a guard turned and asked, "What's going on?" "Nothing at all. You may leave now." Cahu watched them and said, "I'm always one step behind. Perhaps
Perhaps it's time I admitted that. After entering the palace, Charlize took care of Isis. When the child woke up, Charlize smiled brightly and asked, "Are you all right?" Isis sat up abruptly, asking in a panic, "Where am I?" "Calm down. This is the royal palace. While you were sleeping, I bathed you and changed your clothes. Would you like to look in the mirror?" Isis slowly looked at herself in the mirror. Charlize asked again, "Isis, do you like me? While you were sleeping, I cleaned you and changed your clothes." Isis asked, Why are you helping me so much? Even though I'm small and dirty, I know I don't deserve to be treated like this. My father is an enemy of the entire empire. If this is out of pity or sympathy, you don't need to do this."
The more the Empress does that, the more trouble she gets into. I'm comfortable being alone. I understand how you feel. But don't misunderstand. I'm not doing this out of pity or sympathy for you. It's because you're living a life just like mine. A similar life. That's right. You can relate to my story. Do you want to hear it? My story. Lies told Isis everything about the life she had lived so far, every detail, leaving nothing out. "Empress, you've endured such a horrifying life." "That's right. Now you understand why I said our lives are the same, don't you? I was abandoned by my family because they believed I was born after killing my mother. I was abused like the Empire's sword. Then I returned and changed the fate of—"
Epherite answered my desperate wish, the wish I cried out for every night. "So, are you happy now?" "Yes, I am truly happy now. Indeed, I thought I would never find happiness. For me, revenge was everything, and I didn't care what happened afterward. I was ready to disappear as soon as my revenge was complete. But every time I tried, someone pulled me back. Was that person the Emperor? That's right, you're very clever. Without him, I wouldn't even know if I could have achieved my revenge, let alone this happiness. That's why I want to be the first to encourage you. As someone who has walked the path of slaughter, I know that if I left you alone, you would die in loneliness and sorrow." "Loneliness?" Suddenly, Issa's stomach rumbled. Charlize laughed. "Sorry, I talked too much again, didn't I? We should eat something after a long night's sleep, shouldn't we?" A steaming bowl of soup was brought over. Charlize gently said, "Eat slowly and enjoy your meal." "Thank you, I will eat well." Isis immediately put a spoonful into her mouth, her eyes sparkling. Charlize asked, "Well, is it good?" "Yes, this is the first time I've ever eaten warm and delicious food." Isis was moved to tears, sobbing.
"I survived by picking up what others discarded. No one, not a single person, cared for me." Charlize soothed him. "It's okay, just cry it all out. Cry as much as you need to for all the time you've had to hold it in. And tomorrow, let's start anew with a smile." From that day on, Charlize officially became Isis's sponsor, and Isis began training to become an Imperial Mage. A few days later, "Your stamina has unexpectedly improved over the past few days." "Really?" "Yes, before you used to easily drop your sword in wartime, but now you've grown a lot. Has anything recently changed your mindset?"
At this moment, Izaz, standing from a distance, called out to Barden, "Prince, I'm here." Then Izaz ran towards Barden. Cahu asked, "Who is that child?" "I haven't introduced her to you yet, Master. She is one of my retainers. I met her during my most recent mission. This is my swordmaster. Greet him properly." Izaz hesitated and said, "Hello, yes, it's a pleasure to meet you." As you can see, she is a shy person, so I'm always worried about her. That's why, as a prince, I want to guide her properly. "I see, that's a commendable mindset. Perhaps you overcame the regression thanks to Izaz. People tend to grow the most when they have someone they will become stronger to protect. That's all for today's lesson. You may go eat now. Thank you for your guidance." With that, the two children held hands and ran off. Cahu gave a faint smile. The one for whom I risked my life, for me, that person was Charlize. But in the end, the one who saved her was the Emperor. I apologize that I couldn't save you in time. But if you wish, I will now begin to forget you. Let us both seek happiness in our lives. Elsewhere, Charlize was with Dylan. She said, "Earlier, I heard that Barden overcame his regression thanks to Izaz."
Now she has even begun to directly confront the young duke. Honestly, I was very worried about bringing Izaz into the palace, but seeing how positively she has influenced Barden, it's such a relief. And with her taking such good care of Izaz, she will surely change. Children are always shaped by their environment. Lise, you've changed so much. You have, haven't you? What about me? Yes, back when you were only focused on revenge, you rarely showed any emotion, but now you are calmer, much more expressive. If I have truly changed, then perhaps that means I have found happiness. Barden and Izaz are growing. Time is passing, and those around us are also changing. I am looking forward to those changes, because meeting you has made me into someone who can be happy. The series, Taming the Tyrant and Fleeing, concludes here. Thank you for reading the entire series. I wish you all much luck and the ability to easily overcome life's difficulties, so you can be as happy as Dylan and Charlize. And don't forget to check out other series on a channel to support me. Thank you all very much.